All right, what's good, people? Thanks for getting your week started with us on The Sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia, hosting this 60-minute joyride filled with all the DFS and sports betting advice your chunky heart desires. So PGA, French Open, NBA, NHL, NFL, all on the menu. But in the leadoff spot, our baseball panel. Good morrow to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Price check time, dudes. Which guys do you like on this slate in the following salary departments? Kenny, start us off with your pitcher at 8K or higher.
Yeah, it's not we're going to touch on how ugly this slate is with 3 games. And I can't believe that this guy's the second most expensive pitcher, but I'm going to have to go with Nick Pivetta here at $8,000. I think Nick Pivetta is good. I think that when you look at Nick Pivetta's last 4 starts, you'd be pleasantly surprised. He's got the strikeouts up 9 in each of the last 2. He had 8 strikeouts to start before that. And that is what you like to see if you are a daily fantasy baseball player. I almost said football. That's not close enough to the season yet. And, he's kept the hard contact down. He's got a good chance of winning. And to me, when you look at him versus an Adbert Alzolay, he's got to face the Padres. The Padres are slumping, but they do have dangerous bats in that lineup. The Marlins have 2 exit velocity machines, and that's about it. So I'm not really fearful of this Marlins lineup. Pivetta should do plenty good against a Miami team that just simply can't hit this year. I like him here for this price.
All right, Eric, who was your pitcher at $8,000 or higher?
Well, so the pitcher I actually like tonight would be Jackson Kowar, making his major league debut. Was a decent prospect, but not a great one until suddenly this season posted an ERA under 1 with a strikeout rate over 30% in 6 starts. But he only cost $6,000, and I know how to follow instructions, so I will talk about Adbert Alzolay instead. He's at $8,800, second most expensive on the slate. He was a guy I liked last year, or coming into this year after his 33.3% strikeout last year. I gave him a ton of upside, even though he walked nearly 15% of opposing batters. That all actually added up to an xFIP of 362, which coincidentally is exactly his ERA this season. This year he's getting to it in a much more balanced way. Still has a high strikeout rate, but it's down at 27.2%. But suddenly he doesn't walk anybody, just 5.2% of opposing batters. He has a somewhat tough assignment against the Padres, but I actually don't think it's all that bad. The Padres are merely 15th by WRC+, which is nowhere near as good as you might expect given their talent. And also Petco Park is a nice place to pitch. So of the more expensive guys, Alzolay, but I'd probably be looking to pair him with the rookie Kowar.
Eric, how about a hitter over 5K?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the Cubs and go with Chris Bryant. He had been trending down for several years, but he looks like he's back in his early career MVP level form this season, hitting .309 with 13 homers. It's his highest ever expected batting average of .275, which is below his actual batting average, but still it suggests he's hitting the ball as hard as ever. His highest expected slugging at .495 since 2016. He's really just got highs across the StatCast numbers. Highest hard hit rate since his rookie season, highest barrel rate ever. And he actually has one low, which is his launch angle at 13.2 degrees. Launch angle is good, but you can lower it in good ways if you're taking bad fly balls and turning them into line drives instead of grounders, which is what he's doing. He lost about 8 points on his fly ball percentage compared to last year, but almost all the gains went to line drives. So that's keeping his average high. He'll get the platoon advantage against Ryan Weathers, who I don't hate, but there's actually not a lot of really bad pitching on the slate. So Weathers is near the bottom. So I'd love some of the Cubs against him tonight.
All right, Kenny, what about you here, dude?
Yeah, I really like targeting Ryan Weathers, and I like taking the Cubs, especially, any of these guys, because they mash lefties. But I'm going to go with someone who just mashes every-handedness, and he's been red hot of late, and that is Xander Bogaerts at $5,300. The guy, double-digit fantasy points in 3 of the last 4. He had a great game last night against the Yankees, which, of course, we don't even have time to get into how that ended. 3 RBIs in that game. And really, when you look at the matchup with Pablo Lopez, Pablo Lopez probably not the best pitcher to just, go after from a fantasy perspective, but he doesn't really, he's got just above league average in strikeouts. Bogaerts has handled much tougher pitchers, and Pablo Lopez to me is just a slightly above average starter. He's nothing that I'm going to be too scared about. Bogaerts, the way he's hitting right now, he's seeing the ball so well. I think that he can just hit basically anybody. he's going to be hitting in the heart of an order that's going to win and that is getting hot once again. So I really like the value here.
Talk to me about a value bat, though.
Yeah,
Something
speaking of, I just mentioned those Cubbies. Patrick Wisdom, who is this guy? $3,600, 46 fantasy points over the last 2 games. And it's just impossible on a slate this short. It is impossible to ignore a guy that is getting this hot at the plate. And he also had, a double and a run scored in the game before that. So he's had 3 pretty good games in a row here. And when you talk about the matchup here with Ryan Weathers, I don't really understand all the Ryan Weathers love. I'm seeing people in fantasy leagues trading for Ryan Weathers. I don't know why people are latching onto him all of a sudden, but look, he's young. He could have a good career, but right now he's nothing special. His baseball savant page is bluer than me after that Yankees loss. And you look at the strikeout rate is down. The walk rate it's okay. But I mean, the X slug, the X batting average, they are all awful. I think the Cubs should score quite a few runs here. And for a guy that is $3,600 and is just tearing the cover off the ball the last few games, why not?
Eric, value bat.
Yeah, I like Wisdom. He was on my short list, but I'm going to go with another guy at 3,600 who actually has a track record of success in the past, and that's Andrew Benintendi. He was, pretty good at the start of his career, then had a very mediocre 2019 where he was more or less a league average hitter, then was terrible in 14 games last year before a season-ending rib injury. But this year he's hitting 294. Is on pace for 17 homers and 20 steals. So right back to that early career form. And he's cut his strikeout rate again down to 18.9%. So he's making plenty of contact. Not a super high ceiling player, but he does enough kind of across the board that he's very useful at a sub 4,000 price, especially with the platoon advantage against Dylan Bundy, who's definitely not as bad as his 6.49 ERA suggests, but you don't get to that number if you're pitching well, and he's not pitching well. Most of the ERA estimators still have him well worse than he was last year. Strikeout rates drop back down to league average. Doesn't walk a ton of guys, but doesn't get quite a league average ground ball rate either. So he's back down to being pretty mediocre, and Benintendi's back up to being, at least above average, which makes him quite a good value, I think, tonight.
Is there someone you're just absolutely fading, though, on this slate, Eric?
That would be Ryan Weathers. Kenny talked about him earlier. You might see that 2.06 ERA and get very excited given his price. It's like 6,700 or something like that. He's just not necessarily going to give you the innings. His last 4 starts, 4, 4, 4, and 5 innings. And even though he does have that 2.06 ERA, all the ERA estimators have him, well over 2 runs above that, with xERA being all the way up at 5.28 because, as Kenny mentioned, he's giving up hard hits everywhere. Just a 19.1% strikeout rate, so it doesn't put guys away. Has a better than league average walk rate, but nothing elite there. So nothing to get too excited about, and probably not enough innings for him to give you a ton of points.
Anyone else you're just steering clear of tonight, Kenny?
Yeah, I had Ryan Weathers written down, but I kind of talked about why I hated him in the last answer. So let's go with someone else here. And this is actually very exciting for me because Tommy Pham is $4,400. Tommy Pham is leading off for the San Diego Padres, and I just bet that on a short slate, everyone in the world is going to flock to Tommy Pham. They're going to go, he's leading off. It's one of 3 games. The Padres might be the best offense, one of the best offenses anyway on this slate. Tommy Pham is a terrible hitter, folks. He's coming off a good game here because he had 1 hit in 5 plate appearances. Whoop-de-doo. He had 2 stolen bases. Look, this guy's not going to get on base, especially against probably the best pitcher on the slate in Adbert Alzolay. I think that he fails to make contact. He had a great run when the Padres had everybody out, and he was like, I'm Tommy Pham. Now I'm the best hitter on this team because Tatis and Hosmer and Myers are out. Now that they're all back, everyone's kind of cooled the jets on Pham. He's gotten into a little bit of a slump. And again, this is one of my favorite guys to fade on a consistent basis. His price is all the way up to $4,400. This is outrageous to pay this kind of price for Tommy Pham when he can't see the ball, he can't hit the ball. So please don't roster Tommy Pham.
Okay, before we wrap up this segment here, dude, how about you give me your favorite Major League Baseball bet tonight? We'll poke over to the DK Sportsbook real quick.
Yeah, we kind of just touched on every game, so I think that you guys know where Eric and I are going, but I am going to take the Red Sox -148. I think the value here is super. Again, the Miami Marlins, they're an easy team to fade in spots like this because they don't hit the baseball. They have, Garrett Cooper and Adam Duvall, who hit the ball hard. Other than that, they're just not making hard contact. They're not making contact at all. So that's going to suit up pretty well for Nick Pivetta and his high strikeout rate coming into this one. I like him to shove tonight. I like the Red Sox bats to continue to stay hot off of that win against the Yankees, that series sweep. And I think that the Red Sox get it done here.
What about you, Eric?
I'm going to stick in that same game, but I'm going to go with the under 9.5. I actually thought this was 8.5 when I wrote it down, and I still liked it. So that's how off I think this over under is. The two teams are combining for 8.8 runs, which means they won't even need a lower scoring than average game to hit the under here. And I definitely think they're going to score fewer runs than average because both pitchers are at least pretty good. I'm still not totally sold on Nick Pivetta, maybe just scarred from too many years watching him for the Phillies. That 3.77 ERA is maybe a bit better than what he deserves, but he is striking out enough guys, 27.4%, to make up for a high walk rate and low ground ball rate. But mostly he's facing the Marlins, so even though I don't love Pivetta, I don't think he's going to have to be that good to keep the scoring down. And I really do like Pablo Lopez on the other side. He's one of those guys that's above average across the board, 25% strikeout rate, only slightly better than league average. But when you combine that with a 7% walk rate and a 47% ground ball rate, he really has no flaws. So even against a strong lineup like the Red Sox, I think he's going to keep them to a below average night. So I think below average nights on both sides for teams that on an average night would hit the under. I think this is a pretty easy under.
All right, gentlemen, nice work. We're going to hit the links with Jeff Ulrich right after this quick break. All right, what a wild roller coaster weekend on the PGA Tour. COVID-19 crashed the party, but Patrick Cantlay found a way to draw up a riveting ending in a playoff. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to look ahead to the Palmetto Championship. Before we do that, though, how would you describe the weekend at Muirfield? That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, wild definitely took a pretty big turn on Saturday. Yeah. Obviously, COVID-19 still. It's part of the tour's policy and stuff like that. And it's obviously a hugely disappointing thing for Jon Rahm. But, sometimes out of disappointments come, better things. The U.S. Open is coming up. Jon Rahm looked just in incredible form at the Memorial. So I wouldn't forget about him necessarily for that big event coming up. It's a big win for Patrick Cantlay as well. This is a dude who went through a little bit of a dip, but looked in a lot better form at the PGA Championship. So another player who should be in contention at the U.S. Open, all things considered, a lot of young talent starting to kind of rise to the top again with the U.S. Open coming up. So, I mean, it is what it is. We can't say very much. It was obviously super disappointing, but I would look towards the real performance of the players there and try and take that in because we have some big contests coming up for the U.S. Open as well. So.
Yeah, Jon Rahm with that record-setting pace, too, before he had to pull out. You and I are going to talk about this a lot more at 3 o'clock today.
Yes.
For a Monday edition of Get the Green because Reti Fowler is nowhere to be found. Yes, that is right. Let's get to some PGA pin placement, though. Need you to give us an idea where you think like the following golfers will finish at the Palmetto Championship. It's a one-time tournament because this was supposed to be the Canadian Open in your neck of the woods. Let's start with Brooks Koepka here. He likes playing week before majors, kind of little tune-up. Doesn't win these a lot, but where do you think he finishes?
Yeah, no, it's a good point by you. Also fellow PGA Tour host here. Yeah. Brooks does like playing the week before major championships. He's got a pretty good record in a lot of these events. I mean, a lot of right before his PGA wins and his US Open wins, like you'll see him come up with top 5 finishes. I don't think he's going to be a massive bust or anything, but at the same time, I do think there's still going to be a bit of a letdown with his first competitive action coming back from that hugely disappointing round at the PGA Championship. He did finish second there, but obviously, not being able to overcome a 50-year-old Phil Mickelson, it's probably harming his psyche a little bit. Let's also not forget that Brooks still dealing with this knee thing. He admitted it wasn't even 100% during the final round of the PGA. I have Brooks penciled in for like a top 30 here. Again, I just feel like going to be a little bit of a disappointment, a little bit of a drawdown after coming back from such a long layoff and after the big major championship win. I still think he'll perform. He looked fine tee to green. You look at his stats in the PGA, they're monster stats, a plus 11 strokes tee to green there. I think the game is coming back. I just feel like he probably needs a couple more tournaments before he gets really, really sharp again. Going to be looking at this as more of a tune-up. So I'm going to pencil him in for like a T28.
All right. How about Dustin Johnson? Still tops in the world rankings, but that has little to do with his recent form here, Jeff.
Yes. And look, Dustin is another guy who loves playing before the week before majors. He's got some very solid results too. I think there's a lot more urgency here for Dustin Johnson this week. Like, this guy has not been in competition and I don't mean like he hasn't played for a bit, but he hasn't been in the heat of battle, like just working out or just trying to grab a trophy late on a Sunday for basically the entire season. His best result is a T8 at the Genesis Open, but way back in February. This dude needs to get in contention. He needs to get the battle juices flowing again. And I think there's going to be a lot of urgency on Dustin Johnson's part. Now, you look at his recent form compared to Brooks Koepka, like the tee to green game just has not been there. He's lost strokes on approach in 2 of his last 3 starts. The putting hasn't been as sharp, but look, it's Dustin Johnson. This guy wins every year. He literally wins every season on the PGA Championship, often multiple times. And again, I think he's going to get himself in contention this week because that's ultimately what Dustin Johnson does every year. I'm going to pencil him in for like a T4 here. Again, probably hasn't shown enough that he's just ready to just blow the doors off a field yet, but I think he's going to get himself ready. This is also kind of a hometown event, home state event, we'll call it, in South Carolina. Probably a good setup for him. It's a longer course. So I'm going to pencil Dustin Johnson in for a good week.
Where are you going to pencil in Tyrell Hatton, the Englishman?
Yeah, Hatton's an interesting name in this field. Look, we have a really weak field just from a fantasy perspective. We don't have a lot of top-end players to target here, but Hatton's made the cut in 3 straight events. He was T38 at the PGA, T39 at the Heritage. He's gained over 2 strokes on his approaches in his last 2 starts. He just really hasn't done that much on the greens. I mean, Hatton can be a bit of a streaky putter. We've seen him go through the ebbs and flows, but you look at the rest of his game, and I mean, it's fine. He's still doing pretty good around the greens, which can sometimes give him problems. So I think you'll probably see a jump from Hatton this week too. Like, this dude doesn't seem that far off from his form. I think that Hatton is like Dustin and Brooks. He wants to get some competitive practice in, obviously probably looking at the US Open as a real opportunity for him. And this guy has performed well at the US Open in the past, was top 10 way back a few years ago at Shinnecock Hills, I believe. So I think it's a good week for Hatton. I think a top 10 is definitely doable. I'm going to put him in for a T9. Again, we have a very weak field. Hatton, one of the only elite players who made the trip here.
Well, another high-profile name choosing to play in South Carolina the week before the U.S. Open is Tommy Fleetwood. So how are we feeling about him?
I mean, dude, let's just roll the dice and see what comes up because I have no idea what's going on with Tommy Fleetwood's game. This guy's been all over the map. He looks good around the greens. He's gaining like over 4 strokes there in a couple events, but that's really like the only thing keeping him together here. This guy used to be one of the more premier ball strikers on tour, and I mean, he's losing strokes off the tee. He's actually starting to lose strokes on approach in a lot of these starts. Missed the cut badly at the PGA. He was T14 at the Wells Fargo, but again, this was all done on putting and around the green. It really wasn't a good ball striking performance. I don't know. I'm going to say he makes the cut, but don't expect anything special here. Let's just say T40. Would I be shocked if he was like 20 spots above or below this? No, because he's still Tommy Fleetwood. He's a solid player, but like right now the form is not there. Really struggling with the ball striking. So I'm not expecting that much.
Yeah, still chasing that first win on American soil too, I believe. He was supposed to be that next great golfer to win a major over here. Again, you and I, 3:00 today, get the green. We still have a lot of you in this show, NHL and NFL coming up. But French Open goodness with Kenny Ducey will arrive next. Oakley dokley. Let's get into the French Open now with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey checking out the odds for the women's quarterfinals here, man. We have 3 of the quarterfinal matches on the women's side lined up, and we will get to that. But the 4th pairing of the quarters is still to be decided. There's a 4th round match coming up this afternoon with one of the favorites. I cannot pronounce any of these names. Is it Iga or Iga? Okay, and she's going to take on who?
Marta Katsiuk.
Okay, and the first woman you just mentioned is a minus 835 favorite, Iga. So how are you approaching the betting here in this matchup?
Well, Emerson, she did just win the French Open last year, so you should know her a little bit. But yes,
no, I knew exactly who she was.
Yes, of course. I mean, you knew her face, you knew her name, but anyway,
100%.
yes, she's turning into quickly the female Rafael Nadal. I mean, she is unstoppable on the clay. She's won her last 9 matches in a row. The match before that she fell to Ash Barty, who's not even in the tournament anymore, but an 11-1 run on the clay, an 18-13 run on the clay since 2017, excuse me, when she burst onto the scene with an 11-2 run in the lower level. Look, she is unstoppable at the surface. Her game is perfect. She works both both sides of the court, rather. She fires off of both wings. Marta Katsiuk is really exciting. She's a really exciting player. Take nothing away from her. She's 18 years old. Iga Swiatek is 19 years old. They're both going to be studs, especially on this surface. But Katsiuk, to me, just doesn't have enough in the tank to continue to run out like this. I think she's going to run into a buzzsaw here. Swiatek might win 6-1, 6-2, just Rafael Nadal stuff. And I would like to play her on the game spread. I believe she's a -6 favorite here. I think she can cover that game spread. So that's how I would bet that match.
All right, my man, on to the quarterfinals. Let's start with American Corey Goff taking on the Czech Republic's Barbara
Krejcikova.
Nailed it. Goff is minus 127 to win. Do you think she lands in the semis?
Yeah, I do. Look, she's really, really great on the surface. And I think that, you're going to see her in a match like this. She would be out to maybe a 250 favorite, a minus 250 favorite next year. She's just been that good on the clay this season. She's just been dominating on the surface. She's actually better on the clay than she is on hard courts, I believe, weirdly enough. I mean, hard court, she always goes 3 sets. She never makes it easy, but she makes it look really easy on the clay. Only 3 losses. She's also going to be pretty fresh off of, she had the retirement by Jen Brady, a pretty easy win over Ons Jabeur today, which was shocking to me. I mean, Ons Jabeur has a ton of power. Goff just showcasing how good of a counterpuncher she is. She's going to need that counterpuncher game, that sort of finesse game against Krejcikova, who's a doubles specialist, but really broke onto the singles scene last year. She had a couple of big runs. She's dangerous. She's, again, very crafty. I don't know if Goff's going to have that much experience underneath her belt that she's going to be able to know what to do, but I do expect her. Maybe this goes 3 sets. I think I like the over here, but I do expect Goff to win. I think she'll solve the problems that Krejcikova poses, and I think that she's just been really good at problem solving in her career.
All right, next match, Slovenia's.
You're talking about Zidansek and Paula Badosa, or are we talking?
Oh
about,
yes, you nailed it. And Badosa is a huge, Badosa is a huge favorite here, dude. I don't know if you know this, minus 305. Any chance of an upset here, or are you going to attack this match differently than the others?
No, I'm taking the game spread here once again with Badosa. Look, she had her one scare, right? It was against Anna Bogdan, who's outside the top 100. She really had to fight, scratch, and claw for every point in that match. She got through in 3 tight sets. So, every really great champion has their scare. Novak Djokovic today, Lorenzo Musetti, the exciting teenage Italian, taking the first 2 sets, and then Djokovic just steamrolling him before eventually he retired because he won 1 game in 3 sets. Look, it happens, right? And I'm not looking at that match and saying Badosa doesn't have what it takes to win the French Open. I'm looking at, what she's done in her last match against Vondrousova, a very tough opponent. She battled again. She's a battler. I think that this could go another 3 sets. I would take the over in this match because I think Badosa is going to have a little bit of a hangover from these back-to-back 3-setters. But I do expect her to come out the winner here. I might even look to wait and bet this live. I mean, maybe Zidansek takes the first set. That's very possible with the way she's been playing. Nice win over Sorana Cristea. And then I think I might bet Badosa live on the money line if she does indeed take the first set or fall behind early. So I'd probably take the over, but you could also just wait and see here and just maybe take the live underdog after the first set.
All right, finally here, we got the big Kazakhstan and Russia rivalry. So from Kazakhstan is
We have Elena Rybakina and Anastasia Pavlenchova.
I love that. And it's minus 148 favorite for the Pride of Kazakhstan. So do you think that is warranted ahead of this match? This is kind of mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, look, this is a really tough one to call because I think that both players kind of come in better form. Frankly, for Pavlenchova, I would definitely put more stock into her recent results. Like, I think that she's beaten some really tough opponents. Sabalenka and Azarenka back-to-back matches is really impressive to me. Going in and beating Keys, Pliskova, Muchova in Madrid in the quarters was a really big win for her. And again, she lost to Sabalenka in 2 close sets and then goes out and beats her at the French. So take nothing away from her, but Rybakina is very much a player in the ascendancy. You saw how comfortable she was against Serena Williams. I think this is pretty academic here, frankly. I think that she deserves to be the favorite, and I'm laying the juice here with Rybakina at this stage in the tournament. Again, I just think she's one of the best players left in the draw, and she showed it against Serena Williams. She was a really great counterpuncher in that match, great returning, and just cool under pressure, has the mental fortitude to get past a tough opponent here, and I think that she does.
All right, man, that was awesome. You racked up quite a bit of assists in that segment. I need you to stick around. Actually, we're just going to go straight to NBA, right? Because you're the NBA guy. Okay, so let's transition now. NBA best bets, and these are names I can pronounce here.
Good. Okay.
And we're gonna start with game 2.
It's
the
Thomas
Bucks
Harden, right?
Nailed
Thomas
it.
Harden. Yeah.
Bucks and the Nets. Milwaukee couldn't take advantage of James Harden. Okay, I will help you in this segment. He left game 1. He's out in game 2. Nets are still a 1.5 point favorite. You think they cover and take control of the series?
No way, Emerson. The Bucks win
Why?
this game. The Bucks take control of this series. The Nets offense, look at what happened last game, folks. 109, 109 offensive rating for the Bucks, or for the Nets rather. Their offense was silenced by the Bucks defense. And if the Bucks just were able to do anything on offense, they would have won that game, and they'd be looking perhaps at a 2-0 series lead. Now without James Harden, it's going to get even tougher for the Nets on offense. You saw sort of a lackadaisical approach there. And again, they ended up winning. They only shot 38% from 3. And when you look at how that game transpired, the Bucks just did what they wanted to do, man. They slowed down the Nets on defense, but they had one of the worst shooting performances of their entire season. Chris Middleton, 6 for 23. Bryn Forbes, where was he after a great series against the Heat? He was just 1 of 5 from 3. That's all going to turn around. When we look at that Clippers-Mavericks series, right? We saw the Mavericks hit 50% of the shots. We said, there's no way this is going to happen. They're going to hit their shots eventually. And that's what happened. They're not going to hit their shots eventually, right? Everything comes back to the mean. And what the mean is for the Bucks is a very good offense, a very good 3-point shooting team. And when you look at the Nets, they don't play defense. They hardly were able to contain the Boston Celtics, who were out of ideas on offense. The Celtics still posted a pretty good offensive rating in that series. I expect an offensive explosion here, Emerson, from the Bucks. And with that sort of defense, and with Giannis playing more defense on Kevin Durant than PJ Tucker, I think that this is a recipe for a big Bucks win. I would actually take an alternate spread on this game. I am that confident. I think they win by double digits.
Man, you're talking about this offensive explosion. I mean, how about the game total? 234. Teams didn't hit that number in game 1. Would you back the under, or are you that confident in so much of an offensive explosion? The over just as easy.
I'm definitely taking the over. The pace in this game was up over 104, the pace rating in game 1. That just shows you how this series is going to be played. The Bucks were one of the fastest paced teams all year long. The Nets were one of the best offenses all year long. The Bucks are one of the best offenses all year long. Look, I don't think that the Nets are going to be up to par with where they were all season offensively in this series, but you have to back the over almost every game, especially at a number like this with the pace rating. I mean, just there's so many possessions, so many stars on the floor that know how to score the basketball. You absolutely have to, it's the right bet to take. I mean, you're going to be pulling your hair out if you take the under in this series with how fast the ball is traveling up and down the court, with how many guys who can shoot threes are on the court. So I really, really do like this over. I think it could be a shootout, but again, the Bucks defense here has been really, really good. And I think that ultimately I'm believing in them more than I'm believing in the Nets offense and the Nets defense.
All right, let's see how you believe in the other game tonight, which is game one between the Nuggets and the Suns after the Suns just knocked off the defending champion Lakers. We got Phoenix here, 4.5-point favorite at home. Do you like Phoenix to hold serve here and start out this series on top?
Yeah, I do. I do like Phoenix to hold serve this series. Look, when you look at how things transpired with the last series with the Denver Nuggets, they were not expected to win that series. And to me, look, yeah, the Nuggets played great. Facundo Campazzo, great story. But for me, for my money, it was more of the Trailblazers' shortcomings, really, that did them in that series. The Trailblazers played zero defense. They didn't take advantage when they were up in games. It was brutal. It was brutal to watch. And I just think that when you look at this series, things are going to go a little bit differently. The Suns play really, really good defense. And the Nuggets aren't going to get free passes, every time down the floor. You're not going to get Enes Kanter and Carmelo Anthony just letting Nikola Jokic cook in the post. That's not what's going to happen here. What's going to happen is DeAndre Ayton's going to play a great series against Nikola Jokic, and Chris Paul is going to lock up whatever point guard the Suns decide or the Nuggets decide to go with. Austin Rivers also, by the way, let's talk about Austin Rivers for a second. He was the biggest reason to me why they won 2 games late in that series, the Nuggets. I mean, you talk about a guy that plays defense like Chris Paul. You have a weapon there when it comes to, this guy's hurting you from 3. Just throw Chris Paul on him. He's going to bother him. He's going to get under his skin. Austin Rivers isn't going to be the same guy. The Nuggets are not going to be the same team. I think they get rolled here by the Phoenix Suns.
Total 220.5. You backing the over or under?
I am going to take the under. Again, I think we see a little bit of regression from the Nuggets offense. I think that we see a great defensive performance from the Phoenix Suns. And when you look at the Phoenix Suns, they sort of did a 180 midseason. They exploded on offense and they stopped playing defense. They're back to where they were early in the season. Slow pace, grind it out. Like let's make this as painful as possible for our opponents. And I do believe that this pace is slowed to a halt here. I think Denver sees a big cool down in offense, and I think this is a perfect recipe for an under.
Is there a player prop that catches your eye?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to it. I think Austin Rivers under 9.5 points at -106 is a great bet here. I just think, again, the minutes should sort of dissipate here. I think Monty Morris, for my money and just as a complete player, is a much better option here when it comes to consistency. Austin Rivers is that guy that they bring in late in the game. And he brings, he'll hit a few threes for you. But again, when you talk about a perimeter defense like the one that the Phoenix Suns have, I don't think that Austin Rivers is going to be having a field day here whatsoever. I think it's going to be very difficult for him. And I think that, when it comes down to late in the game, he's not even going to see the floor because the Denver Nuggets are going to be behind by so much. So I just think that, again, he had a nice series. He might have a nice game here, but for my money, consistently betting on the under here with Austin Rivers is going to make you a rich person.
Well, before you take off over on the DFS side, like if anyone watching is deciding to play either of these games in the showdown format, who is the best captain play?
So it's look, here's what I'm doing. I'm looking at this Suns and Denver Nuggets showdown because it's impossible to pick a captain, right, for the Bucks and the Nets. There's just so many options here. And when I look at this lineup, I don't want Jokic and I don't want DeAndre Ayton. I think it's pretty clear here that I want Chris Paul at 11.7K. I think this guy had a really, really strong start to the postseason before he sort of got injured, and he's back to normal now. The thing is, no one's going to captain Chris Paul because I don't think his numbers are that sexy. But when you just look at the overwhelming matchup here that he's got against a backcourt in Denver that doesn't play defense, and they're inexperienced in these spots, I think that Chris Paul should his expertise and his experience should show here. I think he has a really good game at 11.7K in the captain spot when there's really no other good options. I expect everyone to flock to Jokic. I think DeAndre Ayton plays really good defense on him. And I think that Devin Booker gets a lot of love. But Devin Booker has had a very up and down postseason. You're taking a big risk there. I think that he could have a so-so shooting night, and then maybe you get your 40 DK fantasy points. Chris Paul is a really strong option, and he also allows you to get a lot of guys like Michael Porter Jr. and Devin Booker in your lineup, and maybe is the right combination.
We're going to talk to you for some NFL future bets in just a moment, right after NHL opening faceoff. All right, 2 games on the NHL playoff slate and 3 guys here to talk about it. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholz and Paul Bruno. Game 5 between the Islanders and Bruins after 2 very tight and chippy contests on Long Island. The series is shifting back to Boston. Is the home ice advantage enough for you to back the Bruins as minus 190 favorites, Jeff?
No, I mean, quite frankly, no, it's not. I do kind of, the Bruins have been better at home. They've outscored their opponents 15-9 so far in the playoffs. But just looking at this series, it's not enough for me to go and say, oh, yeah, let's take this really sort of short line on the Bruins and hope they eke out another win over the Islanders. The Islanders are playing really good hockey right now. And I think the biggest thing for me with them, they're rolling 3 scoring lines. You can even say they're getting 4 scoring lines because they're getting contributions from their fourth liners. That's scary. Like the fact Matthew Barzal is sort of awoken from his slumber, that's scary as for Boston Bruins fans, in my opinion. This is an Islanders team that obviously, that's kind of been their Achilles heel. If they keep getting scoring from across the board, you're going to see, in my opinion, 3 more very close games. And I want nothing to do with lines this short. If anything, I'm going to the other side and taking the big plus money available on the Islanders today.
All right, Paul, what are you deciding to do here?
Well, Jeff's onto something a little bit, but I disagree with it completely. I'm going to say what those long odds tell you is that we have seen this formula play out for Boston a number of times before. This is a scenario where the Bees went to Long Island and regained home ice advantage. It's like the old rom-com movies, guys. The boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girls back. Even though the Isles seem to match the Bees check for check and shot for shot this far, I still view them as Boston light, and I give the Bees too much quality among their top 6, and they have also got the top offensive defenseman and best goalie in this series. Bettors will be attracted to the high upside of a bet on the visitors for sure, but I'm here to tell you the Bruins are going to win tonight.
All right, AJ, which side you backing?
I think we have to start calling him Bad Take Bruno. I mean, this is just so wrong.
Check the payroll, buddy.
Jeff is absolutely right on this one. How do you pass up the Isles at plus 160 in a series that's tied 2-2, especially when you consider each team has won a game on the road? I don't think home ice advantage is as big of a deal in this one. As Jeff said, after an 8-game goal drought, Matthew Barzal has goals in back-to-back games. And then, in the nets, even in game 3 loss, Simeon Varlamov was solid, giving up just 2 goals on 41 shots. And on the flip side, it looks like the Bruins are once again going to be without Brandon Carlo, which is going to force Jeremy Lutzon into a top 4 pairing. Like, that's not exactly a best-case scenario for the Bees.
Yeah, no, Luzon had that rough finish like a couple games ago. Nasty little turnover there. Game 5, though, will continue with 2 empty net goals. If we look back to game 4 here, guys, that made the score look like a lot worse than it really was, as it was essentially a tight checking 2-1 contest. So both games in New York were low scoring affairs, but with the total sitting at 5, are you looking at the over as the series shifts back to Boston? Bad Take Bruno, you're up first.
Absolutely. The Garden will be rocking tonight. Boston has lost only twice in their last 15 home games. To me, this looks like a game where the Boston offense breaks out with a big effort. The Islanders won't keep pace, but the teams will combine to go over the number tonight. And I'm not going to give these guys any more free picks. They're going to have to pay me to give them their picks going forward.
All right, AJ, what about you? And also, like reports this morning say Tuukka Rask didn't participate in Boston's morning skate.
Well, I'm not worried about that at all.
Okay.
He took shots ahead of time. I think it's just a management. He'll be in the crease. I'm certain of it. Although, we'll get some sort of weird answer from Bruce Cassidy about who his starting goaltender is because it's the NHL. But he'll be between the pipes tonight. But look, doesn't matter how they go in or when they go in, as long as they go in, right? First 2 games, you've had 7 goals, and each of those brings the series totals to 22 games. Or 22 goals in 4 games. Now, having said that, I don't like the amount of juice you have to give up to take the over at 5 when it comes in at minus 130. So I'll look to the alternate totals on the DK Sportsbook. I'll give up that extra half a goal to get plus 132 at over 5.5.
Jeff, you feeling the over or the under?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the over. Obviously, AJ put way more research into this than me. I was just going to take the over 5. At minus 130, but I kind of like going to that alternate puck total. The one thing about taking just the 5 is you have the bigger push opportunity, but I agree with Paul and AJ here. I do like the over in this game. I think, I already mentioned, Boston just tends to score more, when they're at home. They've again, 15-9 just in the playoffs alone. But that's where we saw, Bergeron, Pastrnak get off to the good start too. And again, since this series has started, you have seen the Islanders come alive from top to bottom. If Matthew Barzal keeps producing, it's just going to have a trickle down effect. I think that at 5 in this game, especially just with how the rest of the series has gone, I think taking the over in this one is the way to go. And you can definitely take a little bit more risk by going to the alternate puck line, but getting better, obviously getting a better betting number if you do that at the 5.5.
AJ, the Montreal Canadiens is shocking the hockey world. We all know by knocking off the Maple Leafs in 7 games. And now they may shock the entire hockey world again by sweeping the Jets. Canadiens are up 3-0 in this series, minus 150 favorites at home. Do they complete the sweep?
Well, look, sometimes you can see the exact moment that a series ends, even if it's before the final whistle. For Pittsburgh, it was the minute Jari's pass landed on the tape of Josh Bailey in Game 5. And for Winnipeg, it was the minute Mark Scheifele made contact with Jake Evans. That was the end of this series. This is your leading goal scorer over the past 5 years with 143 goals over that stretch. The Jets simply don't have enough depth to overcome his absence in their top 6. They've had 4 power play opportunities in the last 2 games. Not only 0 goals to show for it, even worse, 3 shorthanded goals allowed. At this point, they'd be better off declining penalties like they do in the NFL. I'll take the Habs on the puck line in this one at plus 170. This team knows they need to close out Winnipeg before Scheifele returns, and they're playing at home tonight with last change and can capitalize on those bad matchups.
And Jeff, Bry Guy behind the scenes mentioning in the Habs 6-game win streak, they never trailed either.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. This series just you could just see it when it happened. You almost knew the result. The Jets don't have enough depth at center to overcome this, and the Canadians, obviously the veteran netminder like Carey Price and just young talent that has gained confidence with every start that he's made. It's just too much for Winnipeg to overcome. I'm expecting a close game here. If I'm being dead honest, I would rather be on the under 5.5 goals here. I know it's a lot of juice. It's sitting, I think, around minus 140 right now in the DraftKings Sportsbook. I think you're going to get a close game, but at the same time, I really want no part of the Winnipeg Jets. Yeah, I know they're available at big plus money, but this isn't a scenario like the Islanders who are gradually gaining steam. This is the complete opposite. I expect the Jets will come out with a bit of a spirited effort. Maybe they can catch the Canadians off guard early, but I would really rather just be on the Canadians and the under here.
Paul, you want to chase Montreal as a minus 150 favorite?
I hate talking about Montreal, and I want you to save this tape for AJ. I've had a hard time watching this series, guys. The Canadians are looking like the team that started the season at 7-2-1, rather than the one that limped to the 4th place finish in the North Division. They're rolling 4 lines with no significant difference in playing time among their forwards units, leaning on 4 veteran D, and of course, Carey Price continues to be lights out. Against all that, the Jets have no chance. Their spirit is broken, and the Habs will complete the sweep tonight. Let's move on to the next question.
That sounds good. Paul, I'll let you lead it off then. What's a player prop tonight you like, either game?
You would ordinarily look no further than the Bees top line, guys. They're, in fact, the top 3 picks to score a goal tonight. That's no surprise, but I think we all know that they have a better than average second scoring line that's emerged ever since Taylor Hall showed up on David Krejci's wing after the trade deadline. I saw a stat that revealed a 15-0 shot advantage while Hall was on the ice in Game 3. He's actually the 4th bet on the top picks among the prop guys to score goals tonight. And that's ahead of the first Islander player, Anthony Beauvillier, for tonight's game. I expect a big game from that Bees second unit is what I'm saying. And Hall will be the guy that scores the goal, paying off at plus 200.
Jeff, you like a player prop in that game, or are you going to the other one?
No, I'm going to go to the Islanders game. Matthew Barzal over 2.5 shots on goal, plus 105 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. He's hit this over in 4 of his last 5 starts. He's averaging 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. And I expect you'll see his minutes probably get bumped up just a touch here. Again, I'm expecting a little bit more scoring. I think you could get a bit of a wild and crazy Game 5 here with everything on the line. And I like the way Barzal has played. He's obviously picked up the pace. So give me the over on his shots on goal total.
How about you, AJ?
I'll look to the other game, and honestly, I wish you could get Joel Armia specifically to score a shorthanded goal. because after last night's game, it could certainly happen again. He's got 8 in his career between the regular and postseason. In lieu of that, I'll take him as an anytime goal scorer in this one at plus 265. That fourth line of Armia, Stahl, and Perry has combined for 8 goals in the playoffs here. You could hedge a little and take, 2 of these guys maybe and still come out in the black here. Perry comes in at plus 250, Stahl at plus 340. So you could take any 2 of those and still get your money back if only one of them scores.
Well, Jeff, for DFS purposes, I know people at home, you can play these games in the showdown format. If you had to pick your favorite captain, who would it be?
I'm gonna go a little bit different. I think you're gonna get a lower scoring game in the Winnipeg Montreal series. You could definitely go Carey Price, but what about Shea Weber? I mean, Jeff Petrie a little bit banged up, actually questionable for this game. Something to keep an eye on. I think Weber's going to play a ton. He's been playing a ton already, over 25 minutes. But if you get a lower scoring contest, Weber finds a score sheet as well. He could just pile up the block shots or shots on goal in a game like that. So, again, it's a little bit of a contrarian move. Carey Price probably a little safer, but Weber definitely going to see a ton of ice today for Montreal.
All right, AJ, how about you?
Well, I'll follow up what Jeff said. Petrie out already. You got to check rotowire.com. I'll give a plug for our guys over there doing all the hard work. We've got him ruled out for you. I'm absolutely going to pay up that big price tag to captain Carey Price tonight. Leads the NHL right now with a .938 save percentage in the postseason, including that Game 2 shutout. He's been absolutely unbeatable in this series. There's no offense from Winnipeg right now. And no question, if you're playing Classic, he's my goalie tonight.
All right, Paul, bring us home your favorite DFS captain play of the night.
I've been white hot with this question. It's now 6 games in a row where my guy has paid off. You should know that I picked Marchessault on Friday. We didn't get to that question then. And again, I had him on Saturday. You know how he did. 4 goals over the 2 games. Tonight, I go back to the crease and make Tuukka Rask my captain pick. I expect a low goal total on the Islanders side of the ledger in this game, and it'll be mostly about a Boston run.
All right, guys, nice work. We got some NFL futures to get to after this with Mr. Ulrich, including how the addition of Julio Jones is shaking up the AFC title odds after this final break. All right, everyone, it's time to look into the future. Get your crystal balls ready. Seeing the future. Looking at some team future bets on the DK Sportsbook. Jeff Ulrich is the man in charge here, the man who will be answering these questions. Before we do that, though, Tennessee Titans acquiring Julio Jones. Let's start with your take on how this move impacts Julio's DFS value. Like, is it better or worse with the Titans? He said he wanted a quarterback with a big cannon for an arm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where Ryan Tannehill's arm would rate in the NFL. Maybe average, maybe above average. I don't know, but he has looked pretty good. Obviously, working in like a play action scheme with Derrick Henry and AJ Brown. The problem for Julio Jones here is pretty simple. AJ Brown, even last year, when he only played 14 games, but he kind of topped out around 120. He was on pace for about 125 targets. Now you're adding another top wide receiver to that offense. This is the Tennessee team who ranked top 3 in rush attempts per game. We're used to seeing Julio Jones in Atlanta. You just go back to his last couple seasons, around 150, 170 targets per season. I'm sorry, but it's not going to be there for Julio Jones this year. You're also working alongside a wide receiver in AJ Brown, who, averaging over 15 yards per reception, has proven that he can take on other teams' wide receiver ones. I think you really have to bump down Julio Jones in expectations this year. And unfortunately, you have to bump down AJ Brown now as well, because we can't pencil him in for 150 targets. You're probably going to just hope that he gets 120, 130 targets again, and then just takes over with that massive yards per reception again. So both these guys are players I would really just wait on, look for their valuations to drop. They're still great. They're great after the catch efficient players, but right now where they are in just terms of ADP, they're probably overvalued.
All right, now let's look into these sportsbook futures here. Titans, the co-favorites to win the AFC South at plus 110 with the Colts. Does this move win them a division title?
Yeah, I think I don't know how much value you actually put just in the win-loss total on the acquisition of Julio Jones, but there's been other acquisitions made by the Titans. They've really shored up their defense. Let's not forget, Emerson, this is a team in the Titans that won a bunch of games last year with one of the worst defenses in the league. This team averaged more points per game than the Kansas City Chiefs last year. Like, they already have a great offense. Derrick Henry, A.J. Brown. You really don't need much more than that. And you've got a mobile quarterback who really works in this scheme well. Now you add Julio Jones. I think the Titans are definitely the team to go on here. I give them the advantage in pretty much every area on offense over the Indianapolis Colts, who are going to be rolling with a damaged Carson Wentz, who took a bunch of sacks last year. I really like the Titans here if they're going to be even money or just even slightly bigger favorites than the Colts right now. Do they have to improve their defense? Yes. But Janoris Jenkins, Bud Dupree, some draft picks, they did address that issue. If they can just be a little bit better in that area, their offense is going to absolutely fly. I'll take them here over the Colts 100%.
Yeah, they went from plus 130 to plus 110 there. One future on the DK Sportsbook is looking for the team that will have the most regular season wins in 2021. The Chiefs are the favorite at plus 400. Is there another team that could, bring a little value with this pick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't want to make this the Titans segment, but like you look at Tennessee at plus 2,500. I mentioned this is a team who won over 10 games last year with one of the worst defenses in the league. A little bit of improvement there, plus the fact they play in one of the weaker divisions with, I don't want to say layups, but easy games against Houston and Jacksonville. That's 4 games on the slate. What if Carson Wentz goes down a little bit or just is ineffective? They could be in a really weak division. They all of a sudden have a superstar offense. I think plus 2,500 for the Titans is very tempting on this. Another team that I'm surprised in the odds, LA Rams plus 1,400. Actually, higher odds than the San Francisco 49ers, which, again, a little surprising just considering the record that Kyle Shanahan has produced in 3 of the 4 seasons there. I think you're getting good value on the Rams, but honestly, I really like the Titans in this bet. They have a weak division. They could really just dominate there, especially one small injury to Carson Wentz or something happens on that Colts side, and all of a sudden the Titans could be, romping to 13 or 14 wins easily.
All right, man, we got a little less than 90 seconds, so just quick on this one. You can also pick which team will have the fewest wins of the regular season. Favorite in that category is Houston at plus 225. Anyone else that could actually lead the league in most losses here?
I definitely think that you have to give the Detroit Lions like a huge look here. I want to make some kind of Jets joke just, for Kenny Ducey's sake, but they do have a pretty weak schedule. The Lions, when you look at their schedule, it's actually pretty brutal. They've drawn some really tough teams. Let's assume Aaron Rodgers stays in Green Bay. I mean, I don't see them being a favorite against any of the teams in their division, even in the home matchups. I think I would actually prefer the Lions here over the Texans. At the very least, the Texans signed a lot of veteran players. They're going to have the depth. I don't like anything that Detroit did this year. I think it's going to be a lost year for them. I'd much rather take them at plus 400 on that prop.
All right, my man. I'll see you today, 3 o'clock for some Get the Green. It's an all-star edition. We'll look back on the week that was, and we'll look ahead. But first, Madden slate. 6-game Madden slate will kick off coming up next. It starts with a 3-headed monster of Kaufman, Christian, and Terrell for Colts at the Ravens. Get your lineups filled out right now. You got about 4 minutes to go. Much love, people. Thanks for watching The Sweat. We'll see you tomorrow.
What's up, Dream Streamers? Welcome on in. The sweat is behind us. It's Monday. That means we have a half dozen Madden simulations to look forward to today. And I'm surrounded by, I'm choked up and I'm surrounded by a lot of hair, really, is what it is. You got Christian DeAndrea, who looks a little bit lighter, actually. It looks like, I don't know, maybe it's just higher than it usually is, but it looks a little shorter. Looks a little shorter. And TL, Tara Lynn Asap. What's going on, crew?
What's up, everybody? It's Monday.
Have you gotten a cut there, Christian?
Yeah, no, absolutely not. If I'm getting a cut, this whole thing is going on. This is terrible. Okay. I hate having long hair in the summer, but I got to get a little longer before I can cut it. Also, I'm a lazy man, and cutting it is an effort, a thing that needs to happen. So I just want to say that Tara Lynn and I are both putting you on blast with a tremendous wavy hair game today. And
you are.
I mean, you're also here.
I'm not representing.
It's sad. It's sad.
It is. It is. I apologize to the people.
Thank you.
The guru says it's a nice wavy start.
Yeah, see?
Lucky which one of y'all can do a better hair flip? That's a good question. Which one of the two of you can do a better flip?
Definitely me.
Well, let's see, because I just got a load of Christians here.
Well, I do this.
Okay.
And then we're like, right. Yes, we're ready for the dream stream.
That's going to be hard to compete with, Christian.
I mean, I can't. Tara Lynn is making love with the camera right now, and I'm just kind of grimacing at it. It's
my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, can't do it. Can't make it happen. I admit defeat on this one, sadly.
Robert, appreciate you. Thank you all for being here with us. Weekend's behind us. I'm sure there's much to catch up on with these guys. Figure out what they did. I mean, Christian's life is something of a mystery. I never know what he's up to when I don't see him. Christian, you're going to have to fill us in. Tara Lynn, it's just out there gramming it up. I can see.
I always gram it.
I see her little thing on the IG that I'm not missing anything with TL.
Is there another Sunday fun day? Is that what, do we miss out on maybe some Sunday beverages? A nice brunch, perhaps, some mimosas?
Were you at a wedding over the weekend?
Yeah, people thought it was a wedding. No, it was a bridal shower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very
bridal showers, let me be honest, they stink. I don't like sitting there and watching other people open up their presents for 3 hours.
Yeah, that's weird.
It just, I'm like, let's add some life. Let's add some pizzazz to this. Like, open up the present and be like, this stinks. Who got me this? Like, everything's like, ooh, ah. And I was kind of falling asleep like this. But she got great gifts, so I was impressed. I got her a Roomba, and I think I got the best gift.
That's an expensive gift. This must be something you really like. Or you must be getting that Emerson Lafayette DraftKings money.
Nope, she's my best friend from college, and I'm in the wedding.
Ah, okay. Still, that's a big deal. It's like, do you have to get a wedding gift on top of that after the bridal shower, too?
All the bridesmaids are doing a combined wedding gift, which I'm very happy about. Yeah. Okay. So I don't exactly know what we're getting her yet. Her sister, who is the maid of honor, is pregnant, so she kind of is putting the wedding off to the side. So like I said last time, I guess I'm the maid of honor and no one told me.
You're sort of de facto maid of honor.
When do you take the bachelorette party down to Nashville?
I wish. We're going to the Cape.
Oh, okay.
Cape's not my favorite either.
Cape would be great. You'll be
hot take. I hate the Cape.
Well, you're just not going to go to a club. Can we get back to this?
It's not going to go to a club.
This whole
that attitude.
Well, not on the Cape. There's like one, and it's not even a club. It's just a nicer bar. So like at a whole bridal shower, the nicest gift was a Roomba.
Roomba's great. What is this Roomba?
I guess I'm throwing Roomba shade now. I'm not throwing shade at the Roomba. I just can't believe that was the nicest gift at an entire bridal shower.
No, there were other great gifts. I'm just saying because I bought it.
I see.
Okay. So
but her husband.
It was the best gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, her fiance was even like, "Oh, wow, tea with the Roomba." Like he was excited.
I mean, he looks at it and sees one less thing he has to do.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he had no dog in that fight. He gets the crumbs of whatever she doesn't really want or use. So, I mean, that was something he sees and is like, perfect. That is one less headache in my life.
We really, like, in one fell swoop, as we have Baltimore and Indianapolis, in case anybody cares. In one fell swoop, and we really dove deep into TL's psyche, you know, of her hatred of this bridal shower. I mean, she had a terrible time because someone else was getting presents for 3 hours. She was bored and had to watch. She wasn't the one getting married. There were a lot like you.
Oh my! Hey, that last comment, you little devil. No. Also, we were outside. It was 90 degrees outside, and we were outside in a tent with no ventilation.
There was no AC in that tent, no fans or anything.
No, it was the Sahara. So this was me on my chair. I was like, somebody, waitress, help! I need water.
Water.
Fun fact, TL traveled over the weekend to go to the desert for a bridal shower.
Yeah, I went to the Sahara, everyone. I'm back.
You survived. We're proud.
All right, we're going to move on from my problems, Problem Kid Gaming, even though problem is in your name there. We don't want to hear your problems, ladies. Please do the play-by-play. All right, we'll give it to you.
Did you do a lineup?
Yep.
What's it sound like? This is the first time that I've worked with you where you've had a lineup. I'm very excited.
It honestly sounds like crap because I did it really quickly.
That happens.
So, you know, here we are. I got T.Y. Hilton, Colts D, Brissett, Hines, Jackson, and Mack.
So this is your backup QB gimmick again.
Yeah.
Brissett. How do you even ask to be taken seriously?
I'm not asking to be taken seriously. That's the thing here. I'm just doing it out of pettiness. It's a Monday. Let's start the week off strong. Be extra petty.
Let's start the week off petty. What about you, Christian? What's your lineup look like?
Well, yeah, I don't have Tara Lynn's "I Hate You" cough energy in my lineup, but I appreciate her
seriously.
Abundance of spite. I mean, honestly, it's something I aspire to.
Thank you.
No, I captained Lamar like a basic child, and then Paris Campbell, Hollywood Brown, Mark Andrews, who just got outplayed by Nick Boyle earlier on this drive, Marlon Mack, and Willie Snead. I don't have any confidence in my lineup whatsoever. I expect nothing but bad things, but it was like I had to make it on the fly. Last night's Vandy NCAA tournament game, end of the regionals, 5-hour baseball game. Just a nightmare of a game. Crazy. 14-11. Outscored more than half of the Vandy Georgia Tech football games that have ever been played.
So I like your lineup better than mine. I just don't like my lineup at all. Here's what I've got. Naheem Hines is my captain. I also have Lamar Jackson because, I mean, the guy is probably damn near 100% on. We'll have to look it up. I'm sure he's very, very popular. Trey Burton, Paris Campbell, Willie Snead, Justin Tucker. A kicker, folks.
Okay.
So that's what we got going on. The, 152 entries for the Nooner, the three-person booth comeback. That's true. Anytime we get to, the three-person booth only happens when TL slides in and joins us. So we like to have that. I think it's happening again tomorrow. Lamar 5 out of 6 for 38. 1st and 10 is
for the Colts.
Coming on the way for the Colts here after, just it didn't work out. Turnover on downs for Baltimore.
You have Lamar and you're throwing on 4th and 1. Wild against this defense.
So Lamar is, I'm not sure I've ever seen this.
Let's hear it.
97.4% owned in our small contest.
Yeah, that sounds right.
56% the captain spot. I've seen him flirting with that area before, but 97% owned. Oh, love it. Oh, you guys. And I'm right there with you. All of us. Just terrific. Hit that like. Thanks for being with us. Wherever you're watching. YouTube, Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Game Center, DK Playbook, DK Nation, all that good stuff. Emerson's forehead says, and this one couldn't come from Emerson. It says, just a little public service announcement. Don't use a Roomba when you're potty training your dog. No bueno. I can see how that would be a problem. We got Christian DeAndrea, Terrell Asak, Adam Kaufman, the Drew stack right back at it after working the final few last night. I think they just hung out in the virtual dream stream all night long in the Zoom. Kyle and Ops. Kyle, my condolences for your Wizards, my man. I don't know if I've talked to you since. Sorry. Drew says, yes, we did. We had a Zoom sleepover.
Oh, love that.
PL, by the way, that is definitely your Slack that is making the little noise.
Oh, yep, it is. Sorry. Should know that as a producer, just shut it off. Do not disturb.
Just wanted you to know. Drew says virtual backgrounds. We were also in the Sahara. You see that? World travelers all around.
I love it. So, did you watch the Logan Paul versus Mayweather fight last night?
I wasn't going to pay for that nonsense. I followed it on on social media, and I mean, there were just. Was anyone surprised by anything? Like, it went the distance because, of course, it did. Neither guy looked like they were. You look at them, and I saw some of the video highlights on social media and all that stuff. But you look at them on just some pictures or even video for that matter. You look at them after the fact. Neither one, like, they're not even bleeding. They're just smiling. They look like they'd barely been touched. Like, wow, that was an intense half hour, guys. I mean, even Mayweather came out after the fact and said, yeah, I didn't take that seriously at all.
I saw that clip.
Have you guys seen my wallet? Because I'm loaded. And I'm
there's no one in the actual boxing world who's going to sell fights with that'll make that much money and have that little effort. Like, his effort to cash ratio is admirable. That's the only good thing about Floyd Mayweather.
It was unbelievable. There's a video going around. It's again, I didn't watch the fight, but you had Logan's brother Jake, another YouTuber / professional boxer, and Jake Paul, tweeting out like 50-1, my brother beat Floyd Mayweather and all that stuff. So somebody responds to that tweet with a video that is just all over the place of Floyd seemingly knocking out Logan and catching him and holding him up basically until the end of the round just to get him in the corner. It was like he would have gone face first, flat on the mat, done, fight over. But cash grab, not going to let that happen. We're just going to clutch. We're going to hug for a little bit, dance around until that bell. It's just, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a big boxing fan or boxing purist or any of that. But I definitely have respect for the game, and there was no, like, you can't possibly have any respect for what happened last night. It's an embarrassment to the sport.
It's just an ongoing, it's a money-making machine for Floyd. And after the McGregor fight, it's like, okay, he's taking this just seriously enough not to embarrass himself. This is not a guy at the peak of his potential anymore. He knows what he's doing. And if you paid for it, I mean, hopefully you got your money for it. But, I mean, you knew going into it that you're probably wasting $50 if you bought that pay-per-view. If you were illegally streaming it, totally different scenario, a little bit more reasonable. But there was great sports on last night. You had Yankees, Red Sox. You had USA, Mexico soccer. You had all sorts of college baseball. Yeah, there was playoff basketball, playoff hockey. Like, a Floyd Weather YouTuber fight should be like down here on the pecking order, but apparently, according to Twitter, it was way up here for a lot of people. And why? Why would you do that to yourself? Have better taste.
But because Logan Paul, it's all about social media. That's what it is.
Yep.
Terrible. That's what it's all about. People, social media drives interest, ratings, whatever. Is where Trey Burton just shy of the end zone. 4 out of 458 for Rivers, 2-yard line, first and goal on the way here for Indianapolis, looking for the first points of this one early second quarter against CDA, TL, AK. What's up? It's bad. I mean, why? Just like Floyd, have a little respect for yourself, at least to the point where if you're going to go the distance just to maximize the cash grab and all that stuff and make people, pretend it was worthwhile, why don't you get to round 8 and then knock him on his butt?
Yeah. Right, that's how I feel.
Why do you have to finish in a draw? Why not at least?
Why didn't he just knock him right out?
Thanks. Just for your personal pride, you finished in a draw with, and I know it was an exhibition, doesn't go against your record and all that, but really, Like, again, personal pride comes into play. I would think.
Yeah, no, he's just a disaster of a human being. A great boxer, but that's about the only good thing you can say about him. You know what? If you haven't figured it out by now, he's just going to keep milking it. He's going to keep doing these exhibitions against nobodies and people with name recognition, not a whole lot of boxing skills. And we're going to keep paying for him because we're collectively very bored as a society and just looking for things to dunk on Twitter.
And like we say, I mean, there's a difference between being cocky and confident. And we were just talking about this the other day. I don't know if I was with you two, but saying like the Celtics need to have that more grit and that cockiness and that snarl on the court. The Paul brothers have always had it, but now that they're fighting in all their social media appearances and what they're saying on Twitter and the comments, and even this excerpt yesterday after Logan Paul was done with his fight, he was like, I'm sure people are chirping me on Twitter. I can't wait to make the next guy bleeping embarrassed.
Ugh.
It's going to happen. And that it puts a bad taste in my mouth. I think they've put it too far where I don't really understand the fandom for the Paul brothers at this point.
I'll give them credit for this, though, and you can relate to this, TL, in that you were just there.
Yep.
Those two guys being in their mid-20s, they've got that serious Jersey Shore energy about them.
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
You know,
100%.
like they've got that real Jersey Shore. Like I was with Lamarca last night, and he was, you know, he brought it up. He was asking me about the fight. He's like, yeah, I was just making conversation. He's like, what do you think? Yet, I'm so happily out of the loop that I had no idea, even while I was talking to Lamarca. I don't know how we had this conversation and this didn't even come up. I had no idea until after that broadcast when I'm just on social media, I'm just on Twitter. I didn't even know the fight was happening last night. I had no clue.
Why did they put it on Sunday night and not even like a holiday Sunday night? Like last Sunday, it says like, and bizarre.
Problem Kid Gaming, you don't know nothing about fighting, LOL. Neither did the guys participating last night. Within the fight anyway, and I'm not saying Floyd Mayweather knows nothing about fighting, you get my point. That was not a fight. Like, what that was last night was not a fight. That was a fight in as much as, like, you know, Glash and I are Dreamstream rivals. It was a game.
It was clickbait.
It was a gimmick.
Clickbait. I like that. That is absolutely correct. That's exactly
100%.
Yeah.
Khaled Mayweather held him up. He did. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that video is unbelievable. Rossi's Fat Cat, where was it in the chat? I gotta scroll back. I saw it. Rossi's Fat Cat said, sold my soul to cough for Garfield Collector's DVD and a plate of tuna, no regrets. Rossi's Fat Cat, I got something to show you at halftime. Don't let me forget. 1st and 10, 3-0, by the way. I don't understand. I mean, I understand because we watched it. I just don't understand in the greater sense how it was the Colts didn't score from 1st and goal from the 2 and had to settle for 3 right there. Nevertheless, that's where we are. 5.5 to go, opening half. Baltimore with the ball.
Yeah, 2 long drives, 0 touchdowns. The Ravens turning it over on downs with their opening drive. The Colts getting to the 1, then doing a very Phillip Rivers thing and taking like an 11-yard sack before
Lamar.
Wow, nice run there. At the very least, we should get this game tied back up well into Justin Tucker field goal range here.
Problem Kid Gaming, I honestly feel that all DK employees hosting Sim should be more like Koff, Sim legend. True words have never been spoken, TL.
Ugh, God.
Perfect response.
Making me sick on a Monday. Great.
But he, you know, like he's coming right back though and says Koff's never been to fight his life besides his bullying his little relatives. Well, which is it, Problem Kid Gaming? Which is it? Mark Andrews, touchdown.
Andrews does that a lot in real life. Just a massive target, about 6'6", decent straight line speed, and has been Lamar Jackson's Huckleberry the past 2 years. Looking forward to maybe a bounce back season for him because he obviously did not have a great fantasy year last year, but a stacked up receiving core should take some of the pressure off his shoulders. They got Sammy Watkins. They have my guy, Rashad Bateman. And I think it's going to be a solid comeback year for Mandrews, who has the touchdown to end this drive.
So 7-3, halfway through this second quarter. Again, Kyle and Ops doing the manual scoring. Thanks to him. Drew Stack, producer and TD. Two different people. They just share a name. CDA, TL, Adam, hi. So explosive shot. Julio Jones traded to the Titans, and you guys are talking about a BS boxing exhibition. In fairness, truly, we talked about Julio Jones all day yesterday for 6 Sims, for the most part. I mean, I talked about him because I was on when the news broke, and I talked about him for a full hour with Rossi. That being said, the two of you, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Julio Jones, a Tennessee Titan now. The Patriots, who were reportedly in the mix. I bring that up not even with my personal bias. Everybody was talking about the possibility of Julio going to New England. There was a report this morning saying that apparently they just weren't interested in the contract and never really even inquired. They had no interest in paying Julio Jones what he is due over the next 3 years for a 32-year-old coming off an injury. So goes to Tennessee. A.J. Brown gets his man, and certainly that Titans team had been a little thin at receiver outside of Brown, so it helps adding a guy like Julio Jones, especially if he is durable and available. Christian, why don't we start with you? What'd you think?
I mean, a rough day for all the Twitter, quote, insiders who posted, source, Julio to the Patriots is a done deal. That went on for like a week. Different randos popped out of nowhere with these unassailable sources like, it's going to get done. Patriots are going to send back X, Y, and Z. No, you guys made a whole bunch of stuff up to chase clout, and you were incredibly wrong. Actually, this is the subject of today's post route, which will be going out after this sim. I got to reread it. I did a lot during sleep-deprived baseball game last night, so I got to make sure, check it for typos, break it down. I love the move for the Titans. I hate it for the Falcons. They bungled their cap so badly, they had to trade away quite possibly the greatest player in franchise history for a pittance, a second-round pick and a day 3 swap. Terrible value from them. I think Julio can still get it done. I really like the way he fits with A.J. Brown. And with A.J. Brown, Julio Jones, your immediate instinct as a defense is go, okay, we're going to put 2 high safeties to cover the field and make sure these guys don't torch us, because Julio can still go deep even though he's old. He's still fast enough. He can still get open 20-plus yards downfield. A.J. Brown, same thing, fast as hell, great yard after catch kind of guy. We're just going to put a couple safeties back here and limit them that way. No, wrong. You can't do that because Derrick Henry is in the backfield and he is just a machine. So if you don't get the box at least moderately stacked with 7 guys, you need an extra linebacker on the field. You can't go dime or nickel packages or else you're going to get burned in the run game. It's a great way to break in a new offensive coordinator, Todd Downing, taking over for Arthur Smith, coincidentally the Falcons head coach. Now he's gone from having one of the weaker wideout cores in the league, receiving cores in the league, to having one of the better ones just because Jones is that transformative. Love the fit. Love the Titans' new grip on the AFC South. I think this is a great sign for their division championship hopes. I'm really looking forward to watching because it's going to be a very fun offense and should be, I don't want to say a fantasy juggernaut, but should be able to put up a lot of points every week.
What about you, TL? What you think?
I've been waiting for this news ever since the Shannon Sharp call, and we were even talking about it last week, me and Jeff. We were like, we keep refreshing our Twitter feeds just to be like, oh, we don't want to be the last people to know. So when I saw this news yesterday, I was pumped, and I was also dying at the bridal shower, so it was exciting news. Yeah, a little bummed that he's not with the Patriots, and I mean, people were extremely vocal about it, like Christian was just saying. I mean, everybody's like, insider info.
It's going to happen.
Julio's going to the Pats, so everybody shut up about your team. And I kind of liked it for those weirdos that keep being like, we got the insider. Who is your insider info? Because clearly they were wrong. But this team was a good team, but now I feel like getting Julio, now it's obviously elevated. I think now they can be Super Bowl contenders, and it's already making the offense more exciting.
Here's my question. Can they? can the Titans truly be Super Bowl contenders? And I don't say that dismissing Julio Jones. I say it because Corey Davis is gone. Okay, so you lose a 1,000-yard receiver in Corey Davis, basically 1,000 yards. Jonnu Smith is gone, as we know, new Patriot. Adam Humphries is gone. So you have A.J. Brown, you have Julio Jones. They picked up Josh Reynolds, good addition. Top heavy at the receiver position. Obviously, Julio is, I'm not going to call him injury prone, but he was hurt last year and he is 32. Elite production when he was available, had almost 800 yards in 9 games. But obviously, we don't know come this season what he's going to be. He's a wild card. The tight end position, barring some surprise, is a joke. It's Ferkser, it's Swaim. That's what you've got. You lose Jonnu Smith, you go down to that. The running back position.
How dare you impugn the name of the Berserker?
I know, and I did. And at running back, obviously Derrick Henry is Derrick Henry, and if they want to run him into the ground, I have speculated here on the Dream Stream that maybe they won't this year. I don't think they will, but let's just say they do. Let's say they do what they've done the last couple of years. You can continue to run him into the ground. You still only, and Ryan Tannehill's Ryan Tannehill. Are we expecting Julio to I just don't see the Titans all of a sudden elevating themselves into Super Bowl contender status unless Julio has like 1,500 yards this year and A.J. Brown does A.J. Brown things and Derrick Henry does Derrick Henry things. There are a lot of question marks for me still with this team.
Yeah, honestly, the bigger issue here is what's going to happen to that defense. And all offseason, as we get a touchdown pass, Paris Campbell in the back of the end zone, or Zach Pascal could not see.
Zach Pascal,
it is. So the Colts back in front in this one, 52 seconds to go. Baltimore going to get a chance here with all 3 timeouts remaining before halftime. I think, and the Titans clearly felt this way too. They lost those playmakers on offense. What they do on defense, in the offseason, they addressed the defense instead. This is a defense that ranked 30th according to Football Outsiders. They go out, they bring in Bud Dupree for one of the richest contracts of the offseason. This guy coming off an injury, a little bit risky, but he can probably still make an impact. Danico Autry from this Colts team can still be a guy. Janoris Jenkins, Kevin Johnson, a bunch of guys who can play defense and help boost that side of the ball. They did the same thing at the draft. Who do they go out and they draft? The first round pick goes to a cornerback, Caleb Farley. They pick up a cornerback in the 3rd round, a linebacker. So they really did focus on punching up that defense, which is exactly what they need to do. The offense was a concern because it did fall apart in the postseason, didn't really score too many points. I think they'll be fine offensively. I think this is a team that can get hot, get streaky, win some games, but they really do need to answer a lot of questions about that defense, about that pass rush, and about that front 7 in particular.
Yeah, they have to obviously go through that and figure out how they're going to manage the defense. But I think, I don't think you can just, they got Julio, no big deal. They're definitely not going to be contenders. I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough. They got the Bills, they got KC, Baltimore. So obviously that is a thought in everybody's mind. But I feel like what just Christian said, right? Let's figure out the defense, get some creative options there. They have Julio. I don't think we should count them out just yet.
I'm not counting him out, and I'm not counting him out. I'm not saying no big deal. I think any team would be thrilled, obviously, to get Julio Jones. I don't think it's a no big deal situation. I'm saying there were a lot of losses there for that team. You're not adding him on top of what you had last year, where all of a sudden you just have, like maybe this potential juggernaut of an offense, again, led by Ryan Tannehill, who I still don't hold in the highest esteem as a quarterback, but he generally doesn't make mistakes, so he's not going to hurt you. So that's a good thing. I just wonder, look, if Julio's going to be the Julio that we watched and loved so many years in Atlanta, then yeah, it's a different question. But how much of it does just sort of even out with the losses, statistically speaking? Not necessarily impact. He's a much more dynamic player than any of the ones they lost. But statistically speaking, how much doesn't even out? Germ on Twitch says you can't double Julio. Brown put up. You can't double Julio and Brown and put up 7 in the box. So they're going to eat as long as Tannehill is how he's been lately and not Miami Tannehill. They'll go far.
Exactly. I think the one difference there is that if you look at the raw stats, you can see some similarities between Tannehill and Matt Ryan. You look at those guys and you're like, okay, they kind of have similar aging veteran profiles, and Tannehill and Ryan averaged similar passing distance. But then you look a little bit deeper, and obviously Matt Ryan, a lot more of a deep ball thrower than Ryan Tannehill was. Mm-hmm. So is Julio being there going to unlock another dimension to the Titans passing game, or is it going to continue to be this mid-range game that really feeds on Tannehill's accuracy and his ability to be a very efficient passer, but not necessarily a very explosive one? So it's going to be really interesting to see what the impact Jones has on that passing offense. And this is one of the things, again, going up after this sim on today's post route, examining the impact Julio will have on the Titans offense. But needless to say, if you are an A.J. Brown dynasty owner, you might be kind of bummed right now. You might be going, oh, man, A.J. Brown was going to get 200 targets next season. Now Julio's going to come and eat into that target share. He is, but the quality of his targets are going to go way up. We saw that last season with Calvin Ridley. Ridley got a lot more passes thrown his way when Julio was out, but when Julio was in the lineup, his yards per target went up, his yards per catch went up, his catch rate went up. So this is great news for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is going to be open a lot more often, double covered a whole lot less. Again, like Jerm said, like we said earlier, it's a pick your poison kind of offense. Do you want your linebackers to have to try and arm tackle Derrick Henry? Do you want to try and single coverage Julio Jones even at 32 years old? There's a lot going on there. We're going to get a 48-yard field goal attempt from Justin Tucker at home. Got to feel like it's pretty much a 99%er for him. It's up and it's good.
There you go, Tuck. Needed that for my lineup, which is dismal, by the way. We can tell you where we're standing come halftime and stat updates, all that good stuff. 10-10 game. Seconds away from the break to go over some numbers for you. And we can look at the other side of that trade for Atlanta, too, because I have some questions about that. And Lindenbaum says, we'll obviously see, but I think Julio more than offsets the loss of Davis. If he's healthy, absolutely. I don't see how, and I would say this if he were a Patriot, for anyone that thinks there's a double standard here. I don't see how you can go into the season expecting Julio to be Julio. Hoping for sure, and hopefully he will be. Hopefully the hamstring that limited him to just 9 games was a one-off, an anomaly of a year, and at 32 he's going to be the Julio of old and terrific. Like I want that too. I like watching fun players. Julio Jones is a fun player. I want him to be healthy. I don't see how you can go into the year expecting that he's going to be the Julio of old. That's different.
I think you can expect he's going to be the Julio of 2020, though. And that was a guy who was versatile. He changed his route tree up. He wasn't the burner deep threat of the past, and he was the most efficient player he'd ever been in his career. If you look at yards per target, catch rate, he caught 3/4 of the balls thrown his way. Now, granted, his depth of target has gone down each of the last 4 years, so he maybe is losing that step. This is also a guy who is a monster, just a physical specimen, 6'3", like 230. You got him, you got A.J. Brown, you have Derrick Henry. You have 3 guys that are extremely difficult to tackle in the first place. So even if any of those guys loses a step, they are big enough to make up for it. So I think Julio Jones can go out there, be a 1,000-yard, 1,200-yard receiver right away for the Titans. I think the only concern right now is that, okay, well, what happened to A.J. Green? A.J. Green had a lower leg injury, missed some time, came back, and wasn't the same guy working with a new quarterback. And Green and Jones were 2 guys we put in lockstep with each other. Same draft class, both perennial Pro Bowlers. Green fell off hard. Is Julio going to do the same thing? Again, I don't think so, because I think Julio is better equipped to handle that loss of speed. But it's something you do need to worry about if you want to read more about it. Coming to your inbox.
I'm going to hold something, too. Rossi's Fat Cat says, halftime, where's my tuna cuff? Here you go, Rossi's Fat Cat. Huh?
Oh,
wow.
Rossi's Fat Cat. That's
Look at
right.
that.
Is that all season
and we're the friends, baby. That's right. Sure says he asked for tuna, not lasagna. Yeah, but he talks about Garfield all the time. He sold his soul to the Garfield devil or whatever it was. That, by the way, of all the incarnations of Garfield, and this is ageism right here. This is bias from my childhood.
Ageism, love it.
This is the best Garfield. Not this new Garfield you can find on TV today.
Agreed. Yeah.
or the movies. This is the Garfield.
Yeah.
It's not even
Right
close.
Where you have like, was it the Fractured Fairy Tales in the middle? Or was that Rocky and Bullwinkle?
That was Rocky.
How old am
Rocky
I?
Bullwinkle. These guys were I don't remember the names of the other crew that, the interlude, the and friends. I don't remember what the and friends were, what their names were. Doesn't say it on the case either.
Yeah, it was like a barnyard.
Yeah. The pig here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. You just showed us a picture. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, no, dude, that was like appointment viewing. Be on like 6:30 a.m. before school and be like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna watch this, maybe a little Animaniacs. I'm gonna trundle my way to Wyman Elementary School in Warren.
Animaniacs.
Yeah, zany to them. They were zany to the max. That was not false advertising.
There was nothing better as a kid, at least, like when we were growing up, before all the streaming everything, commercial free everything, like Saturday morning cartoons, USA, the Cartoon Express, Hanna-Barbera, all that's, I know everyone just thinks like it was the best when they went through it, and that's just a part of growing up. Like everyone believes their generation was the best. There were plenty of flaws to our generation growing up, but Saturday morning cartoons were elite.
Oh yeah. Dude, you'd get to school and there'd be a whole discussion about what happened on Gargoyles last weekend. It's like, what? David Keith, that silky Gargoyles. Oh, my God.
I have no idea what you old men are talking about.
There. Cool. Do you want to talk about Rocket Power and SpongeBob, Terrelyn?
Yeah, that's more me. Hey Arnold. What else?
Hey Darnold was around.
Rugrats, it's terrifying.
Real Monsters.
Yeah, Real Monsters. Rocco's Modern Life was absolutely
Rocco's Modern Life.
Perfect. That was a great.
Doug.
All right, see, so the Sim fam knows because there's all right. Sheldon was the little chicken. Sheldon was the egg.
That's right.
Roy was the rooster. Orson was the pig. So Sim fam knows Garfield and Friends much better than we do. Much better than the man holding the DVD in front of me at the very least.
I can't tell you the last time I watched it. Thank you, Jordan Warren. Just exceptional knowledge. I put it on for my kids once, and they were not into it.
Really?
Yeah, didn't. It was sad. You know what else I put on for them that I thought, this was back when Disney Plus launched. I thought they were going to be really into it because they just, I don't know, it was their area of interest. So I just thought it was going to resonate. Was you obviously remember the old X-Men cartoon that we grew up with?
Oh yeah.
Incredible.
With the A+ theme song. Nothing in this world gets me more hyped to do anything than like the X-Men theme song.
Iconic.
30 seconds of pure energy.
Yeah, it honestly sounded like somebody just banged on some random keys on a keyboard and like, yeah, that works. Yeah. But it's true. It sticks with you forever. And I thought my kids were going to be really into it. They were like, eh. And here's basically, I think, what I've come to. And I want to hear from the parents out there in the chat of young kids. Maybe you've observed the same thing, Christian, obviously. I wonder, do you think it's just the kids today don't have an appreciation or a tolerance or a patience for anything that is old school animated versus now like it's the Pixar effect? Everything is 3D, everything is, looks like it's just a totally different look, and they see a standard cartoon and it's this is stupid.
I mean, it could be. I think part of it too is that like that old X-Men series was like heavily serialized. Like you had to pay attention. You couldn't just drop in because they were like fighting against the Anti-Mutant League, and there were all these it was kind of heavy for a children's cartoon. Same thing with like Gargoyles. Like there was a lot of mythology that went into it, and you really had to pay attention. It wasn't digestible. You had to be in for like 21 minutes at a time. So I think it was different than like a Rugrats or any of the other cartoons where they would give you like two
you couldn't parachute into X-Men or the old Batman cartoon. That was true.
Yeah, that old Batman was awesome. With Mark Hamill as the Joker, perfect voice casting. I do think the old school graphics do have something to do with it. Like you see something like that now, it's immediately dated, which is why they felt like they had to update Rugrats and make them 3D and just plant them directly into my nightmares.
Can I stream Captain Planet anywhere?
What was Captain Planet?
What is Captain Planet?
What are you people talking?
He's a hero.
You guys have lost me completely.
He's going to take pollution down to zero.
I feel like I'm at the bridal shower.
Yeah. Falling asleep watching people talk cartoons for 3 hours.
All right, tell me about it. Well, who is it? Some crazy guy with a cape?
That just about describes everything.
Oh, okay.
True.
Yeah. Ted Turner made an environmental cartoon with environmental superheroes.
Ryan very much.
It was not good.
It was so these 5 kids, they had these magic rings. This is like there's no way to describe that show and not feel like there's a hallucinogen involved. But these 5 kids with magic rings, earth, wind, fire, water, and heart. When their powers combined, they formed Captain Planet, who was there to save the world, but he was environmentally conscious.
Oh, so he was responsible. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the villains were like big polluters,
polluters. Huge.
Yeah. They'd be trying to cut down the rainforest, and the Captain Planet would show up and just kick them all.
Yeah, saving the trees.
Yeah.
Jorge or George, I'm not sure which, says he had a hell of a mullet though. Sure did.
Yeah, that dude was party in the back, but all business up front.
You need to. I'm going to send you the Captain
I'm
Planet.
looking it up. Captain Planet and the Planeteers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's exactly as good as it sounds, Terrell.
Better.
Exactly.
No, it's better.
Captain Planet was very muscular.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jacked.
What's his quads? His quads were frightening.
Yeah.
Emerson was probably so jealous of Captain Planet growing up.
Captain Planet had a Peloton. People don't know this.
Wow, I've never heard of this in my life.
Every kid on Captain Planet and see every kid from Magic School Bus, they look the same. My kids do watch the Magic School Bus, so maybe I should pull back on the no tolerance for animated shows thing.
Really?
That's still, even though they're new episodes, that is still old school animated. True. A planeton, if you will.
Yes, indeed.
Sure, you should feel bad about that one.
Destiny theme song was a banger. It was. Captain Planet's theme song was legit. But it wasn't like the X-Men one didn't have any words. That was all a visual situation. Captain Planet had a full-on song.
That's true.
What about UTL? Growing up, and I know you talked about some of the shows, but what was a Saturday morning, Sunday morning for you? We got another nice long touchdown into the Mandrews' hands again. Second of the day. Mark Andrews, hope you rostered him, folks. When you woke up, you know, like any other kid, you crawl out of bed, your parents are still sleeping.
Nope. My mom made me get right up and go to dance class every Saturday morning.
How early?
I would have to be there at 9 a.m.
As a kid, you probably woke up before that, though. You probably weren't
I don't know. I do like to sleep.
I think you forget. Yeah, I mean, we all like to sleep, but I think you forget when you're like 6, 7, 8 years old. Like you're waking up at like 6, 6:30, 7.
Was I? How old am I?
How old are you now? That's free fair.
No, how old am I in this scenario?
You never ask a lady that question.
I'm telling you, I was in dance class though since the age of 3. So
okay.
I really don't remember getting up on a Saturday and watching cartoons. Like maybe like Sunday kind of. No, first of all, I'm an amazing dancer, okay?
Sure.
My mom had
no
me
question that,
in dance class every night, every Saturday.
What type of dance?
Every type of dance.
Jazz
Every
tap
type of
fusion.
dance?
Ballet, tap, jazz, modern, lyrical, hip hop. Like I was in dance class every night of the week, including Saturdays. And then in high school, I got into ballroom dancing, and then I competed, and then I stopped probably my sophomore year of college because I was like, I'm never going to make it on Dancing with the Stars. Maybe let's give up here. But yeah, like dance was my entire life.
You destroy at a wedding then.
Oh yeah. Like my future husband he needs to start stepping up now. Take dance classes.
He needs to step up now.
We're out there, listen. Yeah, so I remember watching like cartoons, I don't know, like after school and stuff like that, maybe. Not that I didn't watch cartoons. It's not like my house wasn't a TV house. It totally was. But yeah, I mean, I was more like SpongeBob, Rugrats. What else? Yeah, I already named them all.
This is a very important question from Tater Hater. Tara Lynn, have you ever had to serve someone?
Serve someone?
Yeah, like
in a dance off.
Yeah, like you got served.
Someone danced
Oh,
deep
like-
and dance back.
Like the hit movie You Got Served?
Yeah.
No.
That's correct.
No Tater
Like
Hater.
that film You Got Served.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
give
I
the
mean-
proper respect it deserves.
No
Yeah.
Rossi's Fat Cat, not
Like that
Coyote
cinematic
Ugly
creation.
style.
I mean, that could be a style too.
Totally, just not mine.
That's fair. I think one of the next fun little dream stream moments, like filled aside, post-produced, a la the field goal kickoff situation, we need to gather a few people, Glash, Emerson, whomever, I could do it, whatever. Like I think you need to conduct like a dream stream dance class.
Yes, that would be great. I want to know actually who was the better dancer this weekend. Was it Emerson or Reed? Did we ever find out?
I feel like if you're going on form, it was probably Reed. But if you're going on pure excitement and
Energy.
Energy. If it's more of a charisma thing, then Emerson probably won.
Next time on the Sweat, can you ask Jesse, please?
I bet Reed has better rhythm.
Yeah, exactly. Like Reed's probably more classically trained, while Emerson's like you let a gorilla loose in the middle of downtown, going wild. It doesn't know what to do, so it's just moving his
The
body.
gorilla loose.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what you get when you ask Emerson to dance at a wedding.
17-10 Baltimore. Final seconds, final play of this third quarter.
Carolyn, did you ever have a dance recital where you and a bunch of other girls had to dress up in hip hop costumes and dance to Boys to Men? Because I feel like that's a trope I've seen a lot on sitcoms.
No, I wish.
Yeah. Like you just showed up like with a sparkly jacket, some fingerless gloves, and a backwards biking cap, and you'd be like, "Yeah, one day these boys back in Philly, they wanted to sing." Yeah, is that?
Wow, that's
I'm
a
assuming
great
that happens all
idea.
the time. Yeah, that's like a rite of passage in the hip hop dance community. You got to go out there, dance to Motown Philly, and then you can level up to jazz, tap, ballet.
I can't believe you've never been to dance off.
No, what?
How could any self-respecting dancer not have taken part in a dance off?
Yeah, you think people are just intimidated by you? It could just be an intimidation thing. Like people don't want to be served, and they decide they're not going to step up to the plate. I get it.
Yeah, no one wanted to step up.
That's fair. Or step up to the streets.
Love it. I love it.
Hey,
Lamar
Lamar
70
Jackson.
on the ground, leading rusher by a mile. No one else even has 30 at this point.
Yeah, pretty low key sim. You need to have Zach Pascal, Mark Andrews in this one. Lamar Jackson, despite being 97% owned, I wouldn't say fadeable today, but like just kind of low key.
Sure.
Fine. Yeah, like 30 points in the cap spot, which is great, but like also below his season long average. So he's going to need to keep that pace up here in the fourth quarter just to get to his normal pace of play. Right now, Colts driving, but 3rd and long coming up. They can settle for a field goal here, but they don't want to, obviously. I want to give the ball back to the Ravens with a chance to ice the game with another long drive. We've seen a ton of those. That's about it.
Where are you guys in the standings right now? 77 for me.
Oof. 81st for me. For a while there, I was losing to Tara Lynn's backup quarterback brigade.
Yeah, TL, how's the percent play going?
I dropped to 149. I'm not happy about it.
Okay.
But I'm beating 3 people, so it's okay.
Producer Drew is 106.
Ooh, okay.
Which is, still considerably better than where you are. But all of us are in the bottom half of this thing. It's not great.
No. I'm gone fishing. I'm still on a box in this empty room. So no, I haven't gone too high class yet. I'm literally like positioning myself, leaning on the box so it doesn't break like last time.
You know what? They might just be impressed by your windows. Have they seen windows before? Because you have 2. A lot of people don't even have 1, Carolyn. So maybe you come down off that high horse for a minute.
True. I once lived in a basement with the smallest window ever, and it was the worst year of my life.
Was that in Wausau, Wisconsin?
No, it was in Southie.
Oh, okay. Oh, man.
Wausau, I had windows.
And Marlon Mack gets blown up again. A rough day to have him. Yeah, Southie basement apartment, that sounds like the beginning to a sad Hemingway story.
Yeah, I felt like I was always just kind of like the little witch that lived in the basement, like, please, can I see the light? I got even like a light on Amazon that's supposed to mimic the sun.
Yeah, I feel like at least 30% of the time that story ends with, and then the neighbors notice the strange smell and the cats had eaten most of the body.
No! Oh my goodness. I mean, thank God that did not happen. But yeah, I definitely took a year off of listening to my murder podcast that year.
I would find it difficult to enjoy one of those in the first place. Now, granted, I've never tried it, so maybe I'm wrong. I enjoy a good, good like murder mystery movie, which is effectively the same thing, obviously. But I don't know, a murder podcast or book on tape, that type of thing.
It's not your jam?
The same way for me.
Okay.
I watched this trailer last night. Did you guys see I hadn't even heard of this movie, but the new M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Oh yeah, where people get unexpectedly old, and it looks like late stage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just called
the trailer.
Old. And anyone who hasn't seen the trailer, check out this trailer. I found it to be so creepy. Like, it succeeding in every way that I imagine M. Night Shyamalan was going for. Because I was just uncomfortable watching the trailer, let alone the movie.
It's one of those where it was just like I'll watch it when it comes to streaming. I'll put it on in the background, but I'm not going to carve out time in my life to see that one live. I was like, all right, this is, ladies, I'm going to let everyone else review it too. Like, I normally wouldn't, but like with M. Night Shyamalan, it's like, okay, it's going to be pretty good or pretty bad. There's no room in between. They get the nice comeback with Split, and then everything got real M. Night Shyamalan-y again. I don't know. It looks...
Even the description is creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
goodness.
watch the trailer. It's something else. But if you're into that genre of movie, probably like it. Kyle, what's up, man?
We see you.
We always see Kyle.
We are caught up in ourselves, though. To be fair, we're all very great, so I mean, it's tough not to be impressed with ourselves, but I get it, man. Sorry that we have neglected you in the chat, over on YouTube, over on Twitch. Twitch has been a bit of a bloodbath over there. Not sure why, but I'm sure you guys are all on your best behavior. No matter where you're watching, we are happy to have you. We love having you here. Click follow, click like. Do whatever you guys want to do.
Emerson's forehead.
Murder. Yeah, I know. Emerson's forehead is so fresh to me.
Yeah. Now we know ITL's single.
So fresh.
How are those two things related? How do you make that jump?
The chat loves attacking me being single. Hey, guess what? I'm very happy, chat. So enough. Emerson's stupid forehead.
What? And you may have to curb what amount of this is appropriate. I have no idea. But what is the most awkward?
Drew?
What's the most awkward first date you've ever had?
Oh boy.
First date I've ever had.
Since you do openly talk about your relationship here on the Dream Stream, or like relationship status, I don't feel like that's a bizarre question.
I mean, my life is probably an open book. Yeah, I mean, I guess on the dating apps.
Drew says don't
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah,
Which
like
is fine. Don't answer.
we skip over it. It was no.
Yeah.
I just figured you'd have a funny story. That's all. I don't want you.
That one off the top of my head.
Drew goes, nope.
Ah,
Awkward question.
that's why I love producers.
Get out.
Get out now.
Escape. Get to the chopper. Oh boy. Kilgore says TLUBU.
Love that. I will be me. Obi-Wan, LOL, awkward. Yeah.
Oh, stop.
Ravens
I've had more
here.
awkward moments than that on the Dream Stream.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
pop. Yeah, I know. There's been way more.
He's on the
awkward
screen like every other day. So
Yeah, I literally fell into a box the other day.
I can't say I was around for that. How did you fall into a box?
Because I'm just sitting on a moving box
Yeah.
and I fell into it. Jeff watched the whole thing, and so did
Not to
Dick.
ask a silly question, but did you like tape it as it constructed, or were you just hoping it would balance really well?
No, it has handlebars, but like, see, like that's where I fell. Like I broke the box.
Oh, that kind of box,
Okay.
like a plastic bin.
Yeah,
I thought you meant a more
Oh
traditional.
wow! Hey,
box.
you really cracked that thing right up.
I know. So maybe I need to stop
nice
ordering
boxes, too.
pizza all the time.
Yeah.
Drew
But
suggested
yeah, I'm
you
still
flip it
looking
over.
for my perfect chair, and I'm not gonna just buy any chair. I need to have a great chair to be comfortable in, you know?
Why settle?
Why settle? I bought my AC the other day. We have air conditioning in here. Now I gotta get the chair. All little baby steps, people. It's a lot to move into an apartment.
So you're settling in nicely, is what you're saying.
I'm settling in nicely, and like a lot of the stuff that I already had, me and my roommate had split, and we ended up just selling it on Facebook, and it was great because we were both like, I don't want to take this, I don't want to take that. We've had it for years, so we just sold everything. So that's why I have really nothing.
Yeah. You're starting over, starting fresh, and buying nice things like adults do.
Yeah.
Your furniture is no longer things that people were throwing away on moving day. Or maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my transition into
Nope.
adultness.
Not-
The Ravens going to
not
go
just
for it
me.
here. 4th and 3 with a chance to seal this one here instead of kicking the field goal and making it a 2-possession game. Lamar just going to run for it.
Got
And
it. Easily.
yeah, that puts him pretty close to the bonus. I think that's over 90. Don't think he's going to get there, but he's still having a pretty good day. Only 300 total yards from the Ravens. So a defensive battle for sure here, as Andrew behind the scenes pointing out that, yeah, all the best way to avoid breaking that box is just to flip it over and sit on the stronger bottom. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna flip it over. Just gonna take some stuff out of it.
David says, my wife asked me out the first time, and I said no thanks.
Problem Kid Gaming. How do I like my coffee? Depends where I'm getting it from, but today I got it from Dunkin' Donuts, and I get an energy cold brew, black with caramel swirl.
You don't have a standard answer to that if somebody just says, Tara Lynn, how do you like your coffee? It's
Depends.
totally dependent on where you're going.
100%.
why don't you just say,
Starbucks, my order is completely different.
Sports related news, by the way.
Let's
What?
hear it.
Because why not?
Yeah,
It's
why
not
not?
significant, but it exists. Nick Saban, under contract with Alabama through 2028 when he will be 77.
That sounds right. I mean, he's deified in Tuscaloosa right now. He's got that
Oh, yeah.
coaching contract. They're never going to force him out. As are we going to get a touchdown here? We do. It's Mark Ingram the current Houston Texans. So we're going to get a chance for some Colts garbage points here. No timeouts left. But instead of kneeling this one out, the Ravens add a little bit more. 3 touchdowns for Baltimore today, 2 passing, 2 Mark Andrews. Now that rushing touchdown for Mark Ingram, the veteran tailback.
Hit that like
that was a
almost
great
at 100
tweet.
folks and almost out of time, too. What's that?
You had a great tweet this morning.
Me?
Yeah.
That's
and I
that
never
means so much coming from you. Yeah.
I never want to give you compliments, but I have to shout this tweet out. So, and it's funny because that's how I felt this morning, and I immediately called my mom and I'm like, I think I need to buy an air purifier or something for the apartment because I wake up and I can't breathe. Kaufman tweeted, anyone else wake up this morning feeling like they bathed in pollen overnight? Literally exactly how I felt. The pollen's been horrible.
So I mean, as people know just from listening to me, I've been, I've had like a little cold or whatever the past week, and I thought I was mostly over it. Like I felt all right going to bed last night, and excuse me,
Okay, now we're milking it.
I wake up.
Dramatic
It's involuntary. I wake up this morning though, and truly, like I couldn't breathe. It was like, man, am I sicker all over again? Is this like a, one of those like you get at the end relapse of the cold situations? And I don't think that's what it was. I really like. I'm not a big allergy guy, but the pollen this year in our area anyway is out of control. It is outrageous. It like. I mean, hurts in the eyes, the throat, the nose, the mind, the ears. Like it is everywhere. And I couldn't think of a better description than bathing in pollen. That's exactly what it felt like. Just awful. Gross. Even now, it's like I feel like I'm tasting it.
See, we're lucky up here. It's dry as hell. So we got a little
Sounds
like
great.
drought going. But yeah, it's hot. It's like been in the 90s. Go outside, get a little glisten going. Might take a run at some point today. Just get a nice lather up, exhaust myself. Maybe touch a heat stroke to really feel like summer is officially here.
Man, I don't know about you guys, people in the chat, our crew, anyone else. Like, I will take a dry heat over just about, maybe not even just about, over any other extreme that I can think of. Give me a dry heat anytime.
Well, that Trey Burton catch there will do it. That stifling Baltimore humidity rolling over the Colts.
Oh, there you go.
14-point road loss for Indianapolis. Phillip Rivers upset because, of course, he is. He only has 2 modes, bearing children or angry. 208 and a touchdown for him. 159, 2 touchdowns for Lamar. He also had nearly 100 on the ground. 89, in fact, but no rushing touchdown. So actually kind of a below average game for him, about 35 points in the captain spot, but on a normal day, you get about 39 from him. So despite the massive performance, didn't really get much done. I mean, we got a lot of awards that are Billy candidates here. We're gonna go ahead and crusty call Mark Andrews, 2 touchdowns, 23 points in the flex. But
sure.
Paris Campbell and Hollywood Brown, between them, just nothing. 1 catch for Hollywood, 0, a goose egg for Paris Campbell. Let's see how much they were owned in our free roll to determine.
Campbell about 20%.
Yeah. Campbell,
Hollywood
Campbell
about 25.
Brown, yeah. And you know what? Brown's 1 catch went for negative yardage. So Campbell had 1 catch for 10 yards. He had one in the very waning moments of the game. So Hollywood Brown, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner on this one. Not a great way to start the day, but things are looking up because it's Kenny and me coming back next, and I can't finish that sentence without laughing. So.
Well, congrats to Tara Lynn for not finishing last, despite knowingly and intentionally rostering a backup quarterback, which means Sammy Ho and Cobain. You should feel badly about yourself, really.
Yeah, you should. And the Colts D also did nothing for me, so they're my babysitter Billy.
So fair enough. If you enjoyed Christian and you look forward to Kenny, The good news, like Christian said, is ahead of you. The Buccaneers and Eagles coming your way in a little less than an hour. Apparently, according to social media, Kenny is a dog dad now.
Yep,
So
saw that.
There is much to discuss when it comes to animals, I'm sure, with Kenny, and I imagine him training a pet is filled with stories. So get into it, and if you tire of either me or TL, good news, because we're leaving. Coming up at 3 o'clock, you will have Emerson Lancia and Jeff Ulrich for Get the Green. That is after the next sim. The Dolphins Jaguars, Brandon Cristal, who has just been all over the place, including at that soccer match last night in Denver. He's with Zach Thompson for Dolphins Jaguars, 4 o'clock Eastern time. That is, of course, your early bird special. 5 o'clock, the Slate NBA, Chirag and Julian getting you set for tonight's two-gamer. Jump on into the Koff Classic. That's available for you in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby. 6 o'clock, kicking off your late classic. Kenny comes back with Jason Rossi. It's Vikings Panthers. That is the happy hour sim, prime time, stuck with me and Rossi. It's Chiefs and Washington. Should be theoretically a lopsided game. Madden After Dark, Moose and BK, Rams and Giants. So, thanks to the Drew Stack, thanks to Kyle, thanks to, obviously, Christian and TL, and all of you for being here with us. I can't talk anymore. I'm gone.
My
See you later. I'm sorry.
Let's go.
All right, clear.
All right, what's good, people? Thanks for getting your week started with us on The Sweat. I'm Emerson Lancia, hosting this 60-minute joyride filled with all the DFS and sports betting advice your chunky heart desires. So PGA, French Open, NBA, NHL, NFL, all on the menu. But in the leadoff spot, our baseball panel. Good morrow to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Price check time, dudes. Which guys do you like on this slate in the following salary departments? Kenny, start us off with your pitcher at $8K or higher.
Yeah, it's not we're going to touch on how ugly this slate is with 3 games, and I can't believe that this guy's the second most expensive pitcher, but I'm going to have to go with Nick Pivetta here at $8,000. I think Nick Pavetta's good. I think that when you look at Nick Pavetta's last 4 starts, you'd be pleasantly surprised. He's got the strikeouts up, 9 in each of the last 2. He had 8 strikeouts to start before that. And that is what you like to see if you are a daily fantasy baseball player. I almost said football. That's not close enough to the season yet. And, he's kept the hard contact down. He's got a good chance of winning. And to me, when you look at him versus an Adbert Alzolay, he's got to face the Padres. The Padres are slumping, but they do have dangerous bats in that lineup. The Marlins have 2 exit velocity machines, and that's about it. So I'm not really fearful of this Marlins lineup. Pivetta should do plenty good against a Miami team that just simply can't hit this year. I like him here for this price.
All right, Eric, who was your pitcher at $8,000 or higher?
Well, so the pitcher I actually like tonight would be Jackson Kowar, making his major league debut. Was a decent prospect, but not a great one until suddenly this season posted an ERA under 1 with a strikeout rate over 30% in 6 starts. But he only cost $6,000, and I know how to follow instructions, so I will talk about Adbert Alzolay instead. He's at $8,800, second most expensive on the slate. He was a guy I liked last year, or coming into this year after his 33.3% strikeout last year. I gave him a ton of upside, even though he walked nearly 15% of opposing batters. That all actually added up to an xFIP of 362, which coincidentally is exactly his ERA this season. This year he's getting to it in a much more balanced way. Still has a high strikeout rate, but it's down at 27.2%. But suddenly he doesn't walk anybody, just 5.2% of opposing batters. He has a somewhat tough assignment against the Padres, but I actually don't think it's all that bad. The Padres are merely 15th by WRC+, which is nowhere near as good as you might expect given their talent. And also Petco Park is a nice place to pitch. So of the more expensive guys, Alzolay, but I'd probably be looking to pair him with the rookie Kowar.
Eric, how about a hitter over 5K?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the Cubs and go with Chris Bryant. He had been trending down for several years, but he looks like he's back in his early career MVP level form this season, hitting .309 with 13 homers. It's his highest ever expected batting average of .275, which is below his actual batting average, but still it suggests he's hitting the ball as hard as ever. His highest expected slugging at .495 since 2016. He's really just got highs across the StatCast numbers. Highest hard hit rate since his rookie season, highest barrel rate ever. And he actually has one low, which is his launch angle at 13.2 degrees. Launch angle is good, but you can lower it in good ways if you're taking bad fly balls and turning them into line drives instead of grounders, which is what he's doing. He lost about 8 points on his fly ball percentage compared to last year, but almost all the gains went to line drives. So that's keeping his average high. He'll get the platoon advantage against Ryan Weathers, who I don't hate, but there's actually not a lot of really bad pitching on the slate. So Weathers is near the bottom. So I'd love some of the Cubs against him tonight.
All right, Kenny, what about you here, dude?
Yeah, I really like targeting Ryan Weathers, and I like taking the Cubs, especially, any of these guys, because they mash lefties. But I'm going to go with someone who just mashes every-handedness, and he's been red hot of late, and that is Xander Bogaerts at $5,300. The guy, double-digit fantasy points in 3 of the last 4. He had a great game last night against the Yankees, which, of course, we don't even have time to get into how that ended. 3 RBIs in that game. And really, when you look at the matchup with Pablo Lopez, Pablo Lopez probably not the best pitcher to just, go after from a fantasy perspective, but he doesn't really, he's got just above league average in strikeouts. Bogaerts has handled much tougher pitchers, and Pablo Lopez to me is just a slightly above average starter. He's nothing that I'm going to be too scared about. Bogaerts, the way he's hitting right now, he's seeing the ball so well. I think that he can just hit basically anybody. He's going to be hitting in the heart of an order that's going to win and that is getting hot once again. So I really like the value here.
Talk to me about a value bat, though.
Yeah, speaking of, I just mentioned those Cubbies. Patrick Wisdom, who is this guy? $3,600, 46 fantasy points over the last 2 games. And it's just impossible on a slate this short. It is impossible to ignore a guy that is getting this hot at the plate. And he also had, a double and a run scored in the game before that. So he's had 3 pretty good games in a row here. And when you talk about the matchup here with Ryan Weathers, I don't really understand all the Ryan Weathers love. I'm seeing people in fantasy leagues trading for Ryan Weathers. I don't know why people are latching onto him all of a sudden, but look, he's young. He could have a good career, but right now he's nothing special. His baseball savant page is bluer than me after that Yankees loss. And you look at the strikeout rate is down. The walk rate it's okay. But the X slug, the X batting average, they are all awful. I think the Cubs should score quite a few runs here. And for a guy that is $3,600 and is just tearing the cover off the ball the last 3 games, why not?
Eric, value bat.
Yeah, I like Wisdom. He was on my short list, but I'm going to go with another guy at 3,600 who actually has a track record of success in the past, and that's Andrew Benintendi. He was, pretty good at the start of his career, then had a very mediocre 2019 where he was more or less a league average hitter, then was terrible in 14 games last year before a season-ending rib injury. But this year he's hitting 294. Is on pace for 17 homers and 20 steals. So right back to that early career form. And he's cut his strikeout rate again down to 18.9%. So he's making plenty of contact. Not a super high ceiling player, but he does enough kind of across the board that he's very useful at a sub 4,000 price, especially with the platoon advantage against Dylan Bundy, who's definitely not as bad as his 6.49 ERA suggests, but you don't get to that number if you're pitching well, and he's not pitching well. Most of the ERA estimators still have him well worse than he was last year. Strikeout rates drop back down to league average. Doesn't walk a ton of guys, but doesn't get quite a league average ground ball rate either. So he's back down to being pretty mediocre, and Benintendi's back up to being, at least above average, which makes him quite a good value, I think, tonight.
Is there someone you're just absolutely fading, though, on this slate, Eric?
That would be Ryan Weathers. Kenny talked about him earlier. You might see that 2.06 ERA and get very excited given his price. It's like 6,700 or something like that. He's just not necessarily going to give you the innings. His last 4 starts, 4, 4, 4, and 5 innings. And even though he does have that 2.06 ERA, all the ERA estimators have him, well over 2 runs above that, with xERA being all the way up at 5.28 because, as Kenny mentioned, he's giving up hard hits everywhere. Just a 19.1% strikeout rate, so it doesn't put guys away. Has a better than league average walk rate, but nothing elite there. So nothing to get too excited about, and probably not enough innings for him to give you a ton of points.
Anyone else you're just steering clear of tonight, Kenny?
Yeah, I had Ryan Weathers written down, but I kind of talked about why I hated him in the last answer. So let's go with someone else here. And this is actually very exciting for me because Tommy Pham is $4,400. Tommy Pham is leading off for the San Diego Padres, and I just bet that on a short slate, everyone in the world is going to flock to Tommy Pham. They're going to go, oh, he's leading off. It's one of 3 games. The Padres might be the best offense, one of the best offenses anyway on this slate. Tommy Pham is a terrible hitter, folks. He's coming off a good game here because he had 1 hit in 5 plate appearances. Whoop-de-doo. He had 2 stolen bases. Look, this guy's not going to get on base, especially against probably the best pitcher on the slate in Adbert Alzolay. I think that he fails to make contact. He had a great run when the Padres had everybody out, and he was like, oh, I'm Tommy Pham. Now I'm the best hitter on this team because Tatis and Hosmer and Myers are out. Now that they're all back, everyone's kind of cooled the jets on Pham. He's gotten into a little bit of a slump. And again, this is one of my favorite guys to fade on a consistent basis. His price is all the way up to $4,400. This is outrageous to pay this kind of price for Tommy Pham when he can't see the ball, he can't hit the ball. So, please don't roster Tommy Pham.
Okay, before we wrap up this segment here, dude, how about you give me your favorite Major League Baseball bet tonight? We'll poke over to the DK Sportsbook real quick.
Yeah, we kind of just touched on every game, so I think that you guys know where Eric and I are going, but I am going to take the Red Sox minus 148. I think the value here is super. Again, the Miami Marlins, they're an easy team to fade in spots like this because they don't hit the baseball. They have, Garrett Cooper and Adam Duvall who hit the ball hard. Other than that, they're just not making hard contact. They're not making contact at all. So that's going to suit up pretty well for Nick Pivetta and his high strikeout rate coming into this one. I like him to shove tonight. I like the Red Sox bats to continue to stay hot off of that win against the Yankees, that series sweep. And I think that the Red Sox get it done here.
What about you, Eric?
I'm going to stick in that same game, but I'm going to go with the under 9.5. I actually thought this was 8.5 when I wrote it down, and I still liked it. So that's how off I think this over-under is. The 2 teams are combining for 8.8 runs, which means they won't even need a lower scoring than average game to hit the under here, and I definitely think they're going to score fewer runs than average because both pitchers are at least pretty good. I'm still not totally sold on Nick Pivetta, maybe just scarred from too many years watching him for the Phillies. That 3.77 ERA is maybe a bit better than what he deserves. But he is striking out enough guys, 27.4%, to make up for a high walk rate and low ground ball rate. But mostly he's facing the Marlins. So even though I don't love Pivetta, I don't think he's going to have to be that good to keep the scoring down. And I really do like Pablo Lopez on the other side. He's one of those guys that's above average across the board, 25% strikeout rate, only slightly better than league average. But when you combine that with a 7% walk rate and a 47% ground ball rate, he really has no flaws. So even against a strong lineup like the Red Sox, I think he's going to keep them to a below average night. So I think below average nights on both sides for teams that on an average night would hit the under. I think this is a pretty easy under.
All right, gentlemen, nice work. We're going to hit the links with Jeff Ulrich right after this quick break. All right, what a wild roller coaster weekend on the PGA Tour. COVID-19 crashed the party, but Patrick Cantlay found a way to draw up a riveting ending in a playoff. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to look ahead to the Palmetto Championship. Before we do that, though, how would you describe the weekend at Muirfield? That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, wild definitely took a pretty big turn on Saturday. Yeah. Obviously, COVID-19 still. It's part of the tour's policy and stuff like that. And it's obviously a hugely disappointing thing for Jon Rahm. But, sometimes out of disappointments come, better things. The U.S. Open is coming up. Jon Rahm looked just in incredible form at the Memorial. So I wouldn't forget about him necessarily for that big event coming up. It's a big win for Patrick Cantlay. as well. This is a dude who went through a little bit of a dip, but looked in a lot better form at the PGA Championship. So another player who should be in contention at the U.S. Open, all things considered. A lot of young talent starting to kind of rise to the top again with the U.S. Open coming up. So, it is what it is. We can't say very much. It was obviously super disappointing, but I would look towards the real performance of the players there and try and take that in because we have some big contests coming up for the U.S. Open as well. So.
Yeah, John Rahm with that record-setting pace, too, before he had to pull out. You and I are going to talk about this a lot more at 3 o'clock today for a Monday edition of Get the Green because Reti Fowler is nowhere to be found. Yes, that is right. Let's get to some PGA pin placement, though. Need you to give us an idea where you think the following golfers will finish at the Palmetto Championship. It's a first-time, one-time tournament because this was supposed to be the Canadian Open in your neck of the woods. Let's start with Brooks Koepka here. He likes playing week before majors, kind of little tune-up. Doesn't win these a lot, but where do you think he finishes?
Yeah, no, it's a good point by you, also fellow PGA Tour host here.
Yeah.
Brooks does like playing the week before major championships. He's got a pretty good record in a lot of these events. I mean, a lot of right before his PGA wins and his U.S. Open wins, you'll see him come up with top 5 finishes. I don't think he's going to be a massive bust or anything, but at the same time, I do think there's still going to be a bit of a letdown with his first competitive action coming back from that hugely disappointing round at the PGA Championship. He did finish second there, but obviously, not being able to overcome a 50-year-old Phil Mickelson, it's probably harming his psyche a little bit. Let's also not forget that Brooks still dealing with this knee thing. He admitted it wasn't even 100% during the final round of the PGA. I have Brooks penciled in for a top 30 here. Again, I just feel like going to be a little bit of a disappointment, a little bit of a drawdown after coming back from such a long layoff and after the big major championship win. I still think he'll perform. He looked fine tee to green. You look at his stats from the PGA, they're monster stats, a plus 11 strokes tee to green there. I think the game is coming back. I just feel like he probably needs a couple more tournaments before he gets really, really sharp again. Going to be looking at this as more of a tune-up. So I'm going to pencil him in for a T28.
All right, how about Dustin Johnson? Still tops in the world rankings, but that has little to do with his recent form here, Jeff.
Yes, and look, Dustin is another guy who loves playing before the week before majors. He's got some very solid results, too. I think there's a lot more urgency here for Dustin Johnson this week. This guy has not been in competition and I don't mean he hasn't played for a bit, but he hasn't been in the heat of battle, just working out or just trying to grab a trophy late on a Sunday for basically the entire season. His best result is a T8 at the Genesis Open, but way back in February. This dude needs to get in contention. He needs to get the battle juices flowing again. And I think there's going to be a lot of urgency on Dustin Johnson's part. Now, you look at his recent form compared to Brooks Koepka, the tee to green game just has not been there. He's lost strokes on approach in 2 of his last 3 starts. The putting hasn't been as sharp, but look, it's Dustin Johnson. This guy wins every year. He literally wins every season on the PGA Championship, often multiple times. And again, I think he's going to get himself in contention this week because that's ultimately what Dustin Johnson does every year. I'm going to pencil him in for a T4 here. Again, probably hasn't shown enough that he's just ready to just blow the doors off a field yet, but I think he's going to get himself ready. This is also kind of a hometown event, home state event, we'll call it, in South Carolina. Probably a good setup for him. It's a longer course, so I'm going to pencil Dustin Johnson in for a good week.
Where are you going to pencil in Tyrell Hatton, Englishman?
Yeah, Hatton's an interesting name in this field. Look, we have a really weak field just from a fantasy perspective. We don't have a lot of top-end players to target here, but Hatton's made the cut in 3 straight events. He was T38 at the PGA, T39 at the Heritage. He's gained over 2 strokes on his approaches in his last 2 starts. He just really hasn't done that much on the greens. I mean, Hatton can be a bit of a streaky putter. We've seen him go through the ebbs and flows, but you look at the rest of his game, and I mean, it's fine. He's still doing pretty good around the greens, which can sometimes give him problems. So I think you'll probably see a jump from Hatton this week too. This dude doesn't seem that far off from his form. I think that Hatton is like Dustin and Brooks. He wants to get some competitive practice in, obviously probably looking at the U.S. Open as a real opportunity for him. And this guy has performed well at the U.S. Open in the past, was top 10 way back a few years ago at Shinnecock Hills, I believe. So I think it's a good week for Hatton. I think a top 10 is definitely doable. I'm going to put him in for a T9. Again, we have a very weak field. Hatton, one of the only elite players who made the trip here.
Well, another high-profile name choosing to play in South Carolina the week before the U.S. Open is Tommy Fleetwood. So how are we feeling about him?
I mean, I dude, let's just roll the dice and see what comes up, because I have no idea what's going on with Tommy Fleetwood's game. This guy's been all over the map. He looks good around the greens. He's gaining like over 4 strokes there in a couple events, but that's really like the only thing keeping him together here. This guy used to be one of the more premier ball strikers on tour, and I mean, he's losing strokes off the tee. He's actually starting to lose strokes on approach in a lot of these starts. Missed the cut badly at the PGA. He was T14 at the Wells Fargo, but again, this was all done on putting and around the green. It really wasn't a good ball striking performance. I don't know. I'm going to say he makes the cut, but don't expect anything special here. Let's just say T40. Would I be shocked if he was like 20 spots above or below this? No, because he's still Tommy Fleetwood. He's a solid player, but like right now the form is not there. Really struggling with the ball striking. So I'm not expecting that much.
Yeah, still chasing that first win on American soil too, I believe. He was supposed to be that next great golfer to win a major over here. Again, you and I, 3 o'clock today, get the green. We still have a lot of you in this show, NHL and NFL coming up. But French Open goodness with Kenny Ducey will arrive next. Oakley dokley, let's get into the French Open now with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, checking out the odds for the women's quarterfinals here, man. We have 3 of the quarterfinal matches on the women's side lined up, and we will get to that. But the 4th pairing of the quarters is still to be decided. There's a 4th round match coming up this afternoon with one of the favorites. I cannot pronounce any of these names. Is it Iga or Iga? Okay, and she's going to take on who?
Marta Katsiuk.
Okay, and the first woman you just mentioned is a minus 835 favorite, Iga. So how are you approaching the betting here in this matchup?
Well, Emerson, she did just win the French Open last year, so you should know her a little bit. But yes,
no, I knew exactly who she was.
Yes, of course. I mean, you knew her face, you knew her name. But anyway, 100%. Yes, she's turning into quickly the female Rafael Nadal. I mean, she is unstoppable on the clay. She's won her last 9 matches in a row. The match before that she fell to Ash Barty, who's not even in the tournament anymore, but an 11-1 run on the clay, an 18-13 run on the clay since 2017, when she burst onto the scene with an 11-2 run in the lower level. Look, she is unstoppable at the surface. Her game is perfect. She works both sides of the court. Rather, she fires off of both wings. Marta Katsiuk is really exciting. She's a really exciting player. Take nothing away from her. She's 18 years old. Iga Swiatek is 19 years old. They're both going to be studs, especially on this surface. But Katsiuk, to me, just doesn't have enough in the tank to continue to run out like this. I think she's going to run into a buzzsaw here. Swiatek might win 6-1, 6-2, just Rafael Nadal stuff. And I would like to play her on the game spread. I believe she's a -6 favorite here. I think she can cover that game spread. So that's how I would bet that match.
All right, my man, on to the quarterfinals. Let's start with American Corey Goff taking on the Czech Republic's Barbara
Krejcikova.
Nailed it. Goff is -127 to win. Do you think she lands in the semis?
Yeah, I do. Look, she's really, really great on the surface. And I think that, you're going to see her in a match like this. She would be out to maybe a -250 favorite next year. She's just been that good on the clay this season. She's just been dominating on the surface. She's actually better on the clay than she is on hard courts, I believe, weirdly enough. I mean, hard court, she always goes 3 sets. She never makes it easy, but she makes it look really easy on the clay. Only 3 losses. She's also going to be pretty fresh off of, she had the retirement by Jen Brady, a pretty easy win over Ons Jabeur today, which was shocking to me. I mean, Ons Jabeur has a ton of power. Goff just showcasing how good of a counterpuncher she is. She's going to need that counterpuncher game, that sort of finesse game against Krejcikova, who's a doubles specialist, but really broke onto the singles scene last year. She had a couple of big runs. She's dangerous. She's, again, very crafty. I don't know if Goff's going to have that much experience underneath her belt that she's going to be able to know what to do, but I do expect her. Maybe this goes 3 sets. I think I like the over here, but I do expect Goff to win. I think she'll solve the problems that Krejcikova poses, and I think that she's just been really good at problem solving in her career.
All right, next match, Slovenia's.
You're talking about Zidansek and Paula Badosa, or are we talking?
Oh
about,
yes, you nailed it. And Badosa is a huge, Badosa is a huge favorite here, dude. I don't know if you know this, -305. Any chance of an upset here, or are you going to attack this match differently than the others?
No, I'm taking the game spread here once again with Badosa. Look, she had her one scare, right? It was against Anna Bogdan, who's outside the top 100. She really had to fight, scratch, and claw for every point in that match. She got through in 3 tight sets. So, every really great champion has their scare. Novak Djokovic today, Lorenzo Musetti, the exciting teenage Italian, taking the first 2 sets, and then Djokovic just steamrolling him before eventually he retired because he won 1 game in 3 sets. Look, it happens, right? And I'm not looking at that match and saying Badosa doesn't have what it takes to win the French Open. I'm looking at, what she's done in her last match against Vondrousova, a very tough opponent. She battled again. She's a battler. I think that this could go another 3 sets. I would take the over in this match because I think Badosa is going to have a little bit of a hangover from these back-to-back 3-setters. But I do expect her to come out the winner here. I might even look to wait and bet this live. I mean, maybe Zidansek takes the first set. That's very possible with the way she's been playing. Nice one over Sorana Cristea. And then I think I might bet Badosa live on the money line if she does indeed take the first set or fall behind early. So I'd probably take the over, but you could also just wait and see here and just maybe take the live underdog after the first set.
All right, finally here, we got the big Kazakhstan and Russia rivalry. So from Kazakhstan is?
We have Elena Rybakina and Anastasia Pavlenchova.
I love that. And it's -148 favorite for the Pride of Kazakhstan. So do you think that is warranted ahead of this match? This is kind of mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, look, this is a really tough one to call because I think that both players kind of come in better form. Frankly, for Pavlenchova, I would definitely put more stock into her recent results. Like, I think that she's beaten some really tough opponents. Sabalenka and Azarenka back-to-back matches is really impressive to me. Going in and beating Keys, Pliskova, Muchova in Madrid in the quarters was a really big win for her. And again, she lost to Sabalenka in 2 close sets and then goes out and beats her at the French. So take nothing away from her, but Rybakina is very much a player in the ascendancy. You saw how comfortable she was against Serena Williams. I think this is pretty academic here, frankly. I think that she deserves to be the favorite, and I'm laying the juice here with Rybakina at this stage in the tournament. Again, I just think she's one of the best players left in the draw, and she showed it against Serena Williams. She was a really great counterpuncher in that match, great returning, and just cool under pressure, has the mental fortitude to get past a tough opponent here, and I think that she does.
All right, man, that was awesome. You racked up quite a bit of assists in that segment. I need you to stick around. Actually, we're just going to go straight to NBA, right? Because you're the NBA guy. Okay, so let's just let's transition now. NBA best bets, and these are names I can pronounce here.
Good. Okay.
And we're gonna start with game 2.
It's
the
Thomas
Bucks
Harden, right?
Nailed
Thomas
it.
Harden. Yeah.
Bucks in the Nets. Milwaukee couldn't take advantage of James Harden. Okay, I will help you in this segment. He left game 1. He's out in game 2. Nets are still a 1.5 point favorite. You think they cover and take control of the series?
No way, Emerson. The Bucks win
Why?
this game. The Bucks take control of this series. The Nets offense, look at what happened last game, folks. 109, 109 offensive rating for the Bucks, or for the Nets rather. Their offense was silenced by the Bucks defense. And if the Bucks just were able to do anything on offense, they would have won that game, and they'd be looking perhaps at a 2-0 series lead. Now without James Harden, it's going to get even tougher for the Nets on offense. You saw sort of a lackadaisical approach there. And again, they ended up winning. They only shot 38% from 3. And when you look at how that game transpired, the Bucks just did what they wanted to do, man. They slowed down the Nets on defense, but they had one of the worst shooting performances of their entire season. Chris Middleton, 6 for 23. Bryn Forbes, where was he? after a great series against the Heat. He was just 1 of 5 from 3. That's all going to turn around. When we look at that Clippers-Mavericks series, right? We saw the Mavericks hit 50% of the shots. We said, there's no way this is going to happen. They're going to hit their shots eventually. And that's what happened. Or they're not going to hit their shots eventually, right? Everything comes back to the mean. And what the mean is for the Bucks is a very good offense, a very good three-point shooting team. And when you look at the Nets, they don't play defense. They hardly were able to contain the Boston Celtics, who were out of ideas on offense. The Celtics still posted a pretty good offensive rating in that series. I expect an offensive explosion here, Emerson, from the Bucks. And with that sort of defense, and with Giannis playing more defense on Kevin Durant than PJ Tucker, I think that this is a recipe for a big Bucks win. I would actually take an alternate spread on this game. I am that confident. I think they win by double digits.
Man, you're talking about this offensive explosion. I mean, how about the game total, 234? Teams didn't hit that number in game one. Would you back the under, or are you that confident in so much of an offensive explosion? The over just as easy.
I'm definitely taking the over. The pace in this game was up over 104, the pace rating in game one. That just shows you how this series is going to be played. The Bucks were one of the fastest paced teams all year long. The Nets were one of the best offenses all year long. The Bucks are one of the best offenses all year long. Look, I don't think that the Nets are going to be up to par with where they were all season offensively in this series, but you have to back the over almost every game, especially at a number like this with the pace rating. I mean, just there's so many possessions, so many stars on the floor that know how to score the basketball. You absolutely have to. It's the right bet to take. I mean, you're going to be pulling your hair out if you take the under in this series with how fast the ball is traveling up and down the court, with how many guys who can shoot threes are on the court. So I really, really do like this over. I think it could be a shootout. But again, the Bucks defense here has been really, really good, and I think that ultimately I'm believing in them more than I'm believing in the Nets offense and the Nets defense.
All right, let's see how you believe in the other game tonight, which is game one between the Nuggets and the Suns after the Suns just knocked off the defending champion Lakers. We got Phoenix here, 4.5-point favorite at home. Do you like Phoenix to hold serve here and start out this series on top?
Yeah, I do. I do like Phoenix to hold serve this series. Look, when you look at how things transpired with the last series with the Denver Nuggets, they were not expected to win that series. And to me, look, yeah, the Nuggets played great. Facundo Campazzo, great story. But for me, for my money, it was more of the Trailblazers' shortcomings, really, that did them in that series. The Trailblazers played zero defense. They didn't take advantage when they were up in games. It was brutal. It was brutal to watch. And I just think that when you look at this series, things are going to go a little bit differently. The Suns play really, really good defense. And the Nuggets aren't going to get free passes, every time down the floor. You're not going to get Enes Kanter and Carmelo Anthony just letting Nikola Jokic cook in the post. That's not what's going to happen here. What's going to happen is DeAndre Ayton's going to play a great series against Nikola Jokic, and Chris Paul is going to lock up whatever point guard the Suns decide, or the Nuggets decide to go with. Austin Rivers also, by the way, let's talk about Austin Rivers for a second. He was the biggest reason to me why they won 2 games late in that series, the Nuggets. I mean, you talk about a guy that plays defense like Chris Paul. You have a weapon there when it comes to, this guy's hurting you from 3. Just throw Chris Paul on him. He's going to bother him. He's going to get under his skin. Austin Rivers isn't going to be the same guy. The Nuggets are not going to be the same team. I think they get rolled here by the Phoenix Suns.
Total 220.5. Back in the over or under?
I am going to take the under. Again, I think we see a little bit of regression from the Nuggets offense. I think that we see a great defensive performance from the Phoenix Suns. And when you look at the Phoenix Suns, they sort of did a 180 midseason. They exploded on offense and they stopped playing defense. They're back to where they were early in the season. Slow pace, grind it out. Like let's make this as painful as possible for our opponents. And I do believe that this pace is slowed to a halt here. I think Denver sees a big cool down in offense, and I think this is a perfect recipe for an under.
Is there a player prop that catches your eye?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to it. I think Austin Rivers under 9.5 points at -106 is a great bet here. I just think, again, the minutes should sort of dissipate here. I think Monty Morris, for my money and just as a complete player, is a much better option here when it comes to consistency. Austin Rivers is that guy that they bring in late in the game. And he brings, he'll hit a few threes for you. But again, when you talk about a perimeter defense like the one that the Phoenix Suns have, I don't think that Austin Rivers is going to be having a field day here whatsoever. I think it's going to be very difficult for him. And I think that, when it comes down to late in the game, he's not even going to see the floor because the Denver Nuggets are going to be behind so much. So I just think that, again, he had a nice series. He might have a nice game here, but for my money, consistently betting on the under here with Austin Rivers is going to make you a rich person.
Well, before you take off over on the DFS side, like if anyone watching is deciding to play either of these games in the showdown format, who is the best captain play?
So it's look, here's what I'm doing. I'm looking at this Suns and Denver Nuggets showdown because it's impossible to pick a captain, right, for the Bucks and the Nets. There's just so many options here. And when I look at this lineup, I don't want Jokic and I don't want DeAndre Ayton. I think it's pretty clear here that I want Chris Paul at 11.7K. I think this guy had a really, really strong start to the postseason before he sort of got injured, and he's back to normal now. The thing is, no one's going to captain Chris Paul because I don't think his numbers are that sexy. But when you just look at the overwhelming matchup here that he's got against a backcourt in Denver that doesn't play defense and they're inexperienced in these spots, I think that Chris Paul should his expertise and his experience should show here. I think he has a really good game at 11.7K in the captain spot. When there's really no other good options, I expect everyone to flock to Jokic. I think DeAndre Ayton plays really good defense on him. And I think that Devin Booker gets a lot of love. But Devin Booker has had a very up and down postseason. You're taking a big risk there. I think that he could have a so-so shooting night, and then maybe you get your 40 DK fantasy points. Chris Paul is a really strong option, and he also allows you to get a lot of guys like Michael Porter Jr. and Devin Booker in your lineup, and maybe is the right combination.
We're going to talk to you for some NFL future bets in just a moment, right after NHL opening faceoff. All right, 2 games on the NHL playoff slate and 3 guys here to talk about it. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholz and Paul Bruno. Game 5 between the Islanders and Bruins after 2 very tight and chippy contests on Long Island. The series is shifting back to Boston. Is the home ice advantage enough for you to back the Bruins as minus 190 favorites, Jeff?
No. I mean, quite frankly, no, it's not. I do kind of, the Bruins have been better at home. They've outscored their opponents 15-9 so far in the playoffs. But just looking at this series, it's not enough for me to go and say, oh, yeah, let's take this, really sort of short line on the Bruins and hope they eke out another win over the Islanders. The Islanders are playing really good hockey right now. And I think the biggest thing for me with them, they're rolling 3 scoring lines. You can even say they're getting 4 scoring lines because they're getting contributions from their fourth liners. That's scary. Like the fact Matthew Barzal is sort of awoken from his slumber, that's scary as for Boston Bruins fans, in my opinion. This is an Islanders team that obviously, that's kind of been their Achilles heel. If they keep getting scoring from across the board, you're going to see, in my opinion, 3 more very close games. And I want nothing to do with lines this short. If anything, I'm going to the other side and taking the big plus money available on the Islanders today.
All right, Paul, what are you deciding to do here?
Well, Jeff's onto something a little bit, but I disagree with it completely. I'm going to say what those long odds tell you is that we have seen this formula play out for Boston a number of times before. This is a scenario where the Bees went to Long Island and regained home ice advantage It's like the old rom-com movies, guys. The boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl back. Even though the Isles seem to match the Bees check for check and shot for shot this far, I still view them as Boston light, and I give the Bees too much quality among their top 6, and they have also got the top offensive defenseman and best goalie in this series. Bettors will be attracted to the high upside of a bet on the visitors for sure, but I'm here to tell you the Bruins are going to win tonight.
All right, AJ, which side you backing?
I think we have to start calling him Bad Take Bruno. I mean, this is just so wrong.
Check the payroll, buddy.
Jeff is absolutely right on this one. How do you pass up the Isles at plus 160 in a series that's tied 2-2, especially when you consider each team has won a game on the road? I don't think home ice advantage is as big of a deal in this one. As Jeff said, after an 8-game goal drought, Matthew Barzal has goals in back-to-back games. And then, in the nets, even in game 3 loss, Simeon Varlamov was solid, giving up just 2 goals on 41 shots. And on the flip side, it looks like the Bruins are once again going to be without Brandon Carlo, which is going to force Jeremy Lutzon into a top 4 pairing. Like, that's not exactly a best-case scenario for the Bees.
Yeah, no, Lozon had that rough finish like a couple of games ago. Nasty little turnover there. Game 5, though, will continue with 2 empty net goals. If we look back to game 4 here, guys, that made the score look like a lot worse than it really was, as it was essentially a tight checking 2-1 contest. So both games in New York were low scoring affairs, but with the total sitting at 5, are you looking at the over as the series shifts back to Boston? Bad Take Bruno, you're up first.
Absolutely. The Garden will be rocking tonight. Boston has lost only twice in their last 15 home games. To me, this looks like a game where the Boston offense breaks out with a big effort. The Islanders won't keep pace, but the teams will combine to go over the number tonight. And I'm not going to give these guys any more free picks. They're going to have to pay me to give them their picks going forward.
All right, AJ, what about you? And also, like reports this morning say Tuukka Rask didn't participate in Boston's morning skate.
Well, I'm not worried about that at all.
Okay.
He took shots ahead of time. I think it's just a management. He'll be in the crease. I'm certain of it. Although, we'll get some sort of weird answer from Bruce Cassidy about who his starting goaltender is because it's the NHL. But he'll be between the pipes tonight. But look, doesn't matter how they go in or when they go in, as long as they go in, right? First 2 games, you've had 7 goals, and each of those brings the series totals to 22 games. Or 22 goals in 4 games. Now, having said that, I don't like the amount of juice you have to give up to take the over at 5 when it comes in at minus 130. So I'll look to the alternate totals on the DK Sportsbook. I'll give up that extra half a goal to get plus 132 at over 5.5.
Jeff, you feeling the over or the under?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the over. Obviously, AJ put way more research into this than me. I was just going to take the over 5. At minus 130, but I kind of like going to that alternate puck total. The one thing about taking just the 5 is you have the bigger push opportunity, but I agree with Paul and AJ here. I do like the over in this game. I think, I already mentioned, Boston just tends to score more when they're at home. They've again, 15-9 just in the playoffs alone. But that's where we saw, Bergeron, Pastrnak get off to the good start too. And again, since this series has started, you have seen the Islanders come alive from top to bottom. If Matthew Barzal keeps producing, it's just going to have a trickle-down effect. I think that at 5 in this game, especially just with how the rest of the series has gone, I think taking the over in this one is the way to go. And you can definitely take a little bit more risk by going to the alternate puck line, but getting better, obviously getting a better betting number if you do that at the 5.5.
AJ, the Montreal Canadiens is shocking the hockey world. We all know by knocking off the Maple Leafs in 7 games. And now they may shock the entire hockey world again by sweeping the Jets. Canadiens are up 3-0 in this series, minus 150 favorites at home. Do they complete the sweep?
Well, look, sometimes you can see the exact moment that a series ends, even if it's before the final whistle. For Pittsburgh, it was the minute Jari's pass landed on the tape of Josh Bailey in Game 5. And for Winnipeg, it was the minute Mark Scheifele made contact with Jake Evans. That was the end of this series. This is your leading goal scorer over the past 5 years with 143 goals over that stretch. The Jets simply don't have enough depth to overcome his absence in their top 6. They've had 4 power play opportunities in the last 2 games. Not only 0 goals to show for it, even worse, 3 shorthanded goals allowed. At this point, they'd be better off declining penalties like they do in the NFL. I'll take the Habs on the puck line in this one at plus 170. This team knows they need to close out Winnipeg before Scheifele returns, and they're playing at home tonight with last change and can capitalize on those bad matchups.
And Jeff, Bry Guy behind the scenes mentioning in the Habs 6-game win streak, they never trailed either.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. This series just you could just see it when it happened. You almost knew the result. The Jets don't have enough depth at center to overcome this, and the Canadians, obviously the veteran netminder like Carey Price and just young talent that has gained confidence with every start that he's made. It's just too much for Winnipeg to overcome. I'm expecting a close game here. If I'm being dead honest, I would rather be on the under 5.5 goals here. I know it's a lot of juice. It's sitting, I think, around minus 140 right now in the DraftKings Sportsbook. I think you're going to get a close game, but at the same time, I really want no part of the Winnipeg Jets. Yeah, I know they're available at big plus money, but this isn't a scenario like the Islanders who are gradually gaining steam. This is the complete opposite. I expect the Jets will come out with a bit of a spirited effort. Maybe they can catch the Canadians off guard early, but I would really rather just be on the Canadians and the under here.
Paul, you want to chase Montreal as a minus 150 favorite?
I hate talking about Montreal, and I want you to save this tape for AJ. I've had a hard time watching this series, guys. The Canadians are looking like the team that started the season at 7-2-1, rather than the one that limped to the fourth place finish in the North Division. They're rolling 4 lines with no significant difference in playing time among their forwards units, leaning on 4 veteran D, and of course, Carey Price continues to be lights out. Against all that, the Jets have no chance. Their spirit is broken, and the Habs will complete the sweep tonight. Let's move on to the next question.
That sounds good. Paul, I'll let you lead it off then. What's a player prop tonight you like, either game?
You would ordinarily look no further than the Bees top line, guys. They're, in fact, the top 3 picks to score a goal tonight. That's no surprise, but I think we all know that they have a better than average second scoring line that's emerged ever since Taylor Hall showed up on David Krejci's wing after the trade deadline. I saw a stat that revealed a 15-0 shot advantage while Hall was on the ice in Game 3. He's actually the 4th bet on the top picks among the prop guys to score goals tonight. And that's ahead of the first Islander player, Anthony Beauvillier, for tonight's game. I expect a big game from that Beast second unit is what I'm saying. And Hall will be the guy that scores a goal, paying off at plus 200.
Jeff, you like a player prop in that game, or are you going to the other one?
No, I'm going to go to the Islanders game. Matthew Barzal over 2.5 shots on goal, plus 105 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. He's hit this over in 4 of his last 5 starts. He's averaging 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. And I expect you'll see his minutes probably get bumped up just a touch here. Again, I'm expecting a little bit more scoring. I think you could get a bit of a wild and crazy Game 5 here with everything on the line. And I like the way Barzal has played. He's obviously picked up the pace. So give me the over on his shots on goal total.
How about you, AJ?
I'll look to the other game, and honestly, I wish you could get Joel Armia specifically to score a shorthanded goal, because after last night's game, it could certainly happen again. He's got 8 in his career between the regular and postseason. In lieu of that, I'll take him as an anytime goal scorer in this one at plus 265. That 4th line of Armia, Stahl, and Perry has combined for 8 goals in the playoffs here. You could hedge a little and take, 2 of these guys maybe, and still come out in the black here. Perry comes in at plus 250, Stahl at plus 340. So you could take any 2 of those and still get your money back if only one of them scores.
Well, Jeff, for DFS purposes, I know people at home, you can play these games in the showdown format. If you had to pick your favorite captain, who would it be?
I'm gonna go a little bit different. I think you're gonna get a lower scoring game in the Winnipeg Montreal series. You could definitely go Carey Price, but what about Shea Weber? I mean, Jeff Petrie a little bit banged up, actually questionable for this game. Something to keep an eye on. I think Weber's going to play a ton. He's been playing a ton already, over 25 minutes. But if you get a lower scoring contest, Weber finds the score sheet as well. He could just pile up the block shots or shots on goal in a game like that. So again, it's a little bit of a contrarian move. Carey Price probably a little safer, but Weber definitely going to see a ton of ice today for Montreal.
All right, AJ, how about you?
Well, I'll follow up with Jeff said. Petrie out already. You got to check rotowire.com. I'll give a plug for our guys over there doing all the hard work. We've got him ruled out for you. I'm absolutely going to pay up that big price tag to captain Carey Price tonight. Leads the NHL right now with a .938 save percentage in the postseason, including that Game 2 shutout. He's been absolutely unbeatable in this series. There's no offense from Winnipeg right now, and no question, if you're playing Classic, he's my goalie tonight.
All right, Paul, bring us home your favorite DFS captain play of the night.
I've been white hot with this question. It's now 6 games in a row where my guy has paid off. You should know that I picked Marchessault on Friday. We didn't get to that question then. And again, I had him on Saturday. You know how he did. 4 goals over the 2 games. Tonight, I go back to the crease and make Tuukka Rask my captain pick. I expect a low goal total on the Islanders side of the ledger in this game, and it'll be mostly about a Boston ROM.
All right, guys, nice work. We got some NFL futures to get to after this with Mr. Ulrich, including how the addition of Julio Jones is shaking up the AFC title odds after this final break.
what's going on, everybody? Kenny Ducey and Christian DeAndre here on the DraftKings stream. Riveting noon sim, and now we're here for the 2 o'clock, Mr. DeAndre. It should be a good one. Should be a cracker, as the Brits would say. We got Tampa Bay and we got Philly, and we've got plenty of big names on both sides. So where are you going here? And how was your weekend as well?
Well, first off, my weekend delightful. It was the lady friend's last weekend of fun employment. She started her new job today, so we made a point to get out, enjoy this lovely 90-degree weather, explore a little bit of Wisconsin, have some beverages, some food. It was very nice. Got to shout out a nice little brewery called Hubbleton in the middle of nowhere, farmland, Wisconsin. Absolutely delightful outdoor setup they got going there. So we spent a good amount of time there. Kenny, how was your weekend? Before we get into it, How are you doing? It's been a while since we broadcasted together. How you been?
It's pretty good. It's been eventful. I got a dog this weekend. I've had to deal with having no AC this weekend. I visited my family this weekend because my sister had her graduation ceremony that she didn't get to have last weekend, and the Yankees got swept. And it's been quite the weekend. It was a whirlwind. I'm exhausted. I have been fueled up with coffee for this one. I'm ready to go.
So what kind of dog are we talking about, Kenny Ducey?
It is a black-mouth cur lab mix.
Okay. Ooh. So black-mouth cur. So does it look like a black lab more, or what?
Yes. It's a very black dog.
Yeah. So we talking like a puppy or like a shelter?
Yeah, she's a puppy. We rescued her 4 months. So the thing is, she does have like some brown spots on her, but she's so dark that you wouldn't know. But she's very pretty. So
yeah. Nice.
Yep.
Like a good dog. House trained already, or are you guys working on that?
She's pretty trained. Yeah. Just have to work on a few things.
Yeah.
But she's napping right now. She is such a heavy sleeper. I mean, she slept through the sweat today. She's sleeping right now. Took her on a car ride yesterday. Just slept through people talking loudly and music. So, sleeps through pretty much anything, which is good for a city dog, you know?
Yeah.
What's your lineup looking like, sir? What'd you do?
So my lineup today, I saw that Eagles secondary. It's not the injury-ravaged unit it has been the past 2 years, so it's probably better than I gave it credit for, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to stack up Buccaneers in this one. So I do have Miles Sanders in my lineup. He's not my captain. Mike Evans is, along with Tom Brady, Chris Godwin, playoff Lenny himself, and everyone's favorite punt play, O.J. Howard. Kenny, what does your lineup look like for this 2 p.m. sim?
My lineup is very different than that one. One sec. So, yeah, I'm just pulling it up here. I have Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot, as I do every single Eagles sim. Nice catch there. Godwin? I think that was Godwin. That was Chris Godwin. Okay. So I by the way, we made a contest here. There's 50 entries, so it's the Half Century Club. Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot. Carson Wentz, Mike Evans, Zach Ertz, Rob Gronkowski, and Alshon Jeffrey. So I didn't actually have to punt at all. I almost did, and I did not. That was a different different lineup for the next sim I'm doing at 6. I have a punt play for that one, but no punt plays here because Marquise Goodwin does $9,300 rather in the captain spot.
Yeah, Alshon and Goodwin, both of them, pretty cheap for what they can give you, clocking into under $7K in the flex. Goodwin, obviously, a little bit of a trick-or-treat option, but when he does show up, he shows out. A couple games with 20-plus in his last 8 sims. So very capable of rewarding your faith tonight, Kenny Ducey.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. How are you doing today, by the way? What did you think about that? So many storylines to talk about in sports. We have we had the Logan Paul fight last night. We had Team USA rallying, beating Mexico to take the CONCACAF Nations Cup. What was your favorite part of the weekend in sports?
The cool thing was there was a ton going on. It was probably a rough weekend for New York sports fans, unfortunately. But We did have the next Red Sox week. For me personally, I'm a Vandy guy, so my 4th seeded Commodores hosting the Nashville Regional. Sweep their way through it, handled Georgia Tech twice. But that game on Sunday, first off, got off to a late start anyway because it was, Georgia Tech had to take care of Indiana State first. They had to play the doubleheader because they lost on Saturday. So first pitch doesn't go off until 8 p.m. Central. That game, a 14-11 Vandy win, didn't wrap up until after 1 a.m. So like you, a little bit exhausted after taking that one in. I'm a little superstitious too. Like, I would go tune in and out based on how good I was feeling, how much I felt like I was jinxing the team. But props to Georgia Tech, man. They had a good team. They battled, hung a bunch of lead changes in that game. Like Vandy went up 7-3 in the 5th. Looked like they were going to pull away, had bases loaded, nobody out. Georgia Tech stopped the bleeding, scored 5 in the bottom of the inning. Back and forth. Georgia Tech down to its last out, trailing 9-8, bottom of the 9th. Their freshman hits his 4th dinger of the regional to tie it up, send us into extras. Vandy hits an extra inning grand slam. Georgia Tech comes back and puts a 2-run homer on the board, nearly gets the winning run to the plate. Instead, Commodores close it out, get to host East Carolina this coming weekend with a bid to Omaha on the line. Very much looking forward to that, not only because I love Vandy baseball, Tim Corbin, one of the greatest coaches of all time, but I got some buddies who travel enough that if we do, in fact, make it to Omaha, there's a good chance there will be a free, paid-for by hotel points room waiting for me if I'm willing to drive down.
Oh, boy, no. Pick! It's a pick for the Bucks, and they're going to go all the way for the touchdown.
Wow. Looked like Goodwin might have caught up to him if he had like 5 more yards. Can he put in that Olympic sprinter speed to use? But instead, Jamel Dean takes it back 50.
My goodness.
For the touchdown.
Absolute scenes here.
Great.
What a pick 6.
Love to see it, especially if you got that Bucks D on your roster. 10% owned in this one over in our 253 showdown. Kenny, what was what did you enjoy about this jam-packed sports weekend? What was your highlight? Besides, obviously, did you even have a highlight? You were dealing with a puppy all week.
No highlights whatsoever. No, terrible sports weekend. Terrible. I guess some of the French Open was good, but other than that, it was pretty grim. Can't believe my Yankees, the Knicks. Watching the Hawks dominate against the Sixers, I was just reminded of how terrible the Knicks played in that series. Hawk wants to know if I'm hosting the slate tonight. I'm not. Hello, expired name. Yeah. Just reading some of the comments here. Brian C., as he always says, where the bleep do I sign? Kenny and CDA on the 2 p.m. Someone also called us the Blue Brothers, the Guru 805. I would say the Blues Brothers, maybe. The Blue Brothers. I'll do Blue Brothers as well.
You got the Blue FootJoy PGA Polo. Got to feel like that's one of those breathe-through shirts,
I have to have it because I don't have AC in here. My AC has not been delivered yet in my new apartment.
What's the conservative estimate on the temperature in your apartment right now?
It is yes, it is muggy. The air is heavy, the air is hot, and there's no relief. And with a dog, I can't even go into Starbucks and work. I got to be here with the dog. There's no escaping it, Christian. There's no escaping the heat.
Cafe with really good Wi-Fi, or you can just type from outside. Dog can chill on the sidewalk. Get a little puppuccino going or something.
No, we've had this dog for 2 days. I can't leave it outside right now.
Yeah.
Not yet.
See, my thought was you'd sit outside with it. You get the little you're out on the sidewalk table there, and the dog's just chilling at your feet. A little bowl of water. But it's been a while.
Well, my point is, why would I sit outside?
It's so hot.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what the temperature's like in New York.
That's why I'm saying I'm hot in this apartment. I was saying there's no refuge because I can't go, I can't go to a Starbucks, sit inside an air conditioning and, get out of the heat. That's just not an option for me right now. I got to be here with the dog.
Yeah, but if you're sitting outside, like in the shade, maybe you're under an awning, it's a breezy day. That feels a little bit.
It's not breezy though. It's hot and humid, and the air is heavy. It is not a good day to be outside. In fact, it's maybe worse outside. I was just taking her for a walk.
Fair enough.
I'm a dog dad now. This is what we do. I'm definitely gonna have to, take her outside again after this. So maybe I put her back in the crate. She takes a little naparoonie, and then I go get into some AC. But for right now, that's what I'm dealing with. By the way, if anyone, my background's not on camera right now, but I'm gonna be decorating this corner with plenty of pictures and such, so it'll look nice.
So yeah, what are you going to put up back there? Like sports moments, family, or just a mural of the dog?
I'll show you what I got. Well, I have this picture of Lou Gehrig with a bunch of bats here.
Nice.
So I got that at the Baseball Hall of Fame. So I'll put that up. I got I don't know. There's probably some credentials from places I've been.
Yeah. Dude, I'm kind of bummed. I'm going to my first baseball game in like a year and a half this weekend. I don't know. The Pirates are coming to play the Brewers. It's going to be a disaster, but I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. And the only option for us to get tickets was only through your phone. Like, you can't get paper tickets.
Oh, wow.
That might be a thing going on. I'm very bummed because, like, nothing makes a better wall decoration for a sports guy or girl than having, like, a whole bunch of old stubs. Like, you make a little mural out of them. They look awesome. I got a whole bunch of framed, like, big old posters. Just like, all right, this is where I've been. This is where I live. These are the games I've gone to. Like, you look at it, it's like awesome memories.
Yeah. I do like, I don't know. I'm really excited for my new apartment and building out this set. I'm excited about it. I was gonna have the camera backed up and not me sitting at a desk, but I have two monitors at my desk right now. I have like a whole setup here, so it felt like dumb for me to have Drew saying like in the Oval Office. Yeah, well, I felt like it'd be nice to have, like I was like a newscaster or something, have a little desk. Oh, there's a big throw and a touchdown from Carson Wentz to Deshaun Jackson. Oh boy, I took him out of my lineup again, Christian. I had him in there.
I mean, it's so tough to trust.
It is very difficult too.
Yeah, he's real, and I don't know. Just part of me thinks the real life Deshaun Jackson is going to come out, and we're going to get nothing out of him. And when he clicks. 35 points in a sim not that long ago against the Cardinals, and on pace for another big day today after that long touchdown catch. We got a tie game here in Philadelphia, 7-all.
Ashley Edwards, she had Deshaun Jackson. Congratulations. Lindenbaum says, I was going to say get a hotel, but with that dog, he is stuck. I'm going to check on it right now. Where is my AC? Let's see. I mean, my hands are literally sticking to everything.
First time playing Fortnite, asking if I'm going to take my glove to the Pirates game. Absolutely
no! Do not do that.
I'm a self-respecting adult. And also, I'm not
expected by June 9th. I can't wait that long, Christian. I can't wait that long.
2 more days. I mean, it's not a problem until tonight. That's when it really kills you. When you get like all of a sudden you're sticking to your sheets and it's like, ugh.
It just left the facility in Ontario, Canada. Well, left it on June 3rd. And then there's no more updates. Did it get lost? What's going on there?
I'm intrigued.
Well, seriously, what's happening?
With your air conditioner or me?
Yeah, with my air conditioner.
Oh, I mean, it's coming from Canada. Maybe there's some tariffs that they weren't prepared for. Maybe got held up at the border. Maybe they were using the air conditioning shipping package to bring in illegal over-the-counter medication that they were getting for free.
All it says is it's on the way. An estimated delivery June 9th by 7. That's all it says. On the way. And there's no updates since June 3rd. And it is June 7th now.
So is this like an Amazon purchase, or is this just like you went to
Amazon purchase? Yes.
Oof, that is surprising.
And I'm dying in this heat. I don't know if anyone can see me, but I'm now wearing a hat because like I'm sweating and I don't want the sweat to mess up my hair, and this is just what I'm doing right now. It's been a decent sim though, at least to distract me from the heat. We have in our little tiny showdown there, Ziwa is leading. He's got the Eagles, or he or she has the Eagles defense in 15th place, or if 15 points, and the captain spot. My mind is not working right now, Christian. Tom Brady, 27 yards. Miles Sanders has 3 catches for 30 yards, 15 on the ground. They got Deshaun Jackson, of course, caught the touchdown. Andrew saying that I'm overheating. That is a pretty accurate assessment. Alshon Jeffrey got a couple catches. Mike Evans still catchless. And, of course, the Buccaneers defense, a pick 6. So they have 12 fantasy points, pick, touchdown, and they've only allowed the touchdown so far. So far, so good for both defenses. If you stack the defenses, you're off to a good start. Because Philadelphia has allowed 7 points, but they've got the pick 6, so they got 12 points. And then you want to talk about the Eagles defense. The Eagles defense has not allowed any points because of the pick 6. They don't get charged for that. So both defenses right now combining for 22 points. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we just haven't seen too much from this Buccaneers offense because they just haven't had the opportunity to get the ball. So, that's very nearly a pick there for Tom Brady. 3rd down coming up. It would be nice for the Eagles D to get a stop here and keep this streak alive. Just haven't seen anyone for the Bucs. Their leading receiver right now in terms of pure yardage, O.J. Howard, which, of course, a popular punt play today.
Christian, would you like to guess how hot it is in New York City right now?
I'm going to say 91 degrees.
92. Very good guess, but not hot enough. Tom Brady is going to get it to Rob Gronkowski at the 40-yard line. It is so hot here. It is... it's hard to think. It's hard to talk. It's hard to exist. This is bad. This is very, very bad.
Sweat starts to accumulate like on the back of your knees or like in the creases in your elbow, and you're just like, ugh. As A.R. Brock trying to convince me to put the ego down and wear the glove. What's the benefit to wearing a glove? I mean, I have had I've caught one foul ball in my lifetime. It wasn't even at an MLB game. It was at AAA Indianapolis Indians game. So, like, A, it's so rare that anything's going to get near me. B, I feel like the glove only enhances my chances of catching a foul ball by like 30 to 40%. So, like, you're taking a 0.001% chance that I catch a foul ball, and you're making like 0.002 at best. I'm not too worried. I don't want to babysit a glove all day. I would much rather, as we get a touchdown.
Oh, Mike Evans.
My captain getting it done there. You like to see it.
Hold on. Ed Zone Dance says, Kenny, here's a trick to stay cool. Put a few bath towels, bed sheets, or items of clothing in a plastic bag. Put it in the freezer.
That's not a bad idea.
Then he said regularly swap out a cold towel. I'm gonna do that right now. I'll be right back. You call it, Christian.
Yeah, if you have any like gaiters, like maybe you have some gaiters that you'd wear around your neck through pandemic times. I bought a few of them. Soak those in cold water, keep those in the freezer, and then bam, that is chilly ice cold. Especially if you're like working outside. That way you get a little bit of coolness. You keep the sun off the back of your neck too. Which is nice. I got a little burn. I'm not gonna lie. A little bit of sunburn this last week in a good way, like a pink. It's gonna eventually fade into not tan, but slightly like not like white meat to slightly darker meat in a turkey. Anyway, also, producer Drew pointed out that, or Andrew rather, behind the scenes, that if you're wearing a glove, that takes away. I mean, you're losing a hand, and I'd much rather, bring a koozie with me, keep my beverage cold, do that instead. But yeah, looking forward to the tailgate game in general. Like, I'm gonna put down like 6-7 hot dogs. Got a nice cooler ready to go. Looking forward. Going out. Baseball back in my system. It's been so long since I've watched. I mean, have you guys been to a live sports event in the past year? Let us know where you've been, who you've seen. I mean, for me,
all right. So here's what I got. I got 2 beach towels and a small towel, and I just threw in the freezer. I also stuck my head in there. That's that. So we're gonna see at next break. We're gonna test out Ed Zone Dance. What did I miss besides Zach Ertz celebrating?
Not much. I was talking about first live game in a year plus. I was asking the DK Sim fan to let me know if they've been in a stadium, if they've been back to sports since then. Right now the Sim fan members in Arizona and Texas just laying into us for thinking 88, 91 degrees is hot.
I mean, it's just hot without an AC, man. That's the thing.
Yeah, Brock went to watch the McGregor fight live, which actually sounds awesome.
I was there. Yeah, I was there.
Well, I mean, I assume we're talking the Poirier fight, which was a great fight. I mean,
wild.
It was sad. It's sad. I'm assuming that's because you're a Conor fan and you had to deal with calf kicks until he got knocked out, which is a bummer, but a good fight nonetheless, and you got to see a little KO action. I've been to a whole bunch of MMA, like from local stuff, like all the way up Bellator, Strikeforce, and
Gotcha.
enjoyed it at all levels. Like there's something to be said about high level, great technical MMA and sloppy, local kind of regional tough man level MMA. Both awesome.
Ed Zone Dance, someone complimented him on getting me away from the mic for a little while, and Drew saying, "Man, we just fell right into that trap." You know what? I don't even remember what you were talking about just now. I was about to say something in response. I just totally forgot. What were you just talking about?
We were talking about MMA.
Oh, right. No, I was talking about the McGregor-Mayweather fight. I was there in Vegas.
Okay. Were you at the fight?
Yes, I was at the fight. I was covering it for... I think I told a story about this. I was covering it for Sports Illustrated, and I actually wound up in Conor McGregor's locker room about an hour before his fight with 4 other people.
Oh, how did that go?
It was interesting. I was literally in his locker room. I just was walking, or he was walking through the bowels of T-Mobile Arena, and I was just following him around like everyone else was. And I just had a suit on, and I was videotaping him for social media. And then I just happened to continue walking, and then I just walked into his locker room with another guy who was taking video, I guess doing a mini doc on Conor or something, who probably worked for Conor. And I walked in, they shut the door, and I looked around and I realized, okay, that's Conor. There's 5 people in here and I'm one of them.
Yeah.
And I was I'm definitely not supposed to be here, but I was just standing there, and I was took it in. I was this is cool. This is very cool. And then I left. So I was I don't want to get in trouble, but I was just okay.
So you ducked out before they were who is this guy? Why is he here?
Yes, exactly. I didn't want to get in trouble or like maybe hit by Conor McGregor. So I just was like, okay, let me just take it in and leave. So Jake Elliott is unsuccessful from 58 yards to the surprise of nobody.
Yeah, a bold call there from Doug Peterson showing us why he is no longer head coach of this Eagles team. Actually, that's not why. It has to do a whole lot with Carson Wentz. And it seemed like that was a he goes or I go situation, and somehow they both went. But Peterson's guy, he'll get another bite at the apple, and he'll be just fine. You can win a Super Bowl with Nick Foles as your quarterback. And yeah, maybe Frank Reich was the engineer behind all that. But I feel like if you can get that done with Nick Foles, you're going to be able to write your own check when it comes to the next coaching job.
So 3rd and 15. Christian, I want to know your thoughts on the Eagles this season and what's going to happen with them. Are they going to just tank, or do you think that they think they have a shot with Jalen Hurts at the helm? Because it feels like to me they're heading towards tank.
Yeah, they want to get to a spot where they know what they have in Jalen Hurts, but they also know this is a year in which, oh my God, we have $49 million of dead money on our salary cap right now. Almost a third of our salary cap is going to guys who don't even play here. All right, this is a lost year. Things are going to go bad. We're going to start rebuilding from the ground up. First things first, let's see what we have in Jalen Hurts. They're going to give him that Gardner Minshew treatment, where if he outperforms expectations and we don't get a top 3 pick, great. Because this isn't a great quarterback draft anyway, as that punt bounces into the end zone. This is not a great reload at the top situation. So if Hurts outperforms expectations, then that's fine. But if he doesn't, I think they did a pretty good job with this year's draft. I like picking up Devontae Smith at number 10. Dickerson was a nice pickup. The rest of the draft was a little bit hit or miss for me, but whatever. It was a very Eagles draft. They'll be fine. They knew they couldn't do much in free agency, so they were just like, yeah, all right, we'll sit this one out. And their biggest free agent pickup was Anthony Harris. Their second biggest contract they handed out this offseason was to Joe Flacco. And that alone is basically all right, white flag, and unless the NFC East is a complete disaster again, we'll know exactly where we'll be this winter come November. The Eagles are going to be bad. The Lions are going to be bad.
I'm right with you there. I feel like this division is still so ridiculous that, well, here's the thing. I think that the Cowboys win the NFC East by like a convincing amount.
I think they're almost better than Washington.
You think that? You asked me. The Cowboys are better than Washington?
Yeah, it was a comment that you think they're multiple games better than the Washington football team right now.
Yes, I love the Washington football team defense. You know about me last year that I was one of the biggest fans of the football team down the stretch. I thought that they had an amazing team. I don't see them beating the Cowboys with the type of offense that the Cowboys have multiple times. And just in general, like the Cowboys offense was so good last year before Dak got hurt. He got hurt so early into the year that I feel like we didn't even have time to grasp that like this was a good team. Like if Dak was healthy, the Cowboys would have won that division by like 3 or 4 games. And then this is like a different conversation. Carson Wentz only one.
I mean, sure, but I mean, you're talking about when Dak was healthy, the games he started and finished, they were 1-3. Their only win was against the Falcons, and it was by a single point. That defense is still very concerning. It's not like they can bring in veterans because their cap space is so stretched wide by all the weird Jerry Jones decisions they've made. So I like the draft. They went in. They're like, all right, we can't fix our defensive problems in free agency. Let's go out, and our first 6 picks are going to be all defenders. And they got some good guys there, but I still think that is a fatal flaw. I think that is ultimately going to be what does them in. Having Dak back is huge, but this is still a team that, in those opening games, scored 40 against the Falcons, won by a point. 31 against the Seahawks, lost by 7. 38 against the Browns, lost by 11. That defense for me is too much of a concern. I think Washington is better suited here as Jacob. Much more reasonable.
But okay. But how are they any different than the Seahawks, Christian? You don't hear anyone, no one, not one person in the world, no one has said a bad thing about the Seattle Seahawks. Last year, this year, entering this season, at the end of last season and the middle of last season, no one has said anything negative about the Seahawks. And they are, to me, the exact same team. The Seahawks have great offense, right? They have Russell Wilson. They have a bunch of great receivers. They have DK Metcalf, one of the up-and-coming receivers in the league, going to be the top receiver in the league one day if he's not already. And you have one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, in my opinion, at least one of the greatest quarterbacks in the modern era, Russell Wilson. And yet you can look through their last season. I mean, look at all those games where they scored like 35 points and lost. You could look at you could have the same exact conversation. And Jamal Adams stocked down on. I mean, you heard me crap on Jamal Adams last year. Everyone said, "Oh, Kenny, he's just biased. He just hates Jamal Adams." Now, what do you see this year? You see everybody crapping on Jamal Adams. You see everybody saying, "Well, Jamal Adams isn't as good as what the Seahawks gave up to get him." I saw a mock draft the other day, a redraft. Those redrafts. He went like 12th in the redraft. He didn't even go. To the Seahawks, he didn't even go top 5, or even top 7. So I just look at this team. They have so many issues on defense, and they just lost Shaq Griffin as well. It's the same team, but you're sitting here putting the Cowboys in a box, saying, "Well, they can't win because of their defense." When the Seahawks, I don't think they can win because of their defense, but everyone's like, "Oh, the Seahawks, yeah, they'll go to the playoffs. Yeah, they'll go to the conference championship game. They'll do all that." What's the difference here? What am I missing?
Well, first off, the Seahawks went 6-2 in games in which they scored at least 30 points. They only have 2 losses where they had 30-plus and lost. Secondly, this is a middling defense versus a bad defense. The Seahawks.
How are the Seahawks middling? They were the worst secondary in football last year. They were dead last or second to last in passing yards.
Okay, but they were 15th in points allowed. Football Outsiders ranks them as 16th overall, and that's the definition of middling, whereas the Cowboys 20.
But who runs the football anymore?
I'm not talking about running game. I'm talking about overall defense. I mean, that's a problem.
But overall, it's a passing league. If you have a bad secondary, you're going to get cooked.
Yeah, and yet the Seahawks team had multiple games where they held teams under 20 points. In fact, that's basically how they finished off the end of the season.
You know what those teams were? The Jets.
Yeah.
And the Rams twice. The Rams who had Jared Goff, and then they had my boy starting in week 16, didn't they? The backup, the guy who had never. Oh no, Jared Goff started that game as well. I mean, Jared Goff again. Season to season, now Jared Goff widely regarded as a bad quarterback. So maybe, I'm not very impressed whatsoever with that season. They had 2 games where they held 2 teams under 20 points, the Jets and the Rams. The Rams who were proven to have a bad offense last year.
Again,
I know what you said about the record with the 30 plus points.
Bad defense. And you can right away.
These are both bad defenses, Christian. They're bad. They're both bad.
No, this is the metric you set up, Kenny. If you score 30 plus and lose with Dak in the lineup, 4 games. I wasn't saying
I'm saying that they've allowed a lot of points, and they've had to score a lot of points to win games. Yeah. Look at the Seahawks. They had 38-25, 35-30, 38-31.
Dak in the lineup. That's the difference between those 2 teams.
But
Dak in the lineup, 4 games, 1-3. Dak out of the lineup.
But look at how many points they're putting up.
Okay.
My whole point is they're the same team. The Cowboys and the Seahawks are the same team.
The Seahawks are better. See, I think for me, the difference between the Seahawks and the Cowboys is that the Seahawks win games by scoring more points than their opponents, whereas the Cowboys score a lot of points, but not more than their opponents. So it's a very complicated stat.
I don't understand what is I'm not like, first of all, I think that the Seahawks are a better team than the Cowboys. I didn't say they weren't, but I'm saying these are the same teams. They're the same exact teams. They score a bunch of points and they allow a bunch of points. And the difference with the Seahawks is in some of these games, like they allowed, they won by like 3 points. It was 38-35. They're all these like ridiculously close margins. And I just feel like that's so unsustainable. But because we're also looking at a 5-game sample size, by the way, Christian. How do you know that when they went later on in the year, this wouldn't happen? Like, they wouldn't lose. They lost 49-38 to Cleveland, Dallas. But, who's to say that they were going to lose to Arizona and lose to Washington and lose to Philadelphia? I mean, those are games where, they gave up 25, 23, 24 points, 3 games in a row, Washington, Philly, and Pittsburgh. They probably win those games with how well they scored the football. They scored 19 points on Pittsburgh, and they didn't even have Dak Prescott. I think that this is, if we're judging five games of the Cowboys, and we're judging a whole season of the Seahawks, this is the same exact team. Same exact team. Sean Williams says they are not exact. Their records are not the same. That is ludicrous because the Cowboys played only 5 games with their starting quarterback. That's the whole point here, is you can't look at the record on the season and go, well, the Seahawks were actually better than the Cowboys. I really think that the Seahawks and the Cowboys would have had very similar records. The Cowboys probably would have won 1 fewer game, maybe 2 fewer games because their offense is not quite up to par with the Seahawks. But the bottom line here, all I tried to say is they profile the exact same. They need to score a ton of points to win games. You can say the Seahawks have to score a ton of points to win games, and the Cowboys have to score a ton of points to win games. The Cowboys scored a ton of points to win games. Or the first 5 games, they won 2 of them, and I think they would have won a lot more that season if they had Dak Prescott. Same thing goes for the Seahawks. They had to score a lot of points to win games. They barely eked out a lot of these. So tell me again how these are not the same team. Okay, maybe the Seahawks are slightly better than the Cowboys. They still have terrible defenses. What have the Seahawks done to really improve that team? What have the Cowboys done to really improve their team?
I mean, if you want to take a look at the advanced statistical profile, the Seahawks are not a terrible defense. They are a middling defense.
You're looking at the advanced statistical profile, which is weighted up by their rushing defense. Their rushing defense was good last year. No one said it wasn't. But the Jets had a good rushing defense, and they still couldn't stop anything through the air. The Seahawks have one of the worst, if not the worst secondary in football. Just because the Seahawks have makeup on a blemished face doesn't mean that they're not a bad defense. They have a nice rushing defense, but they're still bottom half of the league, which tells you a lot, right?
What does it tell you?
It tells you that they're a flawed defense. It could be. Look at what happened when they played good teams. They got run up on the score. Buffalo put 44 on the Seahawks because all Buffalo does is pass. All Arizona does is pass. Like all these teams that just pass, they killed the Seahawks. And there's an increasing number of teams that's all they do. There's like no teams left anymore where they're gonna kill you with the run. And that's the whole point here, is the Seahawks defense is just not built to be a winner. It's not. Look at what happened down the stretch. They won 7 of 8 games, and their competition was so bad. They played a bad Eagles team. They played an Arizona team where Kyler Murray had 1 arm. They played the Jets and the Giants. They played the football team that we all know can't score points, so that masks their bad defense. Los Angeles, we talked about how bad that offense was. And then San Francisco, they almost lost to San Francisco week 17. San Francisco with nobody healthy. And the middle part of that season, people were real worried about that team because that defense was starting to show some cracks. I just think, in general, this is not... my point is, like, again, you haven't answered the question, how are they that different? Okay, the Seahawks stopped the run. That's okay. That's not... That is irrelevant to me because teams are going to continue to throw the ball because they're continuing to exploit the weaknesses.
Let me follow the logic. So for you, the Seahawks are a bad team.
That's not what I said. I said they're the same exact team as the Cowboys. So in that way, you're calling the Cowboys a bad team.
No. That's you're saying they were not built to win. They were not built to be sustainable. You don't think
that's right. There's a reason that Russell Wilson wanted off the team. Yes.
I think that has to do with the fact that his coach is a lunatic who thinks 9/11 was an inside job. But that could neither here nor there. But you also think the Cowboys, who profile out as similar but slightly worse than the Seahawks, are going to win their division by multiple games.
Yeah, because their defense is terrible, or their division is terrible.
Okay. Again, you're bringing up a lot of points that the data does not support, but go off.
I mean, look at how many yards the Seahawks gave up per game.
Sure.
Through the air. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean,
Drew said, yeah, so the Eagles have no chance. Got it. That was the point we were trying to make at the beginning.
And then down the stretch, I mean, no one threw more. I mean, part of it too is that those numbers are lopsided because no team threw more against had more passes to defend than the Seahawks. So that's more like they were playing against. It's like saying a Big 12 team has a defensive deficiency because they have to deal with so many more passes than any other team in any other league. So they're dealing with air raid offense. It's a big strike there from Brady to Scotty Miller. Excuse me one moment. I have to let a dog in from my back porch.
I like that Sean said the difference is the Seahawks win. So it's impossible to talk about these two teams when we're not looking at a full season with Dak Prescott is the point. There's nothing different about these two teams except for the Seahawks are a little bit better on offense and they can stop the run. That was all I was trying to say.
This Buccaneers drive continuing to cook on a big strike to Gronk.
So you don't have any argument except for just look at the DVOA though, right? That's your argument?
Also look at the past results. Look at I mean, honestly, you are trying to tell me these two teams are the same, where 2020 suggests that is not whatsoever.
But you can't look at 2020 because you had 5 games with Dak Prescott.
Yes, you absolutely can.
You're taking a 5-game sample and comparing that to a 16-game sample and saying those are the same.
Yeah, I think you can extrapolate the two sides there. I think
so you can tell enough from 5 games.
Dak Prescott absolutely lighting the world on fire. If you think that was sustainable, that's great. But this is the best Dak Prescott has ever played, and it seems like he was playing at an outlier level. I want to believe Dak.
You don't think Dak Prescott's good?
I think he's good. Do I think he's the guy who's going to average 460 passing yards per game? Seems a bit high to me. So I don't know if he's going to be able to get there week in and week out. But that is the data we are taking from this 4-game sample size. Dak Prescott playing at an unsustainably high level, and his team still goes 1-3. I mean, it's not cherry-picking data against the Seahawks, is cherry-picking data against the Cowboys. So when you say it's a small sample size, that's worse for Dallas because you'd have to say that, okay, I think this is the year that Dak Prescott would have gone out and thrown for 6,400 yards.
Obviously, no one's saying that Dak Prescott was going to throw for 450 yards a game, but he's also has a proven track record of being a good quarterback in the league. And yes, he could have thrown for close to 400 a game. I mean, they've just been passing that much. They've played at, you want to talk about advanced statistics, they were playing at a fast pace. And the smart money for the first 5 weeks of the season was against the Cowboys because the sharps out there saw that the Seahawks were a flawed team. They didn't have a good defense. This is not the same team that, won a Super Bowl with Pete Carroll. And when you look at the results, which you want to talk about 5 games, that New England game, I mean, the Patriots were about an inch away from winning that game, which the Patriots are such a strange team too, because I felt like they should have won many more games than they did. But yet I don't feel like they're a good team. But they're a power run away or not. Sorry, the Seahawks sold out for the power run, and they're a not power run away from winning that game. And then the Seahawks they won by 1 point against Minnesota. So we get a touchdown here. Nicely done for Mike Evans' second touchdown of the day. You had Miami in the midst of I just feel like those 2 games could have been losses. Then they're 2-3, and then they lose 3 of 4, and now you're talking about okay, well they're what would they have been 7 and yeah, they'd be 5-5 at that point, and then that's a completely different season.
Is that how it happened?
It could very well have, though, is my point.
But it didn't.
It didn't because the Seahawks' will to win and their grit and perseverance. I mean, you know that you can't operate with such thin margins and expect to continue to have sustained success, and that there is a bit of luck involved when you continue to win games by less than a touchdown by a field goal. Like, that's especially when you're allowing that many points. The Seahawks offense just had to be so perfect, and it was because they have Russell Wilson, and they're not a good team. And it goes back to they are a good team, but they're not as good as they are made out to be. And it goes back to my original point, which is we criticize the Cowboys because they don't focus on their defense, and they have a flawed defense, but we don't criticize the Seahawks. And you look at what happens when they go to the postseason. What's happened to the Seahawks every year for the last few years? They've gone to the postseason. They have not won games because they're just not a team that they're an overachieving team during the season, and they overachieve, and then they think, okay, we don't have to get any better. We don't have to improve anywhere. And then they come back out the next year and they do the same thing all over again. They make the playoffs in a weaker NFC West, and then they absolutely lay an egg in the playoffs. I mean, losing to John Wolford and Jared Goff with one, 4 fingers on his right hand, or 3 fingers, however you want to call a thumb, or whatever. I don't know how many fingers. By 10 points, I mean, that was absolutely pathetic, Christian. Absolutely pathetic for them in the wild card game.
No, you're not wrong.
How do you give up 30 points to the Rams? With Jared Goff, a team that we were just lauding the Seahawks for not allowing, 20 points a game and 2 to the Rams, and then they give up 30 in the wild card game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a deficiency in the run game, and the pass defense was fine that game, and they melted down onto themselves, but
every year we're seeing this happen.
I guess
they almost lost to the Eagles with Josh McCown. If it weren't for Josh McCown tearing his hamstring 2 years ago, they would have won that game. The Eagles were absolutely in position to win that game. I remember it very well. And then they went out and got bested by Green Bay the next round. But I mean, this is not a team that's just held up in the postseason. The year before that, they lost to Dallas. And that's the whole point, is when the competition level gets to be its best, there's obviously a problem here, right? And the problem is this defense carried them for so many years, the Legion of Boom. That's gone now. And what's here is a defense that just has a very lackluster secondary with, a great offense to back it up. And is it sustainable to you? It's not sustainable to me. They haven't won in the postseason.
No, but in the regular season, they've been fine. They do need to address that defense. Obviously, that is a concern. But I think if you're trying to compare the Dallas defense to the Seahawks defense, then those are 2 very different levels of bad. The Seahawks can paper over their defense and create wins, whereas what we saw last year was the Cowboys could not.
I just think that this year, with a full season of Dak Prescott in that offense, which they pour so much money into that offense and so many assets, that they're going to be great again. That line is still pretty good. We saw a decline from Ezekiel Elliott last year, but who knows what he's going to look like with the passing attack back.
Yeah,
so
bring Pollard in for more reps too, because that dude can get it. That dude can be very solid RB2.
I think that the Seahawks are one of the most fraudulent teams out there. I do. And things were not looking good for this team. And then I called it on the sweat. I said, look at their upcoming schedule. They got the Giants, they got the Jets, they got Washington, they got LA, they got San Fran. They're going to start in Philly. They're going to start just cruising, and people are going to start to believe in this team. And then they're going to hit a wall. Something's got to change in Seattle. So we're going to have to see what transpires this season. Maybe it's Pete Carroll's last season. Maybe all they need is a different quarterback or a coach rather, not quarterback.
Yeah, Russ is not the problem there. The problem is that they continue to neglect the defense. And even this year, they only have one pick before day 3. And what do? They reach for a MAC wide receiver, Dwayne Eskridge, not a position of need and not necessarily a guy that you had to go out and get. He probably would have been around. They could have traded back, acquired some assets, got some lower priced guys. So, I mean, agreed there that they are not making the steps needed to address their biggest weaknesses.
Austin Joe says, Ducey, you ready to judge 23-year-olds as washed up when they are still kids? I believe he's referring to Tua. And yes, absolutely. I am absolutely ready to judge him as a bust. 100%. 100%. Look, it's sometimes, most of the time, rather, early results don't necessarily indicate a bad career. Sometimes they do. Sometimes you can call somebody a bust 1 year out of college, and then they are. And that's just my read on Tua. I don't see anything special about him. Don't see the physical tools on Tua that are going to transform into a great quarterback. Drew Brees never had physical tools. Drew Brees didn't have a great start to his career. There obviously it's been done before, but I think if you have to make an educated guess on Tua, he's not going to be a good quarterback. Look, Josh, we talk about again, Christian, but Josh Allen, what does he have? Rocket arm. He's huge frame for running, right? You could tell that guy, if he just learned how to play quarterback, could be good. What does Tua have that you're like, you know what? His blank is going to really develop and going to be really good, going to play up at this level. He's undersized. He doesn't throw a big ball. What does he do?
I think he does have special arm talent. I think he does. I think he's one of those guys who reads the game really well as it unfolds. What we saw in Alabama, a guy who rises to the moment and makes those laser throws downfield. He's not as big armed as Josh Allen, but I would still say he has above average arm with great targeting downfield. I think we just need to see him step into that confidence, become the guy he was at Alabama again. And I think it's really tough to judge him based on that rookie season because he didn't have a full offseason. He didn't have a preseason to get his training wheels on. And he was coming off that devastating hip injury. So I think there are I think it's way too soon to call anything on Tua. I think he can still be the guy. I think he still has that special arm talent to get there.
I don't think he has zip on his passes. Sure didn't look like it last year.
Absolutely he does. And you remember him with Alabama? Dude was throwing absolute laser beams to beat Georgia in the national title game. Guy just found holes. He understands. He has great anticipation downfield, which is something that if it does come along, if it is coachable, it usually takes a while to set in. It happened with Josh Allen, and Josh Allen did get there. I think it's just he showed in college that once he builds that rapport with his wideouts, he has that immense feeling of trust, that kind of camaraderie, that know where you're going with just a look, that a lot of guys don't really build up in pros. And yeah, there's still some time to develop that. He just does need to get that underneath him, as Deshaun Jackson with the catch there to bring this one into scoring range.
I think that Tua is very good at reading defenses, as you said. But again, that's about it. I just feel like the physical talent, he's not even at Justin Herbert's level to me. I look, maybe this year when his hip is healthy, maybe he throws a harder pass, but I disagree about the arm strength. I don't think I saw anything from him last year whatsoever.
No, I disagree. I think it's there. I think it just needs. I think we saw it on a few throws. We just didn't see it consistently, but that's what you're going to get out of a rookie, especially a guy coming into such a weird year as 2020. So I'm not ready to throw him out there as a bust just yet. I think he can be an above average quarterback. I think that Justin Herbert broke the curve for rookie quarterbacks so hard with the amount of work he did throwing into tight windows downfield and looking absolutely fearless, that I think it maybe skewed the way we look at a guy like Tua, a guy who was more highly rated. And I think that might be clouding the judgment and the discussion around Tua a little bit. But for what he is, I think he's come along okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's just a difference of opinion, but I don't see it with him at all.
Yeah.
You got to, in the NFL, you got to be really good You got to be really accurate. You gotta be able to fit the ball in, like you said, through tight windows with some zip. Wow, what a stretch there for the touchdown. That's Marquise Goodwin. 9,300 in your captain spot if you got him there. We started this game with a lot of defensive dominance, and it's turned into quite an offensive affair here. The Philadelphia Eagles now going to be 4 points from taking this one further. Just 4 points separate the two teams. Hawk thinks that Tua was overrated at Bama. Yeah, I mean, it has nothing to do with. We're going to see a 2-point conversion here. Carson Wentz going to try to cut this to a field goal game. He does. We got a 2-point conversion. And that was Miles Sanders. Good job. My problem is never with the players themselves. It's just with the hype machine. It's with the take machine, and which is ironic. But it's when you look at, like, people said Mac Jones was going to be a bad quarterback because he played in Alabama. No one says that about Tua. It's a double standard. People like Tua. People think that Tua is he's got a great backstory. Seems like a really great guy. And I think that people just in general are rooting for him. And that's why we are blind to potentially the flaws. Also, he's young, but he is 23. I mean, I think Sam Darnold is younger than Tua at this point. So I said at this point, like, no, Sam Darnold is older. I said at this point, like, somehow his birthday was backdated or something. But I think that the Dolphins missed a chance this draft to take a quarterback. I do.
Yeah, I disagree there. I think you got to give Tua time. There was a lot to like there. His catchable throw rate was 6th best in the NFL among qualified quarterbacks, and that's something you can build from. Get that base underneath and build up that confidence, and then start throwing more and more downfield. I mean, despite the fact that
was because he was throwing checkdowns,
right? But his average throw depth was only 0.2 of a yard lower than Aaron Rodgers, a guy we don't necessarily associate with a check down quarterback.
I mean, that was sort of their offense this year, though.
I mean,
how many slant routes did you see him throw to Devontae? I mean, where did it rank in football? I don't care about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, he did throw a lot of check down passes, but he also threw a lot of deep balls to MVS as well. To reduce the Packers' offense last season to a check down kind of slant heavy offense.
I was just asking you, where did Tua rank in average depth of pass for the
average
season?
Depth of pass?
I don't care about comparing him to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he's outside the top 20. So he wasn't throwing a lot of long bombs, but he's still throwing longer average passes than Justin Herbert, Phillip Rivers.
Right, but still bottom 10 of the league, or bottom 12, as it were.
Because this is just qualified passers with 100 plus, so.
Below average.
He was in the bottom 15, so he's below average. But again, there's some big names there that he through average.
The point is, it's not as easy to just say he was six most catchable balls when he's throwing short passes. And also we don't have a large enough sample to really know how accurate is it. Look, he throws an accurate pass. I think that's the one thing you can say about him. He's pretty accurate, but I think that he a lot of times, because we've seen offensive highlights from him with his legs at Alabama and in Miami. People think that he's a dual threat quarterback. He's not at all. If he had Kyler Murray's rushing ability, I'd say okay, maybe, but he's a pocket passer.
Yeah. I mean, he scrambles okay. He's just not a guy you're going to confuse with Josh Allen by any means. That's for sure.
He'll take the 5 yards in front of him for sure. But he's like Patrick Mahomes in that way. Another guy who people mistakenly label as a dual threat quarterback sometimes. These guys just don't run. That's not part of their.
He's able to escape pressure. It's a different scenario.
Exactly. Tony Romo.
Wide open. He misses Gronk there on 3rd down, so it looks like a field goal attempt coming up here for Ryan Sucker.
Must be said Tua arm weaker than Breeze. Hawk says Tua's arm is really disappointing. D-Rod said something about Jameis Winston. Interesting.
Jameis Winston overall, disagree there.
Maybe he's saying like Jameis Winston is a pocket passer. I don't know. I don't see it with Tua, but I think that's a little mean to compare him to Jameis Winston.
I mean, those are two very different guys. I mean, Jameis was much more of a Rex Grossman style chucker, whereas Tua is a little bit more reserved. Right. And I think that's why the Dolphins went out and were like, all right, we're going to give you the personnel you need to rise up. And that's what got Josh Allen, that was precipitated Josh Allen's rise. He got Stephon Diggs, he got John Brown, he got Cole Beasley. And this Miami team, they have some nice receivers, Mike Gesicki and Devontae Parker, but now you add Jalen Waddle to the mix. Now you add Will Fuller to the mix. You have guys who can stretch the field and build that confidence into it, and I think we're going to see a lot more throws like that. I wouldn't be surprised if his average target depth goes up by a yard or more, because he's going to have that green light, whereas I think Flores is very deliberate in bringing him around. I think he knew that he was playing with house money in 2020, and that even though they didn't get to the playoffs, 10 wins put them massively ahead of schedule. I think this is a team that's going to be patient with a young quarterback who has a little bit, I don't want to say fragility issues, but was coming off of a traumatic college injury. As the Eagles here are going to have to go 73 yards if they want to take a late lead on their home turf. The link home to the Eagles and to the majority of the Army-Navy games in the past century. How's that cold towel? Cooling you down? Nice.
It's amazing. Oh, it's so cold. The problem with the cold towel is it's going to be warm very soon. I should have gotten it damp first or something.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to warm up this towel in about 5 seconds, but for right now, so nice. This is amazing. Oh, this feels so good. Christian, you still there?
Yep.
What? I can't see you, sorry. What, it's like, Drew said it's like the opposite of when Kramer puts his pants in the oven. It's already warm. That was just a nice little moment. So here's a question, and I don't mean to sound mean to Tua, but what's the difference between Tua and Chase Daniel?
I mean, are you serious right now? I mean, Chase Daniel was more of a dual threat quarterback, and Chase Daniel had a lot of hype behind him, but
very accurate passer.
I mean, I guess we didn't really see Chase Daniel has 5 NFL starts to his name. I mean, we don't really
coming out of college. Tua has what, 8 starts to his name? How many?
9.
Okay.
9. He's 6-3. I mean, he's done a good job protecting
Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington was a completely fine quarterback until his arm shut down on him. He couldn't have that arm talent anymore. Tua, we just don't know what the arm talent is going to look like in the pros because he wasn't asked to make those throws.
I feel like he's like Chase Daniel was a super accurate quarterback. So was Pennington. I don't know. What does just being super accurate get you? Is I guess what my question was.
I mean, it gets you to a Pro Bowl if you're Chad Pennington. If you're Chase Daniel, it gets you to a point where you've earned $7 million per start in the NFL. I mean,
but that's because he won a national championship.
Who did?
Tua.
No, I was talking about Chase Daniel. Chase Daniel has averaged $7 million per NFL start in his NFL.
Right, but I mean, Tua could certainly see that fate in a few years if things don't work out for him.
Tua is way more accurate than Chase Daniels based on his rookie year alone. Chase Daniels' interception rate is nearly double Tua's.
Right, but I'm talking about out of college. And, I mean, Chase Daniel has not had the NFL reps to really grow into a quarterback. I mean, you just never know. I just feel like he's a super accurate quarterback, and so is Tua. What's the big difference there? He doesn't have the decision-making, but he's accurate.
I mean, I feel like you make the case pretty firmly that who do we have the touchdown there from? Miles Sanders up the gut. He put Philadelphia in control here late in the fourth. Under 2 minutes to go. Tom Brady will have a chance to weave some magic here. Let's compare those stats. So Chase Daniel,
1 point lead, by the way, for Philly. So overtime not looking likely here.
68% completion rate, 7.8 yards per attempt, 101 to 41 touchdown interception ratio. I mean, Tua was significantly better than Chase Daniel was in college. He was more accurate. His QB rating was 50 points higher, and his touchdown interception ratio was significantly better in fewer games. So, and arguably against tougher competition. Hey, that's what gets Tua up there in the first place. Could be. I mean, Chase Daniel's had several opportunities to start. He's been paid like a starter, and he's never gotten there. The Dolphins, on the other hand, were happy to hand the reins over to Tua and see what he can do for them in the middle of a season.
Well, they spent a first-round pick on him.
They were already 4-3. Yeah, but I mean, if he's
Chase Daniel had a higher completion percentage in his last season than Tua. He did throw 18 interceptions, but he was very accurate.
I mean, if we're talking senior seasons, yeah, I mean, Chase Daniel had a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, and Tua had a 33-to-3 touchdown interception ratio. That's what you're getting out of Tua. So he's also going to limit mistakes. So you're building him up, and you don't want to. Your first 3 years of NFL quarterbacking are all about breeding out the bad mistakes and instilling good habits. That's what we saw with Josh Allen. And so right now you're trying to get Tua to take those risks, but you also want him to take good risks. And that's what he did as a rookie. He wasn't making big throws downfield where it's like, oh, no, he was making the right decisions. And that's a good start. That's a good foundation. That is where he wants to be. And we know that he already had a very high floor as a passer based on what we saw from him in college. So yeah, he does not have the ideal build like Josh Allen did for him. He does not look like a straight up 5-star quarterback, but he makes the plays he needs to make. And I honestly want to see more from him before I decide, oh, okay, this guy is a wreck. This guy is bad. No, he's gotten out there. He's won some big games as a starting quarterback in the NFL. You know, he went out there and he didn't have to do much. You know, he only threw for 169 yards against the Chargers, but he got the win over Justin Herbert. He had a solid performance in that garbage time loss in Week 17 against the Bills. He showed up and was decent enough against the Chiefs, and there's enough of a baseline there that makes me think that Tua can still be the guy that this Dolphins team needs him to be. And if they can't, I think Brian Flores is a good enough coach that he'll simplify the game plan to build around his quarterback. As not quite field goal range here for the Buccaneers. A weird pass to LaShawn McCoy there. It would be a 55-yarder from Ryan Suckup from here. See if
I think they're gonna try to get a little bit closer for him, but the clock continues to tick. Philly knows that their days might be numbered here if they get a first, and they do. They get that first down. Gronk with the first. They're gonna call timeout surely. The Bucs called timeout. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
I guess they want to keep going up. Make it a little bit easier. Field goal for Suckup. Be about a 50-yarder from here. They also know I got a radio interview to do in 12 minutes, and they're like, let's keep Christian from that.
Why are they calling timeout? I don't get it. Why don't you give us your player of the game? Your DeAndrea's
Dungeness Crab, all you can eat.
There you go.
Perfect. Nailed it. It's a tough one, and it might depend on what happens with the Bucs here, but it's kind of, for me, it's really feeling like a Mike Evans kind of day, although what was that Goodwin ownership number like as no, it's going to be Mike Evans with his 2 touchdowns. He's going to be our player of the game. It's a big strike there. Going to make it a chippy for the Bucs.
How about
the Eagles?
How about DeAndrea's disaster? Who was DeAndrea's disaster today?
Now my award. I like that. Who has been particularly awful in this one? Leonard Fournette in my lineup right now. 14 starts. Might get a few more here, but unless he breaks into the end zone, playoff Lenny looking like the regular season makes sense because this is in fact the regular season.
Crystal Ball said Destroyer.
Yeah.
DeAndrea's Destroyer was Mike Evans. DeAndrea's Disaster was Leonard Fournette.
It was playoff regular season Lenny himself.
That's right. Christian, you made some excellent points about Tua. I think that it's in a debate. You never change the other person's mind. I still have my mind made up about him, but you know what? Certainly could be good. He certainly is better than Chase Daniel. The Seahawks are certainly better than the Cowboys, although I don't think that they're that far. They're that different. And we'll see. We'll see what happens this season. It's going to be a good season, no matter what.
A potential game winner from Suck Up here. Only a 29-yarder. It's up, and it is good. So the Eagles, 2 timeouts and 8 seconds left to potentially find a game winner here. Things have to get real wacky to get this into overtime. You need a very, very strange seat.
Yeah, I think we're looking for a kick return right now for the Eagles, because without that, I think they've got virtually no shot. Coming up next, we got Get the Green. Jeff Ulrich joining Emerson Latzia. We're going to talk about everything going on in the golf world right now. And then we got
the Champions Tour tournament coming up right across from that. The AmFam John Daly's going to be up here, which makes me feel really badly for the local bars that couldn't make it through COVID. They were about to get a massive John Daly infusion and sadly could not have
Tragic. Got the slate coming up at 5, Shirag and Julian. I'll be back at 6 for a sim. 4 o'clock sim as well as scheduled will come your way. It's going to be Brandon and Zach, Dolphins and Jaguars. I'm back at 6 for Vikings, Panthers, and Ross. Here's the deep ball from Wentz. It is broken up. That is your ball game. Final score, Buccaneers 27, Eagles 25. DeAndrea's Disaster, Leonard Fournette. DeAndrea's Destroyer is Mike Evans. Thanks so much for all of you for watching along. Thanks to Christian. You can subscribe to his newsletter right there on the screen. Thanks to the Drew stack, Drew Connolly, Drew Johnson. We had a wonderful Kyle appearance there on Ops. We really appreciate everybody watching here, all the hard work that goes into every single one of these sims. Thanks for being with us. For Christian, I'm Kenny. Here's Emerson with Get the Green.
Hey, man.
Hey.
What's up, everybody? Hold on. I'm trying to turn my light on. Do you guys hear the air conditioner right next to me?
Is that a taunt? You know that I don't have an AC.
I can't hear you over the air conditioner, Emerson.
Is it loud, though?
It looks so frosty and cold.
God. Hang on.
Take off that parka. I want to see your guns.
All right. Slow your roll, buddy. You're extra thirsty today, DeAndrea.
I'm the regular amount of thirsty, and you know it.
Thanks, dudes. Appreciate you guys.
Love you.
Love you too. Congrats too on the new dog.
Thanks. Taking her out now.
All right, yeah. Go do it, man.
Can he get a dog for real?
Yeah, no, he did. I got home after Cofield's wedding Saturday night. Listen to this. So I get back, Reed and I get back to the hotel Saturday night. We do a quick little lobby beer.
Sure.
And I'm like, I can't do the after party. I'm too old now. I'm going to be too hungover. So I'm drunk in bed at midnight, texting who else? Kenny Ducey. Just telling him how much I love him and how much I love he got a dog. And I could tell it meant a lot to him.
Congrats, Kenny. What kind of dog is it?
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, Reed is Reed's clearly still hungover. Not here with us today.
Kenny just left. Didn't introduce me, didn't tell me what kind of dog he got, and just left. Classic. I guess we're on the outs. I don't know.
Let me introduce you, Jeff Ulrich. Emerson Latzia is here. And we got Andrew, producer Drew. We got Andrew on the ones and twos. So we'll be with you here for the next 30 minutes or so. We'll talk a little bit about this week's tournament. We will look back on last week's tournament, which, again, I remember sitting at the dinner table. Reed and I were at the same table, and I'm sitting there, and I'm sucking down a beverage, and I'm eating my piece of beef, and he takes his phone and shows it to me, and it's the headline, John Rahm, like, withdraws because he has a positive COVID test, and I nearly crapped myself. And I said, what is going on, dude? Like, I was shocked. But then I got over it and I got back on the dance floor. But what'd you think when you saw that? Because he was on a historic pace there.
I mean, look, when I saw, I watched a little bit of Saturday, but I kind of took a break at the end because Rahm was just on a heater, and I'm like, well, John Rahm's going to win this thing by 5 or 6 strokes. So I kind of didn't watch the last couple holes. And I checked back the leaderboard. I wasn't even going to check the leaderboard Saturday, but I randomly check it because I have my phone on all the time. And so I checked it, and Rahm's name, there's like a WD beside it. Like, he's still up top, but there's a WD. And I'm like, well, clearly the app is malfunctioning. So I refresh it, and then I'm like, should I just double check? Like, should I just double check Twitter? And I go on Twitter, and all hell is breaking loose. And I'm like, oh, that wasn't fake. Like, this is actually happening. So yeah, I don't know. It is a huge shock. I mean, unless you had some kind of inside info, I had no idea this was coming. So.
Bro, I thought like one of the craziest parts of it is like he gets off the 18th green on Saturday night, as I've gone back and read and seen the video. He gets off leading by 6 strokes, and he's met on like live TV by a PGA Tour official, and he's told his test came back positive, and he's crushed. He's crushed. So now he's like out of the picture for 10 days, I believe it is, and then that would put him back like next Tuesday, which is the week of the U.S. Open here. And, do you look at Cantlay's win, by the way, like you take it with a grain of salt now, how he knocked off Morikawa in a playoff, just knowing like these guys were buried behind Rahm?
Yeah, no, absolutely, dude. I mean, you take it with a grain of salt. I mean, obviously Patrick Cantlay played really well, and him and Scotty Scheffler and Colin Morikawa, these are great young players, and they're all obviously rounding into form at the right time. But you have to, you shouldn't you shouldn't forget about what John Rahm was doing for a couple weeks. This is a guy who was dominating these players. I mean, absolutely dominating, and obviously with
what is happening, dude?
Sorry, no, I forgot I had to share my screen.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Prepared for
I know that, and we had this last time. I said, "There's no way I'm sharing my screen. I don't want anything to pop up that's not supposed to."
I don't have anything bad up. I just completely.
Yeah, sure, pal.
So, anyways, I'm just gonna keep talking. Hopefully, our producers are dealing with it. I think you just got to really keep focused on the fact that that John Rahm was playing out of his absolute mind, right? So I think that's like the big story, and that's something you shouldn't forget a couple weeks when the U.S. Open comes. His odds have already kind of popped up a little bit. I know they were sitting around like plus 1,000, and now they're obviously a lot, a little bit higher than that. I think that seeing where they end up the week of is going to be important.
Okay. Yeah. So then I was looking at, Cantlay, it was kind of surprising because he had missed 3 of his last 4 cuts, but seemed to regain his form. Also a place that he loves. He's won there in the past. What am I looking at now? What an adventure we were on together. It's amazing to see how much your kids have grown up since as small as they were there on the desktop. Okay, anywho, the golf world, though, now 1 week away from yet another major, and this isn't the strongest field in the world this week. It's not. Although you do have guys like Brooks Koepka, you got DJ in the mix. They're the only top 10 players in the official world golf rankings in the field, and not a huge surprise DJ's here as a native South Carolinian. if that's how you would even say it. So it's the Palmetto Championship at Congaree. I like typed it in like on YouTube, and like one of the first videos that comes up is like two people who do a story on like how it's like the worst national park in the country. Like that's not the video I'm looking for. What do you do this week, man? Like, because this is a one-time event. This is supposed to be the Canadian Open this week, like right up in your neck of the woods.
It's a one-time event, and like obviously it's taking place in South Carolina. It's a big fancy club. I mean, it's it's in South Carolina. It's in all these like fancy old. It's got all these fancy old trees around it, and it looks beautiful, like a beautiful big sprawling golf course. But I have no idea how it's going to play. Like some people are saying the greens are going to be really fast, and they've lengthened it a little bit because there's a par 5 that's playing as a par 4. But then you add in the fact that there's this weaker field, and I don't know, like are they going to like legitimately shoot like +5 here or something? But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think you'll probably see the course. There's going to be a little bit of rain and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of unknowns, obviously, and with the weakness of the field. I mean, I'm looking at targeting more players who are like have some connections to the region. Like I think it's a good event for Dustin Johnson to get going. Kevin Kisner, Harold Varner III, all kind of South Carolina guys have some experience in the region. I think that'll help them a little bit here. I mean, it's just it's just a unique kind of golf course. Doesn't have a bunch of rough. It's got some natural waste areas. So it should be kind of a fun event. It's just we don't really have a good field, obviously, to play with it.
Like how do you think the tour is going to set this up? Because new course. And I know when you look at history at the PGA Tour and taking an event to a new course, they'll typically take a very conservative approach for the first time. But holy hell, some of the notes that producer Drew passed along, like this course can be long as hell, can be almost 7,700 yards long. You have a par 5 that measures 645 yards and a couple par 4s in the front 9 longer than 520 yards. And a lot of these holes are surrounded by these natural hazard areas.
Yeah, no, I mean like long holes, and then you have like stuff mixed in. I don't know how tough these long holes are actually going to play. Like there's not a ton of dog legs. And do you remember Pinehurst number 2? Do you remember watching the 2014 U.S. Open?
Yeah.
Remember that course?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good. No. Okay. Great. Because I think it's going to play a lot like that. I think you're going to get a lot of rollout, and even if they miss the fairway, they're still going to have some shots into the green. So I don't think you need to like just play the big hitters here. Like I think that guys like Brandt Snedeker, Kevin Kisner, I think they can be fine here. They'll hit fairways, they'll get a lot of roll. And when they're around the green, I think those guys have an advantage too. Because, if you remember from the 2014 U.S. Open, Martin Kaymer basically just used his putter off the green the whole time. And I think guys like that will be able to do the same thing. So I'm not overly concerned about how long it's going to play. I don't actually even think the Bombers are going to have like that big an advantage, but I think it's going to be an interesting golf course and should be like a little bit unique just in terms of how it's played for sure.
So who would have an advantage? Do you go back to guys who, like you mentioned, have a tie to the area? Because I know one of those dudes would be Matt Fitzpatrick. And I guess that's how you know it's one of those not as strong fields that the PGA Tour has to offer, because he's the third highest priced player when we're talking DFS. There's DJ at 11.4, Koepka at 11.1, and then Fitzpatrick at 10.4. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like, why would he be one of the higher priced guys? But okay, here we go. Did a little bit of research here. Fitzpatrick used to go to Harbor Town with his family on vacation, so a little familiar with there, a little course familiarity there, helped him with the T4 at the RBC Heritage, and then had some good form, posted a T23rd at the PGA Championship. It has not won on the PGA Tour, though, and you think that this could be a good week for it?
I mean, I think it could be, absolutely. Matthew Fitzpatrick, at the very least, like, when you have to consider all the top players this week, because, and I can't stress this enough, like the ownership on the top guys like Dustin and Brooks, it's going to be insanely concentrated, right? Like you'll get some players who are well over 30% owned this week, and rightfully so. We just don't have many players to choose from. And then you've got guys like Fleetwood and Sung J M who are legitimately playing like crap. So you could consider those guys, but I kind of like Fitzpatrick over them for some of the reason you mentioned there, pal. Because, I mean, I think that's pretty good research.
Thanks.
He was 23rd at Kiowa, another South Carolina course. He likes Hilton Head, another South Carolina course. Like, I think it's kind of a good setup for a guy like Fitzpatrick. Again, he doesn't have to worry too much about the length. He should be getting a lot of roll out there. He can be pretty creative around the greens. He's played in like desert courses over his life. I wouldn't be shocked if he popped up here at all. And he played like crap last week. I mean, he lost like 4 strokes on approach, but he's also got 5 top 12s over his last 10 starts. I mean, he's been in contention a bunch. So I kind of like Matthew Fitzpatrick. I would definitely be sprinkling him in again, trying to get, overweight the field. And Fitzpatrick is the one name up there I think you'll be able to get like 10%, maybe even less than 10% ownership on in a lot of GPPs. So yeah, it's going to be like a high variance week. If Dustin Johnson comes in and shoots like 20 under and you have like Matthew Fitzpatrick over him, you're going to be dead by Friday. But what has Dustin Johnson done for us to really trust him lately? Not much. So I don't really hate Fitzpatrick here at all.
And that's a good point by you. And I know we talked about it briefly this morning on the Sweat. What do you think the sense of urgency here is for Dustin Johnson? Because again, with Torrey Pines like looming, you think he would be like really desperate to kind of get things going. But it's been since the Masters. It's been awful.
Stretch.
And somehow he's still number 1 in the world right now.
Yeah, well, and that goes back to how well he played from about June or July 2020 to like the end of 2020, because he basically finished first or second in like 8 straight events. So to your point, I don't even remember the last time Dustin Johnson went like 6 events with this bad a stretch. And it's not like you look at it, he had T13 at the Heritage and a T48, but then he also had 2 missed cuts and another T48 and a T54. So it's been 6 events now since we've really seen anything of significance from Dustin. Like, he was kind of in contention at the Genesis, but fell off there on Sunday. And since then, it's just been like he's really had trouble getting going. I still think like he's just too quality player. You haven't seen this from Dustin Johnson over his career, where he goes 4 months without a good result. Like, to me, the good week is coming from Dustin Johnson. And I would be kind of shocked if he doesn't like put in at least the top 20 here. And I'll straight up say, like, I think I prefer him over Brooks. I know Brooks has at least shown us something of late, but like, Dustin's still hitting it really well off the tees, gained over 2 strokes in his last 3 starts there. It's just, he's just been less sharp with his irons and less sharp around the greens. And that can flip so quickly, especially on a course like this, where, maybe he doesn't have to hit like out of the rough and he can just putt a little bit more and he gets in a bit of a groove. Again, he's a South Carolina guy. He was top 5 at Pinehurst in 2004 there. I think he was top 5 or top 10 for sure. So anyways, he's familiar with the region. I see this as a very good opportunity to pay up for Dustin Johnson. I kind of hope people take the approach where they'd rather take Brooks over him, because I think I'd rather be on the Dustin side this week.
So, I mean, to win, plus 800 on the DK Sportsbook, plus 150 top 5 finish, minus 140 for a top 10 finish. Has the best odds out of any other golfer, and then Koepka's right behind him at plus 900. I read on here that there is some pretty thick rough on this tournament, which my guess can help powerful players like DJ in a long course like this. May bring some shorter hitters into the fold as well. But you said you prefer him over Brooks?
Yeah, slightly. I think, again, I think more people will probably be inclined to take Brooks just because they've got the recent form. Remember him from the PGA Championship. He's also slightly cheaper, right? So, again, people do not want to be going under 7K here, because legitimately we're getting into players like people just never roster and won't feel comfortable rostering, like Tyler McCumber and John Huh. So, I mean, like, people will want to avoid that at all costs. And part of the way you're doing that is just saving some money at the top. So I think Brooks will probably end up with more ownership. And again, like, we can go to the DraftKings Sportsbook too. I mean, obviously we don't have the odds up, mainly because I am so incapable of handling technology, but I can tell you that Brooks is, a couple points bigger than Dustin. So Dustin is the clear favorite. He's at plus 775 right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Brooks is sitting around more like plus 900. To me, I mean, I would rather be on the favorite if it's only a $300 difference between the two. So Yeah, I'll be Team Dustin here. I just, again, having done this for so long, these periods of bad play with Dustin, they go by so quickly because he just never plays bad for this long. So.
Yeah, and with Brooks, I mean, how much should people proceed with caution here? Because Koepka in non-majors is a whole nother beast compared to Koepka in majors, and we see him. He's one of the big names that actually likes playing the week before tournament, before majors, because I feel like it works out to the kinks. And then major week comes along, and there he is in contention like every Sunday. But should people proceed with caution this week because of this like track record here?
I mean, I think the only thing to be cautious with about Brooks is, if that knee just starts to bug him, I mean, he'll probably pack it in. Like, there's too much on the line next week, and it's a more rugged course, and he'll want to keep it fresh, right? So I think at the same time, that's really the only worry I have, because he tends to take, like you said, these week before majors pretty seriously. He's got actually a lot of good results the week before majors. I don't know if he's ever won the week before major, but like he was second at the Byron Nelson one year. He was second or top 5 at, the FedEx St. Jude, I believe it was last year or the year before. So he's definitely performed well in these events. It's just that knee thing and, maybe a little bit of the PGA Championship hangover still. It's just more reason for me to side with Dustin here. Dustin, and you said this, it's just a sense of urgency this week. Like, he has to get himself in contention. Yeah. That's how Dustin typically plays himself into form too. He gets in contention a couple times. Then it's like, okay, it's time to roll and grab a couple trophies and then get back on the water, the jet skis and stuff with Paulina. So I think we're at that point where it's just like starting with Dustin. I'd be a little more trepidation with Brooks right now, I guess. But it's I admit it's really close between these two. We're slicing hairs, so to speak. So.
Plus, like a win would inch Koepka. He was number 8 in the world, closer to his buddy Bryson, who was number 5 in the world rankings. Not in the field this week. Yes. So I wanted to bring that up too, because that's another storyline that I was like following over the weekend. Right. That Bryson was not too happy with some of the hecklers in the gallery, calling him like Brooksy, and actually had a few people removed at one point because of that, which I'm not a huge fan of. He clearly, I think it's tough to if you're going to entrench yourself that much into the gallery, like, you can't control every little thing that fans do, and hecklers they're almost part of the game.
Yeah, they're mean too.
Yeah, there can be some. But what's funny,
at the same
like
time,
Brooks. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, to your point, like, I mean, Bryson is a part of this. I mean, he was posting memes or memes. I don't know what the kids call them.
Memes,
but he was posting them on his IG this last week too, right? So he's built this up. I wasn't there, so I don't know. Were these guys talking his backswing? It becomes a whole different thing if they're trying to.
Oh yeah,
obviously. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he, if he's being a little bit too sensitive about it, and Bryson has been known to do that. So I don't know.
But then Brooks played it up. Brooks went on Instagram and was like, hey, like basically talking to all the guys and people in the gallery whose time was cut short, like was kicked out by Bryson. He's like, hey, your time was cut short. We're giving away cases of beer. like, let's go. He's completely playing into it. Like, in the end, though, hopefully no one's talking in anybody's backswing. Like, don't go out there and be an ass. Like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, little joshing here and there. But in the end, like, this is going to be good for them because of the whole, the PIP that they call, like the player, like if you can get fan engagement, like on social media and sponsors, there's that $40 million pool. I go back to that. Like, these two in a way are going to become rich because of this rivalry.
Yeah, no, it's definitely helping them both out with the engagement. Bryson tends to be more like the corporate guy who just, posts a lot of sponsorship stuff, which is good. I mean, obviously for him, but he's getting a little bit more involved now with the personal side, and Brooks obviously catering, just playing it up. So I will say this about these two guys. I don't really like the fact that there's so much focus on this for them heading into a major. Like, these are two guys, I don't know if I'd straight up fade them because it's the U.S. Open and both these guys have won the U.S. Open recently, but I really don't like it. Like, I think it's better for the players who aren't involved in this who have chance. Like I think it's good for like John Rahm, who is basically going to be isolated now and just going to come in and won't have to talk to anyone for like 10 days and just going to be dead focused, right? So I think it's good for players like that rather than and while these guys get all the attention, because it does suck energy away from you. You're always thinking about it. So that's the only thing I'll say. But yeah, as far in terms of fan standpoint, it's great, man. I mean, I want more of this. Like I don't really care how it affects them on the course. I just want more of the back and forth. So
all right. So Robbie Noble here is asking, never heard of him. Is David Lipsky a good look or nah? He's $7,400. He's got to be a Corn Ferry guy, right? I'm looking at these like tournaments.
Yes.
Okay. So he's in the mix this week, but I don't know what. Yeah, there it is. KFT on the underneath his tour. Looks like he played in the WGC Workday Championship though, the concession at T48. Look at his player card.
Yep.
Go ahead.
He's actually an American who he played over in Europe for a long time. He grabbed a win over there. He might have even grabbed a couple wins, but then came over trying to qualify for the PGA. He grabbed a win on the Corn Ferry last year. He's fine. He's a good player, but if we're being honest, like there's still some quality PGA Tour players in here. Like Von Taylor was in the mix last week. Tom Lewis has good upside.
There's Benny Ann down there, dude.
Yeah, well, Benny Ann is, he's really pushing my patience. I want to stand up for him here. I would still probably.
I see Camilo Villegas, 7,600. Didn't he win the Canadian Open a couple times? So is DJ. DJ's won in the past, right?
I think you're right about Camilo winning the Canadian Open. I can't confirm that, but that sounds right. That was like 15 years ago, but so I don't know how much credit we should put
I don't think it was that long ago. I think it was like a handful of years ago. He won back-to-back years. I'm pretty sure. I'm already lost in my notes. Like I'm all over the place.
It was a long time ago. Camilo hasn't won a tournament for like a decade.
All right, bro. Well, now I'm going to find it. I'm going to prove you wrong.
You're going to prove me right because I'm never wrong about this stuff. So.
I mean, if there is one tournament I trust you on, it's the Canadian Open.
The Canadian Open, right.
My little Canadian kumquat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're saying look elsewhere in that price range.
I think I would. Lipsky is a guy. He's probably about $800 over, or $600, $500 overpriced. Again, Seamus Power played well. There's some players, and I think Camilo is legitimately a player you could consider. I know we're joking around at him, but he's actually played pretty well late. So there's other players I would consider over Lipsky. That whole range, though, I know, the names just inspire no confidence. I actually like going down at 7,100. There is a couple guys there I think are a tad bit underpriced in Norlander and Adam Schenk. If you're looking in that range, Robbie Noble. Those are two cheap guys I'd consider this week.
Oh, here we go. Oh, thank you, Producer Drew. Yes, so, it was Vegas. Jonathan Vegas. I was getting them mixed up. 2016, 2017 was the one who won back.
There you go.
I knew I knew it started with a V, bro. Same thing there.
We'll give you the W. You got it.
There's a good collection here, a strong English challenge in this tournament as well. Tyrell Hatton, Tommy Fleetwood. It's a Ryder Cup year, so Ian Poulter is popping up on leaderboards left and right. But what do you think? Maybe out of those guys, anyone stand out to you? You mentioned this morning. I mean, Fleetwood's just been really tough to read, but could Hatton be someone you want to chase?
Yeah, I think Hatton is. Again, if let's say you're making a lineup and you just decide to fade Dustin and Brooks Koepka. I mean, I'm not sure if that's the optimal strategy, but let's just say I think both those guys are going to be supremely highly owned. So you want to start a little bit lower. I think starting with Tyrell Hatton is completely fine. You could go Hatton and Harris English. I think Harris English is a little bit underpriced this week too. So I think Hatton is a dude who's really he hasn't really struggled on the greens. He just hasn't gotten hot with the putter lately. His approach game has been fine. He's making cuts. He just hasn't really gotten hot lately, and he's perfectly capable of doing that. Again, another player I think is going to be actually really good at this venue. He's not monstrously long off the tee or anything, but he's very creative around the greens, or he can be, when he's not getting super frustrated. And I think that I do kind of feel like some of these English players and Euro players and internationals might have a little bit of an advantage around some of these greens, much like Keimer did at the US Open 2014. They're just used to playing a little bit more of these type of more creative shots. So I kind of like Hatton. Again, he's not like a must play or anything. Like I would rather play Harris English at 9,900 if I'm being dead honest, but Hatton and English are very close in terms of skill and where they're ranked and stuff. And either one of those players could kind of pop up for me here. So yeah, absolutely. He's in play. Fleetwood is a guy I mentioned that this morning on the Sweat. The ball striking has just been so inconsistent, and his results have been so inconsistent that, yeah, it's pretty hard to trust him at 9,500. I think I'd actually rather play Ian Poulter, if I'm being dead honest, which sounds crazy because he's 45, but he's actually been playing really well. And, we've seen what, probably shouldn't be judging players based on their age after Phil Mickelson just won the PGA. So
yeah, absolutely not. That would actually be the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
Pretty dumb.
Hatton T18, the Masters T38 PGA Championship, didn't play an event the week prior to either one of those, so we'll kind of see how mixing it up and getting some reps in this week will help him at Torrey Pines next week. This is an interesting stat. From 2018 to 2019, he made all 8 cuts in the majors and finished T6 at the 2019 Open Championship until he missed the cut in all 4 in 2020. So young golfer there on the rise, and I think he rose crept into the top 10 more because of his play outside the majors around that time. T3rd too at the 2020 RBC Heritage. So has played well in South Carolina before. Anybody there in the wait a minute, we have a question. Got to take advantage of these. We don't get a lot of them. The fantasy grad, do you think Whaley is a good play this week since he has been making cuts? Whaley's down in that 7,700 department. This is from our dude CJ 71, and I open up his player card. He's right. Wow, this isn't bad. T20, T26, T26, T29. Like, okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Vince Whaley. The last time he started, Vince Whaley had to actually qualify and like do a Monday qualifier, but he made it, and then his price was 6,100 at the Charles Schwab. So everybody played him, but even though he was chalky, he really paid off. I mean, T20 at the Charles Schwab when you're 6,100, like that's basically the same as getting like the winner in your lineup with that kind of value. I mean, legitimately. So this dude's made 9 cuts in a row. He's been top 30 in 4 events in a row. And look, 7,700, it's a massive price increase, but you look at who's around him. Again, it's just the way the field works out. I mean, Rory Sabatini, Sepp Straka. I mean, sure, these guys have been good at points in their career, but like they're not consistent players at all. And Whaley right now is really confident. The only thing I'll say about him is he's not really what you call like a top end talent. So this could stop at any time, but he's the main thing to worry about him is just everyone's going to play him because there's nobody else in this range where people are going to go, oh yeah, I can click on, JT Poston and feel comfortable as that as like a swerve play, and be like, yeah, that's a good pivot. There's really no comfortable pivots here. And people hate feeling uncomfortable when they're playing DFS. So he's going to be popular again. He'll probably push for well over 10% ownership. But like for a cash game lineup, yeah, I would just keep playing him. Like he's super confident. It's a weak field anyways. And realistically, you look at his past performance, he's priced fine. Like he's not overpriced. I mean, he's outperformed basically everyone in his range over the last month. So yeah, he's fine. I think he's probably going to end up being a good like GPP fade for me just because of ownership, but that's the only reason. I mean, and again, you're just taking on more variance when you do that. So you don't even have to fade him. You can play him and find pivots elsewhere at different ranges.
I think you mentioned qualifier. I do believe it's a big Monday around the country for like US Open qualifiers. I think it could be like the last one. So I would just say if you're someone who likes to build lineups like super early on DraftKings and you have maybe some of those cheaper guys who are still trying to qualify for the US Open, keep an eye on that because many of them, if they do qualify for the US Open or in the field this week, could withdraw and just say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and head out west now since I'm already in the tournament and not trying to fight for it this week at this tournament. Words of wisdom from one of the smartest guys here on the DraftKings team. Sungjae M, dude. This guy is the closest thing to a robot on the PGA Tour. The amount of tournaments that he plays in. Like fatigue doesn't seem to be a thing for him. He's a top 6 price player on pace to play 29 or more events worldwide for the 5th straight year. But before Sunday, you had to go back to over 2 years to find the last time this dude missed consecutive cuts. That was his rookie season on the PGA Tour in 2019. How you feeling about him this week?
Not very good. You know, the change to Bermuda putting surface and being in South Carolina, it should favor him. This dude has like crazy good Bermuda putting splits. So that's something in his arsenal that he can rely on. But if we're being dead honest here, he's been pretty consistent off the tee, and, you know, around the green, he'll have good weeks and bad weeks, which is fine. But there's really been no like uptick in his approach where you can just be like, okay, like he's hitting his irons well now, let's go. It's kind of been really flat. Like he's kind of just been relying on, okay, I'm having a good putting week, I'm going to finish T20, or I'm having a bad putting week and my irons kind of dipped and I'm going to miss the cut. Like that's just not what we're used to seeing from Sanjay. I think he's just struggling with consistency right now with his ball striking, maybe trying to fix something in his swing. I don't know. That's just kind of what it looks like to me. And it's kind of starting to bleed into the rest of his game a bit. So could he plot back up here? It's a weak field. Could he have a hot putting week? Yeah, he could. But I'm playing Harris English over him for sure. I'll eat whatever chalk is there. And you could pair him with a guy like Harris or Tyrell Hatton, I guess, and get some lower ownership. Like there's a pretty good argument maybe to play him over Fleetwood, but I look at Fleetwood and him as kind of 2 peas in a pod. I don't even know who I'd play over him right now. I might probably lean Fleetwood just because Sungjae, to me, he just looks so flat, and there's just been no pop, whereas at least Fleetwood has popped, seems to be showing at least some consistency every now and then. So those 2 guys definitely, you'll get lower ownership, I'm sure, but I'd much prefer getting up to English or even going down to Poulter, like I said before. So,
dude, he's only 23. I feel like he's been around forever.
Oh, dude, plays every week. It's incredible, man. Like, I think.
But you're right. This hasn't been the year he's been looking for. Like, there's been some glimmers of hope, but I think for the most part,
he might be getting burned out. He lived in hotel rooms for a year or something. So,
I see on there Fancy Hawk asking who's going to be hosting the Slate, the NBA edition of the Slate today. That's going to be Chirag and Julian at 5 o'clock. We're going to be wrapping up here in a couple minutes. And then Dolphins at the Jaguars. So at America's team, Brandon and Zach are going to be with you guys for that one at 4 o'clock. And then the late slate will be Rossi and Kenny. The late slate of Madden games kicking off at 6 o'clock for Vikings at the Panthers. Well, are you doing this tomorrow with Reed, or am I on this tomorrow with you? I don't know what's going on with him.
I don't know what's going on with Reed. I thought I was going to ask you for Reed info. Isn't he going to this event this week?
No, he's not. He's not going to this event this week. I know that for a fact, 100%. But I can tell you on the dance floor over the weekend, Reed T. Fowler, he's got it going on. Pelvic gyrations galore from that man. This weekend at Jesse's wedding was one of the most epic weekends, that was based on a wedding. One of the most epic wedding weekends I've ever been to. She had like 8 cakes to choose from for dessert, like on Saturday night. Unbelievable. It was really, really fun. We had a great time.
I'm glad. I'm not jealous at all.
Yeah,
it looked great. In all honesty, it looked fantastic. I hope you guys did have a good time. I don't know how you couldn't. The weather looked good too. It looked like sunny and like hot.
It was sunny. It was warm. It was windy. And in the end, there were fireworks. It's the first wedding I've ever been to where there were actual fireworks. So only the best for our draft queen.
I mean, she legitimately is the draft queen. I mean,
Yep.
It was a ceremony, it's not just a title. It's not just a fake thing. Is Reed really a good dancer? You just saying that. Like, was he actually?
No, he's a good dancer. He's a really good dancer.
I threw it out on the stream last week that I thought Reed was going to be like the sneaky guy who just like legitimately knows how to dance, takes like ballroom dancing classes, and just like makes everyone else look foolish. So was that kind of the case?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't say he's like a dance class level dancer. It's just, a regular old like weekend warrior, I guess, at a wedding. You go to a couple weddings a year, you get out there, you move the hips a little bit, you look at all the moms, you give them the finger point, and then you get out of there.
Okay.
Really fun stuff. Speaking of that, we're going to get out of here. We're done. Yeah, we're done. There is going to be another edition of Get the Green tomorrow at 3:00. So we'll dive a little more into odds and the salaries.
We'll do that tomorrow because I'll learn how to share my screen for that.
Indeed,
get
babe.
a master course here right after my producer yells at me and stuff. So we'll have that tomorrow.
That was good. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us. I'm Emerson Lotzi. He is Jeff Ulrich. So producer Drew and Andrew on the ones and twos. Much love to you guys as well. Next sim coming up in 10 minutes, 4:00. Dolphins at America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Brandon and Zach with you. We'll see everyone tomorrow morning, 11:00 for the sweat. Peace.
Oh, we're on. I guess I should start talking. Hey, what's up, Zach? What's going on? It's going good. Yeah. So for folks that didn't see Zach's tweet and haven't heard me mention it, or I don't know if Zach's mentioned it, but I know I've mentioned it to Koff and Rossi. This is the first time we're ever working together. Brandon Cristal, Zach Thompson, and I've been off for a little more than a week. So
welcome back.
A week. It's good to see you and good to have an all Florida showdown, but excited to hang out with you for the next hour or so.
Yeah, it'll be good. I've seen you, on the other side with the guys that I work with, and now they let us in the same virtual booth together. I'm excited for this.
No, this should be good, and we have a game of, hopefully it's interesting with two teams that we know can put up points. Jags are better than they were in real life on the Sims. Dolphins can be hit and miss. I'm usually reluctant to play Tua, but I think I got him in my lineup. Both you and I don't want to speak for you, but I'm never great at making contests. And when I do remember, I always feel good about myself. But neither you nor I made a lineup. So we're both in the free showdown. And we didn't, because we weren't, or I wasn't on earlier, I don't know if you were, didn't tell anyone or ask anyone to make it for us. So apologies to the DK Sim fam. I'm going to get our chats loaded up. I'm sure you've got them loaded up as well. But we both made lineups in the free contest. What's your lineup look like?
Yeah, so like you said, both these offenses can put up some points in Simland, a little bit more actually than they do in real life. So I do think we could get some points here. Both these defenses have been very beatable. I went with Devontae Parker in my captain spot. I know Breida was there, very kind of expensive. Expect him to be very chalky. Decided to differentiate a little bit, so went with Parker as my captain's pick. And then Tua as the quarterback, because whenever you go receiver in the captain spot, I like to pair that with the quarterback because obviously one is kind of dependent on the other. Then Jakeem Grant has had some good games against these Jags as well, so went with him. And then on the Jacksonville side, Eifert, Westbrook, and Chris Thompson, no relation to me or the other Zach Thompson, who happens to be making his major league debut for the Miami Marlins tonight.
Should I add that Zach Thompson to my fantasy roster? It feels a little early. I've got the Rogers kid. He's the only Marlin I have because you just you don't want too many Marlins.
I would not. He's probably only pitching a couple innings. He's only thrown 3 innings. Is his longest stint in AAA, so he's probably just an opener. Not going to get you a win or anything. I would not expect.
All right. Well, I will not add him. The Rogers kid's been okay, all things considered.
Yeah. The other Marlin that I always end up with is the other rookie there, Chisholm. I end up with him all the time.
If he ends up good, though, then you have to get a jersey. Like I got to think that you got to be stacking up, right? Chris Thompson, like you mentioned, no relation. You could go get an old school, the late great Brooks Thompson that played for Oklahoma State. Get an old school Cowboys.
There's a lot of us.
Yeah, plenty of Thompsons out there.
You could go Tristan Thompson and his 4 stops.
Pick any of those. Koff might even buy you a Celtics Tristan Thompson if you asked him for one. The great Fred Thompson, the senator from Tennessee, great character actor. I don't know what jersey you get there, but you could just get a T-shirt with his face on it.
Sure. Why not? My dad's name is Fred Thompson.
No relation.
Yeah. No, well, I'm related to my dad, yes, but no relation to that Fred Thompson.
I mean, all the Thompsons are probably related, and without getting too dark, you can look back at the history of our nation and understand where people might have been related at various points. I'm not saying you or your family are related to them because of ownership of humans. I'm just saying. It's like odds are your family's related to them more easily than mine is. With the last name
you would think.
That's all I'm saying.
You would think.
Gardner Minshew getting going early with DJ Chark. I guess I should run down my lineup. I was right. I did.
Sure. Who you got?
I did get Tua in there.
Okay.
And then right now I'm in 3,330th place. No, 3,300th place. Breida is my captain. I paid up. I figure
you did.
It can certainly be worth it, or like so many people, I'll be regretting it if he has an off day. Then I did get Tua. Jakeem Grant, certainly a boomer bust type of play. Chark, who had that catch.
So both of us have him,
yeah, Conley, who's had some big sims in Jags games. I've called him. Josh Lambo seems to always be good for a long field goal. So when you look at the numbers, though, in the free showdown that we're a part of, Breida, 68% owned. And then right behind him, Chris Thompson, 62%. Then it drops off to Tua. at 49 and change, and Devontae Parker below him at 46, and DJ Chark. Gesicki. Every time I've rostered Gesicki, I feel like he's never done anything for me. So I stayed away from him this time.
Very boomer bust. He's had some monster games, but then also does disappear a little bit at times. So far, it's been all Jags. Looking good on this opening drive. You keeping up with the standings of the season?
No,
that
I'm
we're
not.
currently in the middle.
I was camping for a week, and it wasn't much. I was listening
Fair enough.
To Nuggets and Avs playoff games instead of covering them like I would have been. I was listening in my car and satellite radio. My phone barely worked where we were. Now we'd go into town in Leadville. We were outside of Leadville, not too far from Copper Mountain, for folks that know Colorado. And so, because I do a podcast with Shelby Harris from the Broncos, we tape on Wednesdays, so I was able to find a spot in town to tape, and then my 14-year-old and I went and watched the Avs game 2 in a little dive bar in Leadville while I edited up the podcast and just made it all
nice.
Gave us an excuse to get out of the camper and into the bar to watch that. That was a lone game I watched. Like the Nuggets closeout game against the Blazers, I didn't realize started that early until I went and looked at what time pregame Zoom was. It was fine. I mean, it was fine. They won, but like I'm texting my buddy about tickets who works for the team because they had also announced that day that they were on full capacity. And I'm like, hey, we may want to buy some tickets, and I'm gonna have to listen to your game tonight on satellite radio. And I'm like, oh, never mind, the game's over. Y'all won. Congrats.
There you go. You fired up for tonight?
Well,
you doing anything for it?
No, I mean, I'm doing a sim in the first quarter with Moose. Yeah, so I'll be keeping an eye on that. My duties as our sports reporter here at KOA is to just kind of cover them, not break anything or really worry about every play. It's one thing if you're at the game, you're like, this just happened. But I don't need to tweet after every made bucket. I need to be able to know what happened in the game and then participate in post game and write a little web post on it. But
cool.
I don't need to follow every bucket, every possession. So it's just going to be interesting because Denver's beaten Phoenix 6 of the last 7 times they met, except for the last time. And while Denver was certainly banged up, Phoenix was getting healthy. And Ayton, I think, is going to be a matchup problem. And I asked Michael Malone about it yesterday. I think Ayton's going to be a problem. We know Chris Paul and Booker, what they are and what they aren't. It's different than last series. Touchdown, by the way. DJ Chark.
There he is.
Yeah, so if you got DJ Chark or Gardner Minshew, you're loving that touchdown there. DJ Chark, as producer Drew lets us know, 9.9% captained, 45.8% owned in the Big Free Showdown. But, Dame Lillard obviously is the head of the snake because he can kill you so many ways, and McCollum's a really nice player. Devin Booker is a borderline superstar. Like, if you're going to rank shooting guards in the NBA right now, your list isn't going to
you're not going to get very far
without Booker at the top of it. And Chris Paul, while he's certainly a 35-year-old and plays like it or whatever he is, 35, 36, 37, I don't know how old he is. Something like that, right?
Something like that.
We can double check it. As Michael Malone called him yesterday, and Michael Malone was with him in 2010 when he was on Monty Williams' staff in New Orleans, said, and he was with LeBron for 5 years in Cleveland on Mike Brown's staff, and now he has Joker, and he said, look, Chris Paul is the best leader I've ever been around, period.
Wow.
And then he even name-checked LeBron and Joker. So Chris Paul obviously just makes everybody better. And Mike,
do you think he's healthy, though? I think the big question.
That shoulder could be a problem, right? You get this deep in the playoffs, you get to the second round, and how limited is he? And how much does leadership matter when you're playing against a team that's maybe as good, if not better, in some spots? So I'm excited just to see it. As somebody who grew up in Dallas, I was bummed Dallas didn't win, but understand why they didn't. And that series probably shouldn't even gone to 7 games. So who's your NBA team that you root for?
Yeah, so I'm pretty much Boston sports across the board. I grew up in Guam, but my dad was a huge Boston sports fan. He was born and raised in Boston. So that's kind of where my loyalties lie. I will say NBA is probably a little less of like a specialized. I love the NBA, watch the NBA all the time, write about it and cover it. My team is the Celtics, but I do enjoy watching across the board all the teams and kind of have my favorites from fantasy and other, like I'm a big Devin Booker fan because I was at the game when he went off against the Celtics. So I always kind of like I cheer for him because that was cool because he put up all those points.
Sure.
And so, I've got connections to some guys and I cheer for them. Celtics are my team, but not exclusively that. Whereas baseball, Red Sox, pretty hardcore Red Sox. Not to the exclusion of all others, but a little bit stronger on that fanhood. You said you grew up in Dallas, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was Dallas born and raised. I went to college, I went to KU. But the Stars got to Dallas when I was in 9th grade, so I don't really have a connection to them. And because when I first got here, I had hang out with a bunch of the Avalanche players. I certainly, if they were playing in a series, I would definitely be pulling for the Avalanche. I liked Mike Modano as a kid, but again, I was 14 when they got to town.
Gotcha.
It was cool when they won the Stanley Cup. Like, I definitely thought it was right. Who doesn't like winners in their town? Yeah. I was a huge Mavs fan.
Okay.
And it's not that I'm not, but and I like Luka, but I just don't live and die with them the way I did when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And even the Cowboys, who are, I certainly, as somebody covers the league, covers the Broncos, I don't live and die with every transaction. But when the game starts, and it's normal when it was Tony Romo or when it is Dak, I'm still yelling at the TV just the same as I would if I'm watching the game live as a fan. Now, every now and then there's crossover, right? When I say crossover, I mean they're playing the same time as the Broncos, so I'll just go back and watch it on Game Pass. I'm certainly not yelling at a game I know the result to.
Yeah, it does lose a little bit of that.
Honestly, most years it's only 2 or 3 times that they'll play at the same time between what is normally a lot of primetime games for both teams. This year, Broncos only on Thursday night. Big pass there from Tua. That's not my man Grant, is it? I'd love it to be Jakeem Grant. The way he's moving.
I think it is.
Oh, look at that.
There we go.
And bigger than his size. Maybe I'm in first place.
Jakeem Grant is good in these sims. He can be really good.
Oh, for
Speed
sure.
guy out of wide receiver 3 for these Dolphins. Ends up in my lineup a lot of times.
The only team that I am invested in emotionally where it'll ruin my day or whatever is KU basketball.
Okay.
And so, I got the pick to go to school there. I obviously covered them when I was in school. And I'm on a text chain with friends from college, fraternity brothers at every game, even if we're playing Washburn. We're still texting about how they should have done this differently. Most years.
Gotcha.
There's some years where, like this year, when they lost, it was like, well, that's good. It put us out of our misery because they just weren't that
good.
Don't
have to do that anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. But most years, it's probably what being a Patriots fan is like. I've talked about this before with Cobb. Oh, nice little shoulder, whatever. That wasn't Grant again. Look at Grant playing big.
Man.
Looking like
throwing people off him.
Derrick Henry. Was that Derrick Henry? I know.
Shoulder charged the guy, broke the tackle, and lost a yard after that. But it was impressive. It was impressive when he did.
But a Patriots fan in the Belichick Brady era right now, I don't know what a Patriots fan feels on an NFL Sunday. An Alabama fan, an Ohio State fan, you get more relief than joy most of the time, and it's a crappy way to be a fan. When you want, like I think about here, and we'll get to the quick stats with DJ Chark.
Yeah.
As the only score. Like the CU Buffs have gone to the tournament 4 of the last 6 years, give or take.
Yep.
And to them, that's like going to the Final Four. But when you're a Kansas fan, literally, it's until you get to the Final Four, it doesn't feel like it was a successful season, which stinks. Chris Thompson on the ground, 4 for 15. Breida, 4 for 17, not helping me as my captain right now. I missed the passing numbers, but not that much going on. Eifert, Chark, and Grant all have 2 catches. Jakeem Grant, 41 yards, though. Could be bonus territory if he keeps that going. Yeah. So, and if you've got the Jags D, you're probably in good shape too. We can double check the standings here in the big free showdown.
Yep, hit the leaderboard up.
Yeah, Elephant Electric in first place. Doing it after the first quarter is a little silly, although I like to talk about how.
Yeah, at this point, it's just who's got defenses and the first touchdown. And
exactly.
Right now, it's Elephant Electric, like you said, up there with 42 fantasy points. Jags D is in that lineup, only 7.6% owned, captained in under 1% of lineups in the free showdown. And those that do have them in their captain getting 15 points at this point because of the shutout, but not up top. Gardner Minshew, actually the captain in that leading lineup, which does have DJ Chark and his 1 receiving touchdown.
So I was at Broncos practice today. It was their first 11 on 11
Nice.
work of the spring. They're getting 3 this week, 3 next week.
Did it feel good to be back?
It was, and I had missed the other 2 days that we got to watch because I had a meeting with my regional president that we had scheduled for 6 weeks and just kept getting moved. So I missed that practice, and last week I was camping, so missed that. And so it was good to be out there the first day when they're actually going 11 on 11, but the intensity is not going to be even what it'll be certainly in a training camp practice. And you see Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, and the takeaway is that it felt like Drew Lock at least today was pressing a little bit. But I stood with Mark Schlereth. It was funny because Mark Schlereth and Stokely, who both work across the street from me at a different station, I used to work with Mark a long time. But when they're at practice, I want to try to talk to them because I want to talk as much real football, what's going on, what's valuable, what's not.
Right.
And so
yeah, those guys are great.
With Stoke, he was saying, early in his career, these practices, there's a touchdown. That Gesicki, of course.
Touchdown. Of course. You said you didn't like him. As soon as you say that, you can lock it in for the touchdown.
But Tua there, firing it in, Gesicki, and Drew will get us those numbers here in a second. When you're there talking to those guys, so with Stoke, he plays 14 years or whatever. He said that early in his career, it mattered because he was learning stuff. Late in his career, he's just trying to stay healthy. But he's like, look, he goes, unless some guy's terrible, if a guy's awesome, but he's terrible when camp starts, the coaches aren't going to really remember that. And or if a guy is awesome, or the other way around, I can't remember what I just said. If he's awesome,
terrible now and awesome later.
Yeah, that matters. Right,
now, yeah.
Right, exactly. So as long as they make it to camp, that's when they really obviously start keeping track of everything.
Right.
The intensity's ratcheted up, and you're in pads a lot more. You're obviously not really in pads at all during this period. So it's weird to watch. And Vic Fangio said that today after practice, like, you can't over-evaluate these quarterbacks. And he said that. I asked him week 1, I'm like, how do you know which one of these guys can be the leader? And he kind of just took it and ran with. He's like, look, you can't really judge anything now until we get to full team period and preseason games, because it's just not fair, and the competition's not even really competition, so it doesn't matter. They're throwing either on air, no pass rush, no real pass blocking. Interceptions are interceptions. I mean, Drew Lock had a ball pop out of his, like, he went back to release the ball and it popped out backwards, and Malik Reed snagged it. That's an INT. And then he threw basically a pick six underneath the Justin Simmons. But in general, like I said, I was talking with Stink, and Stink's like, man, he's late on every throw. But Vic was quick to say afterwards, he's like, yeah, he might have impressed him a bit, but we just can't over-evaluate this right now.
How has Bridgewater looked? Because obviously new, right?
Yeah, he's new.
Was your first look at him in person?
This was my first look at him, yeah. He looks like Teddy Bridgewater, right?
Okay.
He completes passes. He's got a high percentage. He doesn't take that many shots downfield. He did throw a beautiful pass over the linebackers underneath the DBs to Jerry Jeudy, who's looked great. And Jerry Judy's been Bridgewater's favorite target so far. Maybe it's because they're both from South Florida. But it's just way too early to tell. You can still tell that Lock's ceiling is much higher, right? Because especially when they're warming up and they're basically throwing identical routes to each other, or one's throwing this route and one's throwing that route, but they're in the play together, right, with just receivers and nothing else, where it's like a right side, left side thing. You're like, well, the ball just looks different. But there's a lot more to playing quarterback in the NFL than having an awesome arm. That helps, but you have to have a lot more to go with it. Like Gardner Minshew doesn't have the best arm, but if he keeps doing that, to my man Chris Conley.
To your man Chris Conley.
Yeah.
There you go.
Justin Hardy said Conley time right before that.
There you go. Producer Drew did drop in. Wow. I don't know why that was so hard to say. Mike Gesicki ownership, 44% owned, as we said off the top, 6.6% in the captain spot. So a nice start for him with that score. Tua, who completed the pass to him, 50% owned, 11% in the captain spot. Both teams look pretty good on offense right now. We've had 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns. Minshew driving the Jags right down the field again here.
Yeah, I had so many bad games the week before I took off. Mike Koff and I were getting 10-7 and 13-6 every game.
Those are fun.
So it's nice to see 2 touchdowns here. I'd like to see 2 more each from each team. You know, I think if you can get 3 touchdowns from each team, it's a good sim.
Yeah. Jaguars have been, to some people, surprisingly good in our season to this point. They're 3-2 and atop the AFC South, a game ahead of the Tennessee Titans. And then the Dolphins have been 2-3, but they've looked okay in their sims. I haven't been steamrolled by anybody for sure. The Jets have actually been surprisingly good, which is a little weird. But
so you started asking me have I looked at the standings. I haven't looked at them at all. Yeah. Why don't you give me at least some highlights? Who's been rolling?
Okay.
Who's been rolling that I?
Yeah, so
by or not so. I mean, are the Bucks 5-0 or the Chiefs 5-0?
No, nobody's 5-0. Zero.
Actually, I saw the Bucks lose.
Got to 5-0. Yeah, nobody got to 5-0. The Bucks are after their win. I think they won earlier today. Somebody can confirm that. I think they won earlier today. They're 3-3 now. They beat the Eagles 27-25. So they moved to 3-3. That was the first game of Week 6. That's a Thursday night game. There. So the Jags are in first, which is a little bit of a surprise. The best teams so far have been the Steelers, the Packers, the Seahawks, and the 49ers, who are all 4-1, along with the Chargers. And then, I'm sorry, there's only 2 0-5 teams, and one of them is the Broncos.
The Broncos, because of Drew Lock and his inconsistency.
Yeah.
Even though they've got Von Miller and Bradley Chubb on the Sims, there's just not enough there, and right, a healthy Cortland Sutton.
Right.
If they would have played the season with all those guys, I mean, I don't think they would have been picking in the top 10, but they didn't.
I agree. Because I think Drew Lock would have improved a lot more than he ended up improving, because he ended up having to work with, inexperienced receivers when Sutton got hurt. A lot of people forget that Sutton got hurt and was not there. I mean, he played, week 2? That one game, and then he got hurt the rest of the year.
Yeah, he gets hurt in week 2 against the Steelers on a interception that went off his hands, a tough pass from Jeff Driscoll. He couldn't really get his arm all the way up because he was dealing with that shoulder injury that happened at the end of training camp. And then he goes to try to make the tackle, and he tears his ACL and MCL. So it
has he been back in camp yet?
He's around. He's not doing he's definitely there. He's not doing full team stuff yet, but he is certainly there. Von Miller looks like he's basically back to close to full speed. They're having him do everything that you would expect to see from him, that I could tell. I mean, he was out there with the team when their first team period today. So
cool.
It'll be interesting to see what season you get from Von Miller, who was poised to have what I thought was going to be a great year before he got hurt. And he and Bradley Chubb together. Now Chubb's dealing with he had ankle surgery, but he'll be good to go by camp. They've only played 4 games
Simmons
together.
got paid this offseason, right? That was the other.
Simmons got paid. They brought in Kyle Fuller and Ronald Darby. Right. They draft Pat Surtain. They remind me a lot of the Chiefs before they got Patrick, where it's like this roster's pretty good.
So that brings us to a question here in the chat from Brian C. And maybe you've covered this, but since this is my first game, you can cover it for me. And Brian's asking, do you think Rodgers will be on the move? And if so, will it be to your Broncos? Is it just that quarterback piece that they need? Because I agree, the rest of this roster is pretty solid.
Yeah, I do think he's going to be on the move. I think we're seeing the first kind of true seeds of that, or steps, if you will, in that direction, with him not showing up at minicamp. If you're the Packers, do you forgive him the $93,000? It's not about money. But if I'm the Packers, especially if he starts skipping training camp, it's in the CBA where they can't not take the $50,000 a day from him or whatever it is, so they'll end up making almost $1 million.
Right, training camp, right?
Yeah, but I would not only not forgive him the $93,000, I would fine him that. I would also keep finding him, and I would wait and trade him at the end of camp, because the later you trade him, or before the trade deadline, make him dig in and say, hey, we're holding on to you for as long as we can. We don't care you're not playing here. You're not going to play anyway. And then, you know what? We're going to trade you, and they're still going to get 6 draft picks for him or whatever. And by then, they'll have a better idea what the draft picks are.
Right, because if you've got somebody who has a major quarterback injury, then you could have more suitors for him too.
Absolutely, right. Now you say, the Broncos are interested, maybe some other teams that are interested. The Raiders are a team we've heard, but let's just play it out. The Titans, Ryan Tannehill goes down. Maybe they're giving up every number 1 they have for the next 3 years and all this other stuff because they just traded for Julio. They've got Derrick Henry. I mean, if I'm them, I'm calling anyway.
Right? Yeah, right. Totally.
I'm throwing in
Tannehill.
Tannehill. I don't care.
Yep.
I'm throwing in Tannehill. I mean, you're gonna have to make that money square anyway, and now you have to
Right.
figure out Julio's deal. I'm guessing they're gonna extend him that way they can make the salary cap work. But I would certainly
Definitely
if I'm the
in win now
Titans-
mode.
Yeah, if I'm the Titans, I'm like, hey, here's Tannehill, here's 3 number ones, and who else do you want? Do you want AJ Brown? Okay, fine. Here's AJ Brown.
Right, who else interests you?
Yeah.
Either side of the ball. Just give us your list.
Name somebody.
Make it
I mean, we'll keep Henry because and
Right.
you'll have Aaron Jones, so who cares? And they probably wouldn't trade for AJ Brown. I'm trying to think who their best young defensive player is.
Yeah. One's not coming to mind right away, which probably might be says what you need to know.
Is Harold Landry there? That's not right. Harold Landry.
Yeah, they've got somebody like that. Yeah, somebody with some numbers in there on their jersey makes all their plays.
Titans depth chart. Here we go. Somebody with numbers on their jersey.
I actually meant the the third or the fourth, but
Harold
they've
Landry
got a
the
big number
third.
too.
Yeah, Harold Landry the third, who was a second-round pick. I mean, Caleb Farley, who they just added, they're probably not putting him in a trade. Kevin Byard, who was All-Pro a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Byard was pretty good.
You're not trading Janoris Jenkins. Bud Dupree, they just signed. Their defense is not great.
No.
These names don't blow me away. Bud Dupree, if he's healthy, coming off the knee thing, will obviously change what they have going on up front.
Yeah, their defense doesn't have a whole lot of stars for sure.
No,
I think Byard is the superstar on their defense.
Yeah.
in Madden.
No, I mean, Kevin Byard was a All-Pro 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Something like that.
By the way, looking like an All-Pro
There
for
he
the
is.
first time all game. My captain doing captain-like things. Big run after catch there.
And Byard did lead the team in tackles last year, 111.
You don't want your free safety being your leading tackler ever.
No, that's bad. It's very bad for you.
You want your free safety or strong safety. You want them third, fourth is ideal. Kind of. You want your 2 inside linebackers to be 1 and 2 by like a big margin, and then I guess your safeties after that.
And you want them to have some passes defensed.
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
few picks. But yeah, you don't want them leading your team in tackles. It just means what was going on in front of them was not great.
Absolutely. By the way, I've jumped to 1,097th place. So
Hey, that's
3,000.
Lambeau's field goal, man. We didn't even talk about it, but Lambeau knocked in the field goal and boosted your lineup up a little bit more. Now, if this Gesicki guy would stop catching passes not in your lineup, you'd be all set.
No, absolutely. You got to like on, what was it, second and 6, they lose 4 yards.
Yeah. Guys, you're going the wrong way.
I know.
Going
Good
the
catch with
wrong
the
way.
run underneath. There's a lot of fun happening in the chat. We haven't really done a great job getting to it, but they're talking about what all of us announcers look like.
Oh, nice. Fun time.
Did you have another game earlier? Do you have one more today?
Nope, this is it for me today. I am one and done. Just here for this one. I'm back tomorrow. I've got one game each day this week, Monday through Thursday. So I'll be around one time each day, 4 o'clock today, 2 o'clock tomorrow with Koff, 2 o'clock Wednesday with Koff, and then noon on Thursday with Emerson. So just one game apiece for the next few days. Game tying field goal from Sanders is good. So we got a 10-10 game here. Yeah, just one a day. It's kind of nice. I like that pace. I can do that.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. I'm kind of the same as you this week. I didn't know between, because we do the schedule the week before. I wasn't exactly sure when the Nuggets were playing and what's going on with the Avalanche, so I couldn't commit to nights. And then I've got these Broncos Zooms. Not, we only watch one day of practice this week, but next week I'll have 3 days of practice to watch plus Zooms.
Oh wow!
And then maybe Nugs and Avs playoffs, depending on where things stand.
Yep.
But I won't know that this week. So these are going to be probably lighter weeks for me here this week and next.
I know we don't talk a ton of NHL, but how do you feel about the Avs series and now tied up 2-2? I know you've been away, so I don't know how much you've been able to see or follow. But
I was watching the game yesterday.
You said you watched the last one.
Yeah. The only one I didn't watch was Game 3. I listened to it.
and they had that game in hand and then give up 2 goals in 41 seconds. The Avs look like world beaters, 6-0, and they're about to go 7-0. Next thing you know, 41 seconds, 2 goals. One was a kind of a silly goal that bounced off the goalkeeper's skate, or goaltender's skate, rather. And then another quick goal right after that, and then it's 2-1. So you got a series. And then they just get blitzed last night. I watched the first period and a little bit of the second period on my phone. First period I got to see in person, not in person, at the bar at the Broncos Stadium at Empower Field. Nice. USA played Mexico in the CONCACAF Nations League final, some fake thing that they started this year.
I don't know, but it was cool. I watched part of that.
It was awesome. It was so awesome. I mean, look, it was a Mexico home game. It was wild. There were 37,000 there, and 25,000 felt like they had to be from, not necessarily from Mexico. I'm sure some certainly were, but supporting Mexico. And it got a little dicey in the stands. It certainly got dicey on the field with stuff being thrown. I saw a guy punch another guy square in the face, and then that guy that got punched got in a fight with the cops when he was, all out of sorts, bleeding all over himself. Yeah, but it was a fun game. It's fun to see the U.S. win a trophy. I'm hoping Ronaldo shows up in one of these chats because he was tweeting about it during the game. Gardner Minshew in the first half, 12 for 15. I missed Tua's numbers, but I know he obviously has a touchdown pass.
Yep, 123 yards for Minshew, 99 for Tua, 9 for 12 with a touchdown as well. So we got one passing touchdown for each quarterback. Not much happening on the ground.
No.
Thompson, 25 yards. Breida, 31. Breida does have a nice catch and run, though, so he's got a little bit for you. I know you've got him as your captain. Thompson also kind of involved as a pass catcher, 3 for 12. Gesicki has the most catches, 4 for 16 to go with his score. Jakeem Grant did not do anything in that second quarter, but still has his 2 catches for 41 yards, the most yards of any pass catcher.
Yeah, and Gesicki not really killing you. I mean, the touchdown hurts. 16 yards. Right. He's going to have to do some more. No one really looking at that bonus. Jakeem Grant obviously slowed down there. Have you ever seen Team USA play in person?
Not in person, no. My sister actually did some coaching with FIFA. So I have seen both women's and men's national team practice. I've been able to kind of watch some of their practices, but not ever a game in person. Obviously watch and follow whenever they're on. But yeah, not in person.
Well, and what makes what made yesterday really cool is the backup keeper has to come in because Zach Steffen goes down, and the kid's from here, and he makes a huge save, and his folks are in the stands. It was really cool to have a hometown kid be the hero in so many ways. As Cristobal Castillo points out, that's a usual Mexico-USA game. For sure. There's plenty of the refs screwing it up, the fans not liking the calls. But it was the third time ever that they've gone to extra time. And so it was just fun to be there. I'm excited about the young USA core. And there's no reason not to be, right? With all these guys that are playing internationally, or even the kid Kellen Acosta, who plays right here in Colorado for the Rapids, who grew up one town away from me. And I say grew up, I mean, he's 23 and I'm 43, so I was probably pretty well long gone by the time he was.
You're around.
Well, I'd visit every now and then. But with Pulisic and Gio Reyna and Weston McKennie and Serginho Dest and you just keep going down the list, but really you start with those 4 that are playing on some of the biggest clubs in the world. I mean, you're talking about Barcelona and Juventus and Chelsea. It's awesome, right? And I think the only thing that you would ask, and this is where I would love to see Ronaldo's thoughts, is why did it take so long? Right? It's one thing when Americans are playing for Fulham or Everton, but I mean, Chelsea's a top 4 club in England.
Yep.
And so it's just cool to see. And I'm really excited about what the next 5 years will look like leading into next year's World Cup, and then with us hosting the World Cup in 2026. As all those dudes are hitting their prime,
Yep. Yeah. Hopefully that works out. I mean, that will be awesome to see. It's always fun when the national team's doing well, right? It's always cool. Everybody gets to rally around it and kind of get their USA on. It's always fun.
Yeah. Let me ask you this: do you think the Olympics are going to happen? As we're watching the Dolphins march down the field.
I think they're going to happen. Yeah, I'm sure there will be, as we see that pass get tipped up and tipped down and tipped up again and fall incomplete. Yeah, I think they'll happen. I do think there'll be athletes that don't attend. I think the crowds will be smaller. It might feel a little bit like some of the sports that we saw last year, right? Where it's not quite the same, but I do think it'll happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. As far as who's not attending, I guess I don't know what that's going to look like.
Right.
But as more and more people are getting vaccinated, I guess you're going to continue to have whatever happened with John Rahm happen until every athlete.
Oh, that was brutal, man.
Yeah, and I understand the arguments on all the sides. But will you have that in the Olympics where an athlete in the middle of the games, is cruising for a medal? I guess I don't know exactly what it will look like and what the mandates are.
Yeah, and it would have to be a sport that has some kind of rounds or breaks, right? Like maybe one of the sprinters who's had multiple. They have the qualifying heats and
over a couple days, or gymnastics over a couple days. Yeah.
Or I mean, golf for that matter, right? They're in the Olympics again this year.
And how about basketball? Right,
Yep.
basketball last 2 weeks or however long the tournament is swimming.
Yep.
But
everybody around here is all fired up because they're saying Jason Tatum's going to be a big part of Team USA for the Olympics now. As we see another catch by Breida,
he's going to hit the bonus in the air.
Yeah, good work out of the backfield as a receiver, 4 for 67 now. So a solid day, saving his fantasy day that way. Although not much coming on the ground, plenty through the air. I'm in like 8,000th place, which is not great.
No, let's see what place I'm in. I am in 577, winning a dime.
Whoa, nice.
10 cents richer currently.
Seven-way tie right now as scores are being updated live, so it'll continue to shift. But Scott E24 is one of 7 players tied for the lead right now. Obviously, as we get ready for potentially another touchdown here at the 11-yard line, that's about to change. But Gesicki in the captain's spot.
Obviously, a lot can still happen. I mean, we're just barely into the third quarter here. But it was Breida who's the most highly owned. A touchdown from Breida, I think. Well, and there's a chance at it. No, a little check down.
But another catch, some more yardage.
Does Gesicki find the end zone here? Do the Dolphins convert?
3rd and 5. Or do we see another Sanders field goal?
Yeah, could be Sanders time.
Spread them all out. I like it. Devontae Parker's down here to the bottom of the screen. Grant in the slot. Tua lefty. Remember that? Yeah.
What a dumb read.
That was awful.
All right. I didn't deserve the field goal here. I'm pulling for Jacksonville now after that throw.
After that one throw, we're out.
Yeah.
We're out on these Dolphins.
Well, I've been out on Tua anyway until he can.
Oh yeah.
That he, unlike Teddy Bridgewater, Alex Smith will take shots downfield. I know it was only 1 year, but
yeah, he looked
nervous.
very hesitant to do so.
Yeah, sure. I'm nervous to think of what he can and can't do. Just when I say what he can't do, I'm not sure that we'll see. Like, it's hard to get a guy to change his tendencies. Maybe you can get him to throw less interceptions. It's hard to get him to throw the ball deep more, though. Hey, Tua, look at the name on the football and throw it to that dude.
There you go. That works.
Looking at the chat, I'm trying to see if there's anything else that jumps out. I'm scrolling back through. Twitch chat has been a little lighter today than it normally is.
What's up, Twitch fam? Good to see you over there on Twitch.
In sort of unrelated news, but related news to DraftKings, did Jessie get married over the weekend? I feel like I saw some tweets indicating that she was going to get married from Reed and Emerson, maybe. Do we know? Did everything go great?
I don't know. I would assume it went great.
Yeah.
I know that was coming up.
Awesome.
And so I was not there. I didn't actually see anything that says she did, but producer Drew confirming, yes, she did. It is official.
Well, it's worth noting she was on TV a fair amount on commercials
She
in
was.
Denver.
I did see her a lot.
For DraftKings and for DK
Yep.
Sportsbook. She was on TV plenty. So.
Yep.
But congrats to Jesse and her now husband.
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't talked to Jesse in forever because obviously switched around things a little bit, but that's awesome. And I guess the next time I do a team with Emerson, I've actually never worked with Reed too. Now that I think about it, because I used to have him on my podcast all the time, and that's how I got my loan. That's how I got my lone DraftKings T-shirt. Was from the PR guy that helped set that up. But
nice.
I
have two.
Yeah,
I got two.
And you have a hat.
And I have a hat. Yes. Yep. That's true.
But aren't you a full-time DK employee?
I am not. No,
Oh, okay.
I am a contributor on sports or on Playbook, writing about sportsbook. But
Sure.
Yeah, just a contributor.
All right. Well, then, congrats to having two more pieces of swag.
Thank you. I went there for a meeting when we first started DK.
Oh yeah,
Live,
you're in town,
and,
so that makes it easy. Like,
right.
I don't know.
Yep.
I don't think I'm going to be in Boston anytime soon. I'm going to California, and I think I'm going to Chicago. Those are one of the trips. And now I'll be in Minneapolis for a few days because, or at least I think I will, because Broncos are going to practice there before that first preseason game. I don't know if I'm traveling yet, but for a week of practice, I think I'll be there.
Cool. I was going to ask if you travel with the team at all, or
I did 2 years ago. Last year, nobody did, and this year, it's everything's up in the air.
Okay.
But a week's worth of practice, or 3 or 4 days worth of practice, and
whoa,
I assume I'll be there.
Minju threw a pass that might have been even worse than that awful 1x2, rolling to one side, throwing back across his body, but it worked. It was caught.
Sort of, yeah.
6 yards.
Conley hauls it in. They tell you never to do that. Patrick Mahomes, what's interesting, Patrick Mahomes just can throw across his body. When he does it, there's almost nobody around.
Right.
Like, he won't do it in traffic. That's why his touchdown to interception ratio is like the best all time. Along with every other.
He breaks all the rules.
Out of his.
Yeah, right. He breaks all the rules, and somehow that's okay because it's him doing it, and it all works out just fine. Unless he doesn't have any offensive line.
Yeah, and that was the reason is we tried to explain to people why they lost in the Super Bowl was that you had two guys that shouldn't have been playing tackle. Certainly Remmer shouldn't have been the left tackle, and Wiley, the right guard, shouldn't have been the right tackle. I us working together, I guess I need to check this box. When you're going to start a team, are you starting it with a quarterback or a left tackle? Because Kenny is the one, the proponent of starting with a left tackle and then go get your quarterback. Whereas
I'm starting with the quarterback.
Okay, so
no question.
So far we're at 100%.
Mostly because I feel like I'm okay with an 80% left tackle. I mean, you want him to be great, but if you've got one that's, if I can get a quarterback who can make all the throws and who has the upside to be great, that's what you got to get. And then you protect him as best you can. I'm not saying that's not important. We've seen bad situations where you've got Deshaun Watson right back there on the run for his whole career so far. And
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, you got to, Russell Wilson, same thing. But you've got to have that quarterback. That's where I would start for sure. I have heard Kenny's diatribe as far as, and diatribe might be too harsh, but his reasoning maybe is better behind his left tackle. And I sort of get what he's saying, but I would still start with the quarterback.
Well, just when you break it down, and I used his own Jets, I said, how many Super Bowls did DeBrickashaw Ferguson win?
There you go.
Or Joe Thomas, or playoff games, right?
Right.
Or Anthony Munoz. We could go down the list. Jackie Slater. Whereas Nate Solder has 3 Super Bowl rings, and I like Nate a lot. I've known him since he was in college, and he's a good dude. He's a Colorado kid, and all of that. He was the highest paid tackle in football, and he goes to New York with Eli Manning and then with Daniel Jones, and he looks like he doesn't know how to play football. They draft tackles, to move on from him.
Right.
And it's because Tom Brady can cover up those mistakes. Look at all the different left tackles Aaron Rodgers has had. Right? David Bakhtiari.
He's been just fine. He's been okay.
The highest paid left tackle in football goes down at the end of the year, middle of the year. And they were a couple plays away from the Super Bowl again. And Rodgers had to deal with that plenty. I mean, how many times did Brian Balaga all those years, and I'm drawing a blank on the other tackle, Andrew Lang, just get banged up? I'm not saying,
Feels like every year.
Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers, all he does is throw 38 touchdowns and 4 picks. So
I mean, you do need an offensive line. I'm not trying to minimize that.
Right,
I mean, we saw
because-
and you just have to go back to Mahomes and say, yeah, right. He needed an offensive line in that game.
But that was a drop off because look, it was a domino effect of you're already down 2 guards from the start of the year with no Ron Duvernay-Tardif, and then Kelechi Osemele, who I thought was a really nice pickup, done for the year early with that. I think it was a knee tear. But then Wiley, who's been one of your constants as your starting right guard, he has to move to right tackle, and Remmers, who's a bad right tackle, is a much worse left tackle. And that's what happened.
Turns out.
Right. And that's why the performance from Mahomes was truly amazing. When you think about hitting Kelsey right on the money, hitting Tyreek Hill in the face,
He
running
should have
for
been a
his
touchdown,
life.
yep.
Yeah, running for his life. And they have a really good pass rush there with the Bucks, obviously.
Yeah.
And you just some things you can't overcome.
Right. He
Tua-
ran more, like an incredible amount of yards. I forget the exact, but there was all the, advanced metrics of all the yardage that he
it's
ran
crazy.
for his life, literally.
Crazy.
Just running away from those guys.
So Tua has 197 yards passing. Chris Thompson, 29 yards on the ground. Breida, 9 for 50.
Limp up to 50 yards.
Halfway to a bonus. I think if he gets to 80, it's a solid day. 80 yards
He's
a game
been
for a
doing it
running
all,
back is a 1,000-yard season.
Yep.
Gesicki
He's
now
been doing
5
it all
catches.
through the air today.
Yeah. Breida,
5 catches, 72 yards.
Don't think you get the double bonus, but maybe. And then
Don't
Breida-
think so, but it's happened before.
So Breida and Gesicki, 5 catches each. Parker, 4. Eifert, 4. Thompson, 3. Conley, 3. Jakeem Grant, 3. Does Eifert have a new team?
Still free agent. Still free agent, as far as I know. I have not heard that he has found a new team, although we have seen some of those more veteran guys landing in spots now that we've passed the June 1st deadline.
Yeah.
I don't, Are you a salary cap guru? You keep track of all that stuff? Somehow now it's like it doesn't affect the compensation, right? Is that how it works? Something like that?
There's something like that. There's also, there's a lot of, I don't know all the details there because other people will just tell you what it is. And I realize I could be one of those people, but I know that it all gets worked out. And teams can always afford everything. It's how do they choose to spend their money. It's cash over cap. And how much do you want to lay out? But best I can tell, other than whatever's kind of going on with San Diego or LA and the Chargers and the Spanos family, every other team, even the families where all their money is tied up in football, still aren't going bankrupt. Right? They're still able to pay all their bills, it seems like.
So far.
So far.
Yep.
We're going to get to the point, though, sooner than later, where the NFL, if there is a situation where it seems like everything it can't be covered by an owner, they'll just move on. The league will take the team back, quickly put it up for sale, and that'll be that. Like, sort of like what we saw with the NBA and the Clippers.
Yep. That Carolina, there were some questions as to how much pressure from the league was on Carolina to sell.
A lot.
Right.
A lot. But that was twofold. One, I think a little bit had to do with Jerry Richardson's finances, and a lot more of it had to do with Jerry Richardson, the guy.
Right, for sure. But the league didn't take the team, but they just did.
Yeah, it'll be more. It'll be more of that. They'll be able to force sales quickly because Jakeem get it. Because,
Jakeem.
Right, because there are billionaires lining up waiting to buy a team. Jeff Bezos is certainly interested, and he's obviously the richest man in the world, so he could buy a couple teams. They won't let you buy more than one. The teams that are going to come up for sale in the near future, the LA Chargers could be really interesting, not because they shouldn't be moving back to San Diego, which they should, but with Justin Herbert and them having a part of whatever's going on. Yeah, but at Stan Kroenke's football palace out there, it's LA, it's football, it's the NFL. There's a touchdown. Is that a vulture? That was.
That's Jordan Howard.
Look at that. What's his ownership? Man. Jordan Howard. Did anybody roster Jordan Howard? Is that going to make a difference in the winning lineup? We'll keep an eye on that.
Jordan Howard owned in 3.9% of lineups in the showdown.
3.0 captain. Now look, that's only it'll get you the 6 points plus the yard or whatever. But
it hurts Breida owners. Sorry.
It crushes the 68% of people that own Breida. Me being one who paid up in the captain spot. Brian Flores totally screwing all the Breida owners there. Just like Bill Belichick's done for so many years on an NFL Sunday when you're playing Burkhead and James White vultures it. And you're playing James White and Sonny Michel. And Sonny Michel gets vultured by Burkhead, right? And then I mean, the name that always comes to mind is Brandon Bolden. Right? You'd have
Brandon Bolden, you never know.
You'd have one of their top running backs, or you'd play him. They'd be your fourth running back, so you'd have to play him that week, and then Brandon Bolden would, because of the bye, and then Brandon Bolden ends up getting 1 or 2 scores. Like, what the heck is going on, Bill? Come on, or job.
Burke had one of those veterans who just found a new team, landing in Houston.
Yeah, that running back situation is all jacked up. They signed Philip Lindsay to the 1-year deal. They signed Mark Ingram to the 1-year deal. You got David Johnson still, and now you had Burkhead.
I think they're just getting as many one game guys, right? Like feels like Burkhead might have a game or two, then he's probably going to get hurt. And same thing with David Johnson. Let's see, we get enough of them, right? You get 16, it gets you through 17 now. 17 I guess you got to get one more.
Yeah. Huh. It's I have no idea what they're doing in Houston, and
I don't think many people know what they're doing.
No, but I got to think that part of it is because Nick Caserio knows Burkhead and knows who he is, knows adding a guy like that to the room. He's the son of an FBI agent. You know the character you're getting to just kind of help establish a culture similar to what Tim Tebow's doing in Jacksonville, I guess, but with less fanfare, certainly.
Slightly less fanfare, I would say, yeah. What's your take on, we're doing a Jags game. We've got to the fourth quarter here, without talking about Tebow. As somebody who, were you in Denver when Tebow Mania was? Okay. So what's your take on him there?
I would think he doesn't make the team.
Okay.
But I can't remember who I bet somebody something. It wasn't anything crazy. The longer he's around, the more I'm like, you know what? Maybe they're gonna just find a way to stick him on the 53. I don't know.
Or move him directly into a coaching role or something.
Yeah, something. I don't know, but it's like I don't think he wants that because he makes more money being Tim Tebow. Right, like all the stuff he's doing, books and speaking and all that. Like you're limited by being a tight ends coach or running backs coach. Boston Joe says, Brandon, do you remember Jonas Gray, running back for the Pats? 1 game, 3 TDs, 200 yards. Yep. I remember he was the most added guy in fantasy. Then what happened? Did he miss the meeting? Right, he missed the meeting that week.
And then that was it. The end.
And I don't think Bill didn't cut him right away. They just shut him down. Like, no, well, sorry, kid. Yeah,
no, because if he cut him, it would be too easy for everybody to react to that. He's got to be on the roster, and he'll never see the field. I think he had another.
That's kind of how you make an example. That's how you make an example, because you cut a guy and another team signs him, and they learn from their mistake. But you make them stick around, go through practice every week.
The only guy I remember Bill cutting to make a point was the guy who fumbled the punt there in Denver in the snow.
Oh, was that Cyrus Jones?
It might have been
the cornerback / return man from Alabama. I need to double check if that was Cyrus Jones, who then played here for a little bit.
That doesn't sound right. No, it's
Chris Harper.
That's right.
Chris Harper. That was a game where C.J. Anderson won the game in overtime.
Yep.
With that
right
run
after
around
Chris Harper fumbled.
Yeah, with that run around the left side.
Nope. Can't be doing that. And thanks for the time, Chris.
That was a fun 4 years because you had Peyton Brady 4 times in the regular season and twice in the playoffs.
Yep. I was on a plane that time that the Broncos beat the Patriots in Denver on their way to the Super Bowl. And it was not a happy plane.
There was 2 of those.
The one that they won.
Okay, so... Yeah, 2015 season, 2016 January. I, too, was watching that game, but from the sideline, working as a sideline producer for Westwood One, and watching the almost comeback and seeing how open Gronk was and Brady missing him and throwing the pick that Bradley Roby snatched out of the air on the 2-point conversion after hitting Gronk.
Yep, that was the game.
Yep.
So I was on a plane out of Boston. So, of course, the plane is going nuts. It was a weird experience because it wasn't quite a bar experience.
But everybody had the game on TV. What airline? You were on an airline that had TVs, right? So everybody's watching it. There's probably not one TV that's not, if anything, it's just not on. But nobody's like watching a movie, right? You're not watching Eat, Pray, Love while everyone else is watching. is watching the game. That had to be wild.
It was wild, and of course, every play reacted like a bar, right? Like,
Yeah, of course.
But it was on a plane, so there was no drinking, and at least not where I was sitting, there was not much drinking involved.
Yeah, not like at a bar where everyone's got a drink and slamming drinks and throwing drinks and
exactly. And then we were, I forget, where was I flying? It must have been San Diego I was flying to, so I wasn't flying to Denver. That would have been weird.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What time did you take off? Because that was an afternoon. Oh no, that was.
Yep.
Was that the?
It was the later
afternoon.
afternoon. It was the later afternoon.
No, because the sun was still out.
It was sunny, yes.
Yeah, the sun was. They were the early game, and then Carolina and Seattle. Was it Carolina, Seattle? Carolina and Seattle were the late game in Carolina because I remember watching the second half or part of the second half at a bar with Adam Kaufman.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
Koff was there covering it, and it was me, Koff, and Howie Deneroff from Westwood One. Went to this burger bar and I actually got pulled over on my way home and had only had one beer and ate a huge burger and all this, and I get pulled over because I had just we had gotten, I don't know if we had gotten a new car. I got a new phone. That's what it was. I got a new phone and I hadn't paired it to the Bluetooth. So I just kind of pulled over, leaving downtown. There's a touchdown, by the way. DJ Chark again. That was unbelievable.
It's going crazy here in Jackson.
I want to see a review, though. I'm not sure.
That was,
what a throw and catch. DJ Chark.
Spectacular catch right there.
In line for a potential Krusty Koff player of the game.
For sure, yeah. If he
look at both
get his feet down. That is
going up.
Whatever his jump rating is, he used all of it right there. That was good.
No kidding. Wow. What a catch by DJ Chark. We'll check the standings here in a sec. So what's funny is, I get pulled over. I get pulled over.
I want to hear the end of the story.
I'm always nervous, but I was like, I didn't, I wasn't worried because I hadn't had 7 drinks or 4 drinks. I had literally had 1 beer and a milkshake and a cheeseburger.
And a burger, yeah.
Yeah. So I just kind of pulled out, and not really even into traffic, just happened to be in front of a cop. I wasn't really paying attention. But I think
what was the phone? How did the phone figure in?
Because I was literally I needed to connect the Bluetooth, so I pulled over parked. So I think I pulled over abruptly, and then after I connected, I kind of just pulled out into traffic, I guess.
Gotcha.
And so they pulled me over. I'm like, "Can we give you a sobriety test?" I'm like, "I guess," and I'm still nervous. And the funny thing is, so right outside of downtown, there's a cool hotel called the Art Hotel. But maybe that was art. It's next to the art museum. But
yeah, no, right where it is.
Their overhang has these flashing lights that do all these different patterns. And so they're like, all right, dude. And I'm like, hang on. I go, can we move a little bit down the block here? Because these lights are really distracting. And they're like, yeah, sure. So they move me down, and then they have me blow, and I blow all zeros. They're like, we don't think you're drunk, but will you blow into this? And I'm like, sure. And I'm like, it's going to be a 0.02, a 0.0. Is there the slightest hit? But I mean, again, thankfully, because here's what happened was that I knew nothing was going to happen, and I knew I had to get ready for Broncos Super Bowl. So in my head, I'm like, I wasn't ready to party. I was like, let's go. I've got to get to San Fran. I knew there was going to be a week.
So you went to the Super Bowl that year?
And I'd only been at the new station where I'm sitting right now. I'd only been here for a month less. I started December 26th or 7th, whatever that Monday was after Christmas, and a month later they're winning the AFC title game.
That's good timing.
Yeah, no kidding. I get here, we started a new sports station that's no longer, it's in the room I'm sitting in. A month later they win the Super Bowl.
Very cool. Is that your best in-person sports memory?
No. Okay. Mario Chalmers hitting a 3 to beat.
Oh, there you go. I forgot. My bad. Yeah.
To send the game to overtime. And as somebody who's gone to just about every Final Four, save for this year and 2 others since 03, 09 I missed in Detroit because Detroit, and 04 in San Antonio. I've been to every Final Four. Cool. To be there with my team hitting that shot and then winning in overtime in a game that technically didn't count because Derrick Rose wasn't eligible to play in college. So
that's true.
Different conversation.
But hey, at the moment you didn't care.
Well, did they take Louisville's title away? Did they send Michigan, does Michigan have a banner now that sits in an office? Do we know?
I don't even know. I don't think so. I mean, Do you hang that banner? I don't think you do. I think they take it away from, like, when they took the Heisman away, I don't think they gave it to the runner-up. I think you just...
Who just said that? Drew said the losing team doesn't get anything. No, Michigan technically won because they stripped Louisville of the title, right? So now they're the champion, or you're saying that they essentially...
I don't think they give it to
the next vacated champion?
I think it's just...
Well, here, so let's just see. NCAA, basketball champions by year. Okay. And we got to get the actual NCAA page. NCAA.com. Here we go. So 2021, 2020 canceled pandemic. It would have been the Jayhawks in Atlanta. I still have my flight credit from that.
We'll put that on the board. Put the asterisk.
Louisville with an asterisk. Louisville 35-5 asterisk. This is on the NCAA's website.
So it still has them as the.
It says Louisville. It says Louisville 35-5 asterisk. Rick Pitino 82-76 over Michigan. I actually have a funny story there too. Asterisk. Louisville's participation was later vacated by the Committee on Infractions.
But it doesn't list Michigan as the champion. It still lists.
No. So
interesting.
And you know, it's funny, and right, there's all those jokes and memes out there about the T-shirts being sent to third world countries of winning teams or the teams that don't win, right? Like, oh, our Bills shirts are coming tomorrow, you know, like, or whatever it is. In New Orleans, I've seen the Jayhawks lose championship games twice, and so I have championship T-shirts that say KU National Champs from 2013 or from 2003 and from 2012.
You found them, huh?
Well, New Orleans just doesn't care. Like, if you're a vendor in New Orleans, you're not worried about losing your license. You don't have one in the first place. So I remember I bought a dozen of the 2012 shirts. I'm like, oh, Calipari, this thing's getting vacated. You know, Anthony Davis, and then we'll be the champs. And like, not that people.
And you'll have the shirts done.
And not that people in glass houses with what Jayhawks have been.
Yeah, that's true.
But nonetheless, I was like, we'll be fine. Or I think that now. But I have the shirts. I even gave one to comedian Rob Riggle because he was in studio. I just interviewed him the week before at the Final Four. Then he came in studio for an appearance because he was doing comedy in Denver. And I gave him a shirt. So I don't know if he's ever worn it, but I gave him to all my friends because they were $3 each instead of $40.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, it was a great deal.
That's great. So you get 12.
Good to know that they don't just send Michigan like a bunch of championship boots and a banner to put up. Like, champions, congrats.
Hang that up in like somebody's office or something. The records room.
All right, so
Dolphins aren't really going to punt this, right? They are. What?
Wow, that's wild. Why would they?
I don't know why you would even do that, but I mean, I guess punt it out of the end zone, but still. Just let that one run out.
Who's your crusty coffin player of the game and the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of got to go Chark, even though he wasn't on the winning team with the 2 touchdowns. He's the captain in the winning lineup currently in the free roll, so we'll go with him there. As far as Not My Kid award, who stands out to you? I know I've got Westbrook didn't do much for me in my lineup, only 4 catches for 25 yards, but we'll see as we see some of the final stats here. 2 of 236 with a touchdown. His team got the win. Minshew had 213 and 2 scores. Thompson didn't do much, only 32 yards on the ground.
Thompson is the first one that pops into mind because how high his ownership numbers were.
Did have 6 catches, so a little bit of redemption there, but definitely underachieved, especially against a Miami defense that we've seen running backs put up good games against. 6 catches, though. That's the one redeeming factor there, but could definitely go with him. Parker had a decent game as a wide receiver 1. What about Wilson?
Albert
Did
Wilson,
he have a catch?
Yeah. Albert Wilson, I don't think had a catch. I got to scroll up real quick and check out his ownership numbers.
No catches for Albert Wilson.
No catches. Albert Wilson's ownership, 21%. So a guy that is certainly rostered. It's not like the 3.9 with Howard vulturing that touchdown. I think it's respectable enough, or unrespectable, if you will. If you want to give it to Albert
Let's
Wilson.
do it. Babysitter Billy Award, Albert Wilson, no catches, shutout. Not anything for him. But his team did get the win, so Dolphins will improve to 3-3, while the Jags drop to 3-3 after 6 games.
Zach, this was a lot of fun. I hope we get to do it again.
Yeah, it was good.
But we still got a full night of sim action for you. Coming up at 6 Eastern, it's Vikings at Panthers, Rossi and Kenny. Maybe they'll talk about quarterbacks versus tackles. Then at 8 Eastern, Chiefs at Washington, Kaufman and Rossi there. And then Moose and myself close out the night. Madden After Dark, Rams at Giants. Then, well, there's an extra then in there. I guess I do need to thank all the Drews behind the scenes as well, and everybody else helping out, Kyle. But right now, how about this? Chirag and Julian, they've got the slate breaking down Bucks Nets and then Nuggets Suns. So we will hand things off for Zach on BK. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, sir. It is time to party. We are back on a Monday edition. Here we go. I have returned in a new view. Julian Edlow with his new view too. I think we're all ready to do this. My boy.
Couple nice new looking backgrounds.
Yeah, right? Well,
same bad takes, but we upgraded the backgrounds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, want to just kind of get it started with these important games here. Obviously, with it being the playoffs, we moved on to the next round. Every game is more magnified. Basically, we're going to be going with 2-game slates for most of the remainder of the week. If not, that's going to be a showdown. So I think just breaking into these couple games, let's get into this Milwaukee and Brooklyn one. But before we do that, make sure drop all your questions in right now in the chat, and we'll make sure to get to them as much as possible. If not, you can hit me up on Twitter. You can hit up Julian on Twitter. His DMs are open for you to yell at him at any point that you want. But
they are. It happens.
Yeah.
Don't be a stranger.
But I wanted to actually start by talking about Blake Griffin. 4,100. What do we do on this slate when we expect Blake Griffin to be extremely popular coming off a Clippers-like Blake Griffin performance?
Yeah, so Blake Griffin's really interesting both on the slate and the player prop market. Because I was looking at him going into game one, and I was like, I wasn't planning on betting anything, but I was just interested what his props were set at, because the Nets are so overmatched in the paint, and they're going up against a lot of size, and Blake Griffin was set at 12.5 points, rebounds, and assists combined. It was either 12.5 or 14.5. He went for 18 and 14 with the 3 assists. He knocked down 4 of 9 threes. I don't think Blake Griffin is back and going to have that type of impact. Maybe for the rest of the series, maybe for the rest of the postseason. I don't think he's quite going to be that good to help the Nets kind of dominate that game with Harden going out. But here's what I'm looking at. Like, Jeff Green is out.
Yep.
Harden's out.
Yep.
Just look at the minutes. Blake Griffin almost never tops 25 minutes. He played 25 in game 3 in Boston. The Nets lost. He hasn't topped that pretty much ever. He played 35 minutes against Milwaukee in game 1. So the real question is just, are the Nets going to unleash him, or was that some kind of fluke? You know me, I like to bet value. So like, I feel it doesn't feel right to me to say, Griffin had his player prop set so low last game. Now it's at 21.5. It's up like 7 to 9 points, rebounds, assists total. But if he's going to play, look at those last 2 games, 18-18, the last 2 games against Boston. He literally doubled his minutes in game 1 against Milwaukee. So if that's going to be the case, I don't know if I'm going to put my money directly into him in terms of a player prop, but I think that he's an obviously safe DFS play. You're just going to eat the chalk, though. If you're playing cash, he's going to be in your lineup. Maybe you want to lock him in there as one of your values, but you're going to have to be different somewhere else.
Where do you look to differentiate? Because I'm looking at Mike James as potentially being a popular option. Bruce Brown, another guy that should be able to step up and garner a healthy amount of minutes. He played only 21 in that game, and Mike James was the guy that stepped up more or less for them and played 30. So where's the fade here? Is Mike James going to play again 30 minutes off the bench, or is Bruce Brown the better play? That's a guy that's been known on this team as a starter. He started for Kyrie. He started for Harden. There are times when Durant didn't play and Jeff Green wasn't available, and he started a bunch for them. So maybe those minutes were a fluke. His shot wasn't going, and James and Griffin were playing well. What do you make of potentially also adding in James? We have to consider this because of the 2-game slate.
Yeah. So like on a normal slate, you don't just want to chase after a random guy that gets hot. But like you said, it's 2-game slate, limited options. Only so many values are going to play. That said, all these guys, if I'm buying into Blake Griffin, we can't buy into all these guys. I'm going to say that Mike James was the flash in the pan, and that I would rather roster Bruce Brown. Yep. For a little bit more, coming off a worse game, but he's going to start in Harden's spot. He's a scrappy player, Boston's own. We don't get many good basketball players coming out of Boston. Bruce Brown is one of them. He's just going to do the dirty work, so I think that's going to lead to some rebounds. It's going to lead to some open looks from assists from Kyrie and KD. Whereas Mike James, like, I just don't know if that's sustainable. 30 minutes out of nowhere, shoots 5 of 11, huge game. But like, he also played 10 minutes in the Celtics series. So he played 3 times as many minutes in game 1 against the Bucks as he played in the entire Celtics series. It's hard for me to think that, what is that? That's 75% of Harden's minutes just go right to Mike James. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't believe so either. And if we look at kind of the Brooklyn depth chart, Joe Harris, he played 34 minutes as well. So if you have Kyrie, KD, Joe Harris as your 3 guys, Blake Griffin playing another 30, that only leaves one spot to really fill in. And I think it's going to be going with the hottest hand and Mike James. Will that be Mike James again? Will they have to go Nick Claxton if Brook Lopez starts getting off? If the Bucks make a switch and play Giannis more into the middle? Like, there's a lot of different ways that this could go, and I believe if chasing Mike James is something that you're feeling, I'm just not on that boat.
So that's one thing I was going to say. If Milwaukee's big, if they make the adjustments this game and come out and kind of punish the Nets the way we thought they might as soon as we saw Harden exit that first game, now you are looking at maybe Claxton, like you said. You got a tiny guard in Mike James, maybe being replaced by Claxton. I think that's completely reasonable because of Milwaukee's size. Maybe it's that Blake Griffin gets into foul trouble this time around, or maybe it's just that Milwaukee makes adjustments and Brooklyn needs the size on the floor. Like, it's not like the Nets are going with some ridiculous lineup. Everybody's playing their own position. If they just put Claxton in there with the 4 guys we believe are going to be on the floor, Kyrie at point guard, Joe Harris at shooting guard, Durant at small forward, Blake Griffin at power forward. Everybody's playing their natural position there with Claxton playing center. So it's not like that lineup is far-fetched at all.
Yep, exactly. Out of all the studs available in that game, Milwaukee and Brooklyn, who would you most likely build around? Giannis, Durant, or Kyrie?
It's a good question. I feel like I do want to spend the majority of my salary on this game, so you can go with 2 rather than maybe saying you want whoever. Jokic would probably be the name, Jokic or Booker or whatever. So for me, I'm leaning Durant, and I do think that Giannis has a bounce back. You say bounce back. He had 34 points, 11 rebounds. A bounce back game, a better game. He also shot 16 of 24. But I just think without Harden, Durant, it's somewhat of a narrative play in the NBA playoffs, but I think Durant kind of carries the load. He felt more dominant than his 29 points in game 1. He felt like unstoppable at times. Shot 12 of 25. Only got 4 free throws. I think that number can go up. Only hit 1 of 4 threes. I think that can be improved. I think this is probably going to be a 35 to 40 point game for Kevin Durant. That's just a gut feeling, though. There's no numbers there that necessarily have me backing that as a player prop. That's just kind of a gut call in this spot.
I mean, playing 40 minutes also is pretty up there. I mean, KD just a year removed basically from that Achilles tear, having to sit out completely all of last year playing here and there. But this year, coming in and having to sit out 30 games, he had an injury of himself, and now playing 40 minutes, this guy has the ceiling. But
this is what we do load management for, right?
Yep.
Load management for. You better be able to play 40, 45 minutes against the Bucks in the playoffs.
Yep. So you mentioned something really interesting there, and that is you prefer to stack this game, Milwaukee-Brooklyn versus Denver-Phoenix. Why do you prefer to build around these players rather than the other game?
Yeah, I mean, well, that one's kind of obvious with the total. Brooklyn not playing much defense. Milwaukee looked like it had a week off in game one. I think they're going to score more in this game, and I think the Nets are going to have to keep up with them and kind of be able to. So I think that this game, if we don't see Milwaukee with those struggles, I just think we're going to see more from both offenses all around. Whereas the game one can sometimes be a feel out game. I think we're going to see a lot more points with the Nuggets being out there and the Suns rather than the Nuggets-Lakers series. But Chris Paul, I think that had more to do with LeBron, but Chris Paul does slow games down in the playoffs and go possession by possession. Whereas the Nets are they're going to give it to Kyrie and KD and run. The Bucks are going to give it to Giannis and Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton and run. I just think we know more what we're going to see there versus a game one feel out game where there might not be the possessions that we need.
Makes sense. Let's jump into the sportsbook part of this. I know you mentioned a couple things on this series. It's basically a pick 'em here, Milwaukee and Brooklyn, with Milwaukee currently sitting as the favorites on the road. Is the Harden effect that much?
I mean, yeah, he's a huge piece. It's interesting. Let me see if we have the splits yet, actually. But so this morning, we're getting some reverse line movement on this game because this morning, the Bucks were 1.5 point underdogs, but had 27% of the bets, 32% of the handle. So the Nets were getting 73% of the bets, 68% of the handle, and they were 1.5 point favorites in this game. Now this game's moved 2.5 points. So it kind of leads you to believe that some big Milwaukee bets have come in there. So let me see. I don't
fully understand it because Harden didn't even play more than 42 seconds.
Right. So let me see. There's updates here. Yes. So yeah. All right. I mean, I can't tell you exactly why it moved. This is weird reverse line movement that makes you think, the Harden number is now just more factored in. Books are kind of liable on the Nets, and they want, liable on the Bucks. They think the Bucks are going to win this game. They want some Nets money to come in. The Nets just updated right around 5:06 p.m. have 67% of the bets and 59% of the handle on DK Sportsbook. So some bigger bets, some sharper money, you might say. 33% of the bets are on the Bucks, but 41% of the money is there. So bigger bets have come in on Milwaukee on Monday.
That makes sense. So is there any value to be had here now on the Brooklyn side, or do you follow the bigger, sharper money and say, let's go with Bucks? They still do have their big three intact. They were off in game one. Giannis took 5 3-pointers, while I think him hitting 2 of them makes it 40%, and that would make him an elite 3-point shooter. I wouldn't consider him an elite 3-point shooter, and the team as a whole is much better. I think their missing piece in DiVincenzo is actually a lot bigger than they can make on, because Bryn Forbes is thrust into a larger role, and he hasn't ever really been there. And yeah, he can play well, and he did do his thing in San Antonio. I just think that DiVincenzo fit really well with that team and provided them the depth and minutes that they needed and the 3-point shooting. And so now, do you think Chris Middleton bounces back, Drew Holiday bounces back, Giannis attacks more in the key rather than kind of taking 5 3-pointers? It takes maybe 3 and attacks a little bit more.
Yeah. The only thing I find interesting about Milwaukee going from a very slight dog to a very slight favorite is that it means the money's coming in Milwaukee. Some bigger bets are coming in on Milwaukee, which makes complete sense. Now we know Harden isn't playing, and we know that the Bucks are going to make some adjustments, and they probably should be slight favorites in this game. In terms of betting it, in terms of what side you like, it's a tough game to pick. Like, I backed the Nets once. They played 2 games late in the season in Milwaukee just before Harden returned.
Yep.
And they lost both of them very narrowly. They were neck and neck games the whole way. And that was in Milwaukee. So this is in Brooklyn. So,
and Giannis had spectacular games in those ones.
Right. He can shred that defense, and I expect him to. But the other part is that we're forgetting, the line has to move because Harden's out. It just means more touches for Kyrie and Durant, which is, title-wise, you need Harden out there to win it all. But for a couple games, can you sustain winning these games at home with, the usage now going through Durant and Kyrie, like a top 5 guy and a top 10, 15 guy, whatever you want to label them? Of course you can. And the other thing that we'll get into, well, first let me just say, if you're betting the game, I don't think I missed the value on one team. You didn't miss anything. You're just going to bet the money. It was 1.5 points before one way. Now it's 1 point. You're just going to bet the money line of which team you think is going to win. And
that's the right way to look at it, rather than
missed the Bucks at like plus 106 this morning. Let me see what
minus 112 now.
Yeah, you missed the Bucks were minus 103 this morning as underdogs. Now they're minus 112 as favorites. You didn't miss anything. You're just going to bet it the way you want to bet it.
Yeah.
The one thing that I'll say though, which maybe you should give more credit to Brooklyn, or don't look too, those 2 games, the regular season games, Irving and Durant were playing less because it was regular season games. Durant, like you said, played 40 minutes in game 1. Kyrie Irving played 45 minutes in game 1. So getting them on the floor more obviously does Brooklyn well.
Yeah. A couple questions coming in from the chat about Bryn Forbes and Landry Shamet. Do you feel that Shamet can get more minutes in this game?
Yeah. He's a guy, you look at that game log, it's kind of weird that he only played 12 minutes. You kind of remember him. He had that big dunk for his only 2 points on the breakaway that kind of started to break things open for Brooklyn. So you don't exactly realize he only played 12 minutes. I'm surprised that he's another guy, Bruce Brown, he's a potential play tonight. Shamet is somebody that can easily play over Mike James. I don't see why
that's
not.
The thing. I don't see Shamet as a guy that you want to potentially say, okay, I need to get him in my lineup, but he's definitely a player you need to consider when or if you are playing Mike James. This is a person that could take away from that upside. Just because he played well doesn't mean that that's what they're going to do. He could come out and play whatever, and now the Nets need 3-point shooting to get back into the game.
Yeah, he definitely gets out there to space the floor, even though it's weird he only took 1 3 and missed it in game 1. I could see, like you said, that those Mike James minutes, are they going to go to him? Maybe, but if I could bet on it, I would say that though he returns to his normal and somebody else is going to help fill some of those minutes, and it could be Shamet, it could be Moore for Brown, it could be Claxton.
Yep, exactly. Then we have another question on Bryn Forbes. Will Bryn Forbes kind of bounce back from his abysmal performance? 1 for 5 after shooting 7 for 14 in that last game against Miami. I mean, that's pretty much an outlier. You can't say, oh my gosh, Bryn Forbes is going to hit 7 threes again. That was like Marcus Morris last night going off for 7 threes also himself. But it's one of those outlier performances. But if you look at him, he did hit 6 earlier in that series. So he does have the upside. So out of that series, 5, 6, and 7 means that he was there, and he's due definitely for some positive regression. Will he make it at 4,500? If you look at his fantasy output at 4,500, you basically need him to hit 5 threes. Otherwise, he's not returning value for you.
Yeah, the only problem here is that Forbes is just a little too expensive. Now, he is like these Nets guys. getting a boost because DiVincenzo is out, although he's been getting that pretty much the whole Miami series.
Yeah.
I just think there's more value on the Nets to be had, even though it's a little bit more of a guessing game. Forbes is priced up more than all those Brooklyn guys pretty much. And we kind of know what to expect from him. Now, he could have a hot shooting night. He definitely could. It's against the Nets. We're going to see a lot of points. He could. I just think it's safer to save money and go with somebody who should have, a bigger role for cheaper on Brooklyn with Harden out of the mix.
I went to the sports book here and I looked at 3-pointers made. So Bryn Forbes is at over 2.5 plus 104.
Yeah.
Is there some value there, or is it just better to say, hey, let me go and look at Brook Lopez hitting 1 3-pointer at minus 139 and getting it over there?
I'm not going to look at Brook Lopez because I don't need to necessarily do that to myself. He might shoot one and then you got to hope it goes in.
I don't know. I mean, if Brook Lopez, I'm pretty sure he's been shooting multiple a night. He did, I guess, a little bit.
Over 3. Oh, boy. Yeah. I don't want to do that to myself.
No.
Forbes, maybe, but I just don't think he's the guy that we need to be backing on this prop. Like, I'd rather lay the juice on Durant and lay the minus 155. He's going to be getting shots up.
Yeah.
And in that second game, Chris Paul is actually set at half a 3-pointer. Sorry to be jumping around, but we're in the 3-point section.
Yeah.
I wrote it up in Best Bets today. I just tweeted out NBA Best Bets on Twitter at Julian Edlow. 3 player props in there that you can give a read to. Chris Paul. So this is weird. I'm just going to pretty much read from the article here. But
yeah, tell the people.
It's minus 167, so you're laying some serious juice. 70 regular season games this season. You're backing a good shooter here to just make 1 3-pointer. He shot 39.5% from 3 in 70 games. He attempted 3.7 per game. He made 1.5 3-pointers per game. So this would generally be set at 1.5. But we're getting some pretty big value. So why is that? He only hit 2 threes in the whole series against the Lakers. He only shot 1 in game 1, made it. Then didn't shoot a 3 in both of those losses, game 2 and game 3. Didn't even attempt.
The shoulder was a big issue there.
So that's what I'm saying. He clearly came back from that shoulder injury and looked a lot better the rest of the series. He just didn't find his shot yet. He attempted 9 3-pointers in the last 3 games, but only hit 1 of them. So he's going to be getting shots up. He's a good shooter. You just need the shoulder to be healthier with the time in between and him to hit one. I'll say that he gets one down.
Yeah, I like that. And you have to keep in mind that the Lakers defense was kind of tailored towards kind of stopping that, and they were getting pummeled in a sense inside.
Right. This should open up more. We're not going to see these like 100
you have Campazzo
games like
guarding
Suns Lakers. This is going to open up a little bit.
Yeah. Campazzo guarding him, Monte Morris guarding him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I see a decent series here from Chris Paul. But let's jump into some series line prices here. Is there any value here at anything you see here? Series winner. Right now, we are getting plus money on the Hawks, even though Joel Embiid returned in game 1 and they were still unable to carry without him. Yes, they made that frantic comeback. Then Trae Young had that weird kind of turnover, and it was really close at the end there. But is there value here? Plus 100 on the Hawks, or do you see any value on the Clippers line sitting at plus 105, considering they were the other favorites from the LA teams going into the playoffs, that they were going to be at least representing the Western Conference?
Yeah, so to just quickly go series by series here, the Bucks clearly at plus 160 have some value given that James Harden is out right now. We need to kind of know his story before betting anything. I wouldn't recommend betting anything on this series, but I'm pretty heavy, as you know, on the Nets to win the East. I almost dropped to the floor first play of the series. Harden gets hurt. I was like, you got to be kidding me. But at some point it might be worth hedging with some Milwaukee series. We just need to see like what's his deal. Is he going to play? Isn't he going to play down the line in this series? I think the Sixers minus 122 are a good bet. I like the Hawks a lot. Credit to the Hawks, but part of the reason in fading Philly was Embiid being out, and he looked fully healthy. The Sixers just played like garbage and then came storming back. But I think he can take some of that momentum into the next game. I'll be shocked if they lose game 2 at home and they can steal one along the way in Atlanta. So this one might take 7 games. But I do think Philly minus 122 with Embiid looking as good as he looked on Sunday is a good play.
Interesting. I didn't think that he was going to come back as quickly as he did, but who knows?
Right. And more importantly, how good he looked, how normal he looked.
Yeah, so it could be a thing of pain management at this point, knowing that this is potentially one of their best shots to get to the finals, and he doesn't really have a choice here that has to play. Otherwise, what's the point of playing the entire season MVP level and then not being there for your team in the end?
Yep. So I like that number on Philly a lot. I think that's worth betting on. Nuggets and Suns should be a great series. I lean Suns, but the price is just too much, and I'm not going to necessarily lay any games there. But I like the Suns. Clippers Jazz is really interesting. Like, is Utah for real now, going up against a legitimate opponent? The Clippers kind of got the monkey off their back a little bit in terms of choking the series away by showing up clutch in game 6 and game 7.
Yep.
I always back the talent. This has been a weird postseason. I would bet the Clippers for the series here at the plus money. The question here is it better to just take them game 1 at like plus 150 on the money line, but they certainly ease into series slow.
It's 138 now.
Okay. I do lean Clippers for game 1 in the series.
So you said that you didn't like the Suns line. Is there something to make on this series correct score or total games played? Any value to find from these Nuggets series here? Do you think that it could potentially, if you think this will go 6 games, minus 136, or if the Suns win 4-2, then it's plus 400?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to lay any games with the Suns. Like, the way to get, if you like the Suns, the way to get it to a fair price is you say Suns in 6 or less. So Suns minus 1.5 games is minus 118. I got to give Denver some credit. I don't know if I'm willing to do that, but that kind of feels like a way to get better value. I do like the Suns tonight, and I like them for the series. So you can get them game 1 and series, the game series parlay at minus 155. That kind of shaves some juice off for you. That's on series lines and then game series parlay. So right. I would say the Suns there for minus 155 are probably how I would bet the series, because I do think they win game 1.
It's a really good call. Really good way to find some value. If you're not confident as much on betting there on the game totals, how many it's going to be, total game plays or series correct score, this is a good way to see Phoenix come back out of this kind of, I believe that Phoenix is probably the most complete team left. It's just that the Clippers have Kawhi Leonard, who can probably be considered the best player left in the Western Conference. Outside of Nikola Jokic, I think Jokic definitely is the MVP this year, and you can say he's the best player left, and he really controls the Nuggets. But the level that Kawhi can go to, does anyone?
That's why a lot of people like the Clippers. That's why this is not a pick 'em, but a very close series line for a 1-4.
And considering that Conley is day to day, I haven't seen any news on him being available to play. Does that shift it at all? If he gets ruled out, is that like an instant go attack the Clippers line? Like,
it certainly helps. I don't know. I'm not going to base too much on Conley, but he's a big piece of the puzzle, and it means they're well prepared with more minutes for Clarkson and Ingles, but there's always a trickle down. There's always a trickle down effect. So yeah, I mean, I already like the Clippers, so Mike Conley not playing would, push me a little more in the right direction.
Yep, exactly. We have more questions coming in from the chat. What's your favorite value play in this late game?
Value play in the late game. All right.
So kind of scrolling down here, is there somebody that pops up? Potentially Austin Rivers, Cam Johnson, Paul Millsap.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just getting a little expensive compared to guys that we know are going to kind of play more in the other game, which also has a higher total. So that's why I'm interested over there. Austin Rivers at 4,000, like, he played 40 minutes in game 6 and couldn't get to double-digit DraftKings points.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's a whole lot of just being out there guarding Lillard.
That's the Tony Snell. That's the Tony Snell stat line right there.
Yeah, so now he's just going to be doing kind of more of the same, maybe guarding some Booker, some Chris Paul. He's tough to get into. Cam Johnson's had some good games, but the minutes aren't there.
Torrey Craig gets some random spurts of minutes.
Still, just the production isn't there. Yeah, I got to answer the question, right? So my favorite.
Tell the people what they want to hear, man.
Yeah, my favorite value play in this game is. I'm almost tempted to say JaMychal Green, even though he's going to get like 18 to 24 minutes because he generally produces pretty well. You're going to get 15 to 20 DraftKings points probably. So
a really good call.
I don't necessarily want to go there, but you can.
Yeah, if you're looking for a value in that late game, he makes a lot of sense. That's a really good call there. Nice one.
It's kind of by, default. But...
Yeah. Don't really have a choice. Pick somebody and go to that direction.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. And Jeff Green.
JaMychal
Green. Jeff Green's out.
I don't think there's anything to this, but Joel Embiid is questionable with a knee for Tuesday. He just played and he played well. So I'd be shocked if he doesn't play, but that's how the Sixers are listing him.
I think we're gonna see Joel Embiid as a game time decision for this entire series.
Right.
Doc Rivers is notoriously bad about lineups and tipping their lineups and what they're gonna do, how they're gonna do. They need to throw Atlanta off some way, somehow, because they came out on fire. Trae Young was just lighting it up to start the game. And maybe a different starting lineup throws Atlanta off. But I think Capella will feast. If they have Mike Scott out there, Dwight Howard's the only guy that can really mess with him. And Dwight doesn't really get many games to start, even when Joel Embiid was out.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I love Philly in game 2. It's hard not to.
This line has moved a little due to the news.
I think that, yeah, maybe it drops a little, but I think that this is one I'm interested in maybe back in Philly early, like first quarter, first half, because they should come out really strong at home, and they've clearly found something late in that game to push that game from whatever it was, 25 down to a one-possession game late. Yep. So this could be one where I look to go early with the Sixers.
-2 in the first quarter spread.
Yeah, I'm tempted to go there. I need to look at rotations a little more to see which one has more value, I guess. Like, you don't want to get stuck with.
Yeah.
Does Trae Young play the whole first quarter? I can't think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
Right. So then maybe you're a little better going with the half. But I got to look into that one.
Cool. I know we touched on this earlier, but it's a little bit a different question. Who is your favorite captain to build around for the Milwaukee-Brooklyn game? We don't really touch a lot of showdown, but the people are wondering, who can we potentially look at from the showdown contest?
All right, let me get into Showdown with you. I'd like to get some star power if possible, but that's not always the case. Let me see. If we captained like Durant.
6,400 left. And we talked about
nice spot with Blake Griffin. I mean, if you think Blake Griffin's going to play those minutes again, if we captain Blake Griffin and go Giannis, Durant, Irving, you can do that. You have 4,400 left per player. You can make that work if you so chose to. So I'm going to say like a Blake Griffin so that I can play the three other studs.
Leaves you 4,400, which is Bruce Brown, Mike James, PJ Tucker, Nick Claxton, all those guys.
Those guys are fine with me.
If you go with KD in the captain spot, and then you try to run these three guys out, you're left with basically 3,000. And if you put Blake Griffin in there, then you're left with 2,500, and you're being forced to play Claxton. You're being forced to play PJ Tucker. That kind of ties into the other question that we got from the chat. Does PJ Tucker have a higher floor than Mike James and Nick Claxton? Because you can kind of build this lineup here with both these players.
Okay.
28 minutes.
We know he's going to be on the floor, so that always kind of gives you a higher floor. When he is on the floor, that's what you want. Yeah, I would say he definitely has a safer floor than any of those guys just due to straight up minutes.
Yeah. Whereas Claxton, he had his minutes. As you can see, he hasn't even played 20 minutes in the playoffs so far.
Right.
That's PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker is known as a guy that can play 36, 38 minutes if need be. He's not going to get tired. And Mike James, a bench guy, can you trust him to get 30 minutes? I don't know. So out of these three players, you have a chance here where PJ Tucker fits right in, and then whoever you really want to build around, it can make sense if you wanted to build around KD, also Giannis, since Giannis is a little bit more expensive. If you went in that direction, then you had a lot of different choices to go in that from that setup.
Yeah, but I don't. In terms of just floor, it's Tucker for me because we know the minutes are going to be there. I don't think that's that difficult, but one of those nets could go off. We saw it.
Is that the lineup that they kind of have to go with? Is Tucker and Forbes as your other guys, and then you use your big three from the Bucks and move Giannis to center and try to attack them from inside?
Yeah. I mean, let's see. I'm just trying to find, is there anybody off the radar that you can play more down here? Bobby Portis is a guy at 4,200 we haven't really talked about that could be worth being, one of your guys in your lineup if you did captain a guy like Griffin.
Yep. Another question coming in from the chat. What are your thoughts on Devin Booker coming off that monster performance? He's probably one of the best players in this setup here from the Phoenix side. Yeah, Chris Paul is playing well, but Devin Booker has the ability to be their best player in the game. What do you make of that? And is that someone that you want to play tonight?
Well, he started the playoffs at $8,000, and he's now the most expensive that he's been in the playoffs for a game one that we're going to see. I would guess less scoring than the other game tonight. If you're talking showdown, I think it's tough to make a lineup without Booker and Jokic.
Yep.
If you're talking full slate, I want the stars from that first game. Booker is fantastic, but I don't think he's going to touch those 71 DraftKings points he had when he closed out the Lakers.
No.
It's also amazing that he played 46 minutes in that game. They were up huge, and he never took a breather.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
He just wanted to be out there
before. Yeah, I don't know. I think we expect a much more normal game here from him, which is around 40 DraftKings points.
Yeah. And at 40 DraftKings points, you're going to need to hit exceptionally well on your values. And
even if he has a good game, even if he has a good game and scores 50, now at his price, like,
kind of need that.
You need it, but you might get more from the other game.
Yeah, exactly. Question also coming in from the chat. What about DeAndre Jordan? Will he play a little bit more minutes in this bigger lineup, or is he pretty much just out of this rotation?
I mean,
we haven't seen him.
Jordan hasn't seen the floor since May 8th. That's a month ago. So if you play DeAndre Jordan, you are an absolute lunatic.
But if you look at his game log in those 2 games against Milwaukee, he was okay.
Go for it. GPP YOLO.
We're not going for it.
You're going to be the person that plays DeAndre Jordan by yourself. So,
yeah, we are not suggesting any DeAndre Jordan for tonight's slate.
If he plays, shoot me. And if he plays and you play him in your lineup, shoot me a tweet because that's awesome.
Yes, I will retweet it if he ends up going off. I will let the people know that you listened to our show and you faded us. All right, let's get back to the sports book before we have to jump off here pretty shortly. Any other bets that are jumping off the board to you, or is that something that you're kind of comfortable where you're at? Maybe some player props that are calling your name?
Yeah, it's a player prop night for me, but they're losing a little bit of value. I do like the Brook Lopez points over. I personally bet it at 13.5. It's 14.5. That's in my best bets article that you can check out on Twitter. But just to give you the gist, I mean, the Nets are a lot bigger. Blake Griffin had the game of his life of the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Lopez's average, he had 19 in that game. He shot 8 of 11, dominated the Nets bigs, averaging 16.4 points in the playoffs. Just seems like a good spot for Lopez to continue his success. And then this one's, what's the juice on Kyrie assists?
Kyrie assists, let's go and check it out. We are at minus
up to like 155 or something. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wrote it up at minus 125 and betted at minus 120. But just Harden coming off the floor. So he had 8 assists last game. He just goes from playing shooting guard to point guard.
Yep.
Kyrie's clearly going to be moving the ball. Harden's 10.8 assists come off. Somebody's got to get more. And I think Durant over 5.5 is a really good bet too. It's juiced up. Well, honestly, with Kyrie now at 155, I would probably take Durant over 5.5. I'm going to change my own best bet to Durant over 5.5 because of the juice. You got less there. Durant's going to be passing out of double teams. If you can get a fair price on Kyrie, 6.5, I like that a lot too.
Makes sense. That's good. I think definitely seeing the way KD has to facilitate the offense a little bit more now with Harden out of the lineup. He only hit 5 assists twice in that series against Boston, but only had 3 in that first game against Milwaukee. So
but that's all with Harden on the floor. So it's
no, I mean that Milwaukee game, Harden went out early, so only had 3 assists.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the Boston ones. Yeah, not that encouraging to see the 3 in the Milwaukee game that Harden was essentially out. But yeah, I mean Durant's gonna be passing out of a lot of double teams, I would say.
Yeah, makes sense. Any other notes that you have for the people before we jump off?
That's it. Not a ton to discuss. I think we got through everything.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Also, coming up next, we have Vikings at Panthers with Rossi and Kenny at 6 p.m. But outside of that, I'll be back on Wednesday with a special guest. It may be Julian Edlow because Matt's not available and I haven't asked anybody, but we shall find out very soon. But Tuesday, Steve is on with Garion talking about some baseball. And on Friday, he'll be back also talking more baseball.
But outside of that, any final thoughts before we jump off?
No final thoughts.
No final thoughts. Tell the people to play Blake Griffin and fade Mike James. That's my thought.
That works for me too.
All right. Thanks for everybody hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
Welcome into your evening Madden Dream Stream here on DraftKings. Whether you're joining us from Twitch, YouTube, or the Game Center, happy to have you along. I am Jason Rossi, my tag team partner for the 6 p.m. Eastern. A new puppy daddy, Kenny Ducey. What's up, man?
Tagging you.
Oh, I thought you were killing a bug.
No. I mean, we don't have AC in here yet, so it is very hot, and there are a lot of bugs in here because the windows have been open. But no, I'm not killing a bug. I was just doing the little, you know how in WWE they always make you do they always make you tag this way.
I like it. I like it. Well, Kenny, we're in for one here. We're going to talk Panthers, Vikings. We'll get into that. Is this your? I apologize. I've been a little out of hat today. Is this your first sim of the day?
It is not. I did a sim with Christian DeAndre at 2 p.m. We had a thriller between the Eagles and the. I don't even remember.
Eagles and the other football team, dude. That is, by the way.
I don't remember.
I'm not even making fun of you, Kenny. This is
the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers.
But this is what happens in Simland. This is what happens with our lives. You do like a million of these, for lack of a better number.
Yeah.
And everything just blends. Like the fact that I had to remember it was Panthers Vikings before we start. Obviously, the DK Sim fam, you all know, what's going on. So, but Kenny, so explain to me. I'm a little behind life circles and stuff. Obviously, new puppy, super exciting stuff. Hopefully, maybe they'll make their debut on the Dream Stream soon.
Maybe.
But
it's I have to actually go get her. But no, it's been great. You know, we've been trying to get one for a little while, and it just happened really fast. And happy to have her in our lives, and it's been great. But yeah, we just got her on Saturday, so it's been pretty hectic.
Oh, I'm sure those early days, puppies, babies are all, listen, it's good stuff, though. Congrats on that as we have the opening drive here for the Panthers. Teddy Bridgewater, 2nd and 9, drops back, throws the ball into, I think, Kenny Ducey's white wall there. By the way, we got a great crew with you guys tonight, chilling with us all evening. Will be Michael, our producer extraordinaire. TP, Tom is our executive. I don't even know what to call him. He's the director of technicalities. He's making things happen. Jimbo is in ops, manually scoring.
Jimbo,
director of all, says TP. On a 3rd and 9, the sack comes through. So big failure there from the Panthers on their opening drive, but we will see now what the Vikings have to do just a little less than a minute in. Yeah,
how's your life going?
Oh, my life's great. I just got in actually a little while ago. I went out for lunch today, even though it's like dinner time, but it turned into a much longer,
nice
quote unquote meeting, we'll say. But it was really with a friend. Yeah, it's great, man. You know, we're sizzling here because I'm assuming did you move states, Kenny, or you're just new location?
Just still in the city, new location. So that I'm gonna turn this into a little set for myself. So I'm gonna put some.
Listen, I thought that was
pictures up here. Some pictures up here. Yeah, it's not gonna be. In fact, as early as tomorrow, I think I could see it being a little more decorated. It was just.
Do the Woody page, get like a whiteboard, put some words in there.
Yeah, just for right now, that's what we're looking at.
Green screen. Maybe we can, because TP, correct me if I'm wrong, couldn't you put like Kenny in space right now if he had a green screen?
I mean, I could do that with my video, and I did that the other day.
Oh.
We wanted to do.
Where do we want to be?
What I had set up the other day.
Yes.
Was I had where is it? No, never mind.
He's working on it.
Yeah, no, I had the brick, but it's not. I can't even find it here anymore.
No, I'm a little sad about this. I wish I had known. I'm really like I didn't get to say goodbye to the brick.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. We live and we learn and we all move on.
Let's see. Oh, this was it. Yeah. But what it did was it was lagging my video.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Zoom, oh yeah, look at that beaut.
Yeah.
Looks great, especially with the white background. It's even better. Like mine would have a little bit of like interference with all the colors and crap.
Right. No, yeah, I'm actually not lagging too bad right now. This is pretty good.
Internet's flying. It's Kenny Ducey, at Kenny Ducey on Twitter. Go give the man a follow. I am at Jason D. Rossi. There's Kirk Cousins connecting for a first down. 5 minutes of play here in the first. We see y'all here over on YouTube. King, do I say Seed? Keed? Giggle Pigs, Justin, the Freak says great energy in the sim. Appreciate that. Our guy Brian C in there, the Crore. James, Smiley, ATLians, and they do exist.
Rossi,
yes.
Are you gonna ask me about my lineup, or am I just gonna have to say it?
I wasn't going to because I was nervous you may not have set one, but I will ask you now. Kenny, what does your award-winning lineup look like?
What kind of person do you take me as? That I wouldn't set a lineup for your amazing contest. I have Ian Thomas in my captain spot. Woo! Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey, who I just got an alert about. Everyone's taking him number 1 still this year. Yep. Adam Thielen, I got a Thielen about tonight, about him having a good game. And DJ Moore, already feels like I've named 6 players. And Olabisi Johnson. I went a little roll of dice there with Olabisi.
I'm with you. You got to have, listen, I'm the Vulture King. You got to throw a Vulture.
You are the Vulture King. That's why I figured Olabisi is a strong play.
I love your style. That's what I did too. I have Christian McCaffrey, Curtis Samuel, Robbie Anderson, former Jet, former loved one of yours, Cook as well, and then I went with Thielen actually in the captain spot. So Thielen. I got the feeling for Thielen today.
Thielen.
There's the pass.
There he is.
Catch underneath, getting to the 16-yard line.
Adam Thielen.
Our guy ATLians exists. Says, "What up, Rossi? What up, Deucey? What's up?
Might have just scared the puppy.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful with that. So.
Got to be careful. Got to save it for the big moments.
We have our guy Problem Kid Gaming said he faded both QBs. Smart call, dude. I'd be interested if anybody faded both RBs. Now that is the risk taker. Okay. Okay, we got Reeds. We got First Time CJ. We see you guys over there on Twitch. Appreciate you guys being a Free Piercy. Double Cup Gabe. Even though it's spelled different, I don't really know how to say GBAE, so I'm just going to go with Gabe because I know it's your real name. And that's a nice pass.
Wow.
Go for it. Does he get it? Irv Smith Jr.? It did.
Tyler Conklin.
What is... Wow. Okay. There's your... so far, there's your Vulture play.
Well, let's see who scores a touchdown. That's where you come in. You get these random touchdown scores.
But even that, just a catch of the fullback there. So we'll see. Dalvin Cook lone back. Gonna throw it. Good coverage goes out to Dalvin Cook. Does he make that catch? It looks like he did not. So it will be 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. A missed opportunity there. Good coverage by the linebacking core for the 4-3. I'm sorry, it was a 3-2. I just looked at this. 3-2 Carolina Panthers. The 2-3 Minnesota Vikings. So a big swing game could be here. Both teams, Vikings win. They both go to 500. There's Dalvin Cook.
All right, so here it is. Let's just set the stage here, Rossi.
Please.
Let's set the scene. It's 3rd and goal. Now, which random player is going to score a touchdown here? Who is it going to be?
My guess? Ooh, well, we got a fullback in play. We got 3 tight ends on the field. If this
Who's
isn't
it going to be? TP says Jefferson. That wouldn't be really a Vulture.
Okay. Jefferson scores too much, but it's a good call. He's just answering the question, I'm guessing.
Look, I was thinking maybe it would be, Alexander Madison, maybe CJ Ham, Chad Beebe, former Jet. No, none of those guys. Instead, Dan Bailey for 3 points.
Yeah,
we're ruining the mood here, Mr. Bale.
Yeah, seriously.
Any Bale.
Back them kickers. Minute left here. Kick the field goal. By the way, Dalvin Cook, highest zone, 84.1%, 31.7% in the captain. Kirk Cousins under 30. Tajay Sharp always a good dart throw as well. He's just under 24. Kyle Rudolph, 31. Thielen, both of us have him, 41. Captain and under 7. Jefferson, just.
Now I've heard, by the way, while I'm looking at the depth chart, I've heard that there are injuries in the Sims. They're just very rare. We do not have injuries turned off. I would like to know if anybody out there in Simland or anybody currently working with us tonight, Michael would know better than I think anybody. OTP says no injuries. So I was told by one of the Drews that there were injuries on.
Ooh.
So I guess not. No injuries. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, because the way I think arcade mode, it's like an automatic turn off.
Okay.
but I like it. Listen, we joke about this all the time. I know what the Sim fam wants different things, but if you had injuries, you guys would lose your ever-loving mind if like Dalvin Cook, like his knee got, taken out and he's 84%. Now I know Madison, it would just be such a crapshoot of who you would roster even further than it is already. Giggle Pigs has 7 minutes for 3 points. Yeah. Jordan throws his Captain Cook, CMC, Jefferson, Teddy, and both kickers. My man, Jordan. Hashtag stack them kickers in play for you. Good start. Here's Teddy Bridge taking another sack. So Vikings D off to a hot start as well.
You call him Teddy Bridge Taker?
I just called him Teddy Bridge, but taking. I said Teddy Bridgewater takes him.
The taker of bridges.
Yeah. You've heard of the Undertaker, but have you ever heard of the Bridge Taker?
Well, speaking of wrestling, where do you think all these WWE cups are going to go? Where are they going to go?
I said it was so depressing last week when all this happened. But at this point, it is a wait and see because I think there's no competes. But I think you're going to see a spattering.
Okay, so do you think that they all – I feel like they can't all go to AEW, right?
And if I'm AEW, you know what I do? I don't even do it. End of quarter, by the way, end of the first.
You know what? That's a very good point. That would be a huge power move to just say, we don't need all this WWE talent. Although, I mean, I don't know, man. It'd be cool. Like
I've said, I want the return. Quick wrestling note. He's Kenny Ducey. He's fake bricking right now because he's got the new place, the new pad, new dog, new looks, new shirt, new vibes. Kenny Ducey with you. But and by the way, there was not much excitement here in the first quarter. It's 3-0 as you can see. We'll get into scores and all that, but nothing. No one jumping off the page. Dalvin Cook doing the best he can, making the one grab so far. The most catching was Moore with 1 for 16. Tajay Sharp 1 for 15. Dalvin Cook, Thielen, and Conklin, who's in everybody's lineup, making a grab. But yeah, for me, like I really hope that this is what I believe is going to happen because it looks like WWE is going to be releasing more talent on more regular basis. Is kind of the theory that's out there. If you read between the lines, but. It's becoming a sport. It's just like here. Breaking the tackle.
DJ Moore.
Kenny Ducey's DJ Moore into the end zone. Broke a tackle and said, see ya. Jets were turned on. Touchdown. DJ Moore.
Wow.
DJ Moore is in 32% of lineups. Same amount as Teddy Bridgewater, a little higher owned, but there's your first touchdown of the game.
Problem Kid Gaming says that AEW sounds like A&W root beer. Here's the thing about people who like. I feel like there's a lot of people out there who'll be like, oh, this sounds like this. When like it's hard for me to put into words what type of situation I'm talking about, but I think you know what it is. It's like it'll be like you'd be like, oh, wow,
like music lyrics you're talking about? Like when
I'm trying, like there'll be something like something specific, like like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then there'll be someone named like I don't know, Arnold Herzenbacher or something, and then someone will be like, oh, that guy sounds like an actor, you know what I mean? Where like they're clearly just thinking about one person. Like I don't know, do you know what I'm talking about? Like there's like certain times where I'll be like, oh, like that sounds like a brand of pasta, and like it'll be like someone's name instead of like it'll be like Edward Saria instead of Berea, and they're like, oh, that sounds like and you're like, no, you're just thinking about Berea pasta. Like it reminds you of that specific type of pasta, but like it has nothing, you know what I mean? Like, or someone will be like, oh, Edward Fusilli sounds like a type of pasta. You're like, no, you're thinking of fusilli pasta. Like that's when someone's like, oh, sounds like AEW sounds like root beer. Like, well, no, it just reminds you of A&W root beer.
It's more of the memory. It's like the memory nostalgia that kicks off. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's Berenstain Bears. A little bit of that. Was that Mandela effect? A little bit. I know what you're saying. It's
right. People and it's a lot of times it's like it can be suppressed. Like you could just be like, oh, that sounds like the name of a pop star, and it's like some pops, like it's just a very close name to some pop star you remember.
Yeah, so it's like Michael Scott. It's like how Michael Scott remembers names.
Exactly. So I feel like that's like a pretty common thing, and so like that person was just clearly thinking of A&W root beer. That's why they said AEW sounds like a type of root beer.
Now I want root beer, and I don't even drink root beer. I don't even really like it, but I'm gonna have a sip of my water.
Root beer is fantastic.
You know what's? I never qualified it enough in my life, like to be like I think I like it or I don't. I remember I worked at a restaurant and we had our own, even though it wasn't really ours, but we just like slapped a sticker on it. But people always said it was the best one, and then I was like, oh.
I love restaurants that have their own root beer. I really do.
Yeah, it's weird how like that's the one like soda that they'll either manufacture or his cousin's going deep here. Got him, man. That's a nice catch there by Kyle Rudolph. But yeah, it's interesting how so many like places, you don't hear a lot of places have their own like cola. Obviously, there's many reasons for that because why would you try? But root beer maybe just not as popular. But
sorry.
No, please. No. Gotta go with the crew.
He says, Ducey used the word like more times than they did in the movie Clueless. Speaking of like, let's smash that like button.
Hey, good to you, DeMacline. That's how you really make it full circle. And shout out to the movie Clueless. That's an incomplete pass. But just to at least wrap the point when it comes to like WWE and how it's relating to sports now to me is that you're going to see more releases. Just like everyone's always shocked when cutting season comes up. We're about 4 months out, 3 months out. Right before the season, you're like, how's that guy get cut? Or in the middle of the year when random transactions happen. I think you're going to see that now. Is WWE well, they have such a stacked roster. Why are we now paying guys that we don't use? If we don't,
well, hey, people think it's a bad thing that they're cut. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe they're
great thing.
Maybe they're like, wow, we need to be utilizing these guys, and instead of I do think that they'll look at something like Aleister Black and they'll be like, that was a failure on our part. And it's over, we messed up, but let's try to not have that happen again. And I do feel like they are starting to push a lot of people, so that's good. I did Ernest said that he already stopped watching SmackDown due to the non-talented champion they have. What do you say to that?
Ernest, absolutely best wrestling show there is on television. The SmackDown, not even close to, in my opinion.
And they have Kevin Owens.
Yes, they have Kevin Owens as well. But I will just say that is why, SmackDown is just the best creative. We have the best roster. I think they know what they're doing with their talent. They have long-term stories. But just even if you're not a WWE fan, if you just monitor, oh no, full back dive, we almost got it. Oh, is he gonna bounce it in? We stopped at the 1. Almost got the vulture right there. Getting a lot of play here from random guys. We're down to the 1 again. M. Roach says, why are we talking WWE? Well, WWE and DraftKings are official partners, just so you know. Also, yeah, Solomon Grundy says WWE's going to sell. Be careful on that. We don't know for sure. I understand that's what a lot of people think. I also think you just have, they're going to stop him here. Cook doesn't get in. He's going to lose several yards down to the 4. So 3rd and goal here from the 4. They're also just realizing now they have new management systems, and they're like, why are we paying all these guys if we don't have a real long-term plan? So they're going to cut their losses on that. Some guys, just like in the NFL, you get a big contract, and then a new GM comes in, new scouting departments. They're like, hey, look at the books on this guy. Let's move him out. Just, could even be kind of what happened with Julio Jones. That pass is caught. Back in the end zone. Touchdown, Vikings. Tajay. Woo, too sharp, baby. There he is. Not as high ownership, but I'm not calling him a vulture either because he scores too consistently. But that's Teddy Bridgewater's 130th touchdown here in Madden 21. What a stab. So anything you can do, I can do better, says the Vikings.
Sure.
Take the lead back.
Varder Robinson's. I'm trying to wrap my brain around what he just said. Kenny, the more and more you let us into your brain, the more and more weird you get. It's okay to be weird, just man. The more and more you let us in, the weirder you get.
I wrote that actually. That's my burner. And I 100% agree with him. Man, especially the man. I love when people say man. In the middle of a statement, not to start it.
Yep.
I love it. Varda, appreciate you.
Man adds a lot.
It's great stuff. What's up, Robbie Noble? But yeah, I just think what you see in sports, you're now seeing WWE because they're trying to also become more sport. If you do think they're going to sell, there's the stories of NBC, or dare I say, Disney is a rumor, Fox now being owned by them. There's a rumor of NBC, Universal, all these things that are taking on much more sports as you're seeing the NHL playoffs on USA. By the way, an early puck drop for the Bruins Islanders. So if you're going to play any lineups, that puck drops in like 10 minutes. So we throw those in. A lot of, you got day baseball. You got the Red Sox playing right now. Swept those Yankees. That was fun. Just saying.
No.
And Salman Grundy says, if you're WWE, why wouldn't you sell? Look at what UFC got. Well, first of all, UFC didn't get as much as I thought they would have got more. Wait, were you talking about the recent sale, or when did UFC? Did they sell a long time ago? When it was like
a long time ago.
Yeah, and it wasn't even for that much. Like people were like, everyone should have bought it. It was like during the revamp. Right, we'll see. I'm not telling anybody what to do with billions of dollars. I barely know what to do with $10. Fidel's asked, do I watch AEW? I watch way too much wrestling, dude. My days are spent watching, right now, currently reruns of The Office, random one-off movies from my podcast, a lot of wrestling, tons of sports, baseball all day. I'll just have my MLB app open. Yeah, I'm all in.
Here we go. Ernest is back in.
What's he saying? Ernest says,
yeah. Roman Reigns single-handedly ruined the SmackDown Championship with his cousin helping him. Only way that storyline would have been any good is if the Rock had time to come and put Reigns in line.
Well, who's to say that's not going to happen? And first of all, Ernest, I'm guessing you're a little bit younger than I. You want long guys to be champions. You want dominant heel champions because eventually it's going to build the next babyface. You don't want a returning older guy. This is a great opportunity for them to find somebody in the next year and a half to become a real true face of like a franchise guy to beat him.
I mean, or it'll just build to John Cena breaking the record.
Oh, don't do that. It's going to happen. Well, looks like, they're playing, don't forget, playing. SummerSlam will be in Vegas at the football stadium, so there's going to be some big stuff happening there. There's a big...
Oh!
Is that your guy, Ian Thomas?
It is.
A big fella. Get some. We had a lot of arguments here in the sim where you have, are the Panthers the worst tight end, situation in the NFL? Just might be, but here in Simland, Ian Thomas getting things done. 2 minutes to play here. Will they get the ball snap before Kenny's favorite break? They will not. 2-minute warning. What's up, Pool? Ooh, I always call you Dink, but I don't know how to really say it, but I love the name Dink over on Twitch. AR, see you there. What's going on, everybody? Old wrestlers' contracts used to include any money that they made outside of wrestling. Also, if they made a movie, the holder of their contract got a cut, says Dink. No, you're right. There's a whole lot of different things that changed, but that's why I believe, I'll just say this. I think it's going to turn into kind of like the territory days of the 80s for the fact that I don't think these guys are going to sign long-term deals anymore. Any company. Maybe a year, maybe two. Because you want to have that flexibility and to move around, and I think it's going to help all the products. So if there's somebody that's dominant, like Roman Reigns is a little bit more of a stretch, but whoever, Kevin Owens, maybe he's here for another year or two, then he goes to an AEW, then he comes back, and you can just battle. All these guys will make more money and be fresher, and that's a sack again. The third sack of the day by this Vikings team.
Wow.
Unreal. So there. Oh, by the way, I think I said that earlier. Michael, I'm an idiot, aren't I? I said Teddy Bridgewater threw a touchdown when he did. It's Kirk Cousins earlier. Said he threw his 130th. Embarrassing. Well, he used to be on the Vikings. As Bridgewater scrambles out. Can he get there? No, on a 3rd and 15, so it looked like we might get one more field goal here. First time, I appreciate you. Obi-Wan's always lurking somewhere. Ernest says 43. Rossi, been watching for 38 years. This is the worst I've seen. The release of Strowman was a bad idea. I'm not going to argue that point. I just think the Roman Reigns thing is cool. Personally, I like long-term champions that are dominant.
He's been good in that role.
Yeah, I think he's settled actually the roster.
They're also like it's a weird time to start getting upset because it's clear that they're starting to break up his family. They're planting the seeds.
Yeah,
that'll be a fresher program in a few weeks.
Yeah, see, I thought they were going to go with Jimmy Uso, the brother, but it looks like they're going to go Rey Mysterio. He's a blast from the past. So we got a tie ball game here after the field goal is
What
good.
do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What I said?
They're going to go with Rey Mysterio.
It looks like he's going to be the challenger for the next title match.
Oh, yeah.
At Hell in a Cell, which I don't really love, but there'll be a free pool, and I'm sure that match will be part of it. I thought they would go with Jimmy because last time Hell in a Cell, which was late last year, was on, he faced Jay, the other cousin. So I thought that would be like a little tie-in story. What are we doing here? Get out of here. McMahon took WWE to Saudi Arabia right after. Yeah, but dude, like, let's be honest. Of course, business decisions are always going to be a little messed up. That's the way things were. Oh, what a catch. How'd he get both feet in? That's what I'm talking about. Did. So here we go.
He's good, man.
Oh, yeah.
In The Sims.
Let's see if he can turn that into real life. Executive sessions, the talk and the lightning rod with the fire emojis.
You know it.
Here is Kirk Cousins. Oh, he's doing the dance. No, wrong way, Kirk! Goes down with the sack. We got 2 timeouts remaining. They'll probably call it with about 20-ish seconds left. Lusher saying, actually, wanted both RBs. Here you go. Who something Jefferson does no moon. Well, here's your chance, dude. Tarjay Sharp, interesting. Former, I believe he was. Oh, no. Another sack. Cook couldn't make the block. They didn't even call the timeout. Here we are at halftime. Love to see it. So at the half, it is all knotted up here at 10. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, Michael, our producer, TP, our technical director, Jimbo, and Op. Smash that thumbs up.
Jimbo.
Hey! We are going to get in just a moment here. We're going to throw it over to a clip from the Sweat, which, by the way, if you're anywhere in this country, I feel, except for Michael, he told me West Coast was cool. I saw her.
I am quite literally sweating right now.
It's brutal.
It is really bad.
It is so hot. Because you guys are part of the heat wave in New York, right?
Dude, yes, I am feeling it hardcore right now.
We'll give you a little break, maybe throw on some more deodorant so we don't have to smell you. Because earlier today on the Sweat, our guy Moose previewed Thursday's PGA event, the PGA Championship. Did I say that right? We'll find out. In focus.
Pimento?
Is that it? And Brooks Koepka's playability in this week's tournament.
Brooks Koepka here. He likes playing week before majors, kind of little tune-up. Doesn't win these a lot, but where do you think he finishes?
Yeah, no, it's a good point by you. Also, fellow PGA Tour host here. Yeah. Brooks does like playing the week before major championships. He's got a pretty good record in a lot of these events. I mean, a lot of right before his PGA wins and his US Open wins, like you'll see him come up with top 5 finishes. I don't think he's going to be a massive bust or anything, but at the same time, I do think there's still going to be a bit of a letdown with his first competitive action coming back from that hugely disappointing round at the PGA Championship. He did finish second there, but obviously, not being able to overcome a 50-year-old Phil Mickelson, it's probably harming his psyche a little bit. Let's also not forget that Brooks still dealing with this knee thing. He admitted it wasn't even 100% during the final round of the PGA. I have Brooks penciled in for like a top 30 here. Again, I just feel like going to be a little bit of a disappointment, a little bit of a drawdown after coming back from such a long layoff and after the big major championship win. I still think he'll perform. He looked fine tee to green. You look at his stats in the PGA, they're monster stats, a plus 11 strokes tee to green there. I think the game is coming back. I just feel like he probably needs a couple more tournaments before he gets really, really sharp again. Going to be looking at this as more of a tune-up. So I'm going to pencil him in for like a T28.
Oh, I love the word playability.
Playability.
That's our guy Moose. He's always playable. I'd roster him every day. And I saw our guy Giggle Pig said, shirtless Ducey second half. I'm ready to either fall in love or stab my eyes out.
It would be a lot more comfortable.
Sure would.
That much.
You'd all pop the tops. Everybody should. We are here heading into the third in our contest. Ooh. Our guy NY New York 1, which is Kenny's burner, with DJ Moore in the captain, rocking that number 1 spot. 21 points in the captain spot. Outside of that, he's got Tarjay Sharp, Ian Thomas, Dan Bailey, love the kicker. He's got Teddy Bridge and Dalvin Cook.
Teddy Bridge taker.
Fidel says, is AEW worth watching? Right now, I say I'm still voting yes. 1 2 hour show that really matters. They have like all the stuff on YouTube and stuff, but for me, concise, even though they are adding a new show 1 hour on Fridays, which I'm not super stoked about, but we'll see. There's a man in motion. Vikings take the ball here. Again, the Vikings are 2-3, chasing the 4-1 Packers in their division here as we're playing through the NFL 2021 season. We're keeping stats. We're keeping everything going. So, yes, Minnesota is 2-3. Their point differential is -8. They've given up more than they've scored. Duh. Carolina with a point differential of 11. They're 3-2, tied with New Orleans. They're actually, and Atlanta. Tampa Bay, lonely. Did they win today? Do you remember? I know you barely remember the game you called. But
Tampa Bay did not win.
They lost again, so Tampa Bay is now 2-4, looking up, even though they have the highest point differential in their favor in that division. So we'll see. Carolina, they can win this one, will really put themselves in a good position. Guru asks, is anyone at Disney World stocking Glash? I'm going to go with no. I hope not. Problem Kid Gaming, Rossi, are you Canadian too? Depends on why you ask. I can be. I like hockey, but no, I'm not Canadian.
You like hockey? That's good.
I love hockey. Like I'm literally right now on my second screen. I have between our Twitch fam, we see y'all, and I have the Bruins, which are about to start.
Start at 7?
Start at 6:30.
Oh wow.
Random in this round. Like first round, I throw all the rules out the window. Oh, nice grab again. Nice catch there, Thielen. They've been owning the sideline catch in this game. But yeah, I love hockey, especially playoff hockey. I can watch hockey games anytime. Like I feel like regular season I could watch any basketball game, but you know when it comes to hockey, like whenever this postseason, just toss it on. We got a good slate basketball tonight too. Actually, looking forward to this Nets Bucks. That was a good game the other night. I think it's a one true shot because I don't know where you stand.
I think the Bucks should win tonight pretty easily.
Okay. Well, I never know if I should fade that thought or go with that thought. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Kenny.
I just think it's going to be all Bucks. I think the Bucks are going to win by a lot.
You think the Bucks win the series?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I want to see. Because I'm sorry, because I think who wins the series goes to the finals, in my opinion. I still think the 76ers are a step behind. I don't think Atlanta really has a shot in that. I think they'll win a game or two, but I don't think they're really a threat. But I don't know. I don't see the 76ers getting past either the Nets or the Bucks unless they somehow go 7 games and really beat the crap out of each other and like guys are coming in hobbled, which I don't really see out of those two teams.
I just think no James Harden is going to be a big deal. And when you look at game 1, when you look at how well the Bucks defended the Nets.
Yep.
And then you look at how the Bucks just couldn't hit anything. I think that you're going to see a huge swing back towards the Bucks. I think the Bucks are going to start hitting their shots. And when the Bucks start hitting their shots, because we know that the Nets had a bad defense all year. We know that the Nets couldn't rebound all year. And now you're looking at a complete 180 in one game. The Nets still lost the rebounding battle, and they were giving up a bunch of open looks. It was just the Bucks were not hitting them. So I think that, again, we're going to see a huge swing towards the Bucks. I think the Bucks are going to win by double digits tonight. That's my hot take.
A lot of confidence there. Do with that what you will out there. I think that game, is that a 7:30 tip? It is. I'll find out right now. I love when you ever Google, like just type in on your browser. I just typed in NBA, and the first thing was longest tenure coach because we were just talking about that recently. But yeah, Buck 7:30 tip. Then you have the late one with the Suns Nuggets, 10 o'clock tip. So, 2 good ones. Good throw and catch.
Touchdown.
Kyle, the New York Giant, makes the snag touchdown from Kirk Cousins.
Where's our vulture? No vulture yet, Rossi.
That's not a vulture. I thought you were calling for it. Yeah. No, not yet. The game's we still got over 3 minutes to play in the third. Could happen. Our guy Varder, your boy, says, I think Brooklyn is going to take the series. It just seems like the Bucks don't have that championship gene. Oh yeah. Like Durant and Kyrie have. I mean, how do you beat but they don't have. See, I'm not. It's the dog's there.
I think the dog wanted to come on camera, but we're not on camera.
Oh, I just saw the puppy. Is it a black lab? Chocolate lab?
She's a lab mix. So yeah.
Michael, our guy, Michael, big dog guy, I know it. So come on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he loves it. Michael. I think he has several dogs, right, Michael? How many dogs do you have? I feel like
so. Yeah.
3 dogs.
No, it's just 3 dogs. Wow, that's a good amount of dogs.
Got his whole caboodle.
That's the right amount. Congo Cap said, "Well, how did the Bucks lose then, Kenny?" Well, Chris Middleton had his worst game of the year. Bryn Forbes, he was 6 for 23. Bryn Forbes was 1 of 5 from 3. When you look at how terribly the Bucks shot, and again on open jumpers, there's just no way that's going to happen again. When you look at how a team has performed all season long, that is what they revert to. Look at the Mavericks against the Clippers. They shot over 50% for the first 3 games of that series. That the Mavericks were a team that was right near in the bottom third of the NBA in 3-point percentage. What happened? They started missing all their shots. Everything just comes back to the mean at the end of the day, and that's what's going to happen with the Bucks. The Nets are not doing anything special in defense. The Nets only limited the Celtics to 115 points per 100 possessions. The Celtics had no earthly idea how to score the basketball, and they still scored plenty on the Nets defense. There has been no improvement on that end. So when you look at the fact that the Nets had one of their worst offensive showings in quite some time, the 109 offensive rating against the Bucks, it shows how good this Bucks defense is. And again, on the other hand, now they don't have James Harden. They didn't have a good offensive night in game 1. So Congo Cab says the Nets still crushing. The Nets had a 109 defensive rating, Mr. Cab. They did not score a lot of points. What happened was the Bucks pushed the tempo. The pace rating in this game was 104. It was an incredibly high-paced, a fast-paced game. So relative to the pace, the Nets actually didn't score that many points. And when you look at the fact that, again, the Bucks offense was so terrible, if the Bucks had a normal offensive night, they would have won that game by double digits. Again, the Nets are the top offense in the league, and they had one of the worst offensive performances they've had in some time. And that speaks to how good that Bucks defense is.
Oh, good defense. The Vikings gone, Kenny. Wait a minute. Look at Curtis Samuel trying.
Wow.
That was a touchdown. Talking about good defense. The Christian McCaffrey fumble.
Dye? Who's that?
Jermaine Dye from the White Sox.
Jermaine Dye. I miss him.
With the Athletics, he was on the Billy Bean teams as well.
He was one of the OG jaw guard guys, remember?
He was, dude. That's a good call.
Yeah, didn't he retire because he fouled a ball off his kneecap?
Oh. No one
Is that right?
Let's see. We'll find out. I'm going to look him up. Jermaine Dye injury. So we're just going to go with. Please don't be gross. Game 1, ALDS Dye breaks leg after foul ball off his leg. I don't know if that's right.
Did he retire because of that, though, or did he come back?
Find out right now. See what his last year was. Go to the old Wikipedia. No, he played further. That was 2001. He played till 2000.
That was a bad injury. I'll never forget that.
That's
and that's
gnarly.
still to this day.
Oh!
You saw it?
Yeah, but it's all like if you Google Jermaine Dye injury, it's like a YouTube video. If you just put your cursor over, you don't have to click it. It just plays it. It's just gnarly. It's just you can tell when someone says.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
It's not like where he.
But the thing about that is, to this day, every time that I see a guy foul a ball off his leg, I go, oh no, because that. I mean, and of course I remember it because I'm a Yankee fan, so I was watching.
That's the Jeter series, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. But every time I see a guy foul a ball off his leg, I think about that, and I'm like, oh, come on, man, it can't be that. Please, don't let it be as bad as the Jermaine Dye injury. And it's proof that fouling a ball off your leg, man, that can really hurt you. You can get seriously injured from that.
Nasty. By the way, the Vikings D 11% owned in this contest and the free 7th defensive touchdown. So Jermaine Dye broke his leg, but returned that touchdown.
Yeah, that was a bad that was like the Joe Theismann leg break where you saw it. Yeah.
It's like you don't see it. It's not like descriptive enough, but knowing that's what happened is what gets me. I still think obviously the Gordon Hayward. I've told this story a bunch of times. I was so disgusted. I was making turkey burgers. It was the call. It was just screaming, Hayward broke his leg. Hayward broke his leg. Like, what are we doing? But Raheem Mostert actually gets me maybe one of the biggest, aside from Psycho Sid. Psycho Sid, Raheem Mostert, the two worst breaks in the history of sports, in my opinion. No. Forgot about Kevin. Dude, look it up. Do not do it now. Do not throw up on camera.
I'll tell you what, those leg breaks that I was watching the UFC a few weeks ago, no, those were bad.
Oh, my God.
Those were some of the worst I had ever seen.
It's just, I can't do this. I hate talking about this stuff. But Raheem Mostert, the thing that happens, I never see his hand. It was like Monday Night Football a few years ago before he became a name. He put his hand in the ground, and it just like the whole arm is like forearm, like turned into an elbow. It's gnarly AF. A lot of people give me a shout out for the lab. Damon says he trained his lab to catch a frisbee in no time.
Wow, I understand and wish to proceed. I have to click a disclaimer before I watch this.
Oh yeah.
No, I think I remember this. It was Thursday Night Football.
With the Mostert one you're talking about?
Yeah. No,
yeah,
he was a name.
Yeah, but not this was still when I think it was the first year with when like Tevin Coleman was there, and who's the other? They had another running back who was like their actual starter, but
McKinnon.
He wasn't. Might have been McKinnon that year.
He was the Vikings. I mean, that's bad, but yeah, that's pretty bad.
No, it's gross. What are you talking about? Ugh. Anyways, end of 3. Our guy Tyler Conklin still with 1 catch, 6 yards. Our guy Johnson did have a catch, by the way, in the quarter. He's got 11 yards. So we don't have a true vulture yet, but it is 24-10 Vikings in command right now, but the Panthers are driving. Again, Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. Oh, Matt Breida. No, was he with the 49ers? TP, you trying to fool me?
Breida was with the 49ers, yes.
Oh, good
for a long time, yeah.
That's right. That was the guy. Wow. It's so weird how things change. Good shout, TP. Michael is our producer extraordinaire. Jimbo and Ops. Giggle Pig says he told me that dogs and horses have the best bonds, and he tells me because his former fiance was a barrel racer. Well, first off, peace out. On to bigger and better, Giggle. I lived in the Midwest, unless something bad happened, which I don't want to know about, and I'm putting us in an awkward position. But he said he rode it every day for a few years.
Wow,
John Fogerty. Wow, it's cool.
The NBA just fined Daryl Morey $75,000 because he
really
because he said Steph Curry said. On Instagram, Steph Curry said Ayo and then tagged his brother. And he said, "You killed tonight." And then Daryl Morey posted a screenshot of Steph Curry's Instagram and said, "Join him."
That's a finable.
And that's considered tampering. The Sixers were also fined $75,000.
Join him. Well, let's be honest. Guess what? He will if he wants. Or the other way around.
It's an expensive tweet.
I was just going to say, don't you have to pay for some people's tweets now to see them? 4th down here.
Not yet, I don't think.
I think it did start. Wow, bad pass from Bridge Taker. Bridge, take it, and take it away. So here come the Vikings looking to just put this thing away. I don't know why they're in the shotgun. Run the ball, boys. Cousins. Looking over his shoulder. Kellen Mond now in the fold.
Oh, how much time are you going to give this guy?
All the time in the world. There's Thielen. Makes the grab. Gets out to the 40-yard line. James Smiley says, "Let's go, D." So you got that. Problem Kid Gaming says, "You watch the series. You talking to me? Talking to me? You talking to him? Kenny is a me or Kenny is a you?"
I don't know.
I feel you, Giggle Pig. All good, dude.
One of the best names out there, Giggle Pig.
Giggle Pig's Tickle Master 3, or is it the 3rd? That's what I was wondering. By the way, this is an awesome story, Giggle Pigs. He says, "All good on the split, dude. She was busy with rodeo," which she seems like a badass, "and I was managing rock bands. You seem like a badass. It was a mutual split, and we're still amazing friends. Groomsman at her wedding, her hubby is awesome." So let's just break this down for a second as we get a nice run there by Dalvin. Dude splits with his fiance, both amicable, like no jealousy it seems. And then And then he's in the wedding? A groomsman for your ex's wedding. I've never heard that before.
That is crazy.
That's awesome, dude.
Wow.
I want a movie about that.
That's reminding me. Bachelorette starts tonight, right? Or Bachelor? Which one?
We're asking the wrong guy, dude. I'm sorry. I'm bad on that stuff. You want to know what time Raw starts or the Bruins?
Bachelorette.
It is Bachelorette.
Hey, how are the Bruins doing right now?
They are, I believe they're up right now, baby. I just turned it back all over. I think Pasternak just scored and missed on
already. Didn't they just start like 10 minutes ago?
Sure did. 1-0 bees, baby.
Wow, already.
I turned my head for 1 second.
They're at home, right?
They are home. Big question whenever there's 90-degree days. Yeah, David Pasternak, get it in there, kid. Is what's the ice going to be like? Boston notorious for its quote-unquote sloppy ice. When it's a heat wave, 3 straight days of plus 90 degrees. And Giggle Pig lets us know he comes from a long line of tickle masters. That's probably how he got the fiance. Oh, what a snag. There it is again. That was actually a quick drive. Tarjay does it twice. Maybe securing his way into the Kenny Ducey delicious, delectable, dissecting player of the game. Oh, yeah, DeMacklin says, Rossi, The Rock's best friends with his ex-wife, husband, the guy also personal trainer. You're right. His ex-wife is his business partner. So it's a good point, DeMacklin. But also, that's The Rock. And I'm not trying to say anything disrespectful about Giggle Pigs, but there's a lot of, like, stuff in being in public eye, right? So,
yeah.
Holding up. But, yeah, good pull. But still, I like Giggle Pig's story better, just because I love him.
That is pretty crazy.
Oh, this is funny. Choker says fake football announcing, there's fake wrestling. Just call it wrestling. It's drama. It's just as real as the Bachelorette. Worshipping Rossi is getting snobby about reality TV. That is funny. I'm not snobby. I just said I'm not into it. I love when people are passionate about anything. I don't watch any of those Real Housewives shows, but I know a lot of people do, and they get all like hot and bothered about it. I'm like, oh, cool. Tell me a little bit more. Or people that watch like that Below Deck. That's like a huge show in my family. My sisters are texting about this crap, and I'm like, I don't watch it, but good on you.
Can we talk about the fact that the Carolina Panthers are just getting rolled right now? Absolutely rolled.
Yeah, and they couldn't even convert on a 4th down. There's Teddy Bridge taking
Oh!
This is pitiful play. He's throwing
ugly kind of throw bait.
His last 2 passes have been absolutely horrendous, but see if Bridge Taker can give you what you're looking for down the stretch here. 4:22 remaining.
The Bridge Taker.
31-10, as you mentioned. There was a defensive touchdown by the Vikings to make it 24-10, and then you just saw the Tarjay Sharp second touchdown of the day. Got McCaffrey, makes the catch, turns upfield, dances out of one. He also fumbled. Again, that was the defensive touchdown. It was McCaffrey fumbled. Oh, there's Hercules saying, this is some BS. Sharp never does anything when I pick him. LOL. It's always the way, dude. Always the way. Noah Moon looking for a Thomas touchdown. Kenny would be happy with that. 3rd and 1.
It sure would.
Bridge.
Bridge Taker.
Bridge Taker. Brutal. What do we got here? Trying to catch up. Matador, what's up? See you guys. Also, I didn't really think. Well, we'll see what happens after this play first. I want one question. I don't even know if you care, because I don't care either, but people might. Wow, where are we going with that one? McCaffrey, second straight 4 and out. Vikings D is on fuego right now. Did you care about this Mayweather Paul fight last night, Kenny?
I did watch it, but I sure didn't care about it.
Okay, so I swear this is the one thing I want to bring up. Twitter, there's no videos about this thing. I still haven't seen any of the actual.
Oh, really? I mean, there was no action. That's the thing.
But like even like a spar, I saw like them. There's a lot of stills, but like I don't know if like Twitter tried to like I don't know if they're still trying to get people to pay for it. But like to this moment right now, all the accounts that grab all the GIFs or videos or just like even Showtime, there's nothing.
Yeah, there were no like big moments in the fight. That's the thing. That's why there are no videos of it, because it was just like
that dull.
Yeah, it was just like Floyd Mayweather landed some punches, but for the most part, it was just like a pretty boring fight. Hey, by the way,
Yes,
big
sir.
news, big fall from grace here. Phillies have outrighted Scott Kingery to AAA.
Really?
Cleared waivers. He's off the 40-man roster. Scott Kingery, a guy that the Phillies paid, right?
Big bucks.
So here's the thing, is teams now in baseball, like they went out, and what teams were trying to do is they were trying to get ahead of their star players, getting big and commanding a lot of money. The White Sox did it very early with Tim Anderson. Tim Anderson, they brought him up and they signed like a 7-year deal, like right away, right? The Braves did it with Ozzie Albies too. Tim Anderson, 6 years, $25 million. Very team-friendly deal. So the bet there was, hey, Tim Anderson's going to be really good. He's going to be worth $25 a year. As Cook gets in there, and we can get him for $25 in total.
Cut down.
So that can be genius, right? When you have a guy like an Albies, like a Tim Anderson, but the Phillies did it around the same time, I remember, as Anderson, and they signed him to a 6-year, $25 million deal. Heavily backloaded, and it's obviously like been a complete disaster. I mean, he just hasn't been good, and they're going to have to definitely exercise that buyout in 2024 for $1 million. But I mean, wow. I mean, he's he had some promise, but overall, yeah, he just has not gotten it done for the Phillies. They could really use a hitter right now.
They could use a lot of things, but especially that. I'm surprised. I'm just kind of looking here over the past. Yeah, they got him young, obviously. At the over, he had
out of Arizona.
Yeah, over 100 hits. 18, 19 last year. Obviously,
he was a neat little player. I mean, I thought he was going to be good. He was decent when he first came up, but he's definitely declined a lot.
Sure. In quick fashion. And he's in a rehab, like you mentioned. You usually don't see the release during the rehab. But they're like we talked earlier with WWE, that's why it's all like sports. You'll see these things happen. You kind of scratch your head. You're like, wait a second. But they have their reasonings. Making moves as the Phillies.
Making money moves.
What's up, Thomas? See you, Bell.
By the way, what's going on tonight with this 3-game MLB slate? Like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's weird. And I always wonder, like, should we just, like, baseball, you just want to take Mondays off, or what are we doing here?
Well, they usually do take Monday off.
No, I know, but, like, I mean, should they just be an off day in general? I know they're not going to do that, like, for every team, but this one's real, like, short. Usually there's a few more games. Oh, it's just dropped. It's 38-10. We're just winding down the moments. Could Teddy Bridgewater go for another 4-and-out?
I mean, it would be epic if he could do it. If Teddy Bridgewater could somehow pull it off. Another terrible drive. Could he do it? Could he possibly do it?
Rourke says, let's go trash water. Oh, he's just going to unleash it. Throws it to 4 defenders.
Oh!
The Vikings DST has been absolutely as advertised. They gave up the 1 touchdown earlier to DJ Moore on a broken tackle. From there, it has been a ball game. So here we go. Ducey, we'll turn it over to you. They shouldn't be calling timeouts. If they do, I'm going to throw my laptop out the window.
Well, I could just
wait a minute.
Oh!
Look. Don't do it. All right. So who's going to be your Kenny Ducey delectable player of the ball game here?
Well, Ducey's delight.
Oh, delight
is gonna be none other than Kirk Cousins. 256 yards, 3 touchdowns. No one owned this guy, and it's a very controversial award because you could very well as easily give it to. You know what?
Overthink it.
This is like a recurring thing. Scratch that from the record. Forget about that.
We'll
I have a new player of the game. I love this player of the game. Brand new player of the game. I'm gonna look up the ownership real quick, so I can give the full picture here. But you ready for it, Rozzy?
I've been on pins and needles.
It's the Vikings defense, $3,600. Viking defense was dirt cheap. They had 4 sacks, a pick, a touchdown, a fumble recovery. Unbelievable scenes right here. The Vikings defense, 11% owned, 1.1% captains, just their 7th defensive touchdown. They get it done. Ducey's delight. Ducey's disappointment.
Yes.
I am very disappointed in Justin Jefferson, $5,200, 1.9 fantasy points. That's it. That's it for Justin Jefferson. That's all he was able to do. 49.2% owned in the free contest, 5.2% captains. He had 1 catch. You could very easily give it to Curtis Samuel as well, but Justin Jefferson was especially bad in this one. Yeah, I mean, McCaffrey was bad too.
But I get it.
At least he had some points, though, right? Like I don't know. I just feel like Justin Jefferson was awful.
Valdeway
said, I'll give it to McCaffrey. McCaffrey gets it. Let's see if we can keep track of that in the Google Doc. McCaffrey, disappointment, 36 yards, 9 receiving yards, a catch, and a fumble. Yeah. Delight is definitely the Vikings defense.
Crooklyn Dodger winning our contest with Dalvin Cook and the captain, Cousins, Sharp, Samuel, there's Albatross, Robbie Anderson, and Vikings DST, 18 points, as you mentioned. Unbelievable stuff. Kenny, it was a pleasure, my man. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Enjoy the puppy licks, kisses, pee-pee on your bed, and all the rest of the fun stuff. People always make fun of Kenny's bed. What does he got this? Now he just has dog pee in his bed.
That's right.
You can be followed at Kenny Ducey over on Twitter, and I'll be back at 8 p.m. for Eastern for joining the one and only Adam Kaufman. But coming up next here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Good Morning Football host and Ross Tucker's former college roommate. Did not know that. Kyle Brandt. Wait, they're the same age? Anyways, join today's...
Kyle!
Yeah, I didn't know that. They talked about Kyle's work trip in Australia. That sounds cool. The road trip that Ross regrets taking and lingering pain from playing high school and college football. On behalf of Michael, on behalf of TP, on behalf of Jimbo, he's Kenny Ducey. I'm Jason Rossi. We'll see you back here at 8 p.m. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening if we don't see it, and drink a lot of water. Bye-bye.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings. I am joined by my college buddy today, the star of Good Morning Football, Kyle Brandt, who's in Australia for some unknown reason. Get to Kyle momentarily. College teammate, roommate. If you guys are longtime listeners, you know he's been on probably about once a year, I would guess. It's a new week, by the way, which means we'll have a new Spread the Word winner via social media. I love those of you that engage, just like Maverick in Top Gun, in any way. Quote, tweet, share on Facebook, reply, like, love, I don't care. At Ross Tucker NFL, engage in any way. I notice, I pick a winner, I send you something signed in the mail. You can also always do that with at Ross Tucker Pod, which is the show's handle as well. Sponsor confirmation email winner. You guys know the deal there. I'll tell you today about ExpressVPN, which is actually pretty legit, especially if you're like in Australia and you need to make sure you have a way to block your IP address like Kyle right now. I'll tell you more about that a little bit later. And then the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Just subscribe and then go ahead and comment on any of the videos. There's actually a bunch of like league-wide news to get to since Thursday's show with Greg Cosell. We've got rosters, race norming, Toradol. They're trying to get rid of Toradol. I'll have a lot to say about that as well. But first, it's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, so most of you already know this, but we get new listeners and new viewers all the time. Today's guest is one of my best friends in the world. My wife absolutely adores him because Kyle's just real. Kyle's just so real and genuine and authentic. Loves this dude. He is literally the star of Good Morning Football. And since the last time we did this show, he started one of the most popular podcasts in the galaxy called 10 Questions, which is amazing. Since the last time he came on, since the last time he came to my house, you can check him out on social media at Kyle Brandt. It is 6:15 a.m. Eastern time, 8:15 p.m. Sydney time, which is why Kyle looks so lit up there. What is going on? Well, first of all, thank you for coming on the show, blah, blah, blah. Why are you in Australia? What are you doing?
All right, I'm glad you asked. I've been dancing around how to describe this and what phrase I should use, and I've settled on this. Check this out. See what you think. I'm in Australia on assignment.
Yeah,
that's how I'm using it. On assignment. It's a secret mission. I'm down here on work. I'm in Sydney, Australia. I'm actually talking to you, dude, from the future. Like, I am 14 hours ahead of you right now. You just woke up. So earliest podcast ever recorded. And I'm doing, it's like 9 o'clock. I got to tell you, dude, there's a lot of things in Australia that are cool. A lot of things already drive me crazy. All of the clocks are on that 24-hour thing. So I'm looking at the stupid digital clock on my microwave right now, and it says 2023. And I'm so jet lagged and weirded out, I can't subtract 12. So I'm like, I don't know, what time is that? 1 o'clock? I have no idea what it is. But that's what it is. 2024 now. That's where I'm joining you from.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
So, okay, you're on assignment. So, obviously, you don't go to Australia on like a weekend assignment. So you're there for a decent amount of time.
Indecent, I think, actually, is the expression. I go right past decent to indecent. I'm here for like, this is the other phrase I've been using is, I'll be emailing like work people and I'll be like, thank you for reaching out. I'll be on assignment in Australia for several weeks. It just sounds so cool. It's like I'm James Bond in Monaco playing cards or something. Like I'm trying to make it sound as cool as possible, where in reality, I'm sitting here in my sweatpants and my Ugg slippers and I had 2 ho-hos for dinner. So it's not sexy in any way, but it sounds cool. I'm here on assignment for several weeks, Ross.
So first of all, saying you're on assignment is amazing. I love saying that when I'm away. I love that. I love saying on assignment. It sounds amazing. And Australia is amazing. One of our awesome listeners, the guy that actually grades us on the Even Money podcast, like he grades our bets. His name is Sean Grady, lives in Australia. We call him Grades. Like that's his nickname. Isn't that unbelievable? His last name's Grady, and he grades our bets on the Even Money podcast. But he's every time we do like with the patrons, every time we do a happy hour, he's the one that sets it up on his Zoom. So Kyle, it'll be like 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And because we're doing a Zoom, whatever, it'll be noon. And he'll be on this happy hour with us from his house in Australia. And he's like, yeah, I'm supposed to be working right now. I'm kind of working, whatever. He sets it up. So anyway, people in Australia are amazing. Right when and we never talked about this, right when I retired from football, my wife and I went on a trip to New Zealand and Australia. We spent almost a week at Hayman Island. It's like some awesome island off of Sydney, off of the northeast coast of Sydney. It's amazing. I can tell you a bunch of stories there. And obviously Sydney, we did the Opera House. We did the bridge thing. We did all that stuff, man. It was amazing.
See, I think of you and Kara going on a trip around your football retirement when you went on that like ill-fated road trip where we had to turn around in Cleveland because your back hurt. Like that's a totally different trip, right?
That was when Buffalo cut me after my back surgery. Yeah. And the idea of being in central Pennsylvania, just like waiting for a call was horrible to me. I just couldn't. It felt like a waste of time. So we got the idea to do a cross-country RV trip. Tell me this isn't galactically stupid, by the way, Kyle.
Okay, go on.
You get a call almost every week to go try out. Like somebody like the right guard in Detroit gets hurt.
Sure.
So they call you Sunday night. You're on a plane Monday. You work out Tuesday. They tell you whether or not you're signed. You fly back. Like our idea was we would just go, and wherever I was, I would go and fly to that city and do the workout while Kara was with the RV. How stupid is that? Like, first of all, it's not good for working out to be in a motorhome. Secondly, I'm going to leave my like 25-year-old wife at these like random motorhome places so that it was like for two smart people, it was one of the dumbest ideas of all time. Driving the motorhome killed my back. We made it to Cincinnati, my former teammate Alex Solfstead, and we were like, this is the worst idea ever. It hurts my back. And we turned around. We didn't even make it past a contiguous state.
Yeah, it's a bad plan. I am picturing a scenario by which you have to tell Kara, like, all right, honey, here's the deal. You're going to stay at this this KOA campground in Omaha, Nebraska, and I'm going to fly to try out for the Jets for a job I'm not going to get, and then I'm going to come back and we'll restart the trip. And aside from all the football stuff, Ross, I'm just thinking of what I know of you. Never mind football, never mind your back, anything. I just hate the idea of you cooped up into an RV. Like, you would go crazy. You're too big and too sweaty and too, like, possessive of your space. Like, the whole thing was a disaster.
Terrible, terrible idea.
Yeah.
What is a good idea is the podcast you started for The Ringer and Spotify, 10 questions. This is what's weird about life and time. Okay. You were here at my house with your family last August, okay? Mm-hmm. And so we're only talking 10 months later. Yeah. Since then, you started a really popular podcast. You've had a bunch of awesome guests on. It's a thing that people enjoy and talk about and you've had second series or whatever. Like, isn't that weird? It feels like that was longer than 10 months ago, but I guess it wasn't, or maybe it was a little bit longer. I don't know.
Well, it was a great trip, first of all. You guys are the best hosts I know. Incredible. So the thing I always like about going and staying with you is that, like, you're always going to eat. Like, there's always going to be enough food. And then you guys did a sushi spread and a pizza spread. It was unbelievable. And I remember that about the podcast because it was first coming together. That was like the real formative days. And like, you know, you're this like old, like Obi-Wan Kenobi of podcasts, like the wise sage. And you've got this incredible setup. And like, I'm trying to connect to audio on the Zoom. I'm a rookie. But I remember I stepped out of dinner and I walked into, I don't want to, brag for you, Ross, but Ross has this nice room where there's a piano. It's a grand piano. And I'm standing by it. You can't hide money. I'm standing by it, and I had two text threads going. One was I had just a couple weeks ago done an Aaron Rodgers episode, and like I was having a correspondence with him about like when it was coming out. And then also I was trying to book Guy Fieri to come on, which was the next episode we did. So like if you looked at my phone, it was like the coolest phone ever. And my text messages, it would be like Brooke Brandt, Aaron Rodgers, a Guy Fieri, and then like Peter Schrager or something. But it was pretty good top four.
That's amazing. So here's the thing I've never understood. Like, your first episode is Aaron freaking Rodgers. And not just Aaron Rodgers, dude. He's like drinking whiskey or something. Like
the whole time.
Like that. So I don't know that I've ever seen that. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a star quarterback. I mean, I've probably seen a star quarterback be somebody's first episode, but like he just comes on and he's drinking whiskey. Like, he just decided, you know what? I think that might have been the first time, because then during the season, he did a weekly thing with Pat McAfee, whatever. But I honestly think your show is when Aaron Rodgers started his bleep you routine. Like, I'm just gonna go dominate this season. Dominate every interview. I don't give a bleep anymore. I think it started with your show.
It might have, because I remember what you're talking about with the whiskey. So put yourself in the situation. Anybody listening, you watch podcasts, maybe you do them yourself. These days, it's always about, the virtual window and everything. And so let's say I had agreed with him, we were going to meet at 6:15 and come on in, and like you go and you get there early and you got, whoever's crew is helping you out. And then there's this like tense moment where you look at your watch. It's like, oh my God, it's 6:15. Is this really going to happen? Is this massive whale of a guest really going to show up? And then all of a sudden it's like, Aaron has joined the room, and there they are. And it's this really exhilarating moment. And I remember I looked up at him, and he's got one of these, cheesy, like Starry Night fake backgrounds that we were all playing with a year ago when, quarantine was still new. And he had what appeared to be like a bucket of scotch in his hand, like at 5 fingers, whatever the hell it was. And I remember thinking, like, I need to nail this. this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Like the night that Jerry Maguire writes the memo or the mission statement that gets him fired, Tom Cruise has that line where he's like, nights like this don't come along very often. I seized it. And when he had the whiskey and he's pulling from it like aggressively, I'm like, the opportunities don't come along. I could do this 80 years and I will never get, the best quarterback in the world, like get day drinking scotch, ready to talk about whatever I want with no time limits. Dude, we talked for an hour and a half. That's a once in a lifetime interview. And I'm like, I got to maximize this thing.
Well, you did. And obviously you've been building on it ever since. Very proud of you. Love the show.
Thanks, man.
I've watched several episodes. It's awesome. I also love, you've kind of become the guy that like cuts promos. I've seen him for the Bills. I've seen for the Eagles. So here's the thing about Kyle now, okay? Everybody needs to have people in their life that they're just blatantly honest with, right? Like they just say what it is. And that's, by the way, why my wife loves Kyle, is Kyle just says like the truth, right? So I got to be honest with you. Kyle is very popular among Eagles fans for videos he's done over the last few years. He's also very popular among Bills fans for the videos he did, especially last year. So I have been an Eagles fan since I was 5 years old. I now do Eagles pregame. I do Eagles preseason television, okay? I played 3 years for the Buffalo Bills. It's the team I have the greatest affinity for. I would be lying, Kyle, if there wasn't part of me that isn't like, what the heck is going on? First of all, I should be cutting those promos. Secondly, do those people know you're a Bears fan? You are a Bears fan. You've always been a Bears fan. You'll always be a Bears fan. I watch these promos and I'm like, these people don't even know he's a Bears fan. This is ridiculous.
Keep going. It's all coming out. Let the healing begin. It's just, listen, Ross, when I was standing there that day on the Rocky Steps on the day of the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl party, and I was hanging with Randall Cunningham and Brian Westbrook and all us like OG Eagles guys, we were talking about the true meaning of being a Philadelphia fan. And I'm not sure it's something you would understand. You never did play for the Eagles. You're a fan, big deal. There's thousands of fans. To really be in the inner circle, you have that true understanding. But listen, I understand you're jealous. I would be jealous. But I'm glad you brought this up because I get this all the time, and I think it's an interesting conversation about media members and fan bases. So I get that. They're like, hold on a second. Like, I thought you were an Eagles fan. Oh, you're a Bills fan now. Oh, you're a Browns fan? Wait, you're a Bears fan. I'm not a fan of anybody, and that includes the Bears. I was as a kid, and here's how I define it. I don't care if the Bears lose. Like I was born and raised in Chicago. I grew up with Walter Payton bed sheets, all that stuff. But I don't care if they lose now. I like to see good things happen for them. I get excited about what they do, but like if they lose, I'm like, oh, those idiots. I'm not down. I'm not upset about it. And as far as like the Bills and the Eagles, I've never said I'm a fan of theirs. I'm not. I did that Bills promo, the first one. The first thing I said was, I've never even been to Buffalo. I have no idea what it's about. But when the playoffs start, you start to have a feel about some teams. And sometimes those teams are not the front runners. And if you start screaming about that feeling, genuinely, people like it.
Yeah, it was awesome. Although, wait a minute. You kind of can't have it both ways.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw the video you did when the Bears drafted Justin Fields.
Yeah.
And you made it like, we've been waiting our whole lives for this. I'm so proud of them. So you can't now say you're not a Bears fan and then do the video where you're like, I'm just so proud of them. By the way, I thought that knowing you, that was totally real. And I know that you felt that way. You were proud of the Bears for moving up and drafting Justin Fields. That wasn't fake.
But I was. However, I would counter to that feeling of pride is not just attached to the Bears fan that I grew up with. Like, I'll tell you something. I was really proud of the Browns, like when they won that playoff game against Pittsburgh. I like had this genuine feeling of nurturing, almost parental-like, and I know where it comes from. It comes from, like, I have a background in sports radio where I worked for Rome for years and years, and so when you do that, especially if it's like a national show, like you get the Cleveland callers and you get the Buffalo callers and the Detroit callers, and like they become a character in your life, and you become an attachment to them. So sure, I was proud of the Bears because the Bears like hung their balls out there. It was an incredible move. But I feel proud of different teams too. Weren't you in your own way, even if you weren't a player, even if you'd never played for them? Last season, weren't you proud of the Buffalo Bills? I was.
1,000%. I root for the Bills, and not just because I played there, but because those people deserve it. I root for the Browns. I have said for a long time, I think the Browns have the best fans in the NFL, and people get all upset about it. Look, there's amazing Steelers fans, Eagles, Cowboys, Raiders. I get it, right? The Browns fans are so loyal and so diehard. And for the last 20 years, their team hasn't even really given them hope. I mean, not even hope.
I know.
And yet they still, when I had a radio show on Sirius, they would call all the time. Every year, I see the tweets. I think that they are the most loyal fans in sports. Nobody's ditched them. Browns fans are Browns fans are Browns fans. And I love it. All right, I got two more for you. By the way, this always happens. Like I've got I could have 20 more for Kyle, but I try to keep the show to 30 minutes because I respect that that's your workout time, your commute time. Plus, I like to leave a little bit more, right? Like we'll have to have Kyle on after we find out what his assignment was. He'll have to be on the show again. All right, this is a random question, okay?
Yeah.
But you'll know where I'm going with it. How does your body feel? And I don't mean like the working out. I've seen your video. I've seen you're in great shape. I mean, do you have any lingering effects of playing high school and college football? Because to those of you who don't know, Kyle was our starting running back at Princeton for like 3 years. Like Kyle was a Division I starting running back, which is very hard to do, and he was very good. How does your body feel? Like, do you have aches and pains from college football?
Yeah, they're coming up. Here's the thing, and anybody listening who played high school or college football could relate to this too. I won the running back Powerball, and let me tell you what I mean. I played 9 years of running back, and I never had the big knee injury. I never had the big elbow injury. I never had the ACL, the MCL, any of that stuff. So I got really lucky. Never separated a shoulder. Never tore a labrum.
Whoa. I was there when your elbow bent the other way, dude.
All right. But here's the thing. My elbow did go on the other way. My elbow was on backwards. And the last carry of my football career, the last play was against Penn senior year, who, like, I hope that entire program rots in hell. I hate them. But I dislocated my elbow. You know who I was talking crap to about Penn, Ross? Like the prince of Penn right now, Stefanski. And he is like, he was saying all this stuff about like, oh, Kyle Branch just, doesn't like Penn because he couldn't get in there. And I'm like, hold on a second. I'm not going to start doing this elitist Ivy League talk, but saying that someone like went to Princeton because they couldn't get into Penn is like saying that like someone is playing for the Chiefs because they couldn't make the Browns. Like it's not it doesn't make sense at all. It's terrible trash talking. You obviously went to Penn. So anyway, back to my body. It's okay. I did yoga this morning here, and like there's just a lot of cracking now. Like my knees, like it's like a Roman candle inside my knees. Even though I didn't blow them out, it's just like when I bend down, like to get in a catcher's squat, it's like there's like a drum roll, and I don't know where that's coming from, but it can't be healthy.
All right, so here's why I'm asking you. I was recently with a buddy, okay, and his back like went out on him. All right, and like his back was in bad shape. And I was, I had a back surgery in Buffalo. My back, I have back issues 3 times a year. So I'm helping him through it. I'm telling him, I'm giving him advice or whatever. I finally, after a day or a couple hours, I say, can I be honest? He's like, yeah. I'm like, and he did not play college football. He played high school football. I'm like, there's like a small part of me that like almost is happy that your back is bothering you like this, because it makes me think, you know what? Maybe it wasn't just the 7 years in the NFL. Like maybe I would still have issues just from college football like you, or maybe some of the stuff is you can just be a high school football player and your back is like, it almost made like the aches and pains I have from the NFL more worth it, because maybe they weren't all from the NFL. Like maybe I would have had them anyway. Is that a totally warped way to look at things?
No, like we all want to suffer in our misery with anybody else, and that like kind of validates you. Plus, like, dude, for those years you got the NFL, you were paid really well. None of the rest of us got paid to play football. We were doing it for free. So I can understand you. And by the way, I also know how you work, and you like to keep track of everybody and what number they have and what they're this. Like you always have an inventory of everybody's everything. So that does not make a surprise for me that you wanted to hear that guy suffering. It's fine. I do the same thing.
All right, last question.
Yeah.
Junior year, we were roommates. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? And we'll do a whole other episode about college stuff, but
okay.
Percentage chance if I said to you, Kyle, 22 years from now, we will both be getting paid well and have really nice careers talking about the NFL. What percentage chance would you have given that? When we were juniors in college, neither one of us ever talking probably a single day that I can recall about being like an NFL broadcaster or whatever.
Mm-mm. Very, very, very low. You got to understand that, first of all, there weren't a lot of constructive conversations in that room to begin with. Let's just set the stage for the listeners. You're talking about 6 guys, all college football players. I was about 205 at that point, 205 pounds. And I was the smallest of the 6 by probably 40 pounds. So I was like the runt of the litter, because I think the next smallest was Freitag, and he was like ripped out of his mind back then. He was huge. And then you had like the 300-pound club that I couldn't even approach. So if I even touched the remote control, let alone drank somebody's Diet Dr. Pepper, I was screwed. So I wasn't talking a lot about the future at that point. And honestly, Ross, I think I would have been disappointed if I knew that we were going to be talking about football and making a living, because I like, at this point, I wanted to be making like Avengers movies and all that. So that didn't happen. I'm on my plan B.
I don't even know what I thought at the time. I always wanted to be a broadcaster growing up, but then at Prince, I guess I just thought I would do the finance thing like everybody else does.
Don't lie to the listeners, Ross. Like you were ready to work for some sort of Wall Street and consulting on it, because that's where the river flows in Princeton. Everybody's doing that, and you're hearing that this guy's with Lehman Brothers and this guy's this, and you're like, I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. And that's where you were going, and then I went on the freaking real world. It got nuts.
Thank God I made the NFL.
Thank God,
didn't do that. I mean, I like my life now, man. That would not have been. That would.
Because
imagine
if you didn't even try. I mean, one thing if you tried to make the NFL and they just didn't want you, but like you very easily could have been like, screw it, I'm going to start losing weights. I'm done with football, and I'm going to start putting a suit on. None of those helmets behind you. None of that stuff behind you. It's all poof. It's gone. And like. Honestly, let's be frank, Ross. You probably do really successful. You probably have like a massive house, but like you don't have all the helmets, and the helmets.
And I wouldn't love it as much as I love what I do now, which is getting a chance to talk with someone like you 14 hours into the future. Here's the best thing you can do: follow him on social media at Kyle Brandt. That way, when he has awesome clips from Good Morning Football, you can watch him, and you should watch that show. That way, when you get a new 10 questions episode on The Ringer, you can watch or listen, and that's how you'll be the first one to find out what his exciting assignment is. One of my best friends in the world. I love him. Kyle Brandt, thank you so much, Kyle.
Love you. Good night. I'm going to sleep.
It's good morning. By the way, Kyle, I mentioned this earlier. He needs to be on ExpressVPN right now. Like, you got to keep your data private when you go online. He's in a different country. You know, they could go ahead and they could go in and they could find out, you know, what websites he's on. I think he's by himself right now in Australia. I have a guess what websites he could probably be on. Look, ExpressVPN, when I'm in a hotel or the airport, my connection gets rerouted through an encrypted server and my IP address is masked. You get a random IP address shared with other VPN customers. It makes it more difficult for third parties to identify you, to harvest your data. So if, like me, you believe that your data is your business, secure yourself with the #1 rated VPN on the market. Visit expressvpn.com/Tucker and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/Tucker. Go to expressvpn.com/Tucker to learn more.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, let's start with some league-wide news that we'll talk about. Since Thursday's show, here's what's happened. NFL looking poised to keep some of their roster rules from last season, including 16 players on practice squads and unlimited guys coming back off of IR.
I kind of thought they would do this, Bri. This is really terrific for everybody. I mean, 16 practice squad spots. You're talking now about 69 guys that essentially make a team. 53 active roster, 16 practice squad, 69. That's a lot more paid opportunities for guys to be able to be in the NFL. I love that. There was 5 guys on the practice squad when I started. So you're going from 58 to 69, and on and off IR, unlimited means they actually have more than that, because you can have a guy on IR for 3 weeks, bring him back. Used to be had to be on IR for at least 8 weeks. Used to be if you went on IR, you're done. So all of these are ways to have more guys be on rosters, which I love.
Tuck's Takes.
The NFL is going to be halting the practice of race norming as it relates to the concussion settlement lawsuit. And Andrew Brandt talked with Chris Seeger, the head of that lawsuit.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you guys check out Andrew's Business of Sports podcast to talk about that and the concussion settlement lawsuit. I know it's been in the news. Obviously, they're going to go back and reevaluate all of the guys' assessments for which they had the race norming initially, which is an expression or a term, I must be honest, I never heard of until this.
Tuck's Takes.
NFLPA also issued a statement recommending no more usage of Toradol among players, which I know you kind of relied on, right?
Well, yeah, so I'm a little confused by this. I read the statement. The first time I read it, it made it sound like they don't want you to take Toradol. Like they don't want players taking Toradol because of excessive bleeding. But then I read it again, and it seemed like maybe they just want them to take it orally and not get it injected. So Toradol is like a total body systemic anti-inflammatory, and it's amazing how well it works. It's honestly amazing how well it works. I'll never forget, Bri, I never saw it once in my life until I was in the NFL. We didn't do that in college in the Ivy League. You get to the NFL, first game, I look over, there's like 6 guys in line getting shots in their butt. And I remember thinking, what is that? Is that cortisone? Because I had heard of cortisone. No, it's not. Cortisone is you inject in a specific injury, in a specific area, and it sort of like numbs the area. Toradol is like the best total body anti-inflammatory you've ever gotten. And I got to tell you, there are games where I don't know if I could have played without the shot of Toradol. 2004, when I had the herniated disc in my back, that helped tremendously. So it's interesting. I tweeted this at Ross Tucker NFL last week. I guess I'm just surprised that now, after at least 20 years, I don't know, it might be 30 years, at least 20 years, I'm surprised that now is the first time that they're realizing there's an issue with it. I don't know what players are going to do if they're not able to get those Toradol shots, because that got me playing time bonuses. That got me a chance to play in games I otherwise wouldn't have. So that's interesting.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other news includes Doug Flutie has announced the USFL is coming back in 2022, and the Raiders signed Sam Young.
Sam Young's been around a while at this point, so kudos to him. I think Mike Mayock, the Raiders GM, called Sam Young's games when he was at Notre Dame. In fact, I'm pretty sure he did. As for the USFL, you know what I don't understand, Bri? I don't understand why, like, the XFL, which is reportedly still a thing and coming back next year, and the AAF and the USFL, like, whoever is the money and the ideas and the thoughts behind these, why don't they all come together and pool all of their resources so that they really have everything? Anybody that's interested in a second league, they have all the resources, everything. It's like they keep trying these one-offs rather than pooling their resources. I do think that you can have a spring professional football league that can have success. I think enough people watched AAF, enough people watched XFL, that if they stuck with it, you could have some success. I just don't know. If you only do it for 1 year, that's not long enough. AAF had financial issues. XFL had the COVID. I just don't know. USFL, hopefully they'll have neither. I just don't know. I don't even know who the backing is. Sounds like Fox Sports is behind it, which is good. Shout outs, by the way, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Certainly check out the College Draft Podcast today. Emery Hunt and I went over every pick in the NFC East. Great interview with Kyle Brandt. Hopefully you guys really enjoyed that one. Other than that, I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. You are, you're stuck with the two of us. It's what I said earlier. You've experienced each of us but once already today. Why not pull us back together for what is the prime time, the Let's Pull Rossi in from the garage. Again, free roll. Jason Rossi, I'm Adam Kaufman. We got Mike producing, T. Pike, undercover boss Tom, are reunited, and it feels so good. He is our technical director. And, of course, Jim in ops. What's up? How are you, man?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'll be better if the Bruins, come from behind 19 times tonight and win this game.
I'm with
you. Beyond that, what are you thinking now that lineups have obviously locked? What are you thinking for a build for this KC Washington game?
Weird game, right? Weird. I'm actually going to say, and I've been saying this a lot, we're in week 6. This is going to be an exciting game, I feel like, when we get to the actual ball game in reality, because if that defensive front continues to play the way they have, going up against Patrick Mahomes, that star-studded offense, if they continue their trajectory, that's going to be an exciting game. But here in Simland, it's weird, right? Because the Chiefs, I could understand if someone goes 6 Chiefs with the DS or 5 Chiefs in a DST. If you could
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't go that route. I still split my lineup down the middle, though. I captained Inman. Don't ask me why, just vibing. I also went with McKissick in the sprinkler. Went Robinson, Patrick Mahomes, and Tyreek Hill for the Chiefs.
So my initial build, and I never really pay close attention to. I've said this before. I don't pay as much attention to the names as I do salaries and fantasy point averages, and then I just kind of review it, assuming I remember real quick before I hit submit. So in this case, I built my lineup and I hit submit, and it said you can't do that. And it goes back to what you were just saying. I built a lineup that was all 6 Chiefs. I wasn't even paying attention to it. I had all 6. And of course, DraftKings said, no. You have to have at least one member of the Washington football team.
Wait. Is that real? Like, you cannot draft?
Yeah. You have to, at most, you cannot have a 6-0 split. Can't do it.
Did not know that.
In the same way that if you were building a classic contest for, let's just say for giggles, you were doing a classic NBA contest tonight, even though there are only 2 games, never mind a 10-game slate or something in the regular season. You could not do a classic build that only features players from one game. You have to at least have a third team involved.
Okay.
So, and there's your guy, Dontrell Inman, by the way.
Start. There he is.
Yeah, real big. Out to the 31, 1st and 10 on the way, minute change in. Nice work. So originally I had 6 Chiefs. DK said, "Cough, stop goofing around and do this for real this time." So then I started mixing and matching, and I'm not going to tell you I'm going to win this thing. I probably won't, but I will tell you this. I actually kind of like my lineup, all things considered, because J.D. McKissick was the only guy that was kind of a tough fade. So I have DeMarcus Robinson at captain, paid down at captain, just $9,300 there, 22% owned overall, 3.5% in that slot. Paid way the heck up for Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, and Travis Kelce. I do not have Clyde Edwards-Helaire, much as I would have liked to have had him, but you can't do everything. I chose, it was Kelce versus CEH, basically, and I went with Kelce. And then I have Steve Sims Jr. I love to roster him because his name is Sims, and these are Sims. And also have...
Sound logic.
Thank you. And I'm working with you, speaking of sound logic. So I got to have a kicker. So I've got Dustin Hopkins is part of my build as well. There's a catch. Out to the 3. Dwayne Haskins, perfect. 5 out of 5 for 65 time. In the Logan Thomas doing a little depth chart diving.
There we go. The Vulture King is here. We'll never know what you're going to get. One of the, I think I see Logan Thomas. I'm thinking Logan Paul, Jake Paul, Pauls and Logans. I don't know what's going on in the world.
Not yet. Sorry, J.D. McKissick.
It's so, I feel like the running the ball in from like the 1-2 yard line, which used to be, I don't want to say used to be, feels like it's going to be an automatic score when you're playing a video game or you're simulating a video game. The defense really locks it down. They like blitz the linebackers out.
Difficult. You're right. Absolutely.
If you watch a linebacking core here, let's see if they blitz or they're in coverage. There's 3 wide. But...
Oh, you're going to keep it this time. And a wide open Run TMC. Terry McLaurin with a touchdown.
Yeah, that was a tough one there because that was a guy I was debating with getting in the lineup. Usually gets enough targets in the games. Again, it's not all about, well, it is all about the catches and the points, but you sometimes have to, if you watch enough of these sims, you notice they kind of go to McLaurin a lot. Oh, I'm going to throw my iPad out the GD window.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bruins down by 2, folks.
Sorry, this is not good for me. It's a bad time for me to be on the sim. I should have canned this one. First of all, Bruins, this is embarrassing. And then I also Monday Night Raw as well. So you get a lot of emotion here. But McLaurin gets that touchdown. The guy is often going to get the puck. Stick broke. I'm not good. I'm not good on this. Coffin, going to be a lot of emotion here.
I want the emotion.
You're going to get, I don't know if the fans want the family wants it because they're probably like, dude, I don't care. Oh man, just top shelved.
I would be the last guy to weigh in on whether or not you should rant and rave over something the sim fan might not care about.
True, but still,
I'm very guilty of doing that.
Well, we are people, right? We are individuals. Yeah. I'm just gonna give my mic over. Who would I give it to here? Let's give it to the sim. I'm gonna see somebody random in here. Maybe Mike Bizzle because he said Bo Sox up 3, folks. I like his style. Like
optimism.
Anyways, all right. So now we'll see what these Chiefs.
I'd give it to Obi-Wan.
I would actually really enjoy a 3-man booth. Me, you, and Obi-Wan. I don't want his face. I don't want the visual. I don't mean it rude. And I could even do a voice disguiser. I just want
I was gonna say
him just heckling us in the
though.
Yeah. Just absolutely like throughout the entire sim. Every time we say something, he has a comment, which would be amazing.
A buddy of mine that I work with, not at DraftKings, at the radio station, Will, his kind of gimmick, he's been doing this for a few years with me and another guy. And me and the other guy, we don't play. We're like on the receiving end of these group texts. He just does it for reaction. But his thing is, really it surrounds the Red Sox. They'll fall behind like 1-0 in the first inning, or they'll go up 2-1 in the third inning, or whatever it may be. He will just decide at some arbitrary early time in the game, and he'll text and he'll say ball game. Like that, like that's it. And I'll give him credit. A lot of the time he's right. And it's not, it's not like he knows something. It's just whatever, he gets lucky. 1-0 in the first inning ball game. So anyway, I bring that up only because he just texted me and he wrote puck game.
Well, unfortunately, he might be more right on this one. In playoffs, the way the Islanders play defense, they're a very frustrating team. And just like Patrick Mahomes is frustrating when he's throwing the ball out of bounds. Well, let's get some points going.
Varder/Carter Robinson in the chat. Koff, this is the first time I've gotten into your NBA contest. My username is I see why you envy me 1975, all in parentheses. I couldn't, I don't know if there's more to that. But either way, I'll look for you, Carter. And I wish you the best of luck to everyone in the hashtag Koff Classic tonight. Nice run. CEH knocked out of bounds at the 32 after the catch. 2 for 3 from Mahomes. 26-yard rack right there for the running back, who's still a rookie in Simland.
Yeah. Nice play, though, as you mentioned, just has that stiff arm always ready and just completely whiffed on the tackle there as the DST, the Washington football team. I don't know why I enunciated the 10. Oh, I love when they do these audibles in Madden. This is, by the way, it's almost like if you play Madden a lot, that's what you want. And they didn't go to it, but you want the cornerback that's on your like receiver to switch off with a linebacker. So you're basically going to get a linebacker either on a receiver or a running back. But our guy Patrick Mahomes did not take advantage of that, still made the completion.
I got, in the spirit of enunciations, I don't want to call this person out because it just feels rude to do so. And
I'm right here.
I don't know this individual personally. But there is there's a reporter, a sports reporter in Boston.
Oh,
fumble? What happened?
Just...
It was like somebody was yanking that ball on a string. Like,
I don't know. Was that complete?
Yeah,
it was complete.
That was very strange. That might have been a little hashtag glitchy, folks.
Yeah,
7-0 Washington leading this game, 3rd-5. Patrick Mahomes couldn't do that again if he tried. There's a sports reporter in Boston who I don't really get it. Touchdown, speaking of getting it, Travis Kelce in the end zone.
That hurts.
All evened up.
And you always battle. Like, I battled between him and Tyreek Hill. Of course, you could fit both, but was just feeling more of the speed of Tyreek against this, with the front seven. But, man, what a dart there. Touchdown. Chiefs.
How would you say this is related to my story. How would you say the Patriots' presumed starting quarterback's name?
Cam Newton?
Me too.
Is this certain to say Newton?
No.
Oh,
they dropped the T altogether. They insist that the T
Newton.
they insist that the T is not part of the pronunciation of the name.
Okay, it's
Cam Newton. Newton, like Newton.
No, that's that. First of all, I don't know if that's true or not, because I do know, like, just locally, there was a guy here for years. We thought his name was Mark Blount, but his name was actually Mark
Blunt. Yeah.
He didn't correct anybody he was here for years, left, came back, and then he was like, by the way,
just so you know,
my name is Mark Blount. It's like, well, what's that O doing in there? With that being said, I've never national broadcast, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, Super Bowl broadcast. I've never heard that name not pronounced.
So even like T Pike here, Undercover Boss Tom says that's how you pronounce, the town in Massachusetts, but not Cam Newton. No, that's not right either. You don't just, I mean, you wouldn't like Cam Newton. Fine, like you wouldn't say like it's the same thing, like Newton, Mass. You wouldn't say Newton, Mass, but like the T doesn't not exist. Like the T, it's quick. It's a quick hitter. It's Newton.
It's the way
It's like you still hit it. You Newton,
Yeah, Newton,
like Cam Newton.
We kind of pronounce it with a D. It has a D sound almost to it,
but it's definitely there.
Yeah,
and I couldn't, and so this person was getting attacked on social media about it because they were really just hell bent on trying to make this case, and included a video of him, the quarterback, saying his name, and he says it with a T, like he says it. It's there.
This quote unquote reporter, is this a news, like a guy who works on
This is not the number one sports reporter at this station, but it is a sports reporter.
But it's on television.
On television.
Okay. I think I've circled around. But either way, that's very interesting. I thought it might have been somebody else. That might have been a Rhode Island guy.
Nope. No. This is Boston TV.
Okay. Hey, whatever floats your boat. But I don't think you're right. But hey, who cares? You know what? He better stick to it, though.
Right?
Nothing.
Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. I don't like it.
I don't appreciate it. It smells bad.
Yeah. Well, it's like,
Sorry.
It's like the Robert Tunyon situation. We all thought it was Tunyon until he spoke up, or somebody spoke up on his behalf.
It's not, well, that's what you have to do. But most of these people are professional enough to also have those conversations.
Yeah. And I've talked about this, maybe even with you. I just don't remember. All these things blend together, obviously. But like, ask the athlete. Ask the athlete and go off of that pronunciation.
Newton. Fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, probably not, again, for the fam, but you brought up pronunciation and it sprung to mind.
I want to see about this situation. I got to look on the old Twitter machine and see if
7-0.
People getting, I don't like social media bullying, but.
Gone Fishing says you guys need to pay attention to Zach Thompson saying Trey Burton. The T is non-existent. I've never noticed.
But can I ask, we also, oh boy.
Are you sure it's not quick hitting, though? Are you sure it's not Burton?
Holy
touchdown! TMC again! 45-yard score!
Dwayne Haskins just threw that ball for no reason into triple coverage, and somehow McLaurin comes down with it, embarrassing everyone who did not roster him.
I did not, and I am embarrassed.
Did I? Look at this thing. Look at all the Chiefs, even in the foreground. Look at this. 3 Chiefs right there. Comes down with it. What a stud.
Like that, please.
Yeah. Take 2. Got it. But the one thing I was going to say, I don't know what Zach Thompson, how he pronounces or enunciates or however, but I will say, coming from this area, we do, like, Newton is the way I say it. There's not a big emphasis on the T, but it's slightly there. Like, maybe top.
There. It's there enough that if you slow it down, you can hear it.
Yeah. See something.
I was hoping that was going to be your permanent view. Just looking at your keyboard and your little fingers all night long.
Yeah, that's a pass right. I can barely see the screen. No, I'm noticing I'm so pale, and like when my light is on, I'm so like I'm so white. You have like really good lighting, so I'm gonna like, did I do something? Sometimes other people's lighting. Well, I know I look great. I'm just born that way, but like the lighting that you have just blends so well. It's also you're probably a little like further back. I don't know. Just works. You have 2 lights or 1 light.
Well, I have overhead lights that are just in the ceiling, obviously, recessed lighting.
Yeah.
But then right in front of me, I do have a ring light, which may be the difference maker we're talking about here. But then again, maybe not. CEH, big gain out to the 26 because I know other people can't see, but you can see. Yeah. Here's the ring light off.
What?
It's off. And this is it on.
No. That means it's your laptop that is actually
because it's turned. The ring light is turned like down quite a bit. If I had it at full blast, it would look like this. It would
look like me. So it is okay.
It just really washes me out.
I'm gonna bring mine down.
So I bring it down and it's just really hard to stare into for that period of time. Producer Mike tells us. Nets up 17 after 1 quarter. #fade Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny was.
I don't know what Kenny said earlier, but obviously he was very pro Bucks.
He thought the Bucks would win by 10. I was feeling it. I want to see it, but no, I flipped over to that game and it's not looking right.
So 36-19 through 1. So here I say this just as someone looking only at the box score, and I've not seen a second of it. This is embarrassing on the part of Milwaukee. This is bad, and once again, a bad shooting night. Last time out, it was 15% from 3. Tonight, it's 3 out of 10, but they're shooting 35% overall. You're not getting nearly enough out of, Giannis is giving you nothing. He has 2 points on 1 of 4. It's early. He'll rebound. He'll be fine. Middleton is scoreless in -17. Holiday should not be carrying your offense. Tucker's giving you nothing. Your bench to this point has given you a total of 16 minutes and 5 points from Forbes, and that's it. And the overarching point, though, ignoring everything I just said, is James Harden is not on the floor.
Oh.
Now, for all the people, including me, that said, I think the Bucks are going to win this series. Idiots. He basically didn't play in game 1, and they got handled. And tonight, they're getting abused, and Harden's not on the floor. The Nets, I'm sorry, I guess I was wrong. I was not a believer that the Nets were this good. Like owning Milwaukee down a superstar good. That I was not prepared for.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you have several other superstars as well. I know your point, the bigger picture here, but it's bizarre to me that how well they're playing without Harden. Basically, I know it's just the first quarter so far, but like you said, last game as well. It's also, oh boy.
Touchdown. CEH. Shouldn't have faded him.
Yep, yeah, my lineup is got to be in the absolute trash right now.
Mine definitely is. I'm 110 out of 141 pre that touchdown.
I bet you I'm worse. Let's see.
Probably going to get worse.
Let me take a little peek here as Jimbo, our guy, updates the opportunities. That's what I call the ops team, by the way. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'm sitting in 120th. It's lonely at the bottom. Michael was crushing it for a while in the last one. Oh, look at that. TP says he's in 133.
Not great.
No.
I really haven't moved. I'm 111. Not good. Lindenbaum. Let's shout out Jordan Lindenbaum because he has so few positive reasons to do so. He's in front right now by 14 points. Keep it up, Jordan. Run away with the thing.
Yeah, where's Jordan? He's not here. I don't see him.
McLaurin in the captain spot, who's just ruling the day. 32 points. Hill, Haskins, Kelsey, CEH, and Logan Thomas. Nice build.
Nice start. I want to give a shout out, obviously, to everybody that's here. Appreciate everybody. But you know what? I was trying to think the other day. Like, now I'm starting to get to that point. Like, obviously, you guys have been doing it since day one, yada, yada, yada. But, like, the people that have fell off. Like, my guy, Bob M. I miss Bob M all the time.
Yeah.
Miss him. Bob M was
haven't seen Bob M in a long time.
Yeah, there was something about, like, a job change. I think he still plays the contests, but he isn't able to, like, be a part of the games. And what's our other guy, or like state representative guy?
Greg Coffin, the mayor of Simland.
Oh, Greg Coffin as well. I don't see him all the time. He's always in the contest, though.
Always in the contest. He's always playing. He's just not always in the chat.
No, who's our guy? You know, has the picture. He actually has a self-picture, bald head. He's probably in here somewhere. He's probably gonna pop up in a second.
Bald.
Name's just not coming to me. Oh, what is his name?
I'm not sure.
Dean Murray. Is it Dean Murray? Something like that.
Oh, Dean. Yeah. Dean's been around, though. I saw Dean was in here yesterday or the day before.
Maybe he's more of I don't know. Maybe he's more a day guy. I don't always see him at night. Maybe that's it.
That could be.
But either way, sometimes it pops in my head. There's a couple other names, but now people have changed their names so much, too, that I don't know who's who. So, like obviously Congo Cab has kept his name. There was somebody else around that, too. But anywho. Just glad to have the people we're here with. And one day, if you're not here, I'll miss you.
I'm so frustrated about this Bucks performance right now. It is early, like you said, but it just feels so deflating to a belief that they could emerge from this series. Like, this is your window. This right here is the chance for, for the Bucks to win and all the Nets fans for the rest of time to say, well, if we only had Harden, we wouldn't have lost that series. And, have that be like the Celtics when KG went down, or, like any other team that's had an excuse, through time that, that they like live and die on, like that title could have been ours if, all that. Like this is what I wanted for Brooklyn. I wanted this to be the if series. If we had James Harden, we would have beaten Milwaukee. I don't care about losing at full strength versus being hurt. I just don't want the Nets to go on. And here they are doing it in the face of adversity anyway, and it's killing me.
Don't fall. Like you said, you got time.
It's killing me almost as much as idiot Celtics fans.
No.
And oftentimes I am a part of that. Not this time, not yet. We'll see if I get there, but not today, folks. Today it's hashtag idiot Celtics fans. Have you seen what's been going on all day? The Celtics believing, not the Celtics, but reports as Patrick Mahomes just launching.
Where is this ball? Oh my Lord!
Sammy Watkins! Holy cow!
Was that ball in the air from like the 20 to the 2?
76-yard touchdown. He might have hit him in Maryland.
Honestly, what an absolute cannon. He wasn't even in the zone. Wow. Look at this.
Like, had he been in the zone, that ball might have been in the crowd.
Yeah, honestly, it would have went too far. Or we'd have thrown it much earlier. But wow, what a play. Go up and get the new Baltimore Raven, because nobody else wanted to go to Baltimore. Sammy Watkins, what a stab. Can play. The baller.
Like says that was like 7 seconds of airtime.
Seriously. It's like Michael Jordan in Space Jam.
That was nuts.
But anyways, so what am I missing?
So idiots, have you seen the quote unquote reports today?
Is this the Jason Kidd report?
No. Like that is I have all sorts of opinions on that. No, that the Celtics are in position to trade for Damian Lillard.
Oh yes, no, I'm in on that. You didn't know?
There is, and please, everyone out there hold me to this. There is zero chance the Celtics deal for Damian Lillard this offseason.
No. You don't understand. Now that that finally Danny Ainge is no longer there, they're going to be able to trade for superstars again because the other teams don't feel like they're going to be swindled. So now
this is good. This is just a new era, like new GM, and we continue the line of almost trades.
Oh, great. That's my favorite. That's been the last 7 years. So No, you didn't realize. Yeah, Brad's Trader Brad now. So Brad's already.
Truly, like, do people only believe this because now Lillard's not going to get his guy in Jason Kidd and he's going to be unhappy and he's going to force his way out with 5 years or whatever it is left on his contract? Is that the motivation here?
Cuff, smell the tea leaves, as no one says. What you want to do here is Damian Lillard wanted Jason Kidd as the coach.
Hire Jason Kidd and trade for Damian Lillard. That's it. Yeah, connect the dots.
It's puzzle pieces, man. It's puzzle pieces.
And not only that, Rossi, as if this wasn't stupid enough to begin with. Have you seen some of the reports that it's not even like it would make some sense to me. I'm not saying I would do it, but like the logic would make some sense to me if you were like, yeah, I think the Celtics should get Damian Lillard. They just have to, flip Jason Tatum, maybe like Jaylen Brown, another valuable asset instead. No. Like, they're going to keep those guys. This is going to be part of a Kemba Walker package.
Yeah, makes sense.
In what universe is Portland doing that? What are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
If you're being too unrealistic. You got to be realistic like me. You trade an injured, older, basically damaged goods point guard for, to now join up. He's going to be the difference. Damian Lillard couldn't get them over the hump, but Kemba Walker is going to do it, and maybe a first round pick.
Like to go all Glash and Freeze Pops when they do it. Yeah. Portland, I'm going to send you Kemba Walker, Marcus Smart, and I'll sweeten it with Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah, take Smart out of there. You're gonna be a Celtics. What the heck? Can I say something? All right, now this is totally like just us having a conversation. Worked with the man for years. Your voice as like a Boston guy sounds I closed my eyes for like a split second. Sounds exactly like Nick Fitzy Stevens.
I think when I try to do, like quote Boston guy, I'm just basically trying to do Fitzy.
It's amazing, and I'm a big Fitzy guy, so don't say anything bad.
I love Fitzy. I love it.
I don't know. Some people have a thing, but I don't get it. He's awesome.
There are times that I could take or leave the character for anyone's unfamiliar with the Fitzy character, but the real dude, Nick Stevens.
Yeah, quality.
Like, couldn't be a nicer guy.
Yep. Great dude.
Could not be a nicer guy. Have met and talked and exchanged texts with him multiple times over the years and like him very much.
Yeah, big fan. I like this the tickle master comes in and says Portland would never, ever, ever accept Kidd based on, all of his history and stuff like that. He says the city's too polarizing. But you know what, dude? Somebody's gonna. I know what you're saying, but somebody's gonna take a chance. Like Jason Kidd will be a head coach.
Two teams already have. Like it's not like all that stuff that you're alluding to there, Giggle Pigs, happened before, when he was a player. Happened before he was a head coach twice over to this point. And that third opportunity is coming. Not necessarily this offseason, but it's coming.
Could be.
I mean, it's interesting, and we won't go too far down this road because it's just not what we do here, but I mean, Chauncey Billups, who's like at the top of everybody's wish list, depending on what you want to believe, there's a checkered part of his history that goes back to the late 90s that nobody talked about, that never even seemed to surface until for some reason this round of hirings. And now all of a sudden it's on the forefront. It's right there for people to dissect. He's still going to get a job. It happened, 15 years ago or however many years ago that it was. He's going to get a job. Or 25 years ago, pardon me.
Years ago, as I like to say. Could mean 2, could mean 1,000.
Years ago.
Yeah, years ago. Totally random. Do you ever
smash that like button? I sure do.
Oh yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. You ever been scrolling, the old Insta or one of these things, and someone says long post alert? Would that make, and say there's just a long post in general?
Yeah.
Just a long one of those diatribes.
Sure.
Are you more than likely to read the whole thing or like start reading not knowing how long it is, or if someone starts it by saying long post alert?
I am less likely to read it if it says long post alert. I am more likely to just start reading and then see how long it is and continue depending on whether or not I'm interested.
Yeah, potentially bail. I got you. I'm 1,000% in the same boat. I just saw a long post alert. I smashed the like because I try to be nice, and I just moved right on. What are we doing here? Why are you telling me that? So you think I'm going to sit here? I don't even read books. Pencil.
21-17, late in the opening half. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. That awkward pause was me thinking about, how often I read long posts on, Facebook, Instagram, whatever to begin with. And also, I feel like I'm not, now I'm feeling self-conscious about it. I'm not intentionally stingy with the like or whatever on Instagram. I just don't, it almost doesn't occur to me to do it. I'm just I just sort of scroll through it, and maybe I hit like, maybe I don't.
That's the reason.
But more often than not, I probably don't.
Why they make those little short videos, so even if you didn't smash the like, you got a view out of it. Weird time, social media.
Yeah, it's true. See what you got, Patrick. Not airing it out this time. Short completion.
Can't just throw another
7 and 2 touchdowns from Mahomes. We're not at the break yet.
Yeah. That throws an absolute missile. Now let's see if he can do it again here. Not going to need as much mustard on it. Which I saw another trend. So randomly while on, and I would love to get Michael, TP, obviously SimFam, Jimbo. Have you seen this trend where people are putting mustard on watermelon?
No.
It's out there, dude. And
I don't eat watermelon or put mustard on anything.
Okay, so you're out.
But even still, the combination just seems outrageous. Look, oh my goodness. They have no timeouts to use, though. Travis Kelce with a giant gain. Patrick Mahomes is in the bonus now. He's at 304 passing at the half. And unfortunately, they were unable to finish the job and get another touchdown right there. This is nuts. This is crazy, this game.
We could see history here. We could. I don't know what the most passing yards have been. It's only a 4-point lead, by the way, for Kansas City. You would think, based on the numbers.
But I mean, you've done a lot of these too. Can you think of a time? Have you ever seen someone hit the passing bonus at the half?
No.
I can't imagine I've ever seen that. Rushing bonus, sure. Receiving bonus, sure. Passing bonus at the break? No.
Think about two guys in the bonus. One's a quarterback. Travis Kelce's the other. Watkins 13 yards away. McLaurin's 30 yards away. Whew.
What a build. I mean, Kelce, CEH, McLaurin. Mahomes isn't even in the leading lineup right now. And the dude is up over 20 in the flex. Incredible. All right. We were #fading Kenny Ducey earlier, but you know what? We can't fade him for long because we're going to hear from him right here. We're going to step aside. We'll come back for half number 2 and just a crazy sim right now. A 4-point game and loads of offense, 38 combined points already. But Kenny, a guest earlier today on The Sweat, which comes your way weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern to noon. Again, every single weekday, Monday through Friday. And Kenny previewed tonight's one NBA playoff game that remains, the matchup between the Denver Nuggets and the Phoenix Suns.
All right, let's see how you believe in the other game tonight, which is game 1 between the Nuggets and the Suns after the Suns just knocked off the defending champion Lakers. We got Phoenix here, 4.5-point favorite at home. Do you like Phoenix to hold serve here and start out this series on top?
Yeah, I do. I do like Phoenix to hold serve this series. Look, when you look at how things transpired with the last series with the Denver Nuggets, they were not expected to win that series. And to me, look, yeah, the Nuggets played great. Facundo Campazzo, great story. But for me, for my money, it was more of the Trailblazers' shortcomings, really, that did them in that series. The Trailblazers played zero defense. They didn't take advantage when they were up in games. It was brutal. It was brutal to watch. And I just think that when you look at this series, things are going to go a little bit differently. The Suns play really, really good defense. And the Nuggets aren't going to get free passes, every time down the floor. You're not going to get Enes Kanter and Carmelo Anthony just letting Nikola Jokic cook in the post. That's not what's going to happen here. what's going to happen is DeAndre Ayton's going to play a great series against Nikola Jokic, and Chris Paul is going to lock up whatever point guard the Suns decide, or the Nuggets decide to go with. Austin Rivers also, by the way, let's talk about Austin Rivers for a second. He was the biggest reason to me why they won 2 games late in that series, the Nuggets. I mean, you talk about a guy that plays defense like Chris Paul. You have a weapon there when it comes to, oh, this guy's hurting you from 3. Just throw Chris Paul on him. He's going to bother him. He's going to get under his skin. Austin Rivers isn't going to be the same guy. The Nuggets are not going to be the same team. I think they get rolled here by the Phoenix Suns.
Going to wrestling. Done with this.
Yeah, that's how Rossi feels about Kenny's take. He's done with it.
Kenny, you stink. Stinks the Bruins tonight. I'm shutting it off.
That's what we're really upset
Shut
about.
it off.
5-2 now the Isles. This was a 2-2 game not that long ago.
You know what else stinks? Everybody stinks. Koff stinks. TP, Michael, Jim, everybody in Simland.
When you're right, you're right.
Oh, just bummer. Don't like. That's why, like, I should never, like, when all those videos went viral of, like, people filming themselves watching games. This is very minor, but, like, I feel like it really blew up when Seattle Patriots Super Bowl with all those, like, Marshawn Lynch should have ran it, people throwing their televisions. But I'll be honest, dude, I don't even know what I would look like or sound like. But
there's there's one that came out around the NFL draft in this Jets fan's home theater, and he's sitting there next to his, I think, teenage son, and they're decked out obviously in the Jets garb, whoever's jersey they're wearing, and it's just a video. I don't know who took the video, maybe it was the guy's wife or another kid or something, but
sure,
it's video of them watching the draft when the Patriots selected Mac Jones, and this guy just lost it, like expletive after expletive.
I saw this. I saw this.
They just took the next Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Like, losing his mind.
I believe it's like
I'm
down.
a Pats fan, and I don't feel that way.
Isn't it like downstairs? Like there's a stair.
Yeah, like down their man room or whatever.
He's like, of course they did. Of course, because people just let him have him. The next Tom Brady. It's like, man, a lot of people need to be excited about this pick.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, your team took the alleged second best player, not only in the draft, but he's a quarterback too.
Right. And that last point being the larger one.
Yeah, I love it. I really do. Like, I love irrational, and I'm sorry to say that because some of you are. At times I am. Try to be better about it. But, like, irrational sport. Like what you were talking about with the Celtics. Like,
yeah.
Here comes Damian Lillard, kid. He's gonna do it. He knows all about the city. He's excited. Rip City coming to Boston. But, like, it doesn't make any sense. But, like, it is funny how, like, we are that way. Like, I'm sure Michael, unfortunately, I could, you know what? I wish there was a video, and I'm sorry, Michael, to do this, because you know how much I love you. The day that the San Diego Chargers were moving, like that, you must have been an absolute wreck. Because I probably would have run to the stadium and like started locking things and keeping everybody like I was like, no one's moving. Like if they told me the New England Patriots are moving to St. Louis, like the rumors were in the 90s, I would be at the stadium locking things up, trying to barter. Like it would make no sense. Irrational.
I do wonder what that would look like, especially for, you mentioned the Pats and they're a good example, but especially for a team that is so recently incredibly successful. Like I feel like there must be a different reaction if your team, and this isn't true of the Chargers either, but if your team just like mired mediocrity for decades, hasn't won a championship in 40 years, that kind of thing. Like obviously there's a lot of fan ambivalence to begin with. Hey, Bruins have a goal. Now we're in the gap.
Shut it off. I'm not going back right now.
Pasternak again.
There you go, past. Oh, Mo says go Islanders. Mo, I hope you're actually a fan.
Well, look, it's still like 16 minutes left.
Yeah. Listen, hockey is a sport. You can score 2 goals in 13 seconds.
I mean, maybe you know what? Leave it off. Let's see what happens.
Keeping it off.
Let's let a little superstition come into play. But the point there about teams relocating, obviously, a lot of players or fans, I should say, just don't care unless they're just diehards. They're in it no matter what. Unless the team is incredibly successful, and then you get the fair weather fans and the, as we call them around here, pink hats and all that stuff. If Bob Kraft just up and announced tomorrow, you know what? We're moving. I mean, how many thousands of fans do you think would just flock to Foxborough to be like, no, you're not?
Are you kidding me with the way like social media today? Absolutely, there would be a mutiny in Foxborough. Like Gillette Stadium, the whole area, it would be filled. There'd be more people there than could fit in the stadium trying to stop them. They will not allow people to leave.
Tear it down.
Get rid of that. What is happening?
If you're leaving, I'm taking a piece of Gillette with me. Sammy Watkins in the bonus, by the way. Almost captained him. Matter of fact, he was my original captain in my all Chiefs build. And then we wound up getting pulled out. Shame.
Oh, by the way, I got Jordan Lindenbaum comes in an absolute monster game. Everyone's having a day. Still finds a way to get negative about Tyreek Hill.
Oh, I haven't seen that. That's in the chat?
Oh, yeah. Never changed, Jordan. We honest. And by the way, I don't know if you're still in first. We were giving you a shout out earlier. And I said how much I missed you. Never change him, man. He'll find him. Oh, I'm giving no.
Oh, so I was in the top chat and he didn't show up. I had to go into the live chat to see him.
So there it is. So I still don't understand the difference.
I really don't either, and I very rarely even remember to switch to the live chat, or as we like to call it, the dark chat. This is the true chat. It's like the darkest timeline on Community. The dark chat is the live chat.
Yeah, let's see. I didn't know because Freeze Pops is the one that turned me on to the whole thing. I'm like, what is this, like a Patriot? Like, what do we have? Like 9,000 people? They have to like upvote and downvote comments. Like that doesn't work on YouTube. They don't do it that way.
True. Yeah, I don't really know the difference.
Well, now I do. At least you really do miss some of the comments.
You do. But do you miss them?
Well, Who's going to score here? Whoa.
Not yet. CEH bidding for a second.
Yeah, he was looking for, he took a roundabout there. Rotary.
Let's call him for the Shermanator Vulture.
They might do it. They might go for it on fourth here.
Lindenbaum is still in the top 10, but he has fallen out of first. It's Junkman and Matt Nelson tied for first right now. Yeah, Jordan, you were up by like 15 points at one point. Crazy. Fourth and goal, going for it, and Stonewall!
Oh, good stop by the vaunted front seven. There he is. Chase Young, Rookie of the Year, making the big stop.
Wow. That's something. That is something.
Would love to see a little something out of J.D. McKissick here. I'm just going to throw it out there. If we stop the game right now, he would not only be my babysitter Billy, he would be like the biggest babysitter Billy of all time. He's got 15 yards on the ground, including that. It's over 56% owned in the contest. Come on.
Hit that like, by the way. Telling you for the, I think that's the first time, as far as I can remember anyway. We're only a few away from 200. So smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate that on the DK YouTube page. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow. Much appreciated. Anywhere else that you're watching, well, we're glad you're here. We wish you'd be in the chat, though. It's more fun. We like hearing from you, interacting. So jump on over to YouTube or Twitch. Safety territory, noted the people, but obviously Washington's escaped that. McKissick up to 17 on the ground. It's not a big number. 12-yard line, 1st and 10, though.
Let's see, yeah. We're getting to the end. Well, maybe one more play.
Maybe.
I'll get it.
56.
And they should have just taken it to the fourth.
Second and 15 coming. We are through 3. 7-yard line.
Oh, Watkins at the bonus. I don't know if you said that, but I see he interrupted, so I apologize. I just pulled a glass, but
that's okay. That is quite all right.
I actually pulled a glass with glass. I've never heard him more giddy for someone else. Yeah, for someone else to do it. And I did in a different context than him, but I wasn't going to take his spoilers day. Like he can have that win.
He seems to really be, if you follow him on the gram anyway, seems to be enjoying himself a little vacation. Poolside photos. Just living in the lap of luxury in Florida.
Told him he didn't have to go to Florida to get that weather, bro.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, how hot was it today? I was out there, but I never actually looked at the temp.
Well, I think the official degrees were like 92, 93. Like in your car, it would have said like 97.
Yeah. We had some dry heat action. Then you mix in a lot of the pollen.
Oh, yeah, the best.
Gross.
I was saying earlier, I went to an outdoor lunch. I met up with a former colleague and like sat outside, but it was like beautiful. The one thing about heat, like if you can bear it, like we get so like, I don't want to say little because we have a few months, but like the cold always outweighs it, right? Like, cause it's freezing. I can't do anything. So then the heat comes. I'm like, I'm going to take this just for the time being. Because I'm always complaining about weather anyways. That's what we do.
I was on for the nooner earlier, and I brought this up. It's a good question for you and anyone else in the chat for that matter. And obviously our crew. That should go without saying. You guys are always involved. We all want you to weigh in on all things that we ask and blabber about. If you had your extreme temperature of your choice, or extreme weather condition, not temperature, weather condition. So like, give me the dry heat, give me humidity, give me like rainstorm, give me snowstorm, give me, freezing outside, give me whatever it is. What's the best of the worst for you, I guess?
Can I ask a question for it though? Like,
sure. Now you're pulling to me.
Okay. Well, I am.
With a question.
Well, because if you just said temperature, give me cold. Because you can, I know TP, we talked about this earlier. You can always warm up, throw in some covers, throw in some slippers, throw in some socks, nice warm socks from the hospital when you had your kids that you still have for some reason. They just give them to you. You're like, why do I need these? I don't know which foot is which side is up, which side is down, but nonetheless, hospital socks somehow are in everybody's home.
Also, you really enjoy the little like pebble padding underneath for traction.
Yeah. I loved it for a little while. Then it starts to rub off over there. Then you realize, all right, flip it over. But when it comes to if I could have a big old snowstorm, but I'm not worried about it, like my house or like the danger, I'll take that all day. Oh, there's something very fascinating. Yeah, big man picks it up.
Yeah.
There's something very fascinating about a snowstorm. I kind of think it's majestic. I think it's beautiful. And I love the idea of snow at times. Now, do I want to remove the snow? Nope. So out of all those, I will take snow. But if it's just weather, give me a cold day. Can warm everybody up. Get a nice cuddle session with the wife. Maybe we put on some hot cocoa.
Hot cocoa.
Yeah. Because you ever notice you don't do cold cocoa?
No, you do not. No one does that.
No, you have chocolate ice cream now. It's not the same.
I will take a dry heat over any.
Oh.
As long as it's dry heat, no humidity.
Yeah, but then that's not even extreme though. Like, are we talking like dry heat from like 100 degrees? That's dry.
Sure.
Like Vegas weather.
Yeah. Okay. I will take that over extreme cold or intense humidity or whatever. Like over any of the others that you don't want. That's the one that I would pick.
Intense humidity is
awful.
It's literally a death sentence in a sense.
Yeah, intense humidity could be the worst of all of them. Oh. By the way, the embarrassment for Milwaukee. Like, why didn't they just quit in the middle? The Nets are up 65-41 at the half. Giannis has 6 points. Have you no self-respect? On like Nets in 3. Just end it. Nets in 3.
By the way, where did that come from? Where did that phrase?
3?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've done it too, but I certainly didn't come up with it. So
sure.
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
The only reason I ask is because I got messed up by it 2 years ago. I was like, "You're a moron." There's now 7 games in the first.
It's a best of 7, not a best of 5.
Yeah.
You idiot.
I texted somebody because I try not to be like a jerk on Twitter, but I texted somebody and they're like, "Dude, it's a joke." I'm like, "Okay, my bad. Like, what's the joke?" Like, "Oh, it's so bad that they're gonna end it early." I'm like, "Okay." Sure.
It just
I
doesn't
don't know what to say. Like, what do you say to that? Like, oh, okay, well, it's kind of confusing because there used to be best of 5 series, which I still envy to this day. I miss the days of the 5-game series.
You prefer the 5 over the 7?
When I was a kid, I didn't know any different. I thought it went 5, 7, 9, 11.
Okay.
Which I kind of...
A best of 11. Let's see who gets to 6 first.
The NBA Finals end the day that the season begins.
Yeah, exactly. No break for the champs or the runners-up. Sorry.
Get out there. Yeah, for a while, I remember like when I was a kid, like you play like mimic your basketball leagues or whatever. I don't know what people did, whatever creative minds you had. But I had my like my Nerf basketballs, hoop and everything. So I'm like, all right, round 1, I make my own little tournament and do all this stuff. And then like, all right, round 1, that day 1 and 5, day 1 and 3. Okay, next round is 7, then it's 9. I was like, no one corrected me either.
Patrick Mahomes is up over 400 passing now.
Whew.
That is his 24th consecutive completion, as you saw on your screen. 401 passing for Mahomes. I'm sort of disappointed he's not at 500.
Oh, if he's thinking about it, you have 45 yards still here with 3+ to play. And again, it's only a 4-point lead. There's more.
That's true. If we can get a field goal out of KC and then a touchdown for Washington,
we could, yeah.
Bring on extra time.
For this case, you guys all know how much I love overtime. For this situation I'm in,
I am offended by the Bucs. I can't. Do you remember at the beginning of the year how much they gave up to get Drew Holiday to try and create this, their version of a big 3 with Giannis and Middleton, and this is going to make Giannis want to stay forever, and obviously he's locked up, but like this is going to give us a championship team, and we're going to be in the. Oh my God! And now you can't beat a 2-superstar Brooklyn Nets team with very little depth.
It's not good. It's a shame because I really did think this was the Bucs year. I thought going into the year, Giannis signing in, being like, I'm here for, I'm staying here, no New York, no BS. I'm like, ooh, there we go. I'm excited. And then the series early, still I get it in the series itself, but not a good start. I don't run the ball, keep throwing it.
They're just running out clock, but
no, I don't want them to run out the clock. I want them to throw
the field goal though.
Throw the ball. I just want to see him. Oh, I guess you're right because we got about almost 30 more yards on this drive.
Problem is Washington's going to run out of its timeouts here. That's what's really going to kill us. We do have a new sim high for passing yards for Patrick Mahomes at 429, though. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Great. I want to give a shout out to our guy Hawk. It says Durant is dropping a 50-piece McNugget tonight.
He might. I mean, he'd have to have a pretty monster second half as well, but he might.
Can we just take away all the weird, funny phrasing we have now? Like, imagine someone reading that 12 years ago. Nah, that's even 20 years ago.
What the heck is a 40 burger?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you mean? Oh, he's going to score 40 points, but how does the burger tie in?
Did you see Marshawn had 2 apples tonight?
Yeah, it's like,
what?
He's eating fruit? Is it like on like TikTok or something? No. It's like
Did you see that saucer pass?
Oh, like he threw sauce on the. What are we talking about? Yeah, he's gonna put a 50 McNugget on him. What? He's gonna put food? Is that like one of those like sushi things where people eat off of other people?
Receiving bonus for CEH up to 110. All right, there's the field goal. Problem is Washington is out of timeouts, but does have a $1:45 to go.
This game is funky as a monkey, and it's this is the thing with.
How about that? Nobody says that.
Yeah, what do you mean? A monkey's funky? I don't know what rhymes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
All the monkeys I've met are quite tame and really in control.
And they throw poop. I saw a commercial for a Blizzard. I haven't had a Blizzard in a while, but it looked good. But here's the thing, Koff, and this is why I find the Chiefs to be so fascinating. There is 4 players in the bonus right now. 3 receiving, 1 passing.
Yeah.
And they're only up by 7 points, and they only have 24 points.
And Tyreek Hill's been awful.
And Tyreek Hill's been good. But even if he was one of those, just think about that. 4 players, including your quarterback,
100%,
have hit the bonus, and it's Washington, and the Washington has made 4th down stops. They got Hoyer at the end of the half. It's just, this is what's fascinating. This is why the Chiefs are not the undefeated and the best team, because they could still lose this game. They could still lose this game.
2-3 for Washington, looking for a comeback. Haskins, the new Pittsburgh Steeler, completes the pass. Unfortunately, McKissick's not going far, so better hurry up. That's if I had one gripe. There's no urgency in these situations.
Yeah.
None. Like, where's the no huddle? Like, let's get to the line. Let's move it along. We don't need 30 seconds to tick off the clock.
They're just all in that Donovan McNabb chilling. We'll get there. Please don't rush me.
At least they're literally not rushing. Well, that incomplete pass to stop the clock. This is just the other thing with fantasy that always gets me, and you see it all the time. But the fact that our co-leaders right now and projected winners, barring something crazy happening, Patrick Mahomes is not in the leading lineup. He has 429 passing yards, multiple touchdowns. He is not in the leading lineup. You have Kelsey at almost 50 points, a 50 spot at captain. CEH 30 plus, McLaurin 25 plus, Watkins just about 25. No Mahomes.
You don't need Mahomes. Well, and all, you know what's weird? All the numbers he has, he still only has just under 30 points in the sample. It just shows that's why quarterbacks don't
there should be an additional 400-yard passing bonus.
Yeah, Jim, you want to just add a 50 burger to Patty MH?
Why are we so desperate to make round foods a thing too? This guy's been on a milk carton all day. He doesn't have any fantasy points. You see that? He's got a bagel, a big fat donut, nothing.
I was gonna say milk carton's not circular, but now I get it. Yeah, it is weird.
Which is all things sports. We just bring it back to food.
This guy's a banana. I gotta start thinking of other. I'm just gonna start making them up.
He's slippery, he's soft.
Yeah, don't even go with that. See, don't even go that far. Just, oh man, Giannis is playing like such a banana tonight. Just like we'll figure it all out. Like instead of saying like donut, he's playing oranges all over the place.
You see this performance out of Durant tonight? Yeah, he's been good, but he's not like over the top. He's a real ice cream sundae without the toppings.
Yeah, exactly. See, you can make it work.
Yeah,
that one almost might be too good. So I'm gonna call this will be a ball game right here, and they're not gonna throw it to the end zone.
Sims, way to get on the board, guy. First catch of the night. Thanks. Appreciate you.
He made a great play, though. You see, it's all about the box score. It's all about the box score.
So we might, like if Haskins goes and does something heroic here in the final 9 seconds, we could potentially have overtime. But if that doesn't happen,
oh, I gotcha.
What kind of awards you thinking?
Well, Tyreek Hill is going to get the you stanker. 3 catches, 42 yards. We'll see what happens here before I give it away now.
Hard to imagine somebody unseating him for that. Oh! Haskins pick.
Is that a bonus for the deep? Oh, take it. Take it.
Yeah, just may as well go all the way back, huh?
Ball game. Yeah, Tyreek Hill is going to be the Not My Kid award. Unfortunately, just didn't show up during the day. I still would have given him McKissick, even though just
33% captain.
No, I get it. He gets it, but I would have went the other way. I get it all, but like the offense was so good for Kansas City, it just didn't go his way. But whatever. Think of that what you will. He's still getting it. Tyreek Hill, Not My Kid. For the player of the game here,
I got a few candidates.
I do, but
and it's not Mahomes.
No, Mahomes not going to get it because at the end of the day, he only non-captain, less than 30 points still. Yeah. I'm leaning towards Sammy Watkins. I think Watkins, their guy. CH is right there with him. Actually, when we get the rushing stat, he only had 33 on the ground, so nothing. Yeah. He did 4 though. But I'm going to go with Watkins. I'm still going to give it to him. Sammy Watkins had that monster play earlier in the game. Ends with 4 grabs, 111, a touchdown. I know. You know what? I'm stupid. Should I go with CEH because he actually did have it better?
I mean, I feel like it's more CEH, but you're not outlandish in getting it to Watkins or Terry McLaurin or Travis Kelce for that matter. But
going to Logan Thomas. 1 catch, 15. Nice play.
CEH is probably the favorite, though.
Yeah, no, because he had the rushing touchdown, 33 on the ground. I was like belittling that. Then he had 8 grabs and he hit the bonus. That's it. Dunzo.
Yeah. Very good.
Total.
All right. Hey, Bruins just scored again. David Krejci.
Wait, so I'm keeping it off then. I'm gonna
Keep it off. There's about 5 minutes left in the game. It's 5-4. So you got. I'll tell you what. You keep it off. If they score again, I'll text you.
All right. I'm just gonna sit here. Literally, I'm putting together our podcast sheet for tomorrow. We're reviewing the movie Superbad. You may have heard of it.
Love it. People don't forget.
Never do. There's so many lines.
There's so many lines.
So much. We could have done that whole thing on that, but that'll be next time.
Very nice. All right. Well, thanks to Mike. Thanks to Tom, undercover boss. And, of course, Jim and Ops, who had his work cut out for him here for this one. No doubt about it. You have one sim left tonight, folks. A little Madden After Dark action coming your way here on a Monday. Brandon Cristal coming on in with Jeff Ulrich for Rams Giants 1 hour from now on the nose. I'll be back with you for the first 2 tomorrow with BK and Tara Lynn at the noon. And Zach, Professor Z Thompson, with me for the 2 o'clock. Rossi will be with you at 6 and 8. So we all have Tuesday to look forward to, folks. But first, we got to see how this Monday wraps up. I don't care what the Bucks do, despite my anger, but I hope the Bruins come back and win this thing.
Come on, baby.
Keep it up, baby. All right. Thanks again to everybody. Most of all of you in the DK Sim fam. Coming up here on the DraftKings Dream Stream for the next little while, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg. You know them from the PME, the Pat Mayo Experience. They will preview the course, run through the odds while making their 2021 Palmetto Championship picks. That is, of course, folks, golf. Guys give their fantasy golf picks. They will provide one-and-done strategy for the event from Congaree, if I'm saying that right. And even if I'm not, they will. Here they are.
Jeff Feinberg, 2 winners in a row. Here we go.
Let's go, Pat. Well done. Well done.
I hedged out of the money, so I felt like I was free. I should have known, like, I felt like I was free rolling anyway. We'll get into Rom in a second, that there was no chance that Cantley should have won that tournament. And once he got into the playoff with Morikawa, it was essentially even money to hedge out of it for me. So I was like, all right, so on the official scorecard, it's a win for me. It's only really a half win for me in terms of actual money. But you know, that tout clout is really where it's at, isn't it?
Oh, always, but no hedge for me. I don't know. I just felt like it was a total free roll blessing. Didn't even tried my best to not even let the couple 5-footers not tilt me. The 1-on-1, the 1-on-9. I want to say that Cantley missed. Didn't score on a single par 5. That was starting to really boil. But yeah, no, I just let it play through. It was pretty exciting. Had a blast. Quite remarkable that, you know, Cantley, like, bogey avoidance was his big thing and is his big thing. And Morikawa's is just strictly that ball striking. And, you know, they both, how do you put this? They both, for the most part, like, abandoned them. But, you know, they got to the turn and, you know, they were even par. Or at least Cantley missed like a 4-footer to be there. But I don't know. Great players, great little time. Could debate all the other stuff. Let's go. Fire it up.
Yeah,
Fired up.
It was the first time Morikawa has ever gained more than 4 strokes putting in a tournament and lost the tournament. Obviously, he came in second place.
Putted great.
It was really weird, though, because he was so nails with those, like, 5 to 12 foot putts on Sunday. It was, you know, very encouraging to see going forward, although I'll bet him the next time around and he'll miss all of those, every single one of them. He'll still make the cut, obviously, but it was just really weird to see his iron game abandon him. It felt like he couldn't get a good sense of the wind, where it was swirling where he was standing, but it was different up at the hole, and like he was going long, and they tried to compensate, then he started coming up short. It's just really bizarre to see Morikawa be so off with his irons when he's basically the best iron player in the world.
You literally said it best. Through the majority of that round, he was just long on everything when he was starting to get the opportunities in the fairway. Because early you couldn't even get a clean iron on a ball and do what he needed to do. And then as he started to figure it out, then he compensated and he was coming up short. The bogey save he made after he duffed the chip was incredible. It was like Spiethian in a sense, because it was a really hard, like 12-foot downhill.
putt. And you said it, through the entire round, he hit all those putts so confidently. Cantley had a string of like 6 holes in a row, Pat, where he could not have hit the putts any better, even like 40 footers. And they were like flirting with the cup and not dropping. Yeah, it was a blast. Even Scheffler, man, I had a head-to-head Cantley versus Scheffler on Saturday that Cantley had to hit a putt on the last to win for me, but that should have won by like 5. Scheffler did what on Saturday, essentially what Morikawa did on Sunday, like saving clear doubles, keeping them single bogeys, like hitting, just putting so spectacularly. And credit, I guess, to all 3 of them. Scheffler obviously pressed at the end. He probably feels better about his bogey, knowing that 12 wouldn't have gotten him in the playoff. And it didn't change a payday at all for him. Making a bogey on the last, and then had Morikawa not made his par save on the last, because you almost thought we weren't even going to get to the playoff. Like Morikawa's going to hit another one of these. Incredible. Fire it up. What a great lead-in event, essentially, to the U.S. Open, because I don't know what house show we got this week.
Yeah, we have the Sunday night heat of PGA Tour events at the Palmetto. And it's really weird that I think I know the biggest reason that a lot of guys are skipping, like Dustin Brooks and Hatton are all playing, but they haven't played since the PGA Championship. So it makes a lot of sense to get like some competitive rounds in instead of going major to major. Not everyone is Tiger who can pull that off in his prime. But the course itself, when you look at like the measurements, it's like a par 71. It's like 7,700 yards. Like on paper, if you just compare the scorecards, like, oh, these are super similar. They could not be different courses. So I don't know how much of a tune-up it's going to be. Just I'm curious to see how Brooks and Dustin actually approach it. Dustin tends to play really well at this style of tournament, like weak field, week before a major. Like he can go and just tune everyone if his game is right. I have no idea where his game's at right now. It's funny looking at the numbers overall that if Patrick Reed just could have putted on Sunday, I felt like he could have got back into this because he had so many birdie opportunities and eagle opportunities. And it's so weird to see him for the week finish really far behind Scheffler, Cantlay, and Morikawa, and even Grace on the greens. Like if you gave me a shot of who is going to be the leading putter out of those 5, I would almost guarantee it would be Patrick Reed.
Yeah, you are 100% right, Pat. He got it going even early on Saturday. It seemed like a certain Twitter account heating up on the weekend got Patrick fired up, to maybe defend the honor of one. You could still find the 35-40 to ones to win the U.S. Open. I could argue, he's always disrespected. You said the next time you bet Morikawa, he won't make those putts. Here's the thing, Pat. Is Morikawa now like just going to be stapled at that odds range now? Like we're done getting him or him being slept on?
I don't think so, because he wasn't being slept on this time around. He was 18 to 1. He has the same odds as Justin Thomas, and we kind of said
no, but that's what I mean.
That's where he is. That's just where he is now.
But I'm saying you see Morikawa 30, 35, 33 at full field events, 40 sometimes, and you like it's just like there's an auto trigger. I wish that I was as auto with it. I've hit a couple, I've missed a couple. That's how much he's won. There've been a few to count. Another couple guys, Pat, who I think played so much better than their score. Carlos Ortiz, embarrassing from inside 8 feet. You could say that's just what was seen on TV, and that's my perception because I haven't deep dived his numbers, but he has been striking the ball like out of this world the last few weeks. And Shane Lowry, to come back from all the double bogeys it felt like he made, even some missed putts, and to still score and play as well as he played, what a really, really great week for Shane Lowry, a guy that I knew some people were touting before the week to have a strong week. I don't know if he, caught every break, he would have found himself to 13 under par, but sort of like Reed, it's hard to he could have really done a lot better than he scored.
Yeah, the first thing I did on Monday morning was site shop for Shane Lowry U.S. Open odds, and I found an 80-1. Apparently, there's a 90-1 out there. I don't have access to that book. If you go and try to find it, not sure what it is on DK Sportsbook. As I can't bet on it, I didn't even go look at the U.S. Open odds. Waiting for next week for those ones. We do our mega show, but I'm in on Shane Lowry at the U.S. Open. If he can continue to he's not bleeding strokes on the green anymore, and that can always flip, obviously, but every other part of his game has been so solid. Like, he led the PGA Championship in driving. This week, he was one of the better iron players in the field. The short game is always going to be good. Not always, obviously, but like 85% of the time, he's going to be way better than the field around the greens. If he can just bring the putter along. I mean, we saw him challenge DJ the year that he won the U.S. Open. I don't think that he's a stranger to U.S. Open conditions. I don't think that's going to be a problem for him. And if he can continue to drive the ball this well, I don't see why he can't win at Torrey Pines. Now, obviously, odds are going to say that he's not going to win at Torrey Pines. Sure. It just seems like he should be like 50-1 instead of 80-1 or 90-1 right now with the way that he's playing. And you hit it with Carlos Ortiz. He led Memorial in strokes gained approach in the non-ROM division.
in the eyeball division too. Like, I didn't even need a stat to tell me that. Like, I'm not surprised. It was unconscious. Even tracking him because I was able to hit a Wise top 20. He was out with Wise on Sunday. So, like, you're just seeing, like, how well he was playing and whoever he was playing with on Saturday, by osmosis, by being around other people who are around him that I had invested in, I noticed how well he pretty much played that entire event. Here's my question to you, Pat, because we're a week out from a major. And we always talk about this is essentially the time of year where in the past, we would do a show maybe on like this Thursday or Friday to talk about the major. And we found like over a little couple of years, we realized it was a waste of time. Like, the show just dies. The odds are so different. Everyone's odds for the most part get better, except for a couple of people. Either they'll play great the week before. It doesn't seem like this field has enough of them, although there's a few, or there are a couple guys who aren't playing, who people like you, Pat Mayo, or, just might have enough reach in the community can actually, maybe drop their number, not by your choosing, you're in at your number, but it's pretty rare for a guy, for you, I guess, to even bet a guy this close to the week, knowing historically how they treat the odds. That being said, you could really be onto something with Shane Lowry, and you identified you think he should be 50 or 60, I guess.
And he strikes me, the reason I went and did it right now, because I'm usually with you, like wait into the week, and especially at odds of that range, I would want to wait for the each way to come out and be like, oh, if he's 66 now on the placement that has the 5-way each way, if I just wait till Monday, is he going to be 80 with 8 places? I just think that Shane Lowry is going to be a really popular pick for the U.S. Open, and I can see his number dropping because it took me forever to find an 80 on it to begin with. His odds were like he was 50 in some spots. He's 66.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It is. He is 66-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook, by the way. But yeah, I'm just looking at the U.S. Open odds boards right now. Like, there's one.
You think like, no, that odds drop. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah. He could be popular, but he's going to drop to where he is already in some
spots.
Places. Yeah. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. It makes a lot of sense. He's been playing, he's been building that form, and I guess he could be a guy the books want to protect on like those 8 places. That's how well he's been playing too.
Yeah, just looking at it right now, like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players from 8-1 to 14-1 at the U.S. Open. Like that seems a bit rich. So that's not going to stick once we get around to Monday morning.
One more comment on that, Pat. It's probably not going to change. We've spoken how often, how competitive, like how great, just how so many guys can win. You can go so far back down the board. Phil freaking Mickelson just won on the longest recorded major championship course, over 50 years old. At times it feels like we are in a simulation due to events like that. That being said, Jon Rahm probably will be the stand-alone favorite to win the U.S. Open. I love Jon Rahm like a lot of you. I think he's going to be the number 1 player in the world and have it for a really long time. Every piece of content I did last week, I wanted to have a conversation about Rahm, only saying like it feels weird. He's not hitting like the 8 to 15 foot putts that he either hits to save rounds, to keep momentum going, to keep a great par to save that momentum, and he hit them in waves. I don't really care to have the memorial discussion. That's been beaten down. Jon Rahm, who has never won a major, is going to be the standalone favorite at this major. Talk about an enormous ask.
I agree. We'll get into Rahm in a second because I do want to talk about it. We have to talk about it just a little bit. But
no, I know. It feels like everyone who's tried to talk about it seems to just veer off into this like vax debate.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the one thing that you bring in. It's just like, and it doesn't matter what you even say, because all I asked was, because I was on the golf course with Cust when this was gonna happen, when this was all going down. I looked at it as like, is there like some sort of like glitch? I mean, it's a PGA Tour app. I just saw Rahm was in first place, but he had a WD next to his name. I was like, oh, glitch. Don't even worry about it. Then I went on to Twitter and I was like, oh. Does that mean like Scheffler and Cantlay, who were playing with him that day, and I think Morikawa played with him in the morning? I was like, does that mean they're out too? I don't know exactly how this works. And then like people just started jumping down my ass about it, be like, they don't need to be vaccinated. No, they most should definitely be vaccinated. It's like, I'm not too concerned about that. I'm just concerned about whether or not they're playing tomorrow or not. That's the only thing that I'm looking for in terms of information right now. So it's just so weird that it's. I assume it's an American thing. It doesn't seem like my Canadian friends are all like up in arms about this kind of stuff. Do you find that?
No, I don't, but I don't really know. I'm not really, I don't know. I mean, I'm vaccinated. Like, I don't like, I feel it's weird that people don't want to admit if they are or not. Like, that's a weird thing. And I don't know. I don't really want to turn it into that, but like, I'm not like afraid to say it. But that's like, I guess, does that mean like I'm on a side? I just don't really care to talk about it.
No, but the whole point was like whether you're for or against it. I'm vaccinated too. Like for first thing I could sign up for, I'm in. But I mean, first thing I could sign up for, I was in. Then I got it, so now I have to wait around for like round 2. But it actually was to Jon Rahm's benefit to be fully vaxxed because even, I mean, that doesn't mean that you can't catch coronavirus, but he wouldn't have been tested every single day if he was vaxxed. It was only because he was only had the one dose and he wasn't like through the 2 weeks that they made him do the testing every day because he was in close contact. Had he have been in close contact but was through the vaccination period, he wouldn't have been tested every single day, which is kind of showing how stupid some of these rules are, to tell you the truth. But just it would have got him out of it and he would have been fine. He would have won the tournament. So that would be sort of the angled spin on it, I think.
Yep. No, 100%. And you felt so bad for him. And you're almost like, why are they telling him that someone in his fit? Like, why are they telling him this like tragic personal news on the side of the 18th hole on Saturday? And then like, obviously, you know, that's where my mind, you know, runs to first when you see the highlight of it. And I don't know, I guess overall, I think he's handled it incredibly mature. And for a guy who people perceive as like a huge hothead. But I don't want to lose sight of my first question to you. Like, he is now chalk to win the US. Like, he'll be the standalone probably by a point or two. And granted, it all feels like the same in that range, but no, like the books are going to post him at the very top of the tout board. Without a major championship. It's an enormous ask.
So it differs from place to place. DraftKings Sportsbook has Rahm at 8-1 to win at Torrey Pines. The next closest guy is Bryson at 12-1. He, Rory, and JT are all 12-1. Then you get to Brooks, Xander, Spieth, and Dustin, all at 14-1. But if you just look around at some other places, Rahm is 12-1 with Dustin, Spieth, and Brooks as the 4 co-favorites. So you're going to find a decent number. And it actually kind of worked out to the favor. Like, people complain about, I mean, people are complaining about legalized gambling, but one of the benefits of legalized gambling, at least at the early onset of all of these books going out and trying to acquire customers, is they refunded your Jon Rahm. Some books even paid Jon Rahm out as a winner if you had bet on him this week. That's how much they want your business right now. So if you wait until the week of, and like DraftKings Sportsbook has, like I said, 8 or 9 guys below 14-1 or below, they're going to see the odds at the other sports books. And if people have a better Dustin number, someone hangs a Dustin at 16, well, all of a sudden he's going to be 17 on DraftKings Sportsbook. So it's always best to wait for these sorts of things.
You're 100% right. Like the competition in the marketplace, whether some books are trying to get you with giving extra each way points than others, or guaranteeing best odds on any player under 30-1, it is to our, advantage. Although I guess at times it feels like it's another account and passwords to keep track of. But I don't know. Someone showed me another book that had been advertising heavily during like playoff season here. And I'm like, okay, it's another book to like line shop. I love opening flyers on Monday and seeing where the lines are. And as you said off the top, Pat, I mean, this ain't no US Open, but it's like crazy. When you have like jobber players, the discrepancy in numbers is crazy that we are seeing, like at least from my early looks on this tournament. But yeah, there'll be competition and books will move around, I guess, those numbers. But that book that has the 8 is saying like, oh, you just saw Rahm shoot a 64 and you believe in like some Rahm redemption revenge moment at Torrey Pines. Like if you need that crack right now, sure, here, have it. It's 8-1. Like if you can't wait, it's 8-1. Take it.
The hard part is going to be Rahm has to go into isolation now. I believe it's 10 days. Then he has to like prove, I think it's 2 negative tests, which means he can come out of isolation the Wednesday before the tournament starts at the US Open. Now, I don't know what his access is to practice facilities. Because he was in close contact this week, he was in a different locker room. He wasn't able to use the indoor facilities at Memorial. So the tour had done a good job of like, hey, like you have to be over here because you were in close contact. But I just don't know, like, do you buy into like a redemption thing for him at the US Open, or is he going to be rusty?
I buy into him.
Is he going to be rusty?
Finishing like 6th place?
Because
I don't know. I'm not betting him, so he's not even on my radar when I look at US Open numbers. He's so short now that I can't even like quantify the units that I would need to bet. I'd rather just bet. Pat, one of the guys that like we like are probably going to hit an each way that will pay more than Rahm's win.
You mean Siwoo Kim?
Sure, or equal to. Like that's like, like literally with all those places. So yeah, I just can't. I don't even know. It's like obviously he can win, but from my concept of like betting, there's like already red ink because he is unbettable. And then there are all these questions. I will say one thing. With this event being in Torrey Pines, San Diego, this is like the hub of golf manufacturing, like in the world. They're all sort of there in Carlsbad, like right in that area. And I bet you he could be getting the most incredible. He could be in lockdown at like the Callaway dungeon, just getting tuned up extreme. That being said, he put a new putter in the bag finally. And as we all kind of talked about, he wasn't making those putts in that Rahm range. They started to rain, so he seems clearly dialed in with the putter. But yeah, they're all flocking. Even, there's a conversation, I hate to have it, but I want to have it, about Xander, Pat. And he was talking about how he spent like pretty much days on end in the dungeon and at the Callaway Fortress, getting tuned up, getting all his clubs tuned up for the US Open. This guy going into the week, 9th in putting on the tour, and he changes his approach. He changes his thing. I get like the always be tinkering, but oh man, like I don't want to pick on the guy, and it'll probably just be a great moment when he does win. I bet him at the PGA. I bet him last week beside Cantley at a very short, small card of like really good players because I knew that betting range was going to come home. And I'm listening on PGA Tour Radio. Shout out to them for all the great job they do. And they're like, yeah, Xander feels like it's cheating with his new grip. And I like listening on the radio to him missing like 7 and 9 footers, like on his next 2 holes. I don't know, man. Like talk about, I don't want to like make a soundbite because it's just going to come back when he wins. I mean, you can get a new Epic Flash for free if you think he's going to win. Imagine checking that box. What an embarrassing commercial.
Hold on. By the numbers, he actually putted really well this week. You might have just tuned into the part where he did. It was the chipping that got him into all the problems. Why he didn't end up coming inside the top 10. He still came 11th. It was really just one.
He's amazing.
It was just one bad round that got him out of sorts. But I don't like it. He's priced with, like, even looking at the U.S. Open odds right now, Cantlay is still 10 points behind him.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's still, I'm just saying, like, he is, I'm a fan. San Diego guy, Aztec, let's go. I just think, like, the home game ask for him at this moment where I believe, like, it's like weighing on him, like the weight of, like, not winning. As I say, like, because he identifies himself as a, like, professional golfer. Well, like, Finau's not winning, but, like, I would say, like, being a pro golfer is, like, the third thing Finau identifies himself as. You know, dad, like, just, there's so many things that I think, like, Finau takes the losses easier, like, way easier. And to be, like, I get the always be tinkering, but he's looking, I don't know. He's, like, looking like he is stretching for anything right now to get him over a finish line. And I guess kudos to that. Seemed like a really strange fix for me. The home game, that's going to be hard. Now, California, San Diego, it's so localized in there, Pat, that, like, there's, like, probably 50 guys they're going to claim home games for to a certain degree. You know, even Cantlay, Long Beach was shoved in our throat. But, you know, when Morikawa came through on it last year, but even we acknowledge it was, like, the perfect recipe home game because he got to sleep in his own bed. He got to play a course he knew well that other players didn't know. A lot of guys, everyone knows Torrey Pines, I guess, for the most part. But Morikawa, it's like all those things, but none of the pressures in the COVID, no fans. There were no pressures of the home game. It was like a stress-free, well, not stress-free. I don't want to say that. That's crazy.
He
can win a free Epic Flash.
He can win, but he's not getting my money unless he's like 28-1 or 30-1, and there's just no chance of that happening. So I'm not too concerned about what Xander is up to. He can go win, and that's fantastic. I will applaud him if he ends up winning a home game at Torrey Pines. Like you said, there's like 50 guys who can claim home game at Torrey Pines. I did want to throw out the bets that I have made for the U.S. Open so far. I bet, along with you, Gary Woodland 100-1. Back in January. I also bet Ryan Palmer 250-1 with the top 5 each way, and I just added Shane Lowry. So I have Lowry, Woodland, and Palmer 80, 100, and 250-1. I did want to go over this Memorial stuff, just kind of a stat outlook, because, you know, we're going to spend 3 minutes talking about this actual stupid tournament. But guys that played really well, either tee to green or in ball striking, and couldn't make a putt all week. Jimmy Walker did not putt well. Is Jimmy Walker, I don't want to say back to being Jimmy Walker, but he's had a few flashes now over the past few months where it seems like every few weeks he can kind of put together one of these performances. This was by far his best iron week at all. And this was a tough tournament. This was a tough course. Like, should we be considering Jimmy Walker again? Not like this week or anything like that, because now, like, the odds, I don't even know if he's playing, but I assume the odds would be beaten out. But, you know, once he misses actually, no, that's a U.S. Open. He's 400-1. 400-1 this week. That
He's won at Torrey Pines, hasn't he?
He had. No, he lost. Maybe, yes, he did win at Torrey Pines, but then he lost in that Snedeker year with the weird wind. But I read Dave Tyndall's column about when you go and look at the leaderboard beyond Tiger Woods at the 2008 U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. It's a bunch of guys who just never played well at Torrey Pines before. Like, they sucked at Torrey Pines before.
Yeah, I don't know. Jimmy Walker, I don't know. It's a year of resurgence. I think it's not silly to say, like, just you'll find it in the dirt. Like, if you're Jimmy, like the same way Phil Mickelson, the answer's in the dirt. Like, keep grinding, man. Keep doing what you do. Like, it's in you. Find it. It's great to see. It's great to see. It really is. Whoever wants to be the next guy to, like, show up and, like, figure it out. And you don't even have to win. But just, like, keep making cuts, showing up, keep your place. Let's go. Don't lose your place in our life by not being able to make cuts in tournaments. Keep it up. Great work.
So the other guys that just, I mean, this shouldn't come as a big shocker, but if you're wondering why these guys finished down on the leaderboard, Justin Thomas lost 8.4 strokes putting and still came 42nd. Finau was 6th in the field tee to green. He lost 6 strokes putting at Memorial. And Ortiz was actually 8th tee to green. He lost 3 strokes putting. Rosner was 2nd in approach, by the way. Driving and irons were hot fire for Antoine Rosner from France, but he also could not putt this week. Duffner was another one, although that shouldn't come as a surprise. But the big winner of the week, Hideki Matsuyama, he lost almost 10 strokes putting over 4 rounds.
That doesn't surprise me one bit, Pat. And Finau, that was painful because he'd been putting so well all year. All year. I don't want to say so well all year. His putting had not been what had been holding him back. Like, the results of this week are very similar to like past years of Finau. This year, it's really been consistent, much stronger putting, and it had been the approaches that weren't nearly as consistent and were letting him down. We're finally getting the approaches back to the elite Finau level, and we've lost the putting. That was really bad to see, or sad to see, but I think it's a good sign. And there are still 40-1s, and I'm dumb enough to think he's totally live at Torrey Pines on those greens with those irons.
Maybe. I don't know if I'll end up getting to Finau for the U.S. Open, but I just want to throw that out there. If you're wondering about why some of these good guys finish down the leaderboard, their games are actually pretty fine-tuned if you're projecting ahead to the U.S. Open. I did want to give a special shout-out to co-host of the European Tour Picks and Bet Show, Skylar. Also shout out to Axis, both over at ftmbets.com. They hit the LPGA US Open winner at like 300-1. That's an amazing hit.
Will Sasso. Great job.
It's funny because people kept tweeting out Sasso, and I actually thought I didn't realize it was I didn't watch it. I watched like 20 minutes of the US Open. But the course looked fucking the course looked awesome, by the way.
We got to get back there.
But they're not.
Maybe we're on the docket for something. But Pat,
there's a PGA Championship and a Ryder Cup going to Olympic Club in the next 5 years, I think.
Great. If you would have, that's amazing. If you would have told somebody on Saturday night, before the Rahm news, that neither Rahm or Lexi Thompson are going to win an event this weekend, been unfathomable. Like, they both had touchdown leads. They're both world-class players. Incredible, I guess, for different reasons for both of them not winning, obviously. But yeah, wow, golf. There it is.
The course looked like it was in an absolutely spectacular form, though. And even the shots NBC did a really good job, at least with the coverage that I saw. But I was just, I was out for the weekend. I played some golf, then I watched the PGA Tour, and big miss by the Women's U.S. Open having their conclusion the same time as Memorial.
You thought it would have been a little later, but maybe the playoffs and the rain delays, I don't know, where they were a little off schedule.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Why would they be off schedule by finishing that early in a West Coast event?
Yeah, I don't really have your answer.
It seemed like a good spot for primetime golf.
And then it got cut from NBC. They had gymnastics to get to on NBC. NBC made that decision, obviously, because they cut them off.
You know what draws unusually high ratings, Jeffrey?
Yes, Simone Billsley.
Yeah, just gymnastics in general. Like in an Olympic year, gymnastics actually does really good ratings for what you would think gymnastics does.
Golf Twitter was raging, but then Brendan Porath, he's so good. He screen grabbed a bunch of tweets from gymnastics Twitter, and they were raging too. so good.
What were they mad about?
Where's the gymnastics? Simone Biles the greatest ever.
Yeah, well, that is no different than us complaining about CBS going along with some Big 12 college basketball games. Get to the golf. Start showing the golf.
Yeah, no, I get it. He was just saying there's another side to your angry. Everyone's angry. The golf fans are angry. The gymnastics fans are angry. Good times. What a crazy weekend. And I had this thought. I didn't tweet about it because I didn't really want to talk about it more. or like in text form, but it's pretty wild, Pat, that this, how do you put this? In some ways, the events of this week at Memorial will live as historically as Mickelson's win. Like, we'll always like remember this Rahm thing, like forever. Like it's a historical moment in a different way than was the Mickelson win in the history of golf in the tour.
I don't know what you mean.
A guy got tested positive up by a touchdown on Sunday. Like that's gonna live forever.
Yeah, probably not. The only thing that should live, I think, with the Rahm stuff is
not like Hideki's win at the Players. This was different.
It was different. Rahm was just going to cruise to a win. That's why we got. I'm trying to remember, like, the next time I hit a bad beat or a break doesn't go my way, that I should just remember this. I won't, because no one does that. But I really should. That it even worked twofold too, because
Race is out.
Yeah, I just saw that. That's why I was just updating here. But we haven't even got to the tournament yet. You could have saved it for that. You don't think I'm on top of this? Come on, Jeff. But Rahm withdrawing is one thing, but then Cantlay got like the super rain delay like stop, and he made Morikawa chip it from off the green, but then he got to like wait on his putt that he then walked back and made on the slower greens, so he could be a bit more aggressive on that putt after the downpour. Like, there's just a lot working in Cantlay's favor that he just should not have won this tournament. But don't overlook that. Remember, I always point to that Michael Kim performance at the John Deere Classic? Like, no one remembers that, but that was actually like one of the most dominant wins that I've seen in the past 10 years on the PGA Tour. This Rahm one was shaping up that way. He was first off the tee, he was first down approach, and he was second in putting for a week. And this wasn't against a bunch of bums at TPC Deer Run either. This was against one of the better fields of the year at one of the hardest courses of the year. He was killing it. That's the part that's going to get lost, is just how amazing he was playing.
Yeah, no, that Saturday was out of this world in every regard, from the finish to the second round to how he just completely obliterated it. Everything was perfect.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in for your last sim of the day. My name's Jeff Ulrich, and hope everybody is having a great dream stream so far. We got the 10 p.m. Eastern sim about to start. Madden After Dark. It'll be me. It'll be my co-host here, buddy, Brandon Cristal, and it'll be the New York Giants and the Los Angeles Rams. So we got a little Jared Goff versus Daniel Jones action. Yippee, said no one ever, but we're going to deal with it. Maybe we'll get a little bit of sim goodness from guys like Saquon Barkley and, I don't know, Robert Woods, maybe? I don't know.
I got those guys in my
I
lineup.
haven't seen you for a bit.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Because I don't even think I talked to you before the PGA Championship, but I did take a couple of shots at you. And I think I said, and I may have told you this after, actually, but I said, I'm definitely not doing whatever you say. And Coff's like, hey, I'm like, no, but everybody else should. So I'm guessing you finished better than I did. I got roped in with the same guys that I do the majors. It's a friend of mine and his friends from back home. And he's like, hey, do you want to do the memorial? So I did. And on Saturday morning, I was like, man, I really wish I had John Rahm. And by Saturday afternoon, I was like, whoa. And because he had John Rahm in his lineup, and he actually still finished one spot ahead of me. Neither of us are in the money. But a weird deal. And we can get into it. You probably already have. But in general, it's good to see you, and excited to talk a little U.S. Open. I don't know how much you and I are working together between now and then. It's hard to predict. But we can talk about this. I did make a contest a few hours ago. I remembered to.
I saw it. I got in it too. I got here early enough and made my
What's your lineup?
And put an extra 10 seconds of thought into it today than I normally do. I put Robert Woods in the captain. I got Goff, Higbee, Gano. If you don't know now, you get Graham Gano. A little pass out to start. Saquon, Gano, and Golden Tate. So a little bit heavier on the Rams. Got Woods in the captain. Going to need a big game from him. But
yeah, I captain Cup. I always captain Cup or Woods. I'm currently in 5th place, so I'm feeling good about that. I titled it Sean McVay's Grandpa's Revenge because I was listening to his new podcast with Peter Schrager. It's an older pod. I shouldn't say older. Last year, The Ringer did Flying Coach with Pete Carroll and Steve Kerr. This year, it's McVay and Peter Schrager. And so I was listening to the podcast, and Sean was talking about his grandfather, who I know was an executive with Bill Walsh in the Niners and has 5 rings. But before that, I think he was the head coach at the Miracle in the Meadowlands, or the Nightmare in the Meadowlands, depending on how you look at it. The Joe Pisarcik fumble that Herm Edwards scooped and scored in the late 70s. So I guess we could double check that, but it sounded like he said his grandfather was the coach. So I don't know if that meant he was, right? I guess we look Giants head coaches by year. So anyway, that's why I titled it Sean McVay's Grandpa's Revenge, even though it doesn't really make any sense because Danson's on the other side. I couldn't really think of Rams Giants ties, Couldn't you? That would make for a fun title.
No, I can't, definitely, but that's a pretty good one that you thought of. I didn't know Sean McVay's grandpa was like an executive and had rings,
yeah, that's how he goes from Miami of Ohio to his first job out of school, quality control with John Gruden, and not
like
a high school coach.
Yeah. That makes sense. Here. That does make sense how he got
John McVay, 76 to 78, 14 and 23.
Okay. I mean, you learn stuff every day on this sim, like I said, and that's a pretty legit Rams Giants tie, if we're being honest. So there you go, man. That's why we got PK here. He's their NFL historian.
Not a great coach, but certainly I think he gets plenty of credit. Let's see what his job title was with the Niners. He was like their head of personnel or something. But they obviously had Eddie DeBartolo there too. So or Carmen Policy, right? One of them the GM. NFL Executive of the Year in '89. Yeah. 5-time Super Bowl champ. He was just as an administrative position, president, VP, and director of football ops. So he certainly gets plenty of credit there.
Pretty legit up there. Again, maybe I had heard that before, but I definitely wasn't like a factoid in my head that I had remembered.
Sits on the surface. So, anyway, I don't know if it's technically going to be anyone's revenge, but I wanted a fun name. That's a big sack for that Giants D. I wish I had them.
Fantasy Hawk wants to all of a sudden gang up on everyone saying Giannis is better than Durant. Just because of one game. Hey, big sample size, Fantasy Hawk. I see you there, pal.
At what? Didn't they just lose by 50?
Yeah, they did. They just got smoked today.
Look, and so I do that podcast with Shelby Harris now, and he's Milwaukee born and raised. And I bet if we go back and look at about 5:45 Mountain Time, he tweeted hashtag Fear the Deer. And I was talking to him because we were just talking through our podcast week, and we're going to try to do this week on the pod. And he's like, man, why won't this game come on? And I was like, yeah, it says 5:30 here in my app, and it was like 5:40. And I'm like, you getting nervous? He's like, no, I'm not nervous at all. He's like, I've just been waiting for this game all day. And he's not participating in OTAs. He's out there and doing meetings, but he's just working out because he had a little procedure done on a lymphoma on his back. And so this has definitely been the highlight of his day up until the game started, I guess. And I will not reach out to him, and we will just talk podcast tomorrow.
Yeah. Gonna try to not bring it up.
125.86 without James Harden.
Yeah. Without James Harden is
Look, I thought that this NBA playoffs is wide open, and I feel like the West probably is because the Clippers are flawed, and I think the other three teams can win.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nuggets and Suns are getting going right now. We'll see what happens, Clips and Jazz, when they get going. I don't know if any of these teams are beating the Nets. If they're doing this without Harden, and Durant's playing like this, and Kyrie obviously can go, and then you just add the other pieces around him just enough.
Yeah.
This could get, we could see a parade in Brooklyn, I guess. Nice throw.
There we go. Touchdown. Evan Ingram.
Got Daniel Jones.
51-yard touchdown. This is a nice little start. You got Evan Ingram in your lineup. I think I took him out of my lineup right at the last second. I did take him out. Man, Golden Tate. Not great. No bueno. But Daniel Jones, Evan Ingram hooking up for a quick long touchdown right off the bat. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Lots of people do roster Evan Ingram, so I'm assuming you guys liked it. Look at that beautiful throw. That was a nice play. Okay, guys. Well, smash the like for Evan Ingram.
Justin Simmons tweeted 25 minutes ago, somebody check in on Shelby Harris. Leave it alone. I need him to keep being my happy good podcast partner, not tell me he's over it because I came at him about his Bucks when I don't really give a damn one way or the other. Those Brooklyn uniforms feel totally Brooklyn, but they're funky.
Yeah, they're kind of funky. I mean,
which is cool. Brooklyn's funky. Like I lived in Brooklyn a long while back, and I did the math in my head. My sister lived in Brooklyn for a long time. She got an apartment in Brooklyn that she and her husband owned. I got a lot of love for Brooklyn, and the abbreviation for Brooklyn is BK. So certainly have a little bit of Brooklyn gear. But it's a cool place to see a game. When that place first opened, I was working with Koff, sort of, but I was working in New York at CBS Sports Radio and went to a bunch of games because I was in charge of weekend programming. So I had plenty of weeknights free, and it was 2 train stops from my sister where I was staying most of the time. I was just bouncing back and forth between her and my buddy Tim's house. And I probably went to 15 Nets games in the 11 weeks I was there. It's a cool spot to see a game.
It looks like a very cool stadium. Like, it looks cool. I mean, I don't know Brooklyn at all or like the area or anything, but like
it's
just
a cool
the
spot of
stadium.
Brooklyn too, and it kind of helped anchor an area that was already on its way being revitalized. But it's in a really cool spot, basically on the edge of Brooklyn Heights and downtown Brooklyn. It's cool.
Yeah,
but
it looks like a great spot to see an NBA game.
What's interesting and a really good place to see a concert. It might actually be a better place to see a concert. It's kind of vertical, like that upstairs. You are vertical, but it has one of the cooler features. So because of the way it was built, there's no ramps down to the event level, but they have this crazy elevator that can fit 2 full 18-wheelers or buses. You should Google it. Everybody right now that's obviously watching us on YouTube, maybe open a second YouTube window while you're listening to us and look at the Barclays Center. I don't even know what you call it, like elevator, vehicle elevator. I mean, it is bananas. I mean, this thing is unbelievable. I don't know if Michael, who's a New York native, our producer, if he's seen it or is aware of it.
That's how you get between levels at the stadium?
Well, so they have regular, normal elevators. This is it's on the street level. You pull in on the one side, not on Flatbush, on the other, whatever the other road is that goes on the other side of the stadium. And you pull in it with the 2, like you're pulling with 2 team buses. You're pulling with the TV. It might only fit 1 TV truck, but it definitely fits 2 buses. When I say TV truck, like both trailers with the truck pulling it,
Sure.
You can't fit both, but you can definitely fit 2 full-size fancy, coach buses or whatever. And so not only does it drop down, it then rotates 360 degrees. Like you drive on, so the elevator goes up and down, but you get to the event level, which is, I'm fairly certain, below ground. And you drive in, and it's got a 360-degree rotating wheel to turn the buses whatever direction they need to turn. And players can park down there. It's bonkers.
That does sound crazy. So legitimately, is that how the players get in? They just go in?
Yeah, they just drive in that way. If they're driving, a lot of them, I'm sure, take just cars or Uber and Lyft, or walk or ride your bike. Or maybe not in the winter, you're not riding your bike. But let me see if I can find it, and then I'll paste it into the chat.
I'll definitely be looking that up after. But I'm sure some people have probably been there. They can tell us more if they want. Appreciate all the shouts out, Mike Bizzle. See you there, pal. I'm not watching NHL on side. I'm keeping my eye on the score. Tie game now. Jets trying to make a series of it. A lot of guys having some pretty good PGA weekends. Oh, not Andy. Andy had Rahm in all his lineups. Rahm still had a good score last week. That's the thing. He had so many birdies on Saturday. Still ended up with like 93 points. Down goes Daniel Jones. Rams turned it over, but defense coming through here. We had Evan Ingram score. If you're just joining us, 10% owned in the free showdown in the captain spot, 52% owned in the flex. So it was a big 50-yard touchdown from Daniel Jones. That's where we sit, 7-0. Me and Brandon Christel on the call, bringing you home here for a little Monday after dark.
I got a quick turnaround. I think I'm the first one out of the block tomorrow with Koff and Carolina.
Oh, you want a three-way with three-man booth. It's always fun.
3-person. Let's be appropriate for that.
3-person, sure. I didn't mean it in that way.
No, I know. Must be wants to know in all caps Julio's impact on Tennessee? ? It could be really big. It could make Ryan Tannehill a better quarterback. Corey Davis obviously showed some explosion, but Julio's been maybe the best receiver in football since 2011, certainly in a very short list. And so we'll see what their new play caller, who I think was promoted from within, if I'm not mistaken, can do with Tannehill and Julio. And look, I said this earlier today on the last sim. If Aaron Rodgers becomes available and I'm the Titans, I'm calling.
Sure.
Talking about the Broncos?
Yeah.
Or even the Raiders get in the mix and some other teams. But if I'm an AFC team especially, knowing that they don't want to see him until the NFC or until the Super Bowl potentially, and Matt LaFleur obviously has a little bit of a tie there, working for Vrabel a couple of years ago before he got the head coaching job in Green Bay. Not that he's the one making the decision, but now the Titans have a good roster and could be a good team. And maybe you think, if we trade him to Tennessee, our picks are going to be lower. But
I mean, look, the DK. I was on the weekend. We were talking about Julio because it was he got traded. We had quarter here again, 1 touchdown. It's Evan Ingram. Really the only big play of the Sam 50-yard touchdown from Daniel Jones. But I was on the weekend and we're talking about Julio Jones. And again, I'm not trying to downplay Julio Jones as a player, but I think Tennessee's bigger improvements is going to come on defense this year. Because again, like they outscored the Titan or the Chiefs last year. I mean, they were like, if not the top scoring team in the league, they were one of the top. Julio obviously is going to add to that. But if this team can improve on defense, and then you add Julio Jones on top of that, like that's going to be the big key. Can they just improve on defense a little bit? But yeah, I'm a little
skeptical. Like I looked at their depth chart when Zach and I were on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love their defense personnel.
No, and they have improved it. That's the thing. Like they added Janoris Jenkins, they added Bud Dupree.
Yeah, Bud Dupree I like if he comes back from his tear. Janoris Jenkins is 35 years old, so I don't know. You're losing
35, really?
Something like that. I mean, I can look it up. He's not young. And so
I thought he was younger than that.
maybe he is.
Right.
Let's see. I might be exaggerating.
No, you could be right.
They draft
32.
Caleb Farley. Okay, he's 32. They draft
But
Caleb
still,
Farley.
that's
They draft Caleb Farley. We'll see how quickly he can get on the field and if the back thing is going to be a thing.
Yep, that's true. They took a little bit of risk there. That's right.
So
Farley's either going to be a really good pick or, like you said.
I like Harold Landry III, who they got a couple years ago, second rounder. I want to say he's from VTech also, or Boston College maybe. But I think he's a guy that can get to the quarterback. nonetheless, I don't love their defense. They just play hard, man. Well coached. Vrabel's a heck of a coach. Yeah, Boston College. The third. So I was out at Broncos practice today, and without rehashing all of it, unless people have specific questions, because I did talk about it for a while with Zach and the quarterbacks, although that was 6 hours ago. It's weird seeing all these players in different numbers, like Surtain wears 2 now, which he did in college, but to see 13, Michael Ojemudia changed from 23 because of Kyle Fuller to 13. It's just funny to see.
What's the word on the street there with the QB so far in the
so Locke had a couple picks today, one where the ball slipped out of his hand kind of over his shoulder and Malik Reed just snatched it out of the air rushing the passer, and then the other one was a really bad throw that Justin Simmons was all over. And then afterwards, the narrative at first is Drew pressing and all that. But then touchdown. Is that my man?
Sorry, Cup? Yeah, I'm gonna interrupt you because that was kind of a weird
Cooper
play.
Cup. That's my captain.
BK's captain here, Cooper Cup. We always captains. That was a weird play. A little dart over the middle, but then if you watch this at the end, watch how he rolls in. The defender rolled him in. This is the Madden special right here, folks. Sometimes these sim defenders, they don't take. Oh, we're not going to see it.
No,
they don't take him right down. He rolled him in. Anyways, this is a cool
New
touch.
Jersey native. I'm drawing a blank on my man's name from Michigan. Came over in the Cleveland trade. The safety kick returner. What's his name? 21. Peppers. Jabril Peppers.
Oh, yeah, right.
That was Jabril Peppers. Nice enough to roll him in, being very hospitable.
It was.
So after people were asking, was Drew pressing, and Fangio's like, look, you can't overanalyze any of this stuff. It was the first day they went a full team period. The other 2 weeks of OTAs have been only against air. And
right.
It didn't look great at times for Drew. He definitely gets the ball. He definitely has more zip on it than Teddy. And Teddy had a really nice pass to Julio. Jerry Jeudy. I've got
Jerry Jeudy.
Not Julio Jones, a different JJ from Alabama.
Yeah,
Jerry Jeudy. A beautiful pass over the linebacker underneath the safety, which is, as many people say, the hardest throw in football. But
Sure.
he had at times he had a bit of a rough go of it. But I was saying all that. The narrative that Vic was asked about late, and I don't know if the person that asked him this was fed this, but they said something going on with his hand. He said, yeah, he has a little blister. So we certainly see in baseball where a blister can affect how you throw. I imagine even in football it can.
And that's Bridgewater was dealing with something?
No,
Locke. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it's OTAs. Like, it's not that big a deal. But obviously, any negative thing around Drew Lock right now in kind of just a make it or break a year is going to get blown out of
it's getting, especially around these parts.
Yeah, exactly, right. So,
but I watched a lot of the practice with Brandon Stokely. He was out there, and Schlereth was out there, so it was good to be able to pick their brains, because you realize watching it with, guys that played a decade, 15 years, and I see Mark on TV every week talking about it. They just see everything differently.
Is Stokely a part of the organization?
Like, no, he does radio.
He's radio. Oh, okay.
Middays in Denver, and then plays a lot of golf. A lot of times with Peyton, actually. He and Peyton play a lot. But he was saying the one thing about OTAs is coaches don't really care. Like, they want to see improvement. If you play like crap, it doesn't matter if you have a good camp. And if you play great but have a bad camp, they're paying much more attention in the fall, or I say in the fall, in August, than they are right now. Now it's about installing teaching in the young guys and staying healthy.
Absolutely, man. That's the big thing, right? Like, I'm sure most coaches are just happy as long as there's no major injuries coming out of the practices or whatever. So, with Saquon, little run, get 7-7. Cooper Kupp, Evan Ingram, touchdown scores, both kind of on longer throws. Ingram's was 50. Kupp's about 20 over the middle. So, a couple of passing touchdowns. Not too much going on. Me and Brandon Cristal and I on the call. Drop some NFL questions. Drop whatever you want in the chat. Smash that like button if you could, guys. Appreciate you getting over to 200 likes for the day. Appreciate you guys hanging out here on a little Monday night action. I know a little less going on. There's only one hockey game going on right now.
Are you watching it? Do you have it on there in the corner?
I don't have it on, but it's on my internet browser. So if I was on play-by-play, I'd probably have a TV on or something, or not on play-by-play, but.
Yeah, because I definitely have the Nuggets game on in front of me. Guy
That's
Fieri's in the
fine.
first row. Nuggets up early, 11-6. A lot of game left. DeAndre Ayton is going to be a problem.
Ayton's going to be a
for
problem.
Denver in general.
Or do you think
he's just figuring it out?
What's your feelings on the series? Do you think Denver's taking it? I mean, I think it's a good matchup for Jokic.
I think and this is going to be kind of silly, but it's really based on what Chris Paul can do and how healthy he is or isn't. Because we know Devin Booker is going to go nuts and Ayton is going to be a tough matchup. And if you say Joker and MPJ are going to also play really well, then that makes Chris Paul the fifth best player, if you will, but the third star that Phoenix has that Denver just doesn't have, even when they get Will Barton back. But Chris Paul's also 35 or whatever and playing with the hurt shoulder. It was interesting. I mentioned this earlier. Michael Malone said yesterday that, and he was with him in 2010 when he was an assistant to Monty Williams on the Pelicans or the Hornets or whatever they were in 2010. And he said, and Malone was with LeBron and on Mike Brown's staff for 5 years. And now he's obviously got Joker, and he loves Joker, and all he does is talk about how great he is. He said that Chris Paul's the best leader he's ever been around, period. And he mentioned LeBron and Joker by name. He's like, I've been around some great ones, including LeBron and Nikola here. He goes, but he's hands down the best leader. He goes, and he knows all of our plays. And so then Monte Morris came on the press conference on the Zoom after, and he is become really good friends. He's become really good friends with Chris Paul and goes to his camps and stuff. And I'm like, can you notice on the floor when can you notice his leadership and how different he is? He's like, yes and no. He goes, but he definitely knows all our plays. Okay. So we'll see. Right now, Denver's up. I mean, I know I'm on a little bit of a delay, but by the time everybody hears this, I don't know where they'll be, but it's 16-9 on my app. So we'll see. Michael Porter Jr. hit a couple threes. But Joker's a problem for Ayton, too.
That's what I mean, yeah.
So it kind of goes both ways.
Like, I think that's a way better matchup for Denver than, Jokic versus Anthony Davis, assuming.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Not only does Anthony Davis give him a really hard time, especially when AD really locks down and plays defense.
Yeah.
They could also throw three other bodies at him that the Suns just can't.
Yep.
With Gasol, who's a former Defensive Player of the Year, Drummond, and even Harrell, who I know didn't get enough run, maybe in some people's opinion.
Yep. That'd be an interesting series, though. Definitely two teams who. And I would personally, I'd like to see Chris Paul get through just because I like Chris Paul.
I think plenty of people do, and certainly nobody in Denver is cheering for that. But let's just say Chris Paul gets out of the West and gets to play in the finals. I think basketball fans would like to see it. It's a guy that's first ballot Hall of Famer, has been great for the game. He just hasn't been able to win at a high level.
Agreed.
Let me ask you a hockey question.
Go for it. As Daniel Jones drops back.
How much? Rocket
throws a touchdown. Darius Slayton on the run. Daniel Jones picking out of the pocket.
Not have him, but maybe I should have Captain Jones.
Second to the passing touchdown. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. How much have you watched of the Avs in Vegas series?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I watched like 5 minutes of the first game because it was over before it started.
Right.
I've watched a little bit of the second game, but the last two I've been way more attentive to, and it's a really good series right now.
Sports is crazy though, right? So we were camping, and I'm listening to it on satellite radio in my car.
Yep.
I was able to watch game 2 because that was when I was taping the podcast. I got to go into town and tape the podcast with Shelby last week, and then went to this little dive bar in the town we were in Leadville and watched the game while I was editing the podcast. And so that was cool. But then game 3, I'm listening, and Nico scores that goal. You're like, oh, 2-1. They're going to take a 3-0 lead. It's going to be so commanding. It's going to be so hard to overcome. Yep. And then 41 seconds later, they get kind of the cheap, silly goal that goes off of Grubauer's foot, off a skate, and then another goal right after. And it's like, how crazy is hockey that 41 seconds definitely changed momentum. And then with what they did last night, it was like, whoa, this is not only a series. The Avs need to figure out how to match Vegas's production. I don't say intensity, because if everyone's saying their intensity was good, including the head coach, they're like, all right, he's not worried about their intensity, which he certainly will question at times. But if they're getting outshot 2-1, something's wrong for a team that's outshot everybody almost all year.
Yeah, no, and look, the Avs probably had a natural dip. I mean, whenever you win 6 games in a row, like, it gets harder and harder to get up for, like, you know, the game. And I know it's the playoffs, and I don't think it's like the players are like lacking good coaching or preparation. It's just a natural thing. And then you're going up against a good team like Vegas, who've gotten a little bit healthier. And look, Vegas has like probably a slight edge right now in terms of just like their skill level, especially in the second line. I mean, we saw Jonathan Marchessault just take over.
Hat trick. Yeah.
Game. Yeah. I mean, he's a very skilled player to have on your second line. So, you know, Avs still down Kadri. I think it's definitely, you know, a coin flip right now. I mean, obviously the Avs have the home ice, so that's a huge, and they have the best player, Nathan McKinnon. So that's probably, you know, a couple things in their favor. But yeah, tough times right now. I mean, it's this game 5 is gonna be massive, obviously.
Yeah, and so I'll be there tomorrow night. I'm excited to see it. It's a bummer crowd wise. They got clearance last week. Both teams did. But because they'd already distributed their second round ticket allotment, it was going to be too much of a challenge in their estimation to pull those tickets back and sell 8,000 more. I look at it as, I get Stan Kroenke, he's one of the richest owners in sports. But I'm like, if you can get 8,000 more people in the building, that'll help your books, and it'll help your home ice advantage in this case, because the Nugs, when they come home for game 3, they're going to have 18,300 on... What day is that? What's today? Monday? On Friday or Saturday, whenever that game is. I think it's Friday. It's one of those days.
So, but the Avs are going to have 8,000 in Game 5 then?
No, 10-5.
Oh, okay.
They do a great job spreading it out.
Do they? Yeah.
It's crazy what 10-5 can feel, or even 7,700 they had the first round.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because if everybody's amped up, because of how spread out you are, it's loud enough to feel like a home ice advantage. It feels full. I give these people that run stadiums a lot of credit once they've started to do this. I know so many are opening up to full capacity like we saw in Vegas. But I went to the soccer game last night, USA and Mexico, and it was exactly 37 and change. I should say exactly, it was 37 and change, you know, in a place that holds 76. But it was so spread out, and the Mexico fans were so into it. Not that the American fans weren't also. It felt more like 50. It didn't feel like 37. I mean, it didn't feel like 76. But it, you know, like there's a couple people right behind us. My wife and her friend, 3 of us, then a couple spots into, you know, so it's, they do a really good job of making it feel full.
I mean, and you kind of get, you know, 10,000 people is a lot of people. 37,000 people is a lot of people. You kind of realize that too when you get these stadiums here. We get the Rams driving downfield here. Oh, another dart over the middle, Cooper Kupp, and another touchdown. That was perfect timing to dive back into the game. We'd had a couple dump offs to Darrell Henderson. Near Jared Goff's sack, and then just another dart, almost exactly the same play as the first touchdown. That Cooper Kupp might have 2 touchdowns on 2 catches here. We're gonna have to check this. Either way, 14-14.
I feel good as a captain, especially once these stats get updated.
This half is delivered, if we're being dead honest here. If you're just coming in, we had Evan Ingram, Darius Slayton on touchdowns. Ingram's was a 50-yarder, and then Cooper Kupp twice now for the Rams. I have no Cooper Kupp, so I'm a sad little boy with my sad little lineup. But BK has him in the captain.
3 catches, 2 TDs. I want to ask you golf lineup question. Do you, as one of the golf experts at DK, do you field golf lineups every week, or do you take weeks off if it's a lesser tournament, or you just do for less money and less
yeah, I mean, I'll cut back on how much I play. Like the majors, I definitely go a lot harder. Just
sure.
Funner, and there's bigger contests, quite frankly. But yeah, like I'll cut back. Like I'll probably play 3 lineups. I could even just play 1 lineup if I get lazy. But yeah, I'll play a little bit less on weeks like this week, because the field this week is like, it's legitimately going to be one of the weakest of the year, just from a strength of like world ranking standpoint.
But when you do that, doesn't it potentially make it easier, or because it's guys that just don't have the pedigree, if you will, that the variables are greater, because you're like, oh, the guy that's the 70th best player in this tournament could easily win it. whereas that guy's almost certainly not winning a major or a big tournament.
Honestly, the only reason I cut back is just because I have a little bit less interest in watching the golf. It's not even, if we're being honest, the edges on weeks like this when the field has like less recognizable players is probably bigger for people who do a lot of golf research. So I don't really feel like my edge or anything is worse. You do have to make tougher decisions because there's less known players in and stuff like that. But I don't know. I just maybe it's just a laziness thing. It's really just
yeah. All of a sudden, you're talking about guys that do more research. I'm like, who is that? That's what I want to listen to.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's a group of us, and we all do the same kind of amount of research. But I don't know. I like these. I don't mind these weeks. I just probably won't play as many lineups. If I'm being honest.
I got you. Do we know is Reed going to the U.S. Open?
I don't think so. I think Reed might be like on vacation for a month. I'm not on vacation, just like not. He might be in Hawaii. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's not going to the U.S. Open though. If I have to be honest.
Well, because it's in New York, right?
U.S. Open? No, it's in San Diego, Torrey Pines.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Torrey Pines.
Yeah. Is
producer Michael going?
Maybe actually, we'll have to ask him after the show.
He's in Cali.
Yeah, it would be close to around where he is. 14-14. You can get right back into. I'll drop you a few stats though here as we go into the contest. Cooper Kupp 2 touchdowns, 71 yards on just 3 receptions and 2 touchdowns. So Kupp having a monster game. Daniel Jones 150 passing yards. Jared Goff 138 passing yards. Both QBs with 2 passing touchdowns. And we got Darius Slayton 3 catches and a touchdown. Evan Ingram 2 catches, 56 yards and a touchdown as well. So those are your big producers. Definitely not much going on with the RBs. Saquon just having a terrible game right now.
I'm going to be in California in a few weeks, in Palm Springs, and then somewhere between Orange County and LA. We keep looking at different places to stay near various beaches, and then don't pull the trigger on anything. Maybe I'll cruise up to producer Michael's house and do a sim live at his house. Not that he invited me.
I love that. Just go unannounced.
Actually, though, I thought about if we end up doing somewhere that's cool, because I want to do it near the lake when we were camping, but cell service was non-existent.
Right.
Last year with a different carrier, it was. So that's a different conversation.
Glash did that once last summer.
In theory, we have a better provider, just not in Leadville, Colorado at the lake. But if we back up right to the ocean or have a really pretty picture behind us, maybe I'll see if I can just hop on for fun on a sim, for a quarter or whatever, and be like, hey, just hang out here at the beach.
The more vacation sims we can get in this year, the better. So
there's a question about hedging and how much hedging you do without getting into too much specifics, because we don't want to aggravate anybody. I guess just fundamentally, when you're up on something, how much do you hedge? How often?
Oh yeah, I see the question. So talking about golf playoffs, yeah, no. I mean, I think it's, in general, when you're doing outrights, I think you want to let them ride. If you got a good number at the start, you should be trying to cash it in.
Yeah, I always want to let it ride, just because it's like, I mean, unless it's such a big, number one way. Yeah.
So, yeah, again, we won't.
If you would have Phil Mickelson, as your favorite, and enough room to make it worth your while.
It depends on a couple things. I don't mind hedging out in playoffs, because when it gets down to playoffs, you're getting into real small sample sizes. Like one guy can hit one amazing shot and the playoffs over.
Yeah, I guess unless they're playing a full round, right?
Yeah. So getting into the playoffs, I think it's a perfectly fine spot to hedge. The other place is, if you're getting, if your guy is a lead and you're getting a really big number on like a single guy who's chasing them, like if the tournament's really down to 2 players and you're getting like plus 800 to hedge out on the other guy, that's fine, because you're not investing much. So that's the quick short answer. And you know what? Bring that question to the golf show tomorrow. Get the green, 3 p.m. Eastern. I think it's going to be Emerson and I again. That's a really good question, and I'll actually maybe touch on that again tomorrow as well, because I appreciate you bringing that up. It's a legit question if you're into that stuff. So
James Smiley says, "Let's go, Barks." Yeah, Saquon certainly well rostered as always. He's not helping anybody yet.
Michael said, "Sure, just show up at his house." He sounds good with it. So
we'll be there.
July 4th, Independence Day. Just do it.
No, we'll be back on the 4th. It's literally right before that.
There's Slayton, first down, going out to midfield. Jones over 150 passing yards. Okay, so people calling for more Barkley. Lots of people calling for Barkley. King said wants King C Ed wants Jalen Ramsey pick 6. It's very specific. How about a sack for the Rams defense? That's points.
I was kind of looking ahead of my week. So I've got this Nuggets game tonight that I obviously have to track and then do all the post-game stuff. Then tomorrow, there'll be Avs morning skate plus Broncos Zooms plus a sim. Then Avs game tomorrow night plus a Nuggets practice in the afternoon probably. Now, honestly, Zoom has made it really convenient to be able to interact with coaches and players. But it's
busy.
A busy week because it's like every other night.
What do you cover? Like, do you do writing as well, or is it just?
Yeah, no, I have to write these web posts, but I don't have an editor. I have a sports director, but he's also the voice of the Rockies. So, and in general, the charge is just get something up. Now, don't half-ass it and put 2 lines, but I don't need 3 quotes and what happened quarter by quarter in a basketball game. I just kind of need the overarching theme. It's almost like, hey, let's make sure it's covered and the big stuff's covered. Throw a couple tweets in, whether they're my tweets or somebody else's or a combination, right? Come on, Rams D, that's what I'm talking about. You get that sack or no? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got the sack.
But
16.
I still have to cover the Broncos. So even though I'm not technically our Broncos insider, I still have to be at every practice. I'm on every Zoom.
Right.
And our Broncos insider now doesn't really do any of that. It's just not in his skill set. It's not that he couldn't, he just doesn't, because he's never done it, if that makes sense.
So you're busy, man. Like this is
busy, but this is what I expected, and this is look. You get 4 weeks, and normally it's 7 weeks of OTA minicamp viewing, one day a week, and Zooms or what used to be in-person press conferences 1 day a week. And so that's fine, but it's cool to cover teams on a deep playoff run. Now, if I had to go to the Rockies games also, it'd be a lot, or the Rapids games. But going to playoff games is why we got into the business in the first place. Like, I'm certainly not complaining.
Sure.
I have to go to the Avs playoff game tomorrow, and then the Nugs on, what day is today? Monday, so Friday, Sunday. But, like, I could be at Ball Arena, formerly Pepsi Center, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, real easy. And then if the Avs win, right back there again on, Monday, Tuesday, whenever they start the next.
Yeah,
week.
I would be, if I was in your position, I like the deep playoff runs too, but I'd definitely be rooting for one of those teams to get eliminated. Just to cut down my workload.
No, I get it, but it's like
that's just me though. I'm lazy, so like.
Well, the month I would normally be getting off, or maybe even a little more in July, has been completely erased because of the COVID starts. So like, if the Avs go 7 games in the Stanley Cup Finals and it starts as late as it could, there's Saquon walking into the end zone.
We also had Evan Ingram hit the bonus there on that drive, people. 103 yards and a Saquon touchdown. Just updating you on the play-by-play. I'm still watching the game. Guys, don't worry. Smash that like button for Saquon Barkley. The Uber Chalk, as per usual, in this sim. Getting on the board for it. Not a massive bust anymore.
And so, just to finish that off, Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, whether it's here or anywhere else, is July 9th. If they start the NBA Finals as late as possible, and I don't know if the Nuggets will represent the West, but I think all 4 of these teams have as good a chance as any of them. Because I think the Clippers are flawed, and I think the other 3 are all good enough, like we talked about earlier. The NBA Finals could go all the way till July 22nd, that Thursday. Okay. And then training camps open sometime within the next week. Now, the Broncos, because of when their first game is on the 14th, is July 31st is when they open camp. So I could be covering, in theory, a Stanley Cup playoff run until the 9th of July, an NBA Finals run until the 22nd. That feels like a long shot at this point, but we'll see. And then get exactly 8 days off or 7 days off because there's a Broncos like barbecue to start, or at least there has been in the past to start normal training camps, where it's coach will talk, GM will talk, a couple of key players, Von Miller, quarterback or two, in this case, and that's the day before, so I'll be the 30th. So, and again, look, this is no complaining. I'm getting paid to talk about sports and cover playoff games. This is the toy aisle of life. I get that. Buzz Killington's letting us know he's in second place.
In a lot of ways, I'm in the same boat, man. And NHL playoffs, as long as they go on, I got like stuff to do on NHL every day. But when they stop, I get a little break. So part of me loves covering the NHL. I like going into it every day. We're doing good in playoff stuff and the bets, and I love it. But at the same
your
time,
lineup's been?
I'm going to have a nice little break, and I'm not going to lie and say I'm not kind of looking forward to that. But when it's one of those things, it's like, the first couple days it's over, you're like, I got a little extra time. Then you're like, I kind of miss it. So.
Yeah, that's definitely how I am with football. It's like Super Bowl ends, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta wait until August.
Yeah, I know. A couple days off, I guess, a nice break, but I kind of wish football was back.
Yeah, I'm fine with the week after the Super Bowl, but it was cool when like the AAF started the next week. It's not the same.
No, but still.
I watch a lot less spring football than I thought I was going to. I thought, like, all these leagues, they put guys in the pros. I'll watch these games. I didn't watch hardly any.
It's hard to get into it. It's just, I don't know. Maybe eventually there'll be like a spring league that everyone watches, but yeah.
I think there's room for it, but it's got to be run right.
Exactly.
And now USFL is going to try it, right?
Yeah, trying again. Yeah. Trying again.
At least we've got some scoring in this game.
Yeah, Barkley with the touchdown there. If you're just joining us, he's got 8.8 points now, only 28 rush yards. Evan Ingram with the bonus and a touchdown. He's got 25.3 points. Give you guys a little update. Cooper Kupp with 2 touchdowns, still stuck at 71 yards. And then Darius Slayton with the other touchdown. 4 receptions and a touchdown, 46 yards. We got 21-14 Giants. So that's been a good game. Back and forth. These guys are going at it. Maybe the Rams didn't need Matthew Stafford. Who knows?
So because that soccer game went as late as it did last night, and then we grabbed a little bit of food after, I was there.
Oh, right. You told me. That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
it was awesome. There's Josh Reynolds getting involved. Sean McVay loves it. And we went and grabbed some food. We'll shout out Buffalo Wild Wings for being open after 11 in Denver. But the game was supposed to start at 7. Costa Rica and Honduras in the third place game went to penalty kicks. So that was kind of cool to walk into the stadium as penalty kicks were taking place. Then I went and watched the Avs first period at one of the little bars there where my friend was a bartender, my friend Allie. I was like, oh, this is great. So I hung out, and then my wife met me with her friend, watched the whole first period. Then the game started. You get extra time. You get all the excitement with the penalty kick. You get the kid from Denver as the backup goalie. But so I'm saying, let's say we didn't get to bed till after midnight. Then I'm up early doing updates. I obviously have to stay up for Nugs postgame and all this. There's a good chance my wife will be asleep when we get done with the sim here in a few minutes. And I'll just be able to hang in the basement and flip all these 4 TVs on, put the Nugs on one, and video games on another, and we'll just go from there. Maybe get caught up on something on Netflix.
Well, basically, what you're telling me is you're living the life.
We'll see. We'll see, because I don't know what my wife's doing. She knows I have to watch a game, so she's not expecting that we're going to watch a movie. But like if I came upstairs and want to get caught up on a TV show we missed last week or something, I can easily watch a game on my iPad, which I certainly do on Sunday and Monday Night Football a lot. And so we'll see how it all shakes out. But there's definitely a chance.
It's a good time of year to watch sports right now. It's awesome. After the sim, on, we got OT in the NHL right now too coming up. I'll probably throw that on if it's still on. There's Higbee.
We talk some common sense in life. So I'm watching this interview now. Some producer has handed Michael Malone, the Nuggets head coach, a headset. It was at halftime or quarter break. Chris Haynes, who does a really good job as a now sideline reporter after writing for so long, making his way into TV. He's standing 10 feet away, talking into a mic, still wearing a mask. Like, we're at a point where, certainly in America, and you can tell me how things are in Canada. Actually, I do have a hockey-related question with that as we get to it. Like, can't they be closer? I'm not saying they need to be on top of each other, but do they need to be 10 feet away? If they're both vaccinated, I suppose there's a chance they aren't. that's a different conversation. But once you've checked the box that both guys are vaccinated, like we're going to run into a real problem. I say real problem, put it in quotes. We're not going to be allowed in locker rooms this year like normal because the PA doesn't want it. And the NFL isn't going to fight the PA on it. It's not a hill to die on for them.
Yeah.
But they're going to allow unvaccinated players next to vaccinated players and next to each other. And 80,000 fans in every stadium just about.
Yeah.
It's just a little hypocritical on the players' part. So they're like, oh, safety. It's like, no, every one of these people have been vaccinated. 50, 70, 90% of your team, whatever it may be, have been vaccinated players. All the coaches, except for 4 in the whole league, have been vaccinated.
Yeah, look, I kind of feel for the leagues in this respect that it's like they had to put in all these protocols just to be able to run, and then now they have the problem of how do you just like unwind from them, right? Or like try to go back to normal. So it's tough. I mean, I definitely hear what you're saying. I mean, I don't even. Again, but they have these policies, so they can't go from like, oh yeah, okay, the policies are just thrown out now. Like that's kind of what happened to the PGA last week, Like Rahm, I mean, and I even said this, like they really could have just, as we get a field goal here from the Rams, they really probably could have just let him play on his own. But that's not their policy, right? Like they're still testing and they're still trying to be the right thing. But then they've also allowed fans back. And it's like you said, it looks hypocritical, but they did it for a reason. And it's obviously a safety reason and all this stuff. So I don't know.
The thing.
It's
No, sorry. If you're going to test positive, however you get it, and you feel bad, and maybe even between vaccines, that happened to Dalton Reisner here. It happened to one of my bosses. He was in between first and second vaccine, got COVID.
Yeah, it happened to my brother-in-law too.
So it's definitely happened. And so I don't know where John Rahm is with his vaccines and all that, but they've obviously been available for a while, certainly in America. And I imagine in Canada to some degree, but definitely in America. I mean, everywhere you go, every Nuggets and Avs playoff game, they're vaccinating people on the concourse. Last night at the soccer game, they were vaccinating people right outside the stadium. If you want the vaccine, you can get it. So while I understand, he's already playing, if there's any sport in the world where you can stay away from everybody, it is 100% golf. But they have their protocols in place. And so while it's a bummer that he could have won $1.6 million, I think John Rahm will still be fine financially. And it would have been cool to win Jack's tournament and all that while Jack's still around. I don't feel that bad because there's been an opportunity at various points that he could have received both doses of the vaccine or had gotten the Johnson & Johnson when it was more prevalent a while back, knowing that a positive test can pull you out of any tournament, including majors, right? So why take that risk is the way I would look at it. I understand everyone has their stance on vaccines. I'm not trying to get into that. But when your livelihood is tied to it, it's sort of like these coaches. There's 4 coaches that aren't getting tested, so they're only staying in their office the entire year or aren't getting vaccinated in the NFL. That was reported last week. It's just weird because they won't fire you, and the PGA Tour is not going to kick John Rahm out, but they are going to remove you from the tournament.
Yeah,
and that can be avoided. That's all.
True, all true. Yeah. It's going to be a dicey thing. I mean, and leagues going to have to deal with it, and it won't be the last time.
No, you're right. It won't be, and we'll just see how it
sale plays out. It's not won't be the yeah. It's like the road back to normal, right? Like we gotta we obviously went down the rabbit tube into to just have sports available to us, and now we got to kind of climb back up. There's going to be little obstacles to go up on the way there. There's more Evan Ingram. Daniel Jones keeping the ball alive too. Giants up 4, looking to add here. Ingram up to 7 catches. I think 110 yards, something like that. So it's been a good game for Daniel Jones. This is probably the best sim I've seen Daniel Jones play, being dead honest. Maybe it's a harbinger for next year. Who knows? Another nice pass over the middle. That's Slayton. He's also got a touchdown. 253 for Daniel Jones, 65 yards for Slayton.
I don't think he gets to the bonus, but it could be fun.
Could. It's close.
27 yards to go till they score. See if they can get it here, but maybe pick up, or maybe there's a hold. They get the ball back.
In field goal range.
Field goal here certainly feels like we could be looking at some free football, some free football.
Oh, he's going to drop back. I thought he was going to hand it off there. Just a little dump over the middle. Smart. Waste time. Good, easy completion.
King
Is there
said,
still
"This game is weird"? I think he's right.
Is there still a lot of Aaron Rodgers chatter going on in Denver? Is